You should have gone to join your shameless mother long ago. Under the blazing midday sun, a young man with a cold, cruel look stared at the rushing river, speaking heartless words with satisfaction. After making sure nothing was surfacing in the water, he spat, turned around, and walked away without a second glance. Not long after he left, about 100 meters downstream, a wet head suddenly rose from the river. Suning didn't even have time to wipe the water from her face before the tightness in her chest made her cough violently. Cough, cough. Even as she coughed, her instincts, honed from years of surviving in a ruined world, made her quickly scan her surroundings. The river was fast but clear. Standing in the middle of the water, her feet not touching the ground, Suning felt no fear, only excitement. Because she had never seen such bright, flowing, crystal-clear water before. That's right, she had never seen it. She was no longer the original Suning. The person she was now came from the year 666 of the apocalypse. She was a product of technology, an imperfect one. She didn't want to think about why she was alive again after dying, or why she was in a new place with someone else's memories in her mind. Even though the girl in those memories had suffered terribly, Suning still felt she had gained something precious. Here, the water was sweet, the air was fresh, and the distant mountains were green. Not like the black, foul water, the choking air, and the endless smog of the world she came from. She didn't want to question how she got here. In just a short while, she had already fallen in love with this place. After splashing happily in the water for a while, Suning finally climbed ashore. She didn't leave right away. Instead, she looked at the clear river flowing away and felt a pang of regret. Such clean water, just flowing away like that. What a waste. Suppressing her reluctance, she turned and walked away from the riverbank. The more she sorted through the memories in her mind, the heavier her anger grew. How cruel. Even in the harsh world I came from, people still protected their children. Even I, a flawed creation of technology, was cared for until I grew up. But these people, those who share blood with the original Suning, treated her so terribly. I thought my life in the apocalypse was already hard enough, but I didn't expect that even though you were born in a peaceful world, your life was even harder. Go in peace. The things you wanted to do, but didn't dare, I'll do them for you. Suning wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but after saying those words, although the memories in her mind were still clear, the heavy feeling pressing on her chest seemed to ease a little. Following the memories, Suning walked toward the home that belonged to this body. Well, isn't this the Su family's little girl? What happened to you? Why are you all wet? An elderly woman with gray hair, playing with her grandson under a tree, looked up in surprise when she saw Suning. Suning replied casually, "It's nothing, I just accidentally got kicked into the river by an animal." After sorting through the original owner's memories, she of course knew who had pushed her into the river. It was her half-brother. Reporting him wouldn't do much good, since their father always protected him. And even though her soul had changed, to others she still looked the same. Any light punishment wouldn't be satisfying anyway. It would be better to handle it herself, less trouble, more satisfying. The old lady made a sound of surprise, confused by what Suning meant. When she wanted to ask more, Suning was already walking away. This was the capital city. Suning's family lived in a large courtyard, but several families shared it. On the east side, there were 5 rooms. The Su family occupied 3, and the remaining 2 were rented by a family named Luo. As Suning walked over, Mrs. Luo happened to open her door. Seeing her, she said in surprise, "Oh, Ning girl, shouldn't you be at the factory right now? Why are you back all wet?" Everyone in the courtyard knew that the Su family's Ning girl was a real hard worker. When others were eating, she was working. When others were resting, she was still working. She often worked late into the night before coming home. Since she started working at the factory, this was the first time anyone had seen her come back at noon. "I accidentally got kicked into the river by an animal, so I came back to change clothes." Mrs. Luo looked puzzled. What kind of animal could kick someone into a river? "Oh, I see. Then hurry and get changed." Suning nodded and walked straight away. Old Madame Luo looked at her back in confusion. Something about Su Ning seemed different today, but she couldn't tell what it was. Although the Su family had 3 large rooms, Su Ning's space was only a tiny bed made of 2 wooden boards in a small corner of the kitchen. She looked around the dark little space. It was truly small. There was barely enough room to turn around without bumping into the wall. The bed was so narrow that turning over in sleep could easily make her fall off. Su Ning changed out of her wet clothes but didn't wash or hang them yet. Instead, she hurried out of the small room and started working in the kitchen. When she opened the cupboard, she saw a small basket full of plump white buns, at least 30 of them. She picked one up and found it still warm, so she began eating quickly. It was filled with egg and chives. After eating 2, her stomach was already full. Then, before she could think, she watched in surprise as the buns and the basket disappeared. Only then did she realize that her secret storage space had come with her. A genuine smile appeared on her slightly pale face. Her eyes brightened. If she had supplies, she wasn't going to waste them. After some effort, she cleared out everything edible in the Su family's kitchen, not even leaving a grain of flour behind. Peeking outside, she saw the courtyard was silent. A sly look flashed in her eyes. She broke off a thin bamboo stick from the broom by the stove, went to the old matriarch Danny's door, and fiddled with the lock. With a soft click, it opened. Su Ning slipped inside and went straight to the old woman's bed. Lifting the wooden board underneath, she found several small bundles wrapped in cloth. She took them all and stored them in her space, then carefully put everything back in place. Next, she opened the wardrobe. Inside were stacks of new fabric, some with small flaws, but all of them had been earned through the original Su Ning's hard work at the textile factory. She emptied everything except the old woman's clothes. Food, fabric, and daily items all disappeared into her space. Tapping on the inner wall of the wardrobe, she listened closely. There was something hidden. After a bit of tinkering, she heard 2 soft clicks, and the secret compartment revealed its contents before her eyes. Golden bracelets inlaid with gems, rings, earrings, hair ornaments, several stacks of crisp banknotes, and 10 shining gold bars. What a rich but heartless old woman. She's already swimming in wealth, yet she still exploited the original owner. Su Ning took the valuables and carefully restored the hidden mechanism in the wardrobe. Back in her small room, she was still excited. I never lie, and I always keep my word. The things you wanted to do, but didn't dare, I've done them for you. What comes next will be even more interesting. Rest in peace. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Su Ning felt that she finally had full control over this body. The original owner had been a quiet, observant girl in the Su family, clever and cautious. The Su family thought their secrets were well hidden, but she had actually noticed most of them. Unfortunately, she lacked courage. Faced with endless exploitation and bullying, she could only hide in her small room and quietly endure the pain. When Su Ning was leaving, she ran into Grandma Luo. Ning girl, leaving already? It's almost lunchtime. Since you're back, why not stay and eat before you go? Your grandmother's been out for a while. She should be back soon. The old lady glanced outside, then leaned closer and whispered, I passed by your house earlier and smelled eggs cooking. It's much better to eat at home. What can you get at the factory anyway? Su Ning replied, I just came back to change clothes. I still have work to finish at my post, so I need to hurry back. Then she stepped aside and left. She wasn't used to people standing so close. Grandma Luo clicked her tongue twice. Looks smart, but actually quite foolish. Just then, a young man rushed in. The old lady quickly stepped aside, almost twisting her back, and looked at him with annoyance. At the front gate, Su Ning appeared from behind a tree. Seeing the young man's hurried figure, she smiled faintly and walked away. The original owner had been pushed into the river by him, all because the girl he liked was about to leave for the countryside, and he came to ask the original owner for her wages. But since she had been delayed at work that noon, by the time she went to the finance office, it was already closed, so she hadn't received her pay. When he couldn't get the money, he pushed the original person into the river. The fear of almost dying was something she could still feel, when she arrived in this body. This false accusation on him was only the beginning of the debt collection. Su Xiongdong rushed into his room, rummaging through everything. He threw all the food he could find onto the bed, then gathered all his money. After counting, there was only 12 yuan and 60 cents. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his hair. What can I even do with this little money? It's all that Su Ning's fault. I told her to hand over her wages, but she made excuses, saying she hadn't been paid yet. As if I don't know when that factory gives out salaries. She's really lucky she's gone now. He stuffed the money into his pocket, pulled the pillowcase off his pillow, wrapped up the scattered food, and hid it under his white shirt. Then he hurried out, only to bump into his grandmother, who was just coming back.
Ouch.
Who's running around without looking. In such a rush. Oh, it's you. She had already started scolding before realizing it was her grandson. Su Xiongdong panicked and instinctively shielded the things under his shirt. He couldn't let his grandmother see them. She already disliked Xiao Jia. I'll be back soon, he said quickly, bending over to protect what he was carrying before running off again. Grandma Su straightened up, watching his movements. How could she not understand what was going on? Her eyes filled with disgust. That girl from the Bai family was no good, she could tell. That troublemaker was just using her grandson for her own benefit. And now, even when she was about to leave for the countryside, she still couldn't stay quiet? Grandma Su was so angry her chest hurt. Luckily, that girl was leaving today. This should be the last time her foolish grandson sent her anything. Old Madame Luo leaned against the doorframe and said meaningfully, usually, daughters side with outsiders, but your family's different. Your grandson's been running in and out all day, almost bumped into me too. You'd better watch out. Sometimes trouble comes from within. Grandma Su's face darkened immediately. My grandson is smart, polite, and sensible. You don't need to worry about him. Just take care of your own household and stop making noise in the middle of the night, disturbing everyone's peace. The two old women, who couldn't stand each other, both snorted and went back to their own homes. Old Mrs. Su put her cloth bag on the table and took out the peach cookies, half a pound of white rabbit candies, 10 eggs, and half a pound of meat she had just bought from the supply store. She thought about how, when Su Ning came home that evening, there would be another 26 yuan and 50 cents of income, plus half a pound of meat coupons and some other tickets. Her mood brightened a little. As she calculated in her mind, she thought that since that woman from the Bai family had gone to the countryside, it was about time to arrange a marriage for her grandson. When Su Zhenbang came home and lifted the curtain, he saw his mother staring blankly. Mom, what are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? Is lunch ready? Old Mrs. Su came back to her senses and exclaimed, Oh my, is it that late already? I steamed the buns earlier. They should still be warm. I'll make some egg soup. By the time it's done, Xianghua and his wife should be back. Before she could even move, Su Xianghua and his wife came in. Grandma, is lunch ready? I'm starving, were the first words out of Su Xianghua's mouth. Old Mrs. Su didn't mind at all. In fact, she was pleased. Her eldest grandson thought of her first thing when he came home. She smiled kindly. It'll be ready soon. There are some peach cookies on the table. Have a few to fill your stomach. Su Xianghua's wife, Zhang Xiaofeng, knew better than to expect the same treatment. She said smoothly, Grandma, you've been busy all morning. Let me finish up. You should rest for a bit. All right, go ahead, the old lady replied. Zhang Xiaofeng walked toward the kitchen calmly. She was used to this. But before the old lady could even sit down, Zhang Xiaofeng came running back in a panic. Something's wrong. We've been robbed. The three of them, who had just been chatting warmly, jumped to their feet. Su Zhenbang frowned and asked, What happened? Zhang Xiaofeng said, Everything's gone. There's nothing left in the kitchen. Old Mrs. Su hurried toward the kitchen, and before Su Zhenbang and Su Xianghua could even step inside, they heard her wailing. Whoever did this? How dare they steal from right under my nose? Su Zhenbang turned to his brother. Eldest, take the bicycle and go to the police station. All right, I'll go right now. Just then, the old lady suddenly realized something and rushed to the door to stop Su Xianghua. Wait, don't call the police yet. Su Xianghua looked at his grandmother in confusion.
Grandma, you.
The old lady swallowed and said, "Let's wait until Xiangdong comes back. We'll ask him clearly before calling the police." Su Zhenbong frowned. "Mom, what's going on? Please explain." The old lady said angrily, "That girl from the Bai family has been taking advantage of Xiangdong. Today, when she left for the countryside, I saw Xiangdong running out with something in his hands when I came back. Maybe the things missing from the kitchen were taken by him. If we call the police now, his reputation will be ruined. I'm still planning to find him a good match. All right, let's not make a fuss about this for now. Xiaofeng, go to the state-run restaurant and buy some food. We'll just make do with that for tonight." Zhang Xiaofeng said, "But Grandma, even if my brother-in-law took something, would he really take all the seasonings too?" The old lady glared at her. "Do you think I haven't thought of that? What kind of thief would bother stealing soy sauce bottles? That girl from the Bai family still holds a grudge because I didn't agree to her being with Xiangdong. And Xiangdong listens to her too much. She must have told him to do this just to embarrass me. That ungrateful girl, so long as I'm alive, she'll never step into the Su family's house." Hearing this, some unpleasant memories came back, and both Su Zhenbong and his son looked uneasy. During Xiangdong's rebellious years, he had done similar things before, though it had been a long time, so they hadn't thought of it right away. Now that the blame was placed on him, the Su family was almost completely convinced. Zhang Xiaofeng had only been married into the Su family for less than a year. Although she thought her brother-in-law was a bit careless, she didn't know about his past troubles. When the workday finally ended, Su Ning let out a long sigh of relief. The afternoon had been tough. The fine threads and the fragile-looking textile machines made her move with extreme care. In her previous life, during the end of the world, she had been a genetically engineered child with some flaws. Why flawed? Because while others from her batch had amazing powers, hers were rather weak. She had both strength and spatial abilities. If it had been the early days of the apocalypse, having these two powers might have helped her make a name for herself. When she was created, it was already the 666th year of the apocalypse. By then, scientists had long developed space buckles, and almost every person with special powers had one. Each of them was incredibly strong, so she was considered the useless one. Even though she had two types of abilities and some minor supporting skills, they were completely useless compared to those powerful ability users. She was able to grow up safely thanks to the protection laws for children during the apocalypse. As her strength-based ability advanced, not only did her power increase, but her body also grew larger and stronger. At her peak, she was nearly 3 meters tall and weighed about 600 pounds. During missions, her only role was to act as bait and a shield for her team. Every time she was hit, it hurt, but compared to staying alive, that pain was something she could endure. What she never expected was that, even after leaving the apocalyptic world, her inner powers had followed her. When she lifted the old woman's bedboard, she was in a hurry and didn't notice anything unusual, since she had long been used to using great strength. But when she returned to work at the factory, the yarn that used to spin smoothly in the original owner's hands broke apart like tofu in hers. That was when she realized her strength ability had come with her. It was still at the same level as when she first awakened it, but after recalling the original owner's memories, she figured that kind of strength was already more than enough for this world. There were no energy crystals here to enhance abilities, and she didn't want to turn herself into a giant human shield again. She liked her current size and agility just fine. Su Ning arrived at the finance office right on time to collect the wages she had missed at noon. She received 26 yuan and 50 cents, a few different types of coupons, and a piece of flawed fabric that the textile factory gave employees as a benefit. Several female workers were waiting for Su Ning to exchange the flawed fabric with them, but after waiting a while and not seeing her, they asked around and learned she had already left. Su Ning never misses the fabric exchange every month. Why did she leave so early today? One of them was annoyed. She had planned to use that piece of fabric to get Su Ning to share some of her workload. The other women were also puzzled. They had the same idea. They hadn't expected this change. Su Ning wasn't coming to exchange anymore. Thinking about the heavy workload ahead, the women began to resent Su Ning. They had gotten used to trading the flawed fabric for her help, and now that she suddenly stopped, what were they supposed to do? One of them still held on to hope and said, knowing how greedy Suning is, she probably won't give up the cloth we have. Maybe something came up today. Let's wait and see tomorrow. That's all we can do. Meanwhile, the Suning they resented was running toward the train station. The original Suning had overheard by Xiaojie saying goodbye to Su Xiongdong, mentioning that his train was at 8 o'clock. Knowing Su Xiongdong's stubborn nature, he wouldn't leave until the train actually departed. Setting aside all the years of mistreatment, the fact that he once kicked the original Suning into the river and watched her drown was enough reason for him to face consequences. Suning reached the train station and asked a middle-aged man wearing a watch, "Hello, comrade. Sorry to bother you, but could you tell me the time?" 7:32. Suning quickly ran into the waiting hall and saw Bai Xiaojie looking nervous, glancing outside from time to time. Su Xiongdong was nowhere to be seen. She ran out again, scanned the entrance area, and found a good spot to wait. After about 10 minutes, she finally saw Su Xiongdong carrying a huge bundle, walking quickly toward the entrance. "My little lamb, you finally came. I've been waiting for you," Suning muttered under her breath. She tossed her braided hair behind her shoulder, walked up from behind him, and said in a hurried tone, "Why are you so late? Sister Xiaojie is so worried she's crying. Come with me. She's waiting for you in that alley. She has something for you." The large bundle blocked Su Xiongdong's view. Though he had been cautious, hearing Bai Xiaojie's name made him believe Suning's words. He turned around and Suning moved behind him, offering to help. "It's just up ahead. Let me hold this for you so it's easier to walk." "Oh, fine. Hurry, it's almost 8. When they reached the alley, it was empty. The moment Su Xiongdong realized he had been tricked, it was too late to escape. A heavy landed on his head before he could even see who attacked him, and everything went dark. Suning steadied herself, carefully set the bundle aside, and then began to teach Su Xiongdong a well-deserved lesson. While punishing him harshly, Suning made sure Su Xiongdong would survive. Finally, her gaze fell on his right leg. She narrowed her eyes and crushed his knee with her bare hand. Even though he was already unconscious, his body twitched from the pain. It must have been unbearable. "You used this leg to kick the original Su Ning into the river, causing her death. Losing one leg is already merciful." Suning tossed the package she had received into her storage space. Looking at the barely recognizable Su Xiongdong, she felt satisfied and walked out of the alley. As for witnesses, she wasn't worried. Her spatial ability, though limited, had an extra function. It could slightly move the air and sense any movement within its range. In other words, anyone breathing within that area, no matter how well hidden, could be detected by her. If she acted, it meant the area was safe. Instead of going home, Suning turned toward Manhwa Alley on Dongping Road. There lived Ruan Xiaoro, the close friend of her late mother Jiang Xuemei, and the woman secretly kept by her so-called father. Earlier that day, Suning had emptied the Su family's kitchen. By noon, they wouldn't have time to buy new ingredients, so they'd have to make do with a simple meal. Su Zhenbang, used to comfort and good food, would likely visit Ruan Xiaoro that evening to relax and enjoy a proper dinner. The original Su Ning had once overheard a conversation between that mother and son. She learned that Su Zhenbang's real name was Su Finqiu. His hometown had suffered a disaster, and his entire family had perished. His mother fled north with him, then only 2 years old. They met the elderly lady of the wealthy Chen family, who took pity on them and offered them work at the Chen household. Through effort and cleverness, Su Finqiu changed his name to Su Zhenbang and became a servant boy to the young master of the Chen family, which gave him the chance to study. Later, when the political situation changed, the Chen family lost their fortune. To maintain their social standing, the Chen family's beloved daughter, Chen Wanting, was married to Su Zhenbang. Su Zhenbang, who had long admired her, finally got what he wanted. But when Chen Wanting was pregnant with twins, Su Xiongdong and Su Muqing, she suffered severe complications during childbirth and passed away soon after. She died when Su Zhenbang loved her the most, So the child she left behind became the apple of his eye, and also deeply loved by his mother. Even though Su Ning's mother, Jiang Xuemei, was forced to marry Su Zhenbang after he wronged her one night, afraid the scandal would spread, she was still treated as the one who ruined their family. Everyone in the Su family, old and young, saw Jiang Xuemei as a sinner. Even Su Ning, her daughter, became the target of their anger. When Jiang Xuemei was alive, Su Ning could at least eat enough. But when she died, Su Ning was only 5 years old and became a weak, helpless child, bullied by everyone. From what the original Su Ning had learned, she believed her mother's misfortune was not an accident, but a trap set by Wan Xiaoro and Su Zhenbang. The two of them, who worked with Jiang Xuemei at the steel factory, must have been hiding something and used that cruel plan to tie Jiang Xuemei to them. The original Su Ning was a smart and observant girl. Though she was often ignored, she quietly gathered information and noticed many things others missed. She lacked courage only because she was still young. Given time, no one could say who would win in the end. Sadly, fate was unkind, and her life ended in her best years. Now, the new Su Ning, who inherited all her memories, came to Manhwa Alley to confirm the truth and find evidence. She wanted to make those who hurt her pay. Partly to avenge the original Su Ning, but mostly for herself, because that terrible family would ruin her life if she did nothing. She decided to take control of her own fate. Having the chance to live again, she would not let anyone disturb her peace. Su Ning returned home around 11, about an hour later than Su Zhenbang. She usually came back at this time. Walking alone through the quiet streets at night, she had been lucky so far. But no one knew how afraid she really was, afraid that from some dark corner, a handful of evil might reach out toward her. At this hour, the Su family's house was usually dark, but tonight, the living room light was still on. Oh, right, on payday, the light was always on when Su Ning came home. Since you're back, what are you waiting for? Come in, came Grandma Su's irritated voice. Su Ning raised an eyebrow, lifted the curtain and walked in. When Grandma Su saw her empty-handed, her already bad mood exploded like a lit firecracker. Su Zhenbang coughed twice, and the firecracker instantly went silent. Grandma Su's face was still tense, but she lowered her voice and said, "Didn't I tell you to find a chance to get more fabric? Where is it?" Thinking about how her savings had been completely taken by her grandson, Grandma Su felt as if a piece of her heart had been cut out. That was the money she had saved for most of her life. She was so angry she wished she could fly after the train and give Bai Xiaojia a good scolding. "Son, tomorrow you must find out where that Bai girl was sent to the countryside." When Su Zhenbang came back from Plum Blossom Alley and heard from his mother that Su Xiangdong had not only emptied the kitchen but also taken everything from her room, he was furious. Fortunately, that boy still had some sense. He hadn't touched anything in his father's room. Otherwise, even for the sake of Wan Ting, Su Zhenbang wouldn't have minded cutting ties with him. Since only the kitchen and Grandma's room were robbed, Su Zhenbang was sure it was Su Xiangdong's doing. And the fact that he hadn't come home yet only made him look more guilty. Seeing his mother's pale face, Su Zhenbang said, "Don't worry, Mom. Whatever the Bai family took, I'll make sure they return it. But first, let's deal with what's in front of us." Grandma Su turned to Su Ning with a look of disgust. "Why are you standing there like a statue? Where's your salary for this month?" Su Ning replied, "Grandma, didn't you know? My second brother came to see me at noon and took it all. He said you agreed." Grandma Su was so angry, she almost flipped the table. "Useless girl. Get out." Su Ning smiled faintly. "Oh, Grandma, even useless things can sometimes be reused. It'd be a pity to throw me out. Calm down if you get too angry over this and make yourself sick. Wouldn't that make second brother an unfilial son?" The grandmother and son looked at Su Ning in surprise. Su Ning smiled shyly and said, "I dreamed of my mom last night. She told me that there's a special event in the underworld where spirits can visit their families. Even though I can't see her, she's right beside me. She doesn't want me to stay quiet all the time and told me to talk more with Grandma and Dad. She said I shouldn't be afraid to speak up about what I need, because Grandma and Dad will take care of me. After all, I'm your granddaughter and daughter. She'll be watching to make sure of it. Old Mrs. Su was about to scold Su Ning when she suddenly felt a chill on her neck, as if someone had blown cold air on her. Su Zhenbong felt it even more clearly. It was like a pair of hands gently brushed across his face. The two were so frightened that they didn't notice the cold sweat forming on Su Ning's forehead. Grandma, Dad, I'd like to have soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast tomorrow. Is that okay? Old Mrs. Su was about to snap at her, but before she could speak, she felt her throat tighten for a moment. The feeling was so real that she froze in fear. Thinking of the spirit nearby, she just wanted to get away. Fine, you can have it, she said quickly. Su Ning said excitedly, great. My mom was right. It worked. The next morning, Su Ning stepped out of her small room feeling refreshed. In her hands were a worn-out face towel full of holes and a toothbrush with almost no bristles left. Smiling brightly, she walked openly to the well to wash up. There were 7 families living in this courtyard, all sharing one well. In the past, the original Su Ning always fetched water to wash inside her room. It wasn't because she was shy, but because the old woman didn't want others to know how poorly she treated Su Ning. At this hour, the well area was especially lively. With 7 families and many people in each, the place was always noisy. Su Ning, are you trying to make us laugh? Ha ha ha. Why don't you just use a fishing net to wash your face? And that toothbrush of yours. It's just a stick now. Do you really think it can clean your teeth? Ha ha ha. You're too funny. Su Ning calmly listened to Gao Meifeng's mocking voice and the laughter of the young people flattering her. Gao Meifeng's father, Gao Genie, had a job that everyone respected and feared, so his daughter naturally became the leader among the younger generation in the courtyard. Old Madame Luo came out again to make her presence known. Su Ning, I don't mean to criticize you, but you have a proper job. How can you still be living such a hard life? Your grandmother is really too biased. If I had such a capable granddaughter, I would treat her like a treasure. Old Madame Su heard Luo's words, full of gossip and provocation. She angrily stepped out of the house, ready to shout. But before she could, Su Ning spoke clearly and calmly. My grandmother says we must live frugally to get by. I thought everyone lived like me, sleeping on a shaky wooden bed that creaks when I turn over, covered with a lumpy old quilt, drinking leftover water from washing dishes, wearing patched clothes, and handing over every bit of my salary to the family. Gao Meifeng looked at Su Ning as if she were foolish. Humph. Don't drag us into your miserable life. We're not as silly as you. Old Madame Su's face turned red and pale by turns under everyone's gaze. Forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, she said, Ning, what nonsense are you talking about? Old Madame Su was good at pretending. Even though Su Ning's underclothes were patched again and again, her outer clothes still looked decent, though far from the fine ones her sister Su Muqing wore. Whenever someone asked, old Madame Su would say that Su Muqing's clothes were gifts from her uncle. Even though the sisters' lives were completely different, no one said much. After all, Su Muqing had a generous uncle, while Su Ning's mother's family was known for being selfish. Su Ning looked at her grandmother pitifully. Grandma, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said so much. But it's the first time I realized that not everyone lives the same way. I was just curious. Grandma, when I was only 5, you kept telling me that as the youngest, I had the duty to take care of my older brothers and sisters. So even when I was too short to reach the stove and had to stand on a stool to cook, even when I almost fell into the boiling pot while fetching water, and you punished me harshly, I didn't dare cry, because you said if I made noise and disturbed my siblings, Father would dislike me and punish me even more. My older brothers and sisters treated me like a ball. I curled up, holding back the pain, as they kicked me around. Grandma, you smiled so kindly then. Even though it hurt a lot, I was still happy because I thought I had made my brothers and sisters feel better, and that made you smile. When Grandma, Dad, and my brothers and sisters ate bowls of white rice and meat, I only had half a bowl of dishwater. But seeing the smiles on your faces made me think I had taken good care of my family, so I felt happy too. Grandma, since I was little, you told me never to tell outsiders that our family ate rice every day and had meat often. Even though I never got any of that food or clothing, and even though I could barely fill my stomach with dishwater, I believed you were doing it for my own good, so I never said a word. Grandma, don't worry. I didn't speak before, and I won't say a word in the future either. I know you all mean well. The 7 families in this courtyard didn't all live here from the start. They moved in one after another over the past few years. As Su Ning spoke so innocently, many meaningful glances turned toward the Su family. Su Jinbong forced a smile and said, "This child, why is she so stubborn? Your grandma only wanted the best for you. You're still young, but you already have a marriage arrangement. When she saw you getting close to a boy, she just wanted to remind you kindly. Why hold a grudge? Family is family, your grandma and I both care for you the same." He sighed. "Silly child, no matter what, you shouldn't speak badly about your family, understand?" Su Ning smiled sweetly. "Dad, I know that day you were drunk and mistook my sister for me. But don't worry, my sister is very smart. She may accept gifts from others, but she never crosses the line." The people around gasped softly. Su Jinbong's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. Su Ning trembled, frightened and stammering, "Dad, please don't be mad. I won't say anything more. It's okay if you mistook my sister for me." Gao Jini looked at the furious Su Jinbong and said with a smile, "Deputy Director Su, don't be angry. Look, you've scared the child so much, she doesn't know what to do with her hands. Children make mistakes, but as long as we teach them properly, they'll learn. All right, everyone stop standing around. Go wash up. Those who need to go to work, go to work. Those who need to go to school, go to school." Suppressing his anger, Su Jinbong said, "Director Gao is right. It's just that this child was being thoughtless and wasted everyone's time." With the 2 most respected people in the courtyard speaking, everyone quickly went about their business, though each had their own private thoughts. Before returning to his room, Su Jinbong glanced at Gao Jini. It seemed he had caught the attention of this smiling schemer. Su Jinbong was so angry that he almost wanted to strangle Su Ning. Gao Jini, however, was in a great mood. Eating rice every day? Having meat every few days? Ha! Who would believe there's nothing suspicious about that? He now saw a new chance to earn credit for himself. Su Ning, having achieved her goal, was also pleased. As long as Gao Jini stayed in this courtyard, Su Jinbong would never have peace. By setting up a strong rival for him, the evidence she had found would make him more cautious, giving her more room to plan for her own benefit. And if she could make Su Muqing suffer a little in the process, that was an unexpected bonus. As for the mistreatment the original Su Ning had suffered since childhood, the people in the courtyard probably only saw it as gossip, secretly mocking the Su family for pretending to be respectable. Still, making the Su family uncomfortable was something worth celebrating. When they returned to the house, the old Mrs. Su was about to explode in anger, but Su Jinbong coughed lightly. Seeing the look in her son's eyes, she swallowed back the words she was about to shout. Su Xianghua was furious. Unlike his mother and brother, who had worked together for decades, he had no such understanding with them. He raised his hand and swung it towards Su Ning. A sharp sound filled the room, followed by a startled cry. Then, for a moment, everything went silent. Su Xianghua had used all his strength. After the slap, even his palm went numb. Old Mrs. Su was leaning over the table, covering her face, staring at her eldest grandson in disbelief, her eyes full of shock. Su Jinbong was also stunned. From where his mother had been standing, even if Xianghua's arm were twice as long, he shouldn't have been able to reach her. But the truth was right in front of them. The slap meant for Su Ning had somehow landed on his mother's face. Su Xianghua looked at his grandmother in horror, then at his own hand. How could he have hit her? Was it just his imagination? He looked down at his feet. Why had he moved so quickly? It was almost as if it had been an illusion. Su Ning's face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly under her loose clothes. To keep others from noticing, she suddenly knelt down with a thud. With deep emotion, she called out, "Mom, I knew you were always here. I've been listening to you, and changing myself. I'm no longer silent. I can now speak up and share my thoughts and needs. Mom, I'll be brave. With you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. Her performance was so vivid that the Sue family felt a chill run down their spines. Especially the old Mrs. Sue. After that real slap, she was completely convinced that there was a ghost in the house. Su Jinbong wanted to deny it, but after seeing everything with his own eyes, he couldn't explain it. Su Xianghua swallowed hard, his eyes darting around. He snapped impatiently, Su Ning, what's wrong with you? You are. A sharp pain made him cry out and jump up in fright. Then he fell back to the ground, curling up, pale and sweating. Su Ning's face turned even paler. She wiped her tears, though she was really wiping sweat, and said softly, Mom, it's enough that I know you're here. I believe Grandma, Dad, and Brother will treat me well, so please don't scare them anymore. She glanced at Su Xianghua's miserable state and thought, as long as there's air, I can still play a few tricks. Even if I can't hurt them, I'll make sure they never feel at ease. Su Jinbong's face darkened. He had seen clearly that no one had done anything, yet Xianghua's reaction couldn't be faked. Could that troublesome woman really have returned? His mind raced, but then his expression softened slightly. He pulled Su Ning up with a faint smile. Xiaoning, you used to be so quiet that your father worried about you. Now that you're more lively, I feel relieved. We're all one family. You're the smartest one, and I know you understand that when one of us prospers, we all do, and when one suffers, we all suffer. I admit, I was too focused on work before and didn't give you enough attention. You've been wronged, and I'll make it up to you. As he spoke, Su Jinbong took some money from his pocket and placed it in Su Ning's hand. Didn't you say last night you wanted fried dough sticks and soy milk this morning? It's too late to buy them now. Go freshen up, and we'll eat at the state-run restaurant before heading to work. Dad, you're so nice. This is my first time going to a state-run restaurant. I wonder if I'll get a chance to visit the department store too? I heard from the people at the textile factory that the department store is really big and it sells many things you can't find at the supply shops. But it's a pity. I've never had the chance to see it myself. A flash of dislike crossed Su Jinbong's eyes, but he still spoke gently. When you come back from work tonight, I'll give you some money. You can go whenever you have time. Great. Then I'll head to work now. After Su Ning left, the old Mrs. Su said nervously, This is so strange, son. Su Jinbong stopped her with a look. Mother, let's just go along with her for now. I'll find time to visit the Zhao family. Su Ning isn't young anymore. It's time to start thinking about her marriage. The old lady touched her face, still feeling the sting. But Su Jinbong glanced at his watch. That's enough for now. If anyone in the courtyard spreads rumors about Qing'e, just scold them back. Don't worry about what others think. He had to maintain his reputation, but his mother didn't need to care about appearances. No matter what, Qing'er's reputation must not be ruined. Otherwise, how could he face Wan Ting in the afterlife? He hadn't been able to stay faithful to Wan Ting in body, but his heart would always belong to her. He would never let the child she gave her life for suffer. Su Xianghua was still in shock, unable to think clearly. Seeing his state, Su Jinbong said, Xianghua, stay home and rest today. I'll take care of your leave. Xiaofeng, you should go to work now. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at her husband, full of mixed feelings, then left for work. When Su Jinbong went out, he realized that Su Ning had taken his bicycle. Even though anger burned inside him, he kept his usual calm expression and greeted everyone politely. Su Ning ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks, and even asked for a bowl of shredded pork noodles. Just as she was enjoying her meal and about to sigh with satisfaction, someone sat down across from her. Thinking it was just another customer sharing the table, she didn't even look up. But the other person spoke first. Su Ning, stop for a moment. I have something to tell you. Su Ning slurped a mouthful of noodles before looking up. Oh, wasn't this Zhao Yang, the fiancé her original self once liked? Before Su Ning could say anything, Zhao Yang continued, I already have someone I care about and you don't have feelings for me either. I think there's no need for our engagement to continue. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, this engagement was your family's way of making up for something, wasn't it? What now? Are you saying my mother's life can be brushed aside with just a few words? Zhao Yang replied, that's not what I meant. I'll always remember Aunt Zhang's kindness for saving my life. I can repay it in another way. A marriage without love won't bring happiness. If I marry you just to keep a promise, it would hurt both of us. You're Aunt Zhang's only child. I believe she wouldn't want to see you unhappy. Suning took a sip of soy milk. Don't make your ungratefulness sound so noble. If you truly remembered my mother's kindness, you wouldn't have embarrassed her daughter while still bound by an engagement. You've shown no loyalty or gratitude, and honestly, I don't care anymore. If you agree to my terms, I'll end the engagement and return the token. Zhao Yang's face darkened. It was my fault for breaking the promise first. If scolding me makes you feel better, then go ahead. Once you're done, tell me your condition. Suning gave a cold laugh. Why should I make things easier for you? If I scold you, I'd only lower my own dignity and ease your guilt.
Huh?
Zhao Yang, if it weren't for my mother, you would have drowned when you were 7. Now you're alive and well, free to love and chase happiness, while I no longer have a mother. People say a child with a mother is like a treasure, but one without is like a. Without my mother, I've become a that anyone can trample on. Her mother had lost her life, saving a child from the mud. The little girl had cried her heart out on the riverbank, but no matter how she called, her mother never woke again. At Jiang Xuemei's funeral, Zhao Pengfei, the head of the Zhao family and Zhao Yang's father, personally arranged the engagement between Zhao Yang and the original girl. He spoke solemnly, promising to treat her as his own daughter, so that the deceased could rest in peace. He even declared that no one but the girl herself had the right to interfere with the engagement and gave her a token of promise. However, despite Jiang Xuemei's selfless act of saving Zhao Yang, the Zhao family never truly accepted her daughter. After the first 2 years, they only sent small gifts during holidays and ignored her the rest of the time. They were polite in public but dismissive in private, something the Zhao family had mastered well. Su Ning, who had inherited everything from the original girl, naturally knew that she felt no affection for Zhao Yang, only resentment. If her mother hadn't saved Zhao Yang, she wouldn't have died and Su Ning's life wouldn't have been so hard. What made it worse was that Zhao Yang, despite being engaged, openly liked another girl, causing a scandal that deeply embarrassed Su Ning. With all that, how could she possibly have any feelings for him? Zhao Yang looked slightly guilty and softened his tone. I'm sorry, but I still can't continue with this engagement. Tell me your terms. I'll try to give you as much compensation as I can. Su Ning thought to herself, I couldn't be happier to end this. Otherwise, I'd still have to find ways to distance myself from you. She gave a bitter smile and said, if my mother knew this, she probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace. She never would have imagined that the person she saved would be the one to ruin her daughter's reputation. You know what happens to a woman who's rejected after an engagement. You can all give up on me, but I can't give up on myself. No matter how hard life gets, I'll keep going. I don't ask for much, just give me 5,000 yuan. Given the current times, 5,000 yuan was quite a large sum.
But she held the upper hand now.
Zhao Yang stared at her in disbelief. How much did you say? Su Ning raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Isn't the only son of the Zhao family worth at least that much? Why don't you think about it? How much is your life worth? As for the damage to my reputation, pay whatever you think is fair. I don't usually force people. Zhao Yang said coldly, you measure Aunt Zhang's kindness with money and stain her great deed with your greed. You don't deserve to be her daughter. I don't deserve it? Then why don't you take my place? Be adopted under my mother's name to repay her for saving your life? That way, you get what you want without spending a cent, and the engagement will be cancelled automatically. You're being unreasonable.
Su Ning nodded.
Since I already have that reputation, wouldn't it be a waste not to do something unreasonable? What if I tell everyone that Yun Qingqing made a mistake before marriage and is now expecting a child? What do you think will happen?
Zhao Yang jumped up.
Don't talk nonsense, you. Su Ning calmly ate her noodles, her eyes sharp. If there's already proof, it's easy to find out whether I'm lying or not. From Zhao Yang's expression, she knew her guess was right. Well, someone couldn't wait, huh? This was going to be interesting. Yun Qingqing was the niece of Su Muqing's aunt. Yun Qingqing spent most of her time at the Qin family's house, and so did Su Muqing. The two were as close as sisters. And the original Su Ning's dear sister had always had her eyes on Su Ning's fiancé. Now that her best friend had taken him away, who knew if their friendship would survive? Zhao Yang sat back down, took a deep breath, and asked, "How did you find out? Do I have to tell you? I'll give you the time it takes me to finish this bowl of noodles to decide. After that, the offer's gone." After all that talking, Su Ning's noodles had gone a bit soggy, but she still ate them with great appetite. Zhao Yang watched her rough movements with disgust. He felt sure of his decision. This woman was not fit to be his wife. But now she had the upper hand, and Qingqing's situation couldn't wait much longer. Still, 5,000 yuan was a huge amount for his family. It would hurt them badly. If he didn't agree, he couldn't be with Qingqing openly, and if Su Ning decided to cause trouble, it would ruin everything. His father's business was at a critical stage. There couldn't be any scandals. He couldn't risk his future either. But 5,000 yuan. Have you made up your mind? Su Ning's voice cut through the air like a warning. Zhao Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Is there really no room for discussion? He asked. Do you think your life is something you can bargain for? Zhao Yang looked at Su Ning's smug face, closed his eyes again, and said, Fine, I agree. But you must publish a notice in the newspaper to cancel our engagement, and I can't be the one at fault. Su Ning pouted. That's the second condition. As long as you pay enough, I can make sure not a single bad word about you appears in the paper. Zhao Yang was furious. How could Aunt Jiang have such a shameless daughter? Shameless? That word suits you and Yun Qingqing perfectly, Su Ning sneered. But you've reminded me, what's more important, pride or a comfortable life? Maybe I shouldn't cancel the engagement. I could marry you tomorrow, live well in your house, and even get some money from Yun Qingqing. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't care about reputation. But your parents and you, can you handle the trouble I'll cause? Food, a place to live, and money in my pocket. What a wonderful life. I've decided. Why go through hardships when I can have everything easily? I'm not that foolish. As Su Ning spoke, Zhao Yang imagined all kinds of disastrous scenes and saw Qingqing's tearful eyes in his mind. Stop, Zhao Yang said quickly. How much do you want? Not much, Su Ning replied. 5,000 to cancel the engagement, 1,000 for the newspaper announcement, and another 1,000 for the damage to my reputation. Of course, that doesn't include the cost of the newspaper ad. If you don't agree, I'll pack my things and move into your house tomorrow. Actually, I hope you refuse. I can already see a good life waiting for me. TSK. She had wasted her time pretending to be emotional, thinking he'd feel guilty. Being clever was the real way to win. As for all those moral arguments, like how saving someone was voluntary or how love shouldn't be about who came first, she didn't care who believed them. She only knew that if you didn't look out for yourself, no one else would. And since they had handed her the leverage, she would be a fool not to use it to her advantage. Zhao Yang's unreasonable and insulting words had already given her the perfect excuse. Zhao Yang looked at Su Ning as if she were a monster. Do you even understand the numbers you just said? You talk about money like it's nothing. Su Ning said, Great, I'll pack my things and move into your house tomorrow. This afternoon, I'll go to the newspaper and write a nice article praising your family for being so kind and grateful. I'll make sure that before I arrive at your house tomorrow, everyone in the neighborhood knows I've married into a good family. Zhao Yang realized coming to see Su Ning today was a big mistake. He shouldn't have come without telling his mother. Now he had not only alerted her, but also made things worse. If his mother had come to talk to Su Ning, with her skills, Su Ning wouldn't have been so bold. But now, there was no turning back. I agree to your terms, Zhao Yang said, but that's not a small amount. I need time to prepare. Ise, Su Ning replied. You're trying to delay things. I must be too free to waste time talking to you. I'll just go to your house tomorrow instead. I'm leaving now, I have to get to work. I also need to think about how to write that newspaper piece this afternoon. How can I describe your touching love story with Yun Qingqing so that everyone feels moved? After saying that, Su Ning stood up quickly and left, full of excitement. Zhao Yang rushed after her, but she was already on her bicycle. He ran up and grabbed the handlebars. Calm down. We could have solved this peacefully. Do you really want to make things worse for both of us? Hey, don't twist things around, Su Ning said. You're the one who has the choice now. Let go. Don't stop me from moving toward a better life. Zhao Yang took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, Tonight at 9, meet me at the entrance of Willow Alley. I'll bring the money. You give me the keepsake, and tomorrow you publish the notice. Su Ning gave a bitter smile. That much money, are you really willing to part with it? I don't mind your past anymore. Why don't we just keep our engagement? Your family wouldn't have to lose so much money, and you'd still get a wife. Isn't that a good deal? It would also help me start a better life.
Zhao Yang sneered inwardly.
He thought, of course, given his family's status, how could this woman not want to marry him? So all this drama, all these demands for money, were just a way to push him into marriage.
Ha!
What's the difference between such a calculating woman and a poisonous snake? He didn't want to drag things out. He had to make a clean break with her as soon as possible. Zhao Yang said seriously, Don't fool yourself. I will never marry you. I'll agree to all your conditions, but if you cause any more trouble and affect Qingqing, don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, 9 o'clock tonight. Watching Zhao Yang walk away, Su Ning narrowed her eyes. You'd better not cause trouble either, or I'll show you what being ruthless really means. In the textile factory workshop, Su Ning was carefully controlling her strength as she worked. All morning, she could feel several pairs of eyes watching her. She didn't need to look to know who they were, the women who wanted to take advantage of her free labor. As soon as the workday ended, Su Ning didn't waste a second and rushed straight to the cafeteria. The women looked at each other in surprise. What's wrong with Su Ning today? Who knows what's gotten into her? One of them said, frowning at her unfinished work. Su Ning had been working at the textile factory for over a year, not long but not short either. During that time, she had always bought the same simple meal, one small coarse grain bun. She would cut it in half, one half for lunch, the other for dinner. Her meal was just half a bun and a big bowl of free scallion soup. So when she walked into the cafeteria today and bought not only a bowl of white rice but also braised pork with potatoes and cabbage stewed with glass noodles, the only two fancy dishes available, everyone was curious. A cheerful worker with two braids sat across from her. Comrade Su Ning, may I ask why you're eating differently today?
Su Ning smiled.
Before, my grandmother was very sick, and I didn't dare spend a single extra penny. Now I don't have to hand over all my wages to the family, so I decided to treat myself to the braised pork I've been craving for over a year. Oh, I see. No wonder you worked so hard and saved every bit before. Su Ning smiled again and focused on her meal. The rice was delicious, and the braised pork smelled amazing. The sauce mixed with the rice, it was simply perfect. Watching Su Ning eat with great enjoyment, the woman who had spoken to her earlier swallowed hard, smelling the aroma of braised pork while eating her plain noodles. Su Ning spoke loudly enough for the nearby women, who were already puzzled, to hear her clearly. They exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unease. As soon as Su Ning left the cafeteria, several women stopped her. Su Ning, can we talk? Su Ning smiled and said, What's this? You've already made me work for you for over a year, and that's still not enough? You want to keep taking advantage of me? Su Ning, watch your words. You didn't help us for free. We gave you something in return. Su Ning gave a short laugh. You know very well whether it was fair or not. But it's all in the past, so let's not talk about it. From now on, I won't do that again. Good luck, model workers. To her, it had clearly been bullying and exploitation. But from the original Su Ning's point of view, she had used her limited strength to gain a few small benefits. Even though the deal was unfair, those benefits gave her a bit of value at home and bought her some time to plan for herself. Even if she worked herself to exhaustion, she had kept up that unequal exchange. Since the original Su Ning had agreed to it, she wouldn't argue about it now. But now that she was here, She wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of again.
Suke since na.
Suning, if you openly go against us like this, aren't you afraid of losing your job? I suggest you keep doing things the way you used to, or else. Suning glanced at her. I wonder if team leader Su knows that his niece not only has more power than he does, but also treats the textile factory like her own property. If she doesn't like someone, she just wants to fire them. With such ability, comrade Su Kurson, it's a shame you're not more well-known. I should help spread the word for you. The women panicked, especially Su Kurson. Their strange deal with Su Ning over the past year and their titles as model workers had only been possible because team leader Su had turned a blind eye. If this matter became public, not only would they be punished, but Su Kurson's uncle would also be implicated. Su Kurson quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what it means when people say trouble comes from careless words? If you want to give up on yourself, fine, but don't drag us down with you." Humph. We helped you out of kindness because you were struggling to even get a meal, but you don't appreciate it. You turn your back on us after crossing the bridge. We really misjudged you.
Oh.
Such great kindness you've shown. Do you think I should be grateful? Don't pretend to be confused when you know exactly what's going on. I don't want to be your enemy, but I'm not afraid of conflict either. After all, someone with nothing to lose doesn't fear those who do. We all know how your so-called model worker title was earned. Don't provoke me, and we can all get along peacefully. Otherwise. Humph. After speaking, Su Ning straightened her back and walked away confidently. Threats? She could give them just as well as anyone else. The afternoon passed quietly, but Su Ning couldn't feel happy. She had the strength of an ox, yet she spent the whole day struggling with threads thinner than hair. It was truly exhausting. Her nerves had been tense all day, and she felt even more tired than after a full day of hard labor. If she weren't worried that a sudden change might cause unexpected trouble, she would have asked to transfer to the warehouse as a porter. After a long day with the transport team, Zhao Yang hurried home. When he arrived, his mother, Wu Minhui, was already there. Seeing her son rush in, sweating, she asked, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Yang gulped down a glass of water, gathered his thoughts, and said, "Mom, I need a large sum of money." Wu Minhui didn't refuse right away. Instead, she asked, "Can you tell me why you need so much money?" "I want to break off my engagement with Su Ning. She's asking for 7,000 yuan as compensation." Wu Minhui frowned and looked at her only son. That girl seemed sweet when she was little, but she's become less impressive as she grew up. She really isn't fit to be part of our Zhao family. But since the engagement was made because of a life-saving favor, breaking it off suddenly would make people talk. I had already thought of a way to end the engagement without damaging our reputation. I didn't expect you to act on your own. If you agreed to her terms and came back asking me for money, she must have found a way to pressure you. A trace of unease crossed Zhao Yang's face. "Mom, please don't ask anymore. Just think of this 7,000 yuan as me borrowing it from you. Next year, I'll start working long-distance routes, and I'll earn the money back." He couldn't let his mother know that Qingqing was pregnant. If she found out, her opinion of Qingqing would drop sharply. That would make marrying Qingqing even harder and could hurt their future relationship. Once he started working away from home, he might be gone for a month or two at a time. Qingqing was so gentle and innocent. If she didn't get along with his mother, she would probably cry alone under the blanket. Wu Minhui glanced at her son. She understood exactly what he was thinking. She didn't think highly of Su Ning, and she liked Yun Qingqing even less, someone who looked gentle but was actually calculating and narrow-minded. Wu Minhui took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Zhao Yang's forehead. "What silly things are you saying? I'm your mother. Why would you need to borrow money from me? You're my only son. Everything your father and I have earned belongs to you. We just want you to find a good partner and live a happy life. If the engagement with Su Ning is over, then let it be. 7,000 yuan is almost all our savings, but nothing is more important than your happiness. But you must make things clear. Don't let the money be spent and the relationship still be unclear. We can't let others gossip about it." Zhao Yang was deeply moved. He had always known his mother loved him, but only now did he realize how deep that love truly was. Even after he had made such a mess, she didn't scold him once. Instead, she offered all the family's savings to support his decision. Grasping her hand tightly, Zhao Yang said with emotion, "Mom, thank you. Don't worry, I'll earn the money back. I'll also take good care of you and Dad in the future. I've arranged to meet Suning tonight at 9 o'clock at the entrance of Willow Lane. We'll exchange the money and the engagement token. She'll then publish a notice in the newspaper to officially end the engagement, and she can't write anything that harms our family's reputation. She's someone without much support. Her mother passed away, and her father doesn't care much about her, so she probably won't dare to cause trouble. Once the notice is published, even if Su Jinbong has other plans, it'll be too late." That was also one of the reasons why he went to see Su Ning first instead of talking to Su Jinbong. After all, that old fox would never agree to let go of the Zhao family's great fortune. Zhao Yang also knew that the family's savings left after his grandfather passed away had always been hidden at home. So even if he needed the money right away, his mother could take it out. Wu Minhui glanced at the time. "It's getting late. Wait here, I'll go get the money for you." There were only 3 people in the Zhao family. After Zhao Yang started working, Wu Minhui had gradually told him about the family situation. So there was nothing to hide now. It was the year 1970, and the largest bill was 10 yuan. 7,000 yuan was quite a heavy amount. Wu Minhui came out carrying a large black canvas bag, stuffed full. "Do you need me to go with you?" "Mom, I'm grown up now. I can handle things on my own. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Wu Minhui handed the bag to Zhao Yang. "You've always been the most capable in my eyes. I trust you. Be careful on the way." From the window, she watched Zhao Yang ride away on his bicycle. Then she quickly left the house, got on her own bike, and disappeared into the night. Zhao Yang arrived at the entrance of Yanglu Alley. He looked around to make sure no one was there, then shone his flashlight on his watch. It was 10 minutes to 9. The hands of the watch ticked steadily. When the hour hand pointed to 9 and the minute hand to 12, Su Ning still hadn't shown up. He began to feel uneasy. Could Su Ning have changed her mind? Was she still planning to marry him no matter what? Would she try to threaten Qingqing again? Anger rose in Zhao Yang's heart, but he also thought about what he would do if Su Ning really went back on her word. How could he end things cleanly and stay with Qingqing without causing trouble? Meanwhile, Su Ning, her hair messy and face covered with a handkerchief, was wearing a torn sheet like a cloak. She easily overpowered a strong man in his 30s, pressing him to the ground. Nearby lay an unconscious woman. Su Ning punched the man again and again, releasing all the frustration she had held in all day. The man didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before he fainted. Su Ning picked up the flashlight that had fallen to the ground and shone it on the unconscious woman's face. Su Ning had actually arrived a while ago, but instead of going straight to Willow Alley, she disguised herself and waited on the road that Zhao's family had to pass. She saw Zhao Yang pass by, and just as she expected, soon a man and a woman came riding bicycles. The woman's voice sounded anxious as she whispered, "Go through this alley. You must get there before Xiao Yang. Make sure to make some noise. After tonight, you won't have to stay single anymore." Su Ning couldn't stand it any longer. In the face of real strength, any scheme was nothing but an empty threat. She took everything valuable from Wu Minhui, her watch, money, and clothes that looked plain but were actually of good quality, as well as her leather shoes. She did the same to the strong man, taking all his valuable belongings. Wearing a watch, dressed well, and clearly well-fed, your life doesn't seem bad. Yet you're still single? Who would believe that? Humph, maybe you two should just be together. Su Ning dragged them to a more hidden spot and left them there. What would happen next was up to fate. She then put both bicycles and flashlights into her storage space and ran toward Willow Alley. As she ran, she tidied her messy hair and braided it neatly. She took off the ragged sheet she had been using as a disguise, rolled it up, and tossed it onto a tree branch. When Su Ning reached the entrance of Willow Alley, she was only 10 minutes later than the agreed time. "Well, you're early," Su Ning said as she stepped out of the darkness. Zhao Yong let out a sigh of relief when he saw her. I'm not early, you're late. I brought what you asked for. Where's what I want? Suning thought his words sounded a bit strange. Of course, I brought it. I was reluctant at first, but since you've shown such sincerity, I should do the same. Here, a pen and paper. If you're worried I might go back on my word or bother Yun Qingqing, you can write a note with the conditions we agreed on. With that in writing, even if I change my mind later, I won't have a chance to go back on it. How's that for sincerity? Oh, right. I haven't read much, so I really can't think of what to write for tomorrow's newspaper notice. You can write it for me too. I'll just take the draft with me tomorrow. Seeing that Su Ning was being reasonable and not making trouble, Zhao Yang let out a deep sigh of relief. Since he was giving away such a large sum of money, he definitely needed a written record to prevent Su Ning from going back on her word. Zhao Yang took out a notebook, held a flashlight under his arm, and started writing quickly. He didn't notice the meaningful smile on Su Ning's face. After finishing, Zhao Yang carefully read it 3 times to make sure there were no mistakes or loopholes, then signed his name. He handed it to Su Ning, who looked it over and accepted it with satisfaction. She took off a string from her neck, which had a small safety charm hanging from it. Throwing it to Zhao Yang, she said, "You're free now." Zhao Yang also took out a black canvas bag and handed it to Su Ning.
Count it now.
I won't admit to anything later. That was only fair. Trusting his family's honesty was about as likely as a pig climbing a tree. Su Ning placed the bag on the ground. Inside were neat stacks of brand new bills. She didn't have time to count them one by one, so she quickly checked to make sure there were no fake ones hidden inside. Maybe Wu Minhui believed she had the ability to bring the money back untouched. There were no fakes. Su Ning slung the bag over her shoulder. There were 2 copies of the written agreement. She kept one for herself and smiled. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. But about our deal, I suggest you keep it to yourself. Not even your sweetheart should know. Otherwise, if people find out you could get such a large amount of money in one day, your father's rivals might become very interested in how your family saves money. This agreement may bring peace of mind, but in the right hands, it could also be quite useful. Only then did Zhao Yang realize that Su Ning had set a trap for him, and the worst part was, he had helped dig it himself. Grinding his teeth, Zhao Yang said, "Su Ning, you're shameless." Su Ning slapped him across the face. Even though she held back her strength, Zhao Yang still fell to the ground. Have I spoiled you too much, or do you just think too highly of yourself? Grandma, now that you have the money and leverage, who still tolerates your bad habits? Zhao Yang sat on the ground, covering his face in disbelief, staring at Su Ning as if he had seen a ghost. You dare hit me? Su Ning kicked him again, knocking him away and hitting the wall before stopping. Now, do you believe this isn't a dream? Zhao Yang was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Some people spend their whole lives trying to reach Rome, while others are born there. Except for the time Jiang Xuemei saved him, Zhao Yang, who has never faced hardships, is experiencing his first humiliation and loss of dignity. And the person humiliating him is someone he looked down on. Zhao Yang was furious and full of hatred. Su Ning, I will make you pay for what you did today. Su Ning tuklet reali. I'm looking forward to it. Will you be the one paying the price first? Or will your family get into trouble? Zhao Yang suspected that maybe your mother found you in the bathroom? Otherwise, with your cunning and sneaky parents, how could they have given birth to someone as foolish as you? If you had even a little sense, even if you were a dragon, you'd be under my control. Otherwise, if I get upset, I might not publish tomorrow's newspaper, or I might say something I shouldn't. I wonder if your father can handle the scrutiny of the organization, especially with Yun Qingqing, who's secretly involved with you. Su Ning, iapolokise. I shouldn't have said those harsh words. Although Zhao Yang wasn't very smart, he understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately apologized to Su Ning. But deep inside, Zhao Yang couldn't let go of his hatred and kept telling himself that revenge is worth waiting for. Su Ning rolled her eyes. Wouldn't it have been better if you had just behaved? You really deserve a beating. But then she asked, did you forget about the cost of publishing the notice? Zhao Yang almost bit his tongue in frustration. He had given her 7,000 yuan, and now this greedy, petty person was still arguing over the cost of the notice? He endured the pain from his internal organs shifting and searched his pockets, managing to gather only 3.75 yuan. Suning snatched the money and tooted. That's not enough. How about I take this watch of yours as partial payment? While speaking, Suning rudely snatched the watch from Zhao Yang's hand. Zhao Yang winced in pain, grimacing and sweating profusely. You. He was about to speak again but met Suning's cold gaze, so he swallowed his words and anger. As Suning got up and passed by the bicycle, she gently kicked it with her left foot, causing the fallen bike to stand upright. I've thought about it. Taking a loss isn't worth it.
You can keep the bike.
We're even now. She then lifted her leg, sat on the bike, hummed a tune, and left confidently. Zhao Yang, in pain, was too weak to stop her. He could only watch her back disappear into the night. Suning, once everything settles, you'll regret this. Suning returned to the Sun family courtyard empty-handed. As soon as she stepped through the gate, Grandma Luo excitedly ran over. Suning, you're back. Suning thought, if I hadn't seen that fiery spark in your eyes, burning fiercely, I might have thought you missed me a lot. Grandma Luo, is something wrong? Grandma Luo gestured dramatically. Big trouble. Something serious has happened. Today, 2 police officers came and asked for the Sun family. Not long after, your grandma cried and left with them. Your dad and brother haven't come back yet. They probably got called away too. Who knows if they'll return? It's so unfair, such a tragedy. Grandma Luo, do the judges in the underworld know you took their job? Be careful, they might come looking for you tonight. Grandma Luo was caught off guard. What? But what responded was Suning's back. Once she understood what Suning meant, her wrinkled face immediately darkened. Pfft, that girl, no wonder she's not liked. Serves her right. She glared fiercely at the Sun family house before twisting her old waist and heading back to her own home. Suning didn't care at all about what the Sun family was doing. After she had looted the kitchen, many supplies hadn't been replenished. When the police arrived, Grandma Luo was probably cooking. There were still half-cooked potato slices in the pot, a steamer full of steamed buns, and a small bowl of egg and scallion soup. Suning did not start a fire to cook potato slices again. Instead, she ate 2 steamed buns with egg and scallion soup. She quickly washed up and then lay on the bed to rest her eyes. After more than an hour, Suning, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. She easily unlocked Su Jinbong's door. His room was the biggest in the house and had the most furniture. At Wan Xiao's place, she didn't find any real evidence, but that woman was quite wealthy. That woman had 3 hidden compartments inside her bedroom, inside the wall, under the floor, and in the ceiling beams, all filled with money, gold bars, and jewelry. But now, she had swapped the treasures. Her real valuables were in her space, and the compartments were filled with stones. Suning stood inside Su Jinbong's room. Using her space ability, she sensed everything within range. As long as there was air, even the most hidden compartments could be found. After some effort, she opened a hidden compartment and saw a lot of treasures. She wasn't surprised at all. Following the same method, she replaced the treasures with stones. What interested her was a small locked box. She had a feeling that what she was looking for might be inside. She didn't bother unlocking it carefully. She simply broke the lock with her hands. When she opened the small box, there was nothing valuable inside, only some letters and a notebook. She didn't look at the letters first. Instead, she opened the notebook and flipped through a few pages. Her brow furrowed deeply. Suning closed the notebook and took a deep breath. Su Jinbong, you're even more ruthless than I thought. She put everything into her space and restored Su Jinbong's room to its original state. She placed a pearl on Su Jinbong's desk and quietly returned to her small space. Back in her small space, Suning closed the door and immediately took out the notebook again. She turned on her flashlight and examined it carefully. The more she looked, the angrier she became. The more she looked, the more she wanted to tear Su Jinbong apart with her bare hands. A good person shouldn't do such things. He chose to become a beast. After reading the entire notebook, Suning tore out blank sheets and copied the contents by hand, one page at a time. She spent a full half-hour copying everything from a notebook. After opening the letter and reading it, I couldn't help but wonder, does Su Jinbong truly love Chinwanting? If he really loved someone, would he team up with others to scheme against her family? Would he act like a rat in a sewer, draining their wealth? Su Jinbong truly exemplifies greed, as he greedily swallows everything like a snake. He guards such a large fortune, but still doesn't forget to cut costs at work. Before Chun Wanting died, Su Jinbong colluded with Yuan Xiaoro. After Chun Wanting's death, Su Jinbong's mood was affected, and he showed signs of trouble, which Jiang Xueme noticed. Jiang Xueme, who always looks on the bright side, hadn't found solid evidence yet, but was framed by Su Jinbong and lost her innocence, being forced into a difficult situation. There's a saying that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Does this scoundrel have other hiding places? I hope Su Jinbong isn't too surprised when he sees the pearl left on his desk. It wasn't until midnight that the Su family showed signs of activity. Su Jinbong supported his deeply saddened wife as they returned home. His wife was crying sadly at the table, but tried to keep her voice down. "My dear grandson, who is this heartless scoundrel who ruined my good grandson?" Su Jinbong sat silently with a grim face, eyes flickering with anger, but no one knew what he was thinking. "Jinbong, please, I beg you. Find a good doctor to treat Xiangdong. And catch the culprit. We can't let Xiangdong suffer this injustice in vain." "Wah. My dear grandson has broken 8 ribs, his joints are bruised all over, and his right leg is useless. He even hurt his brain, and is still unconscious. We must catch the culprit and avenge Xiangdong." Su Jinbong patted his mother's shoulder. "Mom, stop crying. I will avenge Xiangdong. You need to stay calm and not cry too much, or you'll hurt your health. Xiangdong still needs your care. Tomorrow, I will visit the Qin family and ask Muqing to come back and help take care of Xiangdong. Muqing is grown up now. Staying at her uncle's house all the time isn't good. After thinking carefully, the most likely reason is robbery, since the station area is crowded and chaotic. There have been similar incidents before. But because of that, finding the culprit is very difficult. Still, no matter how hard it is, even if it means using shady connections, I must catch the criminal." Mrs. Su choked up and asked, "Could it be related to that wicked woman from the Bai family? Xiangdang went to the station to see her off and then got hurt. Maybe that wicked woman colluded with others to scheme for money and harmed Xiangdang? I've always known that woman isn't good. Maybe she's involved with other men while pretending to care for Xiangdang. Otherwise, why did only Xiangdang get hurt and not others? It must be connected to that wicked woman. Son, you must not let her go," Su Jinbong frowned. Although he also saw that Bai Shao Jia wasn't a good person, his mother's suspicion seemed unlikely. The Bai family situation isn't wealthy, and Bai Shao Jia isn't particularly beautiful. With their family's connections, the Su family might be the highest they can reach. Plus, Xiangdang has been devoted to her despite the family's opposition. No matter what she's after by hanging around Xiangdang, it's impossible that she would give up such a money-making opportunity while Xiangdang is sincerely pursuing her. "Mom, don't worry. No matter who the culprit is, I won't let him get away. The most important thing now is to take good care of Xiangdang. Once he wakes up, we might find out the truth. You should go back and rest. There's still a lot to do tomorrow."
Wah.
"I can't sleep. My good grandson is in the hospital, unconscious, and we don't know if he's alive or dead. Mom, you know Xiangdang's condition is a long-term test for our family. You need to take care of yourself first, so you can take care of him." Mrs. Su wiped her tears and said, "Muqing has never suffered before. How can she take care of others? We asked someone to check the supply and marketing cooperative's work, but there's no news. The street office is increasing efforts to promote knowledge youth go into the countryside, and I even heard a rumor that it might become mandatory instead of voluntary. It could happen anytime. I usually don't even let Muqing wash a bowl. If she goes to the countryside, how will she survive? The textile factory work is tough, but it's better than living in the countryside. Let Suning come back to take care of Xiangdong and give her job to Muqing." It may be hard, but she should manage for now. Look for better work later, and once the supply and marketing cooperative has a clear plan, switch back. Also, don't go to the Zhao family yet. Suning is still useful at home. If the policy is implemented, let Suning go to the countryside. Giving Suning's work to Muqing so she can take care of Xiangdong is fine with Su Zhenbang. But Suning is the link that keeps the relationship with the Zhao family strong. Although their relationship has been lukewarm these years, they still owe her a life-saving favor. If the Zhao family cares about their reputation, they won't refuse marriage. Once Suning gets married, the family ties between the two families will be firm. Zhao Pengfei's family is simple, but behind him, the Zhao family's influence is deep and complex. Making the marriage official is only good for the Su family. Su's wife hesitated for a moment, then said, with Suning's narrow-minded personality, how could the Zhao family look up to her? Although Jiang Xuemei saved her, Jiang Xuemei is a daughter-in-law of the Su family, and Muqing is like her own daughter. If the marriage is changed to Muqing, the Zhao family will definitely be happy. After all, Muqing's uncle is much better than Suning's uncle. Su Zhenbang frowned and said, the Zhao family's reputation matches Muqing, but that young man from the Zhao family isn't very good. He has a marriage promise but has caused many jokes. There's no need to rush this now, we can wait and see. It was already 2 a.m., so he decided to rest first. Zhao Pengfei returned home around 10 o'clock. The house was dark and quiet. He went to his bedroom and saw the bed neatly made. He checked his son's room but found no one. Although he was worried, he didn't go out looking for them. He thought they might have gone to his father-in-law's house. Zhao Pengfei made himself a cup of tea. Before he could drink it, there was a loud bang. The door opened from outside. He turned around and saw his precious son covering his face, blood seeping through his fingers, walking in with a pained expression. Zhao Pengfei was alarmed. Xiaoyang, what happened? Xiaoyang removed his hand from his face, which was bloody and dirt-stained, almost making Zhao Pengfei faint. Dad, I'll take you to the hospital to treat the wounds first. We'll talk later. Xiaoyang endured the pain and said, Dad, there's a first aid kit at home. Please help me treat it first. I was riding my bike carefully when suddenly a child ran out. I couldn't avoid in time, and not only did I fall, but I also hit the child. The child was badly hurt. I didn't have enough money, so I had to pay for the bike damage as well. The other person finally agreed not to pursue the matter, and they promised not to cause trouble at my workplace. Today has been very unlucky for me, especially at the hospital. I don't want to go back there. Zhao Yang is also a tough person. The bruise on his face is very obvious. He couldn't bear the shame, so he just covered his face with a bandage. Telling such a lie was a good way to cover up the fact that he lost his bike. Although many questions come up from this story, Zhao Pengfei can't think about that now. He quickly finds a first aid kit to treat his son's wound.
Ow.
Dad, be gentle. Zhao Pengfei says, I'm being careful. You need to pick out the sand from your wound, or it might get infected and maybe even ruin your face. It's just a small scrape. It can't be that serious, right? Xiaoyang feels a bit nervous. If he really ruins his face, he won't have anywhere to cry. Now you're afraid. Your father's been telling you every day to be careful and not to rush things. Why did you let your ears listen to everything without thinking? Now you've learned your lesson, right? Xiaoyang feels exhausted and bitter, and his hatred for Suning grows even more. Where's my mom? Xiaoyang just realized she hasn't been around since he got back. I don't know. Your mom didn't leave me a message. When I came back, I didn't see her. She probably went to your grandpa's place.
Sigh.
Your grandpa's health is getting worse. I don't know if he'll make it through this year. If my uncle keeps causing trouble, surviving this year will be very difficult. Zhao Pengfei snorts. They say raising children is for old age. Your grandpa's barbecue is better than raising your uncle. You little brat, if you follow your uncle's example, even if you're my only son, I would definitely kick you out and cut ties. Oh, Dad, be gentle. Don't take your anger at uncle out on me. I'm still hurt. With you and Mom watching over me every day, I can't even grow crooked. Don't worry, Dad. I'm doing pretty well at the transport team. I've learned a lot, and next year I can start long-distance driving. After taking the medicine, Xiaoyang looked at his father and nervously told him about breaking off the engagement with Suning.
What?
You guys used that money. Zhao Pengfei closed his eyes and swallowed all his emotions. Do you still see me as your father? Such a big thing, and you didn't discuss it with me? Your mother is also very foolish, acting so blindly. Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused us? Xiaoyang moved his mouth and said, Dad, I don't like Suning. If I have to marry her, I would rather stay single for my whole life. I know that's a lot of money. I can start long-distance driving next year and earn more. I will make back that money. Zhao Pengfei really wanted to turn his son upside down and shake the water out of his head. Is it just about the money? It's about our family's safety. Suddenly taking out such a large sum, even if we are fine, others will think we have problems. Do you know how many eyes are watching us behind our backs? There are many ways to cancel the engagement, but you and your mother chose the stupidest one. How much water has gotten into your heads? You are working now. How much is your monthly salary? Don't you know your own finances? What kind of family can come up with 7,000 yuan in just one day? Your actions are no different from waiting for the axe to fall after washing your neck. Seeing his father so angry he was about to jump, Xiaoyang still forced himself to talk about the documents. Zhao Pengfei was so angry he laughed. Ha! I was wrong. Compared to your uncle, you are even worse. Your uncle at most got angry at your grandfather, but you're something else. You're just about to send your parents to the execution platform. Xiaoyang suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, feeling the pain from the injury caused by Suning's kick, sweating profusely.
Dad, I'm sorry.
I am useless. I am stupid, caught in someone else's trap without knowing it. I know you're angry. You can hit me or scold me, but please don't keep it inside. Zhao Pengfei paced around the room, took a few deep breaths, and asked, Tell me honestly, how did you get hurt? At this point, Xiaoyang didn't dare lie. He told him everything that happened tonight. Zhao Pengfei trembled with anger, pointing at Xiaoyang. You. How could I have a son as foolish as you? Xiaoyang lowered his head, afraid to look up at his father's disappointed face.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I was wrong. Zhao Pengfei closed his eyes to calm his emotions. After a few minutes, he reached out and helped his son to stand. It's not entirely your fault. Your mom and I protected you too well, let you live too smoothly. We didn't let you see how cruel the world can be. Although this lesson was costly, maybe only like this will you remember.
Every setback teaches us something.
Son, your parents can't protect you forever. You need to grow up. Let's go to the hospital, he said. Tears welled up in Zhao Yang's eyes. He realized how big his mistake was only after it happened. He wasn't afraid of his father hitting him. He was afraid of disappointing him. Dad, there's no need to go to the hospital. You've had a busy day, and I've caused you so much trouble. I'm sorry. Zhao Pengfei put on his coat. Things happen and we need to find a way to fix them. But there's no rush. You need to see your injuries. Today, I want to tell you another lesson. Face is important, but not more than health. Remember this. If your skin is gone, where will your hair grow? If your health is gone, what's the point of saving face? Stop hesitating. Let's go to the hospital. Even though my son is often careless, I still can't bear to hurt him. How dare you hurt him like this? That young girl, so inexperienced, dares to pick a fight with a lion? Humph. I will make you understand what greed and overconfidence lead to, self-inflicted consequences. Mrs. Su, who hadn't slept all night, saw the sky turn pale and started boiling porridge in the kitchen. She thought, maybe after a night, Xiang Dang would wake up. Xiang Dang loved her porridge, especially with a soy sauce steamed egg. He could eat 2 big bowls. Su Ning, get up and start the fire, she shouted angrily. Su Ning turned over and kept sleeping. At that moment, a cold breeze blew through the kitchen window. Mrs. Su shivered suddenly, realizing that maybe there was still a ghost in the house. Grandma Su swallowed hard, unsure if Jiang Xuemai or that ghost heard their conversation last night. Neither she nor her son noticed anything unusual, so maybe they didn't hear it? Her eyes narrowed. When she was alive, she couldn't beat her. Now she's a ghost, and she wants to climb on her head and cause trouble. Humph. That wicked person, no. That wicked ghost. Just wait for me. When I find my treasure, I will make you disappear completely, so you won't scare anyone anymore. Grandma Sue cast a sharp, hidden glare at the door of the small room. Just then, a cold breeze blew in from outside. She quickly looked away. She kept silently praying, Amit Ba, Amit Ba. Hearing some movement outside, Grandma Sue immediately dropped her shovel and hurried over. Her usual back and leg pains were gone at this moment. Son, it's still early. Why are you up so soon? Grandma Sue stood close to her son, thinking that a man's strong energy would keep that wicked ghost away. Su Zhenbang looked at the dark circles under her eyes and felt uneasy too. Mom, go back to sleep. I'll visit Xiangdong at the hospital first, then go to work. Grandma Sue shook her head. I can't sleep. Lying down makes me uncomfortable. I've cooked porridge and made soy sauce steamed eggs. You should eat a little. Let's go to the hospital together. Xianghua and his wife also need to go to work. The hospital can't be short of staff. Once Muqing has returned Su Ning, we'll have enough people. After saying this, Grandma Sue didn't feel anything strange. Her body relaxed. She was right. Her son's strong energy scared that wicked ghost. At this moment, Grandma Sue completely forgot that when her son was beside her, she had even been slapped. Because she was afraid, she didn't notice Su Zhenbang's strange behavior. Su Ning, what are you doing? Grandma Sue returned to the kitchen and saw Su Ning happily eating soy sauce steamed eggs. Su Ning calmly said, such an obvious question. Do I need to ask? I'm having breakfast. Grandma, are you blind or what? Grandma Sue hurried over and saw only a little broth left in the bowl. She had steamed 8 eggs, and this wicked person had eaten them all. The old woman shouted angrily, Su Ning. Su Ning scratched his ear and cheerfully said, Hey, Grandma, I'm here. Grandma, your cooking is really good. Thank you for preparing breakfast so early. Grandma, you are such a kind person. Sue's wife. I swear, she's a great person. Sue's wife. I curse her to be a great person. Sue's wife, feeling frustrated, used her strongest voice, like a lion's roar, to say, Su Ning, you. Su Zhenbang interrupted her, saying, Mom, let it go, Su Ning. Just eat it. It's early in the morning. There's no need to make a fuss. Sue's wife felt a lump in her chest, her face turning red and her expression dark. Seeing his mother like this, Su Zhenbang usually would try to comfort her. But now his mind was so muddled that he had no energy for anything else. The pearl on his desk hit him like a heavy, making him faint. After checking, most of his savings had turned to stone, but that wasn't the worst part. The things in the small box were the real danger, hanging over him. They were meant to be kept for emergencies, but now they felt like a curse. No one knew that when Su Zhenbang found the items missing, he was so angry he coughed up blood. Even worse, he had no idea who took them. The hidden hand that could push him into despair was somewhere out of sight. He stayed awake all night, trying to figure it out but couldn't. Su Zhenbang looked at Su Ning and said, Su Ning, come with me. Su's wife looked at her son, who looked upset, thinking he was going to scold Su Ning for her. She felt a little better, realizing she almost made a mistake earlier. Since Su Ning caused trouble yesterday morning, everyone in the yard was probably watching the Su family. At this critical moment, she cursed Su Ning early in the morning, which only proved Su Ning's words. Was she a heartless old woman? Sigh, old people really can't think straight anymore. But her son was still clear-headed. Su Ning, what time did you come back last night? Su Zhenbang looked at Su Ning, trying to read something from her eyes. Su Ning calmly replied, Since I started work, I've been coming back at the same time every day. Dad, do you think I work hard? Do you see how much I worry about this family? Are you feeling touched? No need. This is what I should do. If you really feel guilty, just give me 100 or 200 yuan so I can eat better. Su Zhenbang didn't see any signs of change in Su Ning's calm eyes, but her change made him frown. What is the reason for Su Ning's change? Is it just because of some ghost? Su Zhenbang looked at Su Ning with a confused expression. You start with 100 or 200 yuan. Do you think I am worth that much? Su Ning shook her head gently and said, Not worth it, Su Jinbong. Suning seriously said, if I really wanted to sell, with your current appearance and strength, you'd definitely be picked over. In the end, it would probably be someone with poor financial conditions who takes you. That 100 or 200 yuan is just a dream. But if the price is 1 or 2 yuan, there might still be someone willing to buy. Dad, I give my salary every month, don't I? Is our family really that poor? Do you have to sell yourself? At first, Su Jinbong didn't understand, but after he realized, he was so angry he trembled all over and slapped the table. The teapot and cups on the table shook. Su Jinbong gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, What nonsense are you talking about? Suning suddenly jumped back, exaggeratedly patting her chest. Oh my goodness. Dad, calm down, don't get angry. The more you get angry, the more you lose face. 1 or 2 yuan isn't much. After all, you're getting old. You need to face reality and not be unrealistic. It's okay, take it slow. Maybe after more regular customers come, the market will improve. Su Jinbong, trembling with anger, raised his hand and slapped Suning. Bang! The solid slap hit the wall, making his arm numb and his palm burn with pain. His head felt like it was buzzing. As the slap landed, Suning immediately crouched down, then stood up with wide eyes and said, Hey Dad, you're not worth much, and it's not the wall's fault. Why are you taking your anger out on it? TSK, luckily this wall is sturdy. If it had a big hole, you might have to sell yourself again just to fix it. You originally had a poor situation, but you can't handle reckless actions. Su Jinbong never thought he would get so angry that he wanted to hurt someone. Oh, I have to go to work now. Dad, you need to take care of your health. Don't be too aggressive. It's better to take things slowly. The bride price for the second brother's wedding and the dowry for the eldest sister's marriage still need your part-time job income to support them.
Trash.
Get out of here. Get out. Get out. Suning walked away feeling refreshed. Su Jinbong was so angry he staggered a few steps and almost lost his balance. It was his wife who heard the noise and hurried over to help him steady himself. Son, what's wrong? Where's Suning? Su Jinbong took a few deep breaths before barely calming his fiery anger.
I'm fine.
Don't mention that beast to me. His wife had never seen him so angry before. Don't be upset. It's just a little beast. Mom will handle her. Mom has prepared porridge for you. Eat some first, then we can go to the hospital. Even though Su Jinbong was full of anger, he knew this wasn't the time to be stubborn. He forced himself to drink some porridge. A good body was necessary to face the dangers when storms come. Suning still took Su Jinbong's bicycle, went to the factory to ask for a day off, then headed to the newspaper office. Not only Zhao Yang was eager to cancel the engagement, but she was also anxious. When Suning arrived at the newspaper, she found the staff responsible for that section. Thanks to her financial ability, everything went smoothly. What Suning didn't know was that Zhao Pengfei, who didn't show up, watched her leave the newspaper office. After confirming with the staff that the article was fine, he allowed it to be published. Fortunately, Zhao Pengfei valued his reputation and didn't try to manipulate the publication process. Suning rode her bike all over the streets, taking care of everything she needed to do. It wasn't until nightfall that she pedaled back to the Su family courtyard. When she entered, she met Mrs. Luo again. Oh, is it raining red rain from the sky? Or has the Su girl changed her ways and come back so early? Wow, you're even riding your dad's bike. Suning glanced at the energetic old lady. Grandma Luo, you should live by the sea. Grandma Luo looked at Suning's back with confusion. Suning, what do you mean by that? Because I can manage things freely. Suning parked her bike and then went inside. Grandma Luo frowned in anger. They think kindness is a weakness. That little yellow-haired girl deserves to be bullied. As soon as Suning stepped into the house, her mother-in-law said, Suning, you're just in time. I have something to tell you. Suning glanced at her and sat next to her, then looked at Su Muqing, who was very proud and confident. Suning shrugged and said, Sorry, I don't want to hear it. Suddenly, Su Muqing's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief at Suning's change. If she remembered correctly, Suning had been away from home for only half a month. How could the annoying little brat change so much after staying at her uncle's house for half a month? Su Muqing suddenly stood up. Suning, how can you talk to grandma like that? Suning glanced at her. Of course I used my mouth. Huh? Do you mean you used your bottom? No wonder you smell so bad. Su Muqing. Suning, I am your sister. How can you say that to me? Don't you have any manners? Suning sneered. I was born by my mother, but I have no father. I was raised by you all. Now you're talking about manners? Su Muqing, are you out of your mind? Just pretend outside, but at home, you're still acting high and mighty. I'm tired of it, and it makes me sick. Su Muqing sobbed. Grandma. Grandma hurriedly took Su Muqing's hand and gently comforted her. Suning watched this uncomfortable scene. She was curious to see what these two were hiding. Seeing that she had comforted her granddaughter, Grandma Luo looked at Suning with dislike. Her right hand unconsciously touched her pocket, thinking of what was inside, and quickly pushed the thought away. Suning, give your work to Muqing. Suning raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're interested in my job now. Back then, when the original owner got this job through her own ability, the family had considered passing it on to someone else. But Su Muqing didn't like working in a textile factory. She always dreamed of working in department stores, sales, or newspapers. This hope has been dashed, and now you come back stubbornly and forcefully take it? Suning said, sure. Su Muqing not only showed no gratitude but also looked at Suning with a proud expression. The old lady was a bit surprised. She thought that this person who suddenly changed attitude would cause some trouble again. In the next second, Suning said, since you have such thick faces, I'll give you a friendly price, 600 yuan. The grandchild and grandmother asked in unison, and Suning sneered. Really? Are you even more shameless than I thought? Are you planning to get something for nothing? Su Muqing started crying again, and the old lady scolded Suning angrily. Can't you see your sister is crying? If you give her the work, will you die? Suning walked over leisurely with her hands in her pockets. In the confused eyes of the grandchild and grandmother, she suddenly gave Su Muqing a loud slap. The burning pain and shame made Su Muqing, who was very proud and sensitive, shed tears of humiliation. The old lady recovered from her shock, looked at her obedient grandson with pain in her eyes, and grabbed the teapot on the table, throwing it at Suning. That brat, her courage is growing. How dare she hit my good granddaughter? Just wait. I'll beat you to death today. Suning not only dodged the teapot thrown by the old lady but also grabbed the handle of the teapot, which should have been shattered, and held it nicely in her hand. Grandma, blindness is a disease. You need to treat it quickly. Look carefully now, this is crying. That earlier act wasn't even a real cry. It's more like those courtesans in ancient brothels. One kiss for thousands, one embrace for many. Your family's so-called noble upbringing, I really don't deserve it. The old lady was so angry, she couldn't curse anymore. Her face twisted as she rushed to hit Suning. A teapot shattered into pieces at her feet. Her foot landed right on the broken shards. She slipped forward and fell with a loud thud. The fall sounded painful, and her body landed on the sharp fragments. Su Muqing, with one side of her face swollen, looked in disbelief at her fallen grandmother and then at Suning as if seeing a ghost. Why you dared to hit Grandma? Suning glared at her. Not only are your eyes on your behind, but you're also completely blind. She blamed me for her own fall? And now she wants to use the same trick to blame me again? Who gave her the nerve? You probably think that flirting with a few men makes you look good, right? A flash of panic crossed Su Muqing's eyes. She quickly steadied herself and retorted, You're talking nonsense, you. Ha! Shamelessly eyeing your sister's fiancé. Even during her break, you still seek pleasure. Su Muqing, you're so dirty and disgusting. Someone like you, with a dirty heart and body, will never find happiness in this life. You probably don't know. When you were hugging and kissing a man who looks like a toad, Zhao Yang was so disgusted he almost vomited. Su Muqing staggered back in disbelief. No, it couldn't be. How could Zhao Yang know? Her dream was to marry him, but he only saw her as a shadow, only liking the fake and pretentious Yun Qingqing. The Zhao family and the Su family had a marriage agreement. She believed that as long as she wanted, she would eventually marry Zhao Yang. Seeing him so close to another woman hurt her deeply and made her jealous. That's why she decided to retaliate in the same way. If he kissed another woman, she would kiss another man. If her future husband kissed someone else, she would give him a wife who had also been kissed by another man. But she never expected Zhao Yang to see. Su Muqing broke down.
Ah.
I like Zhao Yang. I love Zhao Yang. I want to marry him. No, he can't know. Su Ning looked at the frantic Su Muqing with a guilty feeling. She was afraid she couldn't handle this. Her eyes flickered, and she quickly ran to the door shouting, "Is anyone there? Help! Help! Su Muqing hit my grandmother. Help! Help! Su Muqing almost killed my grandmother. When Grandma fell, her back of the head hit the floor with a loud thud, and she saw stars. Her mind went blank. It was as if she didn't even feel the pain from the shards. As soon as she shouted, the Su family's living room was almost bursting with people. Old Mrs. Luo was the first to rush forward, eager to see Su's wife's embarrassment. I thought to myself, this old woman is finally having her day. Usually, her proud attitude could make her feel like she's flying high. Now, she's lying on the ground like a dead pig, sprawled out like a flipped toad. It's so funny. Gao Genie asked Su Ning, "What happened? Why did you fall so badly?" Su Muxing looked at her and seemed a bit crazy. Su Ning pretended to wipe her eyes and said, "When I came back, my grandma immediately told me to give up my work and fiancé to my sister. I knew she didn't mean it. I saw my sister with her boyfriend. They even kissed. My sister has given her innocence to that person. How can Grandma break up their relationship? For my sister's happiness, I told the truth. I told Grandma about Zhao Yang seeing my sister kiss her boyfriend, hoping she'd understand that my sister and Zhao Yang are impossible together. I hoped Grandma wouldn't break them apart, but I never expected my sister to suddenly go crazy. She not only smashed the teapot but also hit Grandma when she tried to help her, and Grandma fell to the ground.
Wah.
My grandma is going to die. I don't know what to do." Su Muxing crouched on the ground, her hands pulling at her hair randomly, her eyes empty, muttering nonstop. Zhao Yang, I can't do it anymore. I won't do it again. I like you. I want to marry you. I won't kiss anyone else again, never again. Please believe me, okay? Everyone in the house, except Gao Genie's proud daughter, is quite sharp. Each look they gave was hard to interpret. This family has no normal people. Even Su Ning, who usually acts like a little victim, is not to be underestimated when she shows her claws. She's deadly. Gao Genie looked at his foolish eldest son, seeing his hurt and lost expression, shook his head in disappointment. He hoped that after this, his son, blinded by foolishness, would see clearly what kind of person Su Muxing really is. When Su Xianghua and his wife returned, they saw the house was full of people. The couple exchanged a quick look and hurried inside. Make way, make way." Gao Genie saw the visitors and quickly said, "Xianghua, you came at the right time. Grandma had an accident. We're about to take her to the hospital." Su Xianghua quickly checked on his mother-in-law and then looked at his sister, whose situation was clearly not normal. "Uncles and aunts, my grandmother and sister look very serious. Please help me by taking them to the hospital." "Why say such polite words? We see each other every day. If you can help, do so. If you can't, go back quickly." The onlookers left. Those who could help stayed to assist. As Su Xianghua was about to leave, he looked back at Su Ning with a cold, sharp gaze. Su Ning responded with a challenging look. Xianghua clenched his fists, but his wife, Zhang Xiaofeng, quickly pulled him back. "Grandma and Muqing are the priority. Let's go to the hospital first." Xianghua glared at Su Ning fiercely, then hurriedly followed everyone to take the grandmother and granddaughter to the hospital. Zhang Xiaofeng didn't want her husband to be the bad guy. Su Ning, who no longer tolerated injustice, was like a wild dog biting whoever she could. It's better not to provoke her easily. Let the father-in-law handle it, which is the best choice. Everyone left, but before Su Ning could sit down, Mrs. Luo came in with a cheerful smile. "Su Ning, why aren't you going to the hospital? Aren't you worried about your grandmother?" Su Ning replied calmly, Mrs. Luo, why don't you ask your granddaughter? If she suddenly faced a life-threatening situation, would she worry about you? Mrs. Luo, who favored boys over girls, had her daughter and granddaughter under her control, but they never had a good day. Her situation was surprisingly similar to the original owners, though for different reasons, the outcome was quite similar. Her granddaughter, worn down by her, didn't wish her to die early, so why would she worry? Mrs. Luo snorted, young people these days, all that education for nothing. Don't you know that all parents are not perfect? They give you life, so you should be grateful. Who are you to hold grudges? Su Ning said. Ha! Such unkind parents. No one asked if the child wanted to come into this world when they were born. Only foolish filial piety and blind obedience make people think all parents are perfect. I only know that loving parents and obedient children are a mutual partnership. Parents raise children when they are young. Children support parents when they are old. This depends on whether the parents are kind. You, old lady, probably don't understand this. Mrs. Luo, please go back. I am closing the door now. Su Ning didn't want to argue with an old lady about being a caring parent, but she was upset by the phrase, all parents are not perfect, and couldn't help but say a few more words. However, she didn't want to stay and argue, so she pushed the old lady out and slammed the door shut. The old woman, disappointed, spat and said, full of nonsense, no wonder you're not liked. Serves you right. Su Zhenbang looked tired as he left the hospital room where Su Xiangdong was staying. He originally wanted to get some fresh air outside. But just as he reached the hospital entrance, a group of anxious people rushed over. Upon closer look, they were all familiar faces. Seeing his father, Su Xianghua quickly shouted, Dad, hurry, find a doctor. Grandma is badly hurt and my sister's condition isn't good. Over here, there's a doctor on duty, someone called. The door opened suddenly, and Su Zhenbang and his son hurried forward. Doctor, how is the patient? Is it serious? The doctor was a woman in her 40s. She took off her mask and said seriously, Grandma has a knee sprain, a big bump on the back of her head, and multiple cuts on her body. The external injuries and sprains are treated, but due to limited testing conditions, her brain condition isn't clear yet. We might need to wait until she regains consciousness to get a better idea. As for the young woman, besides a badly swollen face, she has no other injuries. But she's confused and incoherent, probably because she experienced a big shock, which caused her to lose consciousness. Your family should understand and observe her situation. There's no need for her to stay in the hospital. Grandma probably needs to stay in the hospital, the doctor added. It's up to your family, Su Zhenbang asked. Doctor, can my daughter also be admitted? My daughter has never been like this before. If she has another sudden problem, we might not understand it and it could delay her treatment, he explained. The doctor frowned and said, let's keep her overnight tonight. We'll observe her again tomorrow morning. Hospital resources are limited, so priority goes to the more seriously ill patients. We hope your family understands. We understand. Thank you, doctor, Su Zhenbang said politely, thanking the staff again. After they left, his gentle face turned very serious. Xianghua, what exactly happened at home? Su Xianghua shook his head. I don't know either. When I went back, my grandmother and sister were already like that. But I am sure this has something to do with Su Ning. Zhengbang's face looked even darker. Su Ning is at home. Yes, she was giving me a defiant look just before I left. Dad, is Su Ning possessed by a ghost? Otherwise, shut up. Look around and think about where we are. Know what to say and what not to say. Su Xianghua nodded and punched the wall. Dad, Grandma, and Mu Qing's accidents are definitely related to Su Ning. I don't fully understand what happened yet, but when Xiao Fong and I returned home, the smug and mysterious looks from everyone told me this isn't simple. That wicked girl, I underestimated her. Zhengbang's brows furrowed deeply. You and Xiao Fong stay at the hospital to take care of Grandma and your younger siblings. I will go home and come back tomorrow morning. Dad, my brother's life is still uncertain, and my sister is acting crazy. All of this must be connected to Su Ning. When you married Jiang Xueme, I was still young, but I knew she was trouble. I begged you, crying, not to marry Jiang Xueme, not to let another woman take my mom's place. But you didn't listen. Now look, Xiangdong was seriously injured and unconscious. Even if he wakes up, he will be disabled for life. He's only 20. His life is ruined. And look at Mu Qing. She was lively and cheerful at her uncle's house, but now, after less than a day back, she's changed into someone unrecognizable. If you hadn't married that old troublemaker Jiang Xuemei, how could Suning have become such a troublemaker? Mom entrusted her younger brother and sister to you before she died. Seeing how Suning has harmed them, how do you feel? If Mom were watching from heaven, seeing her children like this, she would be heartbroken. Please, for Mom's sake, seek justice for your younger siblings. Return 100 times the pain to Suning, Zhengbang patted Su Xianghua on the shoulder. I know what to do. You should also stay positive, take care of them. I'll go back now. Su Zhengbang did not blame Su Xianghua for speaking without thinking. He had once gone against his own wishes and insisted on marrying Jiang Xuemei, which had already planted a thorn in his heart. But Jiang Xuemei was not someone he wanted to marry. She was someone he had to marry. He did it for the Su family and for the children. He hoped that one day they would understand. Su Zhengbang thought that when he returned at this time, the yard would be very quiet. But unexpectedly, he could hear noisy conversations from the gate all the way to the yard. Wow, the old lady Su praised Su Muxing as perfect and unmatched. Haha, now she's eating her words. Exactly. Even I was mistaken. I thought that girl only had a spoiled princess attitude, but I didn't know she was so terrible behind the scenes. Sister Zhang, you're joking. What girl? She might already be a woman. She pretends to be refined in public, but behind the scenes, she's a total troublemaker. It's shameless enough that she wants her sister's fiancé, but now she's involved with a man outside. I wonder how the Su family teaches their children. Fortunately, my child has never been close to their family. If they influenced him, I'd cry, but have nowhere to go. Su Zhengbang's face darkened with anger. His beloved daughter, who he had raised with care, was being insulted by a group of gossiping women. He stepped into the yard, which was lit only by a lantern, instantly falling silent. Su Zhengbang sneered. Speak up, why aren't you talking anymore? Wasn't it lively just now? What crime has my daughter committed that makes you stay up late judging her? The most intimidating person in the yard was Gao Jini, whose success had seemingly lifted his entire family. His family members had also become the leaders among the 5 households' housewives. When the gossipers were caught by the main person, everyone's eyes turned to Gao Jini's wife, Luing. Luing received their gazes, feeling disdainful inside but showing a slightly awkward smile on her face. Deputy Factory Director Su. Although gossiping behind someone's back isn't good, what happened tonight is truly shocking and unprecedented. Such actions that shake our morals are unbelievable, shameless, and self-degrading. This has stirred everyone's sense of justice to defend women's dignity. Vice Factory Director Su, since you're here, I, as a staff member of the neighborhood office, need to remind you to pay more attention to your child's upbringing. A young unmarried girl behaving so irresponsibly is very harmful. Let's not talk about this area. Even in our own courtyard, there are still children who haven't grown up yet. Su Zhengbang looked at Luing. Sister Gao, you're also a woman. You should know how important reputation is. Your constant slander and all those nasty labels. Are you trying to make my daughter suffer? Sister Gao is an educated and cultured worker. Don't you know that you shouldn't judge without knowing the full story? You are all adults, with many years of experience, yet because of Su Ning's careless words, you're forcing an innocent girl to suffer. Is that fair? Luing glanced at Su Zhengbang, whose heart seemed to drift away. Judge without knowing the full story. The person who keeps saying that is actually making the same mistake. Blaming Su Ning without proof is why she had to fight back so fiercely and ruin Su Muxing's reputation. Vice Factory Director Su, as a father, your words are unfair. We are not the kind of people who spread rumors behind others' backs. The reason we said what we did is because Su Muxing herself admitted it. If you don't believe it, ask everyone in this courtyard. Su Muxing said she likes Zhao Yang, loves Zhao Yang, and won't kiss other men anymore. Instead of arguing with us, Vice Director Su, you should focus on setting a good family example. Luing didn't even look at Su Zhenbang's gloomy face, but spoke to the other women in the courtyard. It's getting late. Everyone go back to your rooms and sleep. After saying that, she turned and went inside. As long as her husband's position remains, she isn't afraid of Su Zhenbang. Her son used to like Su Muxing, which made her very angry. Now, at least, that foolish son's eyesight should be better. Lu Ying went inside, and the other women quickly followed, as if chased away by a dog. Su Zhenbang looked grimly toward Gao's house, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. Su Ning was sleeping soundly when a knocking on the door interrupted her beautiful dream. Her peaceful sleep was disturbed, and she felt very unhappy. After waiting for a while, Su Zhenbang finally saw Su Ning open the door for him. Dad, have you changed jobs? Are you now working with coal? Otherwise, why does your face look so dark? Thinking that you disturbed my sleep and feeling like stabbing you in the heart, Su Ning spoke without holding back. Inside the house, Su Zhenbang didn't want to say a word to Su Ning. He raised his hand to hit him, but he never expected that his hand would be easily blocked by Su Ning, who even squeezed his wrist painfully. Seeing the contempt and sarcasm in Su Ning's eyes, Su Zhenbang felt as if he was looking at Jiang Xuemei. Jiang Xuemei's gaze towards him was always like that, contemptuous, dismissive, and full of dislike. Everyone thought Jiang Xuemei was trying to climb up the social ladder by marrying him, but only they knew the real reason he married Jiang Xuemei. Apart from that one time he deliberately caused an accident, Jiang Xuemei had not allowed him to touch her again, even when they shared a room. Neither he nor Jiang Xuemei expected her to get pregnant with Su Ning on the first try. He didn't know what Jiang Xuemei thought about Su Ning's arrival, but he was happy. Only Jiang Xuemei and the Su family were deeply connected, so she would always keep her secret. But now, looking at Su Ning's eyes, it was as if he was exposing all of his past shame under the sunlight.
Do you
know, the sarcasm and contempt in Su Ning's eyes grew stronger. Know what? Or are you just pretending to be a respectable vice president of a big factory, afraid that people will find out your dirty secrets? Su Zhenbang wanted to pull back his hand, but he used all his strength, and his hand didn't move at all. He stared at Su Ning with wide eyes. When did he become so strong? Are you surprised? Do you want to ask when I became so strong? How dare you? Su Ning, standing in front of you, is your father. Su Ning sneered. Ha! Su Zhenbang, you haven't fulfilled your responsibilities as a father at all. Have you ever looked at Su Ning with real eyes? Do you know what kind of person Su Ning is? While you and your 3 ungrateful children were being filial and loving, did you ever think about your own biological daughter hiding in the corner? Even she, so small, longs for a little fatherly love, even just a caring look, and she would be content. But you are so stingy that you wouldn't even give her a proper look. Are you worthy to be Su Ning's father? Su Ning casually pushed away Su Zhenbang. With the force, he staggered a few steps before standing firm. His dignity was trampled, and he was furious, but Su Zhenbang didn't notice the issue with how Su Ning addressed him. She was talking to Su Ning, not me. He looked down at the bruise on his wrist, then raised his eyes with a fierce look at Su Ning. So, you hate me and deliberately ruined Muqing's reputation? Su Ning sneered and gave a couple of scoffs. Hate you? You don't deserve that. What, you?
Su Muqing willingly lowered herself.
Do you think I care? But isn't this just a case of crooked beams causing crooked rafters? If your 3 good children knew that their great father not only married a stepmother for them but also kept a mistress outside, would their noble image of you collapse? Would they hate you? Would your eldest brother-in-law still support you? Can you still hold your position as factory director firmly? Oh, and if your eldest brother-in-law finds out that Qin Wanting isn't dead and that you've been involved with Yuan Xiao, would he tear you apart? Su Zhenbang stared at Su Ning as if he saw a ghost. What are you talking about? Haha. You better be nice to me, or I might not be able to keep my mouth shut. Here's a word for you. Karma may be late, but it will never miss. After saying that, Su Ning yawned, ignored Su Zhenbang, and went back to her small cubicle. Su Zhenbang's mind was a mess, like a pot of porridge, sitting irritably in his chair. He came back to discipline Suning for his mother and children, but now he was completely controlled by her. How did it come to this? The stolen items in the room could pose a deadly danger at any moment, and he still had no idea what was going on. Suning was holding a sword over his head, truly an enemy from all sides. The danger he hadn't yet faced was helpless to him. But Suning, it was time for something unexpected to happen. He originally wanted to use her to bring the Zhao family closer and strengthen the Su family's position. But now, if she married into the Zhao family, not only would it fail to stabilize the Su family, but it might also bring a formidable rival. Before her wings had hardened, she wanted to fly. If so, she should break her wings and stay with her mother. After making this decision, Su Zhenbang suddenly felt very tired both physically and mentally. Thinking about Suning mentioning Wan Xiaoro and the house in Manhwa Lane, Wan Xiaoro could no longer live there. She immediately left, exhausted. On Dongping Road in Manhwa Lane, a shadow hiding in the dark, with red eyes, watched silently as Su Zhenbang knocked on a courtyard door. She saw clearly that the person opening the door was a woman, and she was not dressed properly. The woman even reached out and gently pulled Su Zhenbang into the yard. Until the gate was closed, the shadow waited for another hour, but the door never opened again. The shadow angrily kicked the wall, clenched her fists tightly, with veins bulging on her hand, and left full of rage. At the hospital entrance, Zhang Xiaofang looked around anxiously. Seeing someone coming, she hurried over and asked, "Xianggua, where have you been? Why did you take so long?" Zhang Xiaofang was really worried. She had a lot to deal with that night, but she didn't expect her husband to take out a cigarette from his pocket and, while smoking, also take out a note. After reading it, he stormed out angrily. He looked like he was going to fight someone. She was so worried she couldn't sleep. Xianggua remained silent, ignoring Zhang Xiaofang, and went straight back to Su Xiangdong's hospital room. Meanwhile, Su Ning, in a small side room of the Su family, smiled happily after Su Zhenbang left. "Xianggua, you better do your best." The next day, Su Ning slept peacefully and woke up feeling refreshed. Amid various looks from everyone, she calmly washed up and looked composed. Old Lady Luo came over again and asked, "Su Ning, you just got up. Is there still time to visit your grandma before work?" Su Ning replied, "Grandma Luo, it's usually just you and my grandma who don't get along. I didn't expect that now only you care about her. Thank you for caring about my grandma. I won't go to the hospital with you. My grandma likes to have meat porridge with buns or eggs in the morning. Grandma Luo, don't bring anything else, just this. It's the thought that counts. My grandma wouldn't mind if your gesture is simple." Old Lady Luo's eyes widened as she watched Su Ning walk away. "When did I say I wanted to go?" Before she could finish speaking, Luing interrupted. "Everyone lives in the same courtyard, so we should go see her. But we all need to go to work soon, so we might not have enough time. Auntie, thank you for representing our group and visiting Aunt Sue at the hospital. Thank you, Auntie Luo. Thanks, Auntie Luo. Thank you, Auntie Luo." Aunt Luo raised her hand to call out to someone, but they ignored her. She reached out to call another person, but they had already gone inside. She looked around and was left alone. Even her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law had left. Pfft. Only a fool would go to the hospital. Today, Zhao Yang's first action after waking up was to drag his injured body to buy the first newspaper. His eyes scanned the paper quickly, searching like a scanner. When he finally found what he was looking for, he was so happy he wanted to jump. "Wu Minhui stopped him. Let's go home first." As soon as they entered the house, Zhao Yang couldn't hold back his excitement. "Mom, I am free now." Zhao Pengfei, who was drinking porridge, put down his spoon and said, "Minhui, after work this afternoon, take some meaningful gifts and go to the Su family with Zhao Yang." Zhao Yang thought about Su Ning's greedy and ugly face, and he didn't want to go at all. "Dad, everything is settled. Why do we still need to give gifts to the Su family?" Wu Minhui nodded and told Zhao Pengfei, "Don't worry, I will handle it." Zhao Pengfei trusted Wu Minhui's ability. "As long as it's not involving your silly brother, I believe in your skills." He was about to go to work, but he also wanted to explain to his silly child why they should go. Suddenly, losing several thousand yuan, 2 bicycles, and 2 watches, Zhao Pengfei felt heartbroken. The mother and son's foolish actions made Zhao Pengfei very tolerant of his son, but he felt resentment towards his wife. Wu Minhui knew her husband was upset, so she didn't mind his negative words about her brother. She suppressed her hatred and anger. The night before yesterday, she was robbed, and her brother and she were stripped and left in an alley. That experience was the biggest shame of her life. Even her husband and son, she didn't say a word about it. The lost watch and bicycle could only be blamed on her brother, making him take the blame. She originally felt confident she could get back the 7,000 yuan intact, which would also leave a good impression of her as a caring mother. That's why she agreed quickly to lend the money. But she didn't expect to lose both the money and the watch. However, she always felt that the robbery was connected to Suning. It's very likely that the robber was working with Suning. Wu Minhui agreed to her husband's request partly to find out how deep Suning's involvement was. Zhao Yang was no longer in a good mood. Mom, after we lost so much to Suning, why does Dad still want us to visit her family? Wu Minhui snapped out of her thoughts, patted her son's shoulder, and said, Son, your dad wants everyone to see that our family is not ungrateful. Even though Suning unilaterally broke off the engagement and damaged your reputation, we still remember her help in saving us. We don't hold a grudge and continue to care about her. That's about having a big heart. Do you understand?
Zhao Yang nodded silently.
Mom, I understand.
I was too worried.
Wu Minhui smiled and said, Dealing with people is a deep skill. You're grown up now, and I will teach you slowly. Rest well at home and recover soon. Taking long leaves affects your reputation and could hinder your chances of promotion. I'm going to work now. I'll come back at noon to cook for you. Zhao Yang thought about his injury and decided it wasn't appropriate to visit Qingqing.
I understand, Mom.
You go to work without worry. Su Xianghua left before dawn, leaving Zhang Xiaofeng to take care of the 3 patients at the hospital. Old Mrs. Su woke up last night but stayed in bed, unable to move. Even a slight movement made her feel sick and want to. Despite her anger burning inside, she had to hold back her rage for now. Her mind was busy thinking about how to deal with Suning. Su Muqing woke up near dawn. She was no longer talking nonsense or acting crazy, which was a relief for Zhang Xiaofeng. Muqing, do you want some water? Su Muqing didn't even look at Zhang Xiaofeng. She didn't think much of her petty sister-in-law. Not receiving a response, Zhang Xiaofeng said, It's still early. You can rest for a while. I'll go see Grandma. Until Zhang Xiaofeng left the hospital room, she didn't hear Su Muqing ask anything about Grandma Su. Zhang Xiaofeng thought to herself, I wonder if my biased grandma found out. She always keeps her granddaughter close, afraid she'll melt in her mouth or fall from her hands. If she knew her health was not good, she wouldn't even ask. What would she think? After Zhang Xiaofeng left, Su Muqing, feeling very upset, lay down for a while before getting up and leaving the room. Passing by the nurse station, she overheard 2 young nurses talking. One said, Hey, there's an article in the newspaper about breaking off a marriage. What's so surprising? Articles about ending relationships or breaking engagements appear at least once or twice a month. It's not a big deal, but the person who broke off the engagement is named Zhao Yang. I have a middle school classmate with the same name. I wonder if it's him. Are you interested in him? Don't talk nonsense. I have someone already. The 2 nurses left with their medicine. Su Muqing quickly went over, grabbed the newspaper they left on the table, and hurriedly looked at it. After reading, she threw the paper on the table and ran out of the hospital. Why did Su Ning want to break off the engagement? Who gave her the right to do that? Su Muqing ran back quickly and just happened to see Su Ning leaving the house. She immediately stopped Su Ning, gasping for breath, and asked, Why did you publish the announcement to break off the engagement? Who gave you the right? It was the time when everyone was leaving. The people in the courtyard had already seen the joke last night. Now, seeing Su Muqing, some looked at her with meaningful eyes, others with contempt. Su Ning smiled and said, Sister, how can you be so mean to me? All I did was for you. You care about your sister's fiancé. If I, as the younger sister, don't take the initiative to break off the engagement, How can you, as the older sister, get ahead? Even if you've done more embarrassing things like trying to steal your sister's fiancé, I still did the right thing by stepping back. You have no shame, but I still have mine. I chose to step back and let you all be happy. Shouldn't you thank me? Or are you and someone else kissing and falling in love, no longer liking Zhao Yang, and afraid he'll bother you? That's why you're blaming me for breaking off the engagement. Laughter nearby pulled Su Muqing back to her senses. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense and slandering me, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson as your older sister. Su Ning immediately covered her mouth and mumbled, I won't say anything. I know that family secrets shouldn't be shared outside. Don't tell others about my sister kissing someone else, she continued. And don't say that my sister cares about her unmarried brother-in-law. I understand. I won't say anything anymore. I need to go to work now. Sister, you rest well. After saying this, Su Ning rode away on her bicycle. Su Muqing was left standing there, furious, and about to explode. She glared fiercely at the people around who were watching the scene, and then ran off. The incident that happened last night and this morning at the Su family was spreading quickly in the neighborhood. Su Muqing's reputation was now completely ruined. She hurried back to her uncle's house but couldn't find her uncle Chen Xingbua. Even her aunt Yun Meng and her cousin Chen Yanping had gone to work. Only her pregnant sister-in-law Luo Qiu and Yun Qingqing were at home, happily chatting about something. Seeing Yun Qingqing, Su Muqing remembered how she had tried to Zhao Yang and felt a surge of anger, almost wanting to tear her apart. Now that the Su family and Zhao family no longer had that marriage contract, what chance did she have against Yun Qingqing? Luo Qiu greeted Su Muqing with a smile. Cousin Su, you're here? Is everything okay at home? Nothing much. I just came here and am a bit tired, Su Muqing replied. Sister-in-law, I want to eat your steamed egg custard. A flicker of dislike crossed Luo Qiu's eyes, but she quickly smiled again and reached out to touch her belly. All right, sit down and rest. I'll make it quickly. It's a good chance for you and Qingqing to chat and pass the time. Luo Qiu thought about how much her father-in-law valued Su Muqing, so much that even her mother-in-law dared not offend her. As a daughter-in-law, she could only endure silently. She often thought her father-in-law and mother-in-law were quite unreasonable, bringing their niece to live in the house long-term, and her own niece from her maiden family too. They weren't orphans or seriously ill, yet they happily took care of others' children. No one suffered as much as she did, pregnant, and still having to serve these two elders who had no sense of shame or self-awareness. Luo Qiu left, and Su Muqing saw Yun Qingqing standing on the steps. This person is smiling so happily, probably because they saw the newspaper and learned that Zhao Yang has broken off the engagement. Whenever I think about this person lying softly in Zhao Yang's arms, looking up and demanding a kiss, I just want to tear her apart. In that moment, the evil in Su Muqing's heart was awakened. Feeling furious and overwhelmed, she strode toward Yun Qingqing. Before Yun Qingqing could call out, "Cousin," Su Muqing pushed her down the stairs. Yun Qingqing's scream made Su Muqing, who was consumed by jealousy and hatred, snap back to her senses. Su Muqing glanced at Yun Qingqing clutching her stomach and screaming, then heard footsteps approaching from inside the house. In her panic, she suddenly had an idea and rolled down the stairs herself. As she fell, Su Muqing landed right on Yun Qingqing. After a loud cry, Yun Qingqing fainted. Although Su Muqing was very nervous, she also felt a strange sense of satisfaction. When Luo Qiu came out, she saw both cousins fainted at the bottom of the stairs. Qingqing Muqing, Luo Qiu supported her belly and carefully shook both of them a few times. There was no response, so she hurried out to call for help. In the textile factory office, Su Ning signed the papers with her mother and daughter, confirmed the follow-up arrangements, then happily went to the cafeteria to pick up her lunchbox and left the factory. Yes, she sold that job that required holding back her feelings at work. Although it was just a job as a female worker in a textile factory, she earned 600 yuan plus a bunch of tickets. Even without working, Su Ning didn't rush home. Instead, she focused on the wealth in the other hiding spots of Su Zhenbang's 3 boroughs. After 2 more days, those days were surprisingly peaceful for Su Ning. But for the Su family, Yun Qingqing, and Zhao Yang's family, it was not so wonderful. Yun Qingqing had a miscarriage, and this feat of an unmarried girl having a miscarriage caused quite a stir within 100 miles. Yun Qingqing grew up in the Qin family. Her reckless behavior not only embarrassed the Yun family, but also humiliated the Qin family. Su Muqing's uncle, Qin Xingbua, disregarding his wife Yun Meng's objections, sent her back to the Yun family. Moreover, Yang Yan declared that Yun Qingqing was no longer allowed to step foot in the Qin family to prevent her from influencing her nephew. With the explosive news of Yun Qingqing's miscarriage, the details of how the two fell are less noticeable. Although Yun Qingqing insisted she was pushed by Su Muqing, people mainly believed she was morally corrupt. Only her aunt Yun Meng and Zhao Yang trusted her words. Yun Qingqing's miscarriage became widely known, and Zhao Yang openly stood by her side, defending her reputation and even admitting the child was his. This was further reinforced by the newspaper article announcing the end of their engagement. All these pieces of news together painted Zhao Yang as ungrateful in the eyes of the Zhao family. This ruined the reputation that Zhao Pengfei and Wu Minhui had worked hard to build for half their lives. Meanwhile, Su Ning gained popularity and some sympathy. With Zhao Yang's direct admission, Yun family's parents insisted on blaming the Zhao family. They even threatened that if Zhao family refused their marriage, they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice Yun Qingqing to avoid being accused of forcing women. In the end, Zhao Pengfei and Wu Minhui reluctantly agreed to the marriage. This made Su Muqing very angry. She cried sadly, grabbing Qin Xinggua's sleeve, saying, "Uncle, Sister Yun is too much. She risked everything just to marry into the Zhao family, and even set me up. She has no shame. If her reputation is ruined, so be it, but she also dragged me down. When I go out, those unkind looks make me feel terrible. Uncle, I'm so wronged. I didn't do anything. I was just pulled and fell by Sister Yun, and now my reputation is ruined. She got what she wanted, her lover and her happiness, while my reputation is ruined. What will I do in the future?" Qin Xingbua glared at his wife before patting his niece's shoulder gently and said softly, "Qingqing, don't be sad. Uncle knows Yun Qingqing caused you trouble. He knows you've been wronged. As for the gossip and rumors, they are just the idle words of bored, foolish people. Don't take them to heart. You don't need to envy Yun Qingqing. Even if she used any means to achieve her goal, she won't have a good life in the future. Regarding your marriage, don't worry. With your uncle here, how could you be wronged?
Stop crying.
Look, your eyes are turning into rabbit eyes. On one side, there is warmth. On the other, Yun Meng bites her silver tooth in frustration. Her younger sister-in-law often caused her trouble when she was alive. Now that she is gone, leaving behind a little troublemaker, she still keeps causing her problems. She really wants to hold her husband's head and shake it wildly, to splash out all the water in his brain. At the steel factory, Ruan Xiaoro and Su Xianghua were arrested, and Su Zhenbang was suspended for investigation. While Su Zhenbang was trying to use connections to rescue Su Xianghua, Su Ning also successfully found several other hiding places of the cunning rabbit. Su Ning took all the wealth that Su Zhenbang had accumulated over half his life and robbed it completely. When Su Zhenbang found out, he immediately vomited blood and fainted. I don't know how much time passed, but when he woke up, his hair was half white. Su Zhenbang's eyes were bloodshot, his hair was gray, and he looked very depressed. He walked home heavily. He found his beloved daughter happily eating 3 dishes and a soup. When she saw him return, she didn't even glance at him. Su Zhenbang immediately wanted to flip the table, but a single sentence from Su Ning instantly extinguished his volcano-like anger. "Don't want to end up like your son. You better be polite to me." Su Zhenbang turned and closed the door, then looked at Su Ning with a cold gaze like ice shards. "Did you do this?" Su Ning calmly ate her meal, only speaking after she finished her mouthful. "You think too highly of me, huh? Or are you unaware of your own black-hearted money?" Su Zhenbang's whole body burned with fierce anger. He whispered coldly, "Su Ning, you'd better put everything back exactly as it was. Otherwise, I don't mind losing my daughter. Suning took a sip of soup, put down her bowl, and looked at Su Jinbong. Really? Then why don't you try to do something about it? Is it that I die quickly, or that your Su family goes extinct faster? Su Jinbong's eyes were full of hatred. His face was cold as he said, I have come this far. Do you think a few words can scare me? Su Ning, I won't deny you're a little clever, but stirring up trouble on the Tai Sui, the year zodiac sign, is just asking for death. After speaking, Su Jinbong made a move. Somehow, he pulled out a knife blade and pressed it against Su Ning's neck. With a threatening look, he said, If I move even a little, you won't survive today. Su Ning, we are ultimately father and daughter. As long as you return everything exactly as it was, I will forgive everything from the past. Su Ning showed no fear in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, I wonder how capable you really are. As soon as Su Ning finished speaking, Su Jinbong suddenly felt a blur in his vision. The hand holding the blade against Su Ning's neck suddenly ached with a dull pain, accompanied by a cracking sound. Before he could fully react, a dull pain struck his stomach. When he finally understood what was happening, he was lying on the ground in a very awkward position, with his legs in the air. The blade he used to threaten Su Ning was now in her hands, and she was playing with it casually. Su Ning crouched beside Su Jinbong and said coldly, Su Jinbong, you plotted against the Qin family, schemed to make Qin Wanning marry you, and secretly stole their wealth. During turbulent times, you used any means to amass wealth. At the factory, you even exploited your position to earn a lot of black money. All these things combined, your wealth that can't be contained in a few trucks, how do you think I alone could have taken it all? The confidence I have to stand in front of you now isn't because of my skills, but because of my backers. You should thank me, because with me around, even if you're suspended now, you are still free. Unlike those who have committed crimes with you, who are now separated from their families and behind bars. But we have all the evidence of your crimes. Are you behind bars, or breathing free air? It all depends on my mood. You'd better pray I stay safe, or else your Su family will be wiped out before I take my last breath. Su Jinbong's lips were bleeding, and he sat up painfully, looking at Su Ning as if she were a deadly enemy. You're also a member of the Su family. Why are you betraying us? The downfall of the Su family. What good does it do you? Su Ning coldly snorted. Does anyone in your entire family, from old to young, consider me, Su Ning, as part of the family? Even if you're rich beyond measure, does it have anything to do with me? I still eat plain food, live in a small room, and can touch the walls when I turn sideways. Even if your accumulated illegal wealth could last for generations, you still covet my 20-something yuan salary, taking every penny I earn. Even though you refuse to use the defective fabrics from the textile factory, you still force me to bring back quantities that don't match our job benefits. I wish I could have a young girl tear apart her bones to make soup for you. Since I was young, I have always been your punching bag, getting hit more times than I have eaten meals. Whenever your 3 good children do something harmful to our reputation, it's always me, Su Ning, who takes the blame. Why do you think I can still see you as family after you treat me as if I'm not a person? Seeing you all fail is what makes me happy. That's also the biggest benefit I see. Su Jinbong clearly saw how deep the hatred was in Su Ning's eyes. He finally realized that the gentle, weak-looking girl was actually a fierce wolf. So, the incidents where Xiangguo was arrested, Xiang Dang was seriously injured and unconscious, and I was suspended, are all related to you? Su Ning stood up, sat on a chair, crossed her legs, and said, Xiang Dang is arrogant, bully, and does evil. Isn't his downfall what he deserves? And isn't the main culprit you, his father? Poor teaching is a father's fault. If you don't teach your son well, reality will do it for you. Don't blame everything dirty and stinky on me, asking me to do something disgusting. That's just making things hard for me. As for Xiangguo, it's all because of you, this disrespectful old man. I just passed him a message catching you his biological father. That was his own doing, not my fault. And I also gave him evidence against Wan Xiaoro. But you probably don't know yet, do you? Your precious Wan Xiaoro has already collected many secrets about your son that you don't know. TSK. It's like dogs biting dogs. Both of them got caught. Su Zhenbang, you've spent half your life scheming with dirty tricks and greed, thinking you're invincible. In the end, you've tricked your own sons.
Huh?
Surprised?
Shocked?
Satisfied? Su Zhenbang gritted his teeth. He was furious. What's so surprising or satisfying about this? What do you really want? With so many changes in the Su family, do you think your job is still safe? You've ruined us, which is like ruining yourself. Being played around and not knowing it, you have nothing to be proud of. Suning spread his hands and said, as long as I can make you all unlucky, I am happy to be a tool in someone else's hands. My life isn't worth much, and having your family in the underworld with me is a real gain. I look forward to you making a move on me. Once I get into trouble, someone will be there to send you down to join me. Comrade Su Zhenbang, don't keep me waiting too long. Let's continue to be family underground and keep testing each other's skills. After speaking, Suning got up and went back to his small room to lie down. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng, who was supposed to be caring for Su Xiongdong and Su's wife at the hospital, was called out by her maternal family. Her mother looked at her with concern and said, Xiaofeng, your dad has asked around. Su Xiongwa probably won't come out. Your dad estimates that the best outcome is that he will be sent to a remote area. His life might be like that forever. Xiaofeng, you're still young and your life is long. You don't have to suffer with him or be bullied. While things haven't been finalized, you should cut ties with him now. In just a few days, Xiaofeng looked much more tired, with bloodshot eyes. Hearing her mother's words, she asked in disbelief, Mom, do you mean you want me to get a divorce? But even if I do, what good will that do me? Her mother touched her face and said, Silly girl, you should be glad you don't have children now. You have fewer worries. You have a job and parents. Even if you divorce, your reputation might suffer, but it's better than living in a remote area, in a cowshed, hungry, cold, bullied, and hopeless. Hesitating, Xiaofeng said, Mom, I need to think about it. This should be decided sooner rather than later. You need to make a decision quickly. I understand. I will think carefully. After separating from her mother, Xiaofeng returned to the hospital, only to face the anger of Grandma Su. Where were you just now? Don't think that just because I can't move now, you can do whatever you want. With her family's conditions, marrying Xiongwa was already a blessing for Xiaofeng. She had been working hard to please the old lady ever since she married into the Su family. But in the end, she still couldn't move the old woman. Her husband was indifferent to her, often listening to the old woman's schemes and speaking harshly to her. The old woman still doesn't know that the father-in-law has been suspended and that Xiongwa has been arrested. If she finds out, she will probably blame her, saying she is unlucky and brings misfortune to the family. Zhang Xiaofeng lifted her head, which had been lowered since she married into the Su family, and her eyes showed determination. She decided not to serve anymore. Who wants to endure this anger? Let whoever wants to suffer it, suffer it. Grandma, since you think this is a blessing, I will return this blessing to you today. Go ahead and find whoever you want. I, Zhang Xiaofeng, have no parents, and I shouldn't have to suffer this treatment in your house. After saying this, she turned and left without looking back. The old lady, Su, stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Anger suddenly made her sit up abruptly, but her vision blurred, and she fainted again. Clenching her dry fists, she kept hitting the bed, shouting, Rebel! Rebellious! Zhang Xiaofeng, even if you beg to come back someday, don't think you can step into my Su family's door again. During the week of good food, drink, and rest, another week passed. Zhang Xiaofeng and Su Xiongwa divorced, and they even followed Su Ning's example and announced it in the newspaper. Su Xiongdong was still in the hospital, and Su's wife was brought back home. She learned about the family's troubles and the divorce from Zhang Xiaofeng. Lying in bed, she cursed Zhang Xiaofeng's ancestors loudly every day. Su Zhenbang was eager to handle Su Xiongwa's matters, but neglected his mother at home, causing her to often be soaked in. Thanks to the combined efforts of Su Zhenbang and Qin Xingbua, Su Xiongwa survived and was sent to the northwest for further education. To minimize the impact, both Su Jinbong and Chen Xinghua publicly announced their disconnection from Su Xianghua. Wan Xiao was in a tough spot. Although she had been with Su Jinbong for many years and had done many shameful things for him, just collecting evidence of Su Xianghua's mistakes was enough to cancel out all her previous good deeds in Su Jinbong's eyes. Su Jinbong's neglect to help was something Wan Xiao had considered retaliating for, but unfortunately, all her hidden evidence, except for that related to Su Xianghua, was lost. Despite her exaggerated words, without solid evidence, she cannot do anything to Su Jinbong. He can only regretfully accept his fate and the punishment for his past wrongdoings. After a series of investigations, although Su Jinbong might have many issues, no evidence was found. Plus, he had publicly severed ties with Su Xianghua. Therefore, after careful consideration, the factory allowed Su Jinbong to return to work. This incident did not affect his position, but most of his former friends kept their distance. His authority as deputy factory director was also stripped away. Others saw his reinstatement as a sign of survival, a second chance. But only he knew how painful each day was for him. The ticking time bomb inside Su Ning could go off at any moment. The sword hanging over his head was ready to fall. Su Ning, who woke up naturally, stretched comfortably and just arrived in the living room.
Suddenly, Su Jinbong stormed in, furious.
Su Ning, what are you really made of? You want to hate, you want revenge, you come at me. Why do you treat Mu Qing so badly? Su Ning looked confused. Huh? Do I need to go to so much trouble to get revenge on you? We can easily throw away what we have and you still have the chance to show off here? If you want to frame me, at least tell me what kind of punishment Mu Qing has suffered. Thinking about his current trembling days, Su Jinbong wished he could strangle the ungrateful person in front of him. Unfortunately, he lacked the courage and dared not risk his own life and reputation. They say it's better to live poorly than die bravely. Besides, if his actions were exposed, he wouldn't end up well either. In the end, Su Jinbong was still afraid. He couldn't gauge how deep the people behind Su Ning were, but ignorance was the most frightening. They could quietly take everything from him without a trace, without revealing a single sign. They cleverly caused Xianghua and Wan Xiao to turn against each other, clearing all his traces. One by one, each incident made him more fearful. Last night, his beloved daughter was ruthlessly assaulted in a dark alley by several people. When she was found, she was covered in dirt and helpless. Although he has now saved his life, his beloved daughter has lost her ability to have children and has gone mad. His first thought was that Su Ning was responsible, so he ran back without hesitation to question her. Even his rare courage, which had often made him want to risk everything and drag Su Ning into, couldn't last more than 2 minutes.
He still couldn't take that step.
Su Jinbong looked steadily at Su Ning, trying to find any signs of lying in her eyes. But her clear, honest eyes made people feel afraid to doubt her. Seeing that Su Jinbong was silent, Su Ning said, "Although I didn't do anything wrong and you falsely accused me, I feel very upset. But since we both have the surname Su, I want to give you a friendly reminder. If something bad has happened to your daughter, you might want to check what she has been doing lately. Today's incident is a warning. If you come to question me again without knowing the facts, I will make sure you have no chance to ask questions." Su Jinbong watched Su Ning's back as she left and stood there for a long time. Su Ning went to the state-run restaurant, ate 2 large meat buns and a bowl of plain rice porridge. Before leaving, she packed 20 more large meat buns to take away. Then she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some necessary items. In the following days, Su Ning's figure kept moving between the state-run restaurant, the department store, and the supply cooperative. But each time, she didn't bring back much, and it didn't attract much attention from others. Meanwhile, Su Jinbong and Chen Xinghua had already found out that Su Muqing's trouble was caused by the Zhao family, specifically Zhao Yang and Yun Qingqing. Thanks to Chen Xinghua's efforts, the group of unruly young men who had bullied Su Muqing were caught. They also revealed that the people behind the scenes were Zhao Yang and Yun Qingqing. The Zhao family united their entire clan to expose Zhao Yang, cleverly making Yun Qingqing, who had recently had a miscarriage, take the blame. But Yun Qingqing wouldn't admit guilt easily. So, the passionate lovers once again staged a fierce fight, like dogs biting dogs. Su Muqing's uncle, Chen Xingbua, also clashed with the Zhao family. During this time, gossip about this area was dominated by the Su, Qian, Yun, and Zhao families. Su Ning smiled happily, feeling that her careful planning over the past days had finally paid off. That night, exhausted, Su Zhenbang finally managed to soothe the crazed and restless Su Muqing to sleep after her breakdown. Upon entering the living room, he hadn't even had a chance to take a sip of water when Su Ning approached him. Honestly, Su Zhenbang felt a bit nervous when he saw Su Ning. "What do you want to do now?" Su Ning casually sat down, rolled her eyes, and said, "I have two pieces of news to tell you. One is good, and the other is bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" Su Zhenbang was on high alert. Although he didn't know what Su Ning was planning, he was sure it wasn't anything good. "Can I choose not to hear news?" Su Ning looked steadily at Su Zhenbang and calmly said, "What do you think?" Su Zhenbang clenched his fists tightly in a place where Su Ning couldn't see. This doesn't seem like a daughter anymore. She seems more like a son, no, a grandson. If possible, he really wanted to punch her in the head. "Well, tell me, what's your good news?" Su Zhenbang silently took a deep breath, afraid he might get so angry he would die. Su Ning spoke calmly, "I'm going to the countryside to be a young intellectual." Su Zhenbang stared in disbelief, eyes wide, and asked, "You're going to the countryside?" The surprise hit him suddenly, and he was afraid he was dreaming. Su Ning rolled her eyes again. "Is this chaotic house making you so upset?" Su Ning knew her own intelligence well. If it was just a fight, based on the strength levels in this world, she could handle hundreds of opponents alone. But this isn't the end of the world. There are too many rules here, and public opinion can crush people. Playing tricks and schemes with a bunch of cunning old foxes, she considered herself a little coward. She was able to control Zhao Yang and make the Zhao family pay the price to cancel the marriage because she had information collected by the original owner, and Zhao Yang hadn't grown up yet. But Zhao Pengfei and Wu Minhui are not so easy to deal with, especially since they suffered a big loss. Those two clever old foxes haven't made a move yet, probably because the unexpected change with Yun Qingqing has kept them busy. Also, Su Muxing's uncle, Chen Xingbua, is not an ordinary person. His sister's 3 children are almost all useless. Among the 4 children under Su Zhenbang's name, only she is doing well. Even if he doesn't have concrete evidence that she did it, out of a twisted psychological need, he would definitely cause trouble for himself. There has been no news yet, and I haven't had the chance to act. As for Su Zhenbang, he managed to secretly scheme against the Su family's wealth right under Chen Xinggua's nose, and he even arranged for his sister to marry someone she didn't want to, all in secret. It's easy to see how patient he is, how deep his mind runs, and how carefully he plans. Although she now has a slight advantage and makes Su Zhenbang very cautious, most of her success comes from the information the original owner collected and her special space ability. If it were just a game of intelligence, she definitely wouldn't be a match for Su Zhenbang. And she is alone, while he has been building connections here for decades. In terms of influence and relationships, she is no match. Now she is 18, and her engagement has been broken. Maybe once this old man recovers, he will try to arrange her marriage again. Even though the Su family is corrupt inside, outsiders see her as a younger generation and Su Zhenbang as an elder. If she's careless and Su Zhenbang gains the upper hand in public opinion, she might become a target. In a short time, she managed to stir up trouble among the Su, Chen, and Zhao families, making them fight and turn against each other. Most of this was thanks to the information the original owner had gathered. Once they are free to act, her troubles will surely follow. Lately, she's been out and about, feeling the outside world's atmosphere grow more tense, as if something big is about to happen. Staying in the city makes her feel restless and frustrated, and she's also tired of not being able to eat enough meat. After careful thought, she decided to step back from this big whirlpool. Su Zhenbang still found it hard to believe, always feeling that Su Ning was hiding something bad. After all, she had gone to great lengths to do all these things, Could it really be just to go farming in the countryside? No fool would believe that. Su Ning slapped the table, though she only used enough force to control her strength, just a light tap. But the cracked table made Su Zhenbang's heart tremble. Su Ning said unhappily, "What's with that look?" "My decision to go to the countryside has brought a lot of honor to the Su family. It's made your broken family less of a joke." She didn't want to argue about it anymore. After all, they both share the Su surname. All these benefits are for you. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? He really wanted to shout loudly, "Here's the benefit for you, do you want it?" But facing Su Ning, he could only hold back for now. "Where are you going to the countryside?" Su Zhenbang thought for a moment. The southern province was far from Beijing and quite remote. As long as he sent this troublemaker away, even if he couldn't deal with her now, at least she wouldn't be in his face, constantly poking at his lungs and trampling on his dignity every day. "When will you leave?" Su Ning's eyes suddenly warmed with hope. "Are you sending me off, or just giving me money?" "Su Zhenbang, if it were possible, I'd want to send you straight too." Seeing Su Ning's changing expression, he suddenly had an idea. Maybe he could try a different approach. Perhaps he could win Su Ning over? The enemies he couldn't see could become his weapons, swords in his hand to fight back, aimed at the enemy's vital points. Su Zhenbang changed his expression, sighed, and spoke in a fatherly tone. "Although you see me as an enemy, you are still my daughter. You've never traveled far before. Now that you're going so far away, how can I let go of my heart?" Su Ning. "Bah. Disgusting. It seems I've made the wrong move. Playing along with you is pretty sick." "Really? Do you truly care about me?" Su Ning looked at Su Zhenbang with doubt, mixed with a bit of nervousness and hope. Su Zhenbang suddenly felt he might be on the right path. After all, Su Ning was just an 18-year-old girl with little experience. Having never received her father's care, maybe if he put in some effort, he could win her over. He immediately said, "Although our misunderstandings can't be cleared overnight, I am your father. That's an undeniable fact. How can a parent not care about their child? When are you leaving?" "I'll prepare some things for you so you won't lack anything in the countryside." Su Ning smiled and said, "The train is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. No need to bring much. I'm too lazy to carry extra stuff. Just give me the ticket and money." "Su Zhenbang, don't you know whether I have money or not?" To win Su Ning over and show his caring side, Su Zhenbang reluctantly gave her 50 yuan and some tickets he didn't need for now. Su Ning, "Oh, is there still a hidden traitor among them?" Su Zhenbang, "Nonsense, there's no hidden traitor. The dust in my room is almost all taken by you guys. Recently, every expense at home has been huge. Even what his older brother-in-law sent is almost gone, and he's shamelessly borrowing some from friends. Even a small amount is still money." Su Ning quickly took the money and bills. Su Ning looked at Su Zhenbang and asked, "Do you want to hear the bad news?"
Su Zhenbang hesitated.
Since Su Ning started causing trouble, he's rarely felt a little bit of good mood. To avoid getting too angry, Su Zhenbang said, "Can I have a moment to breathe? Can I hear it tomorrow? All right, I'll go back and rest then." The next day, dawn was just breaking. Su Ning carried a big bag on his back, had a large bag hanging on his chest, and was also holding another big bag in one hand. Su Zhenbang, trying to act like a caring father, looked at the 4 big bags. His heart ached, but he also admired Su Ning's great strength. How did he not notice this before? While regretting not paying more attention to Su Ning, Su Zhenbang also resented how secretly Su Ning had hidden things. Now that he's become poor, the main culprit seems to be thriving. The people behind Su Ning probably wouldn't be so generous to a useless spy. So, there's only one possibility. Some of his wealth has fallen into Su Ning's hands. Su Zhenbang suppressed his emotions and continued acting. "What did you bring? That looks heavy. I should take you to the station." After saying that, he reached out to grab the bag in Su Ning's hand, wanting to see if there was anything of his inside. Su Ning didn't wait for Su Zhenbang to get close. He threw the big bag at him. Su Zhenbang was caught off guard and was hit in the chest, almost collapsing on the spot. Even after stepping back a few steps with the bag, he couldn't keep his balance and sat down on the ground. He still didn't forget to check what was inside the bag. Enduring the discomfort inside, he clumsily stood up and untied the strap. Seeing the contents, cornmeal, rice, flour, he was stunned. How come it's these things? Suning said, "The world is big, and eating is the most important thing. This is my first time going far away, so I had to prepare enough. Hurry up and tie the strap for me. This is my lifeline. There's no need to send me anything. With your strength, riding a bike isn't faster than walking. By the way, I didn't tell you the bad news last night. I've left it on the table. You can check it later. But be mentally prepared. Don't just give up easily. I'm still counting on you to be my cash machine." After saying that, Suning threw the big bag to Suzanbang and left. Suzanbang took a deep breath and patted his chest. A glacier doesn't melt in a day.
Take it slow.
As long as he keeps control, Suning probably won't drop the sword hanging over his head. He still has time to plan. Suzanbang was dreaming of pulling Suning over to his side. Maybe he could wipe out the forces behind him, return his belongings perfectly, and maybe even get a big benefit. The troublemaker finally left, and Suzanbang felt the air was fresher. Thinking about the bad news Suning mentioned, he felt both curious and scared. He took a deep breath and picked up an old-looking piece of paper on the table. When he unfolded it, he saw handwriting he knew very well. He didn't expect that after so many years, he could still see the handwriting of his wife, who was also the love of his life. Suzanbang suppressed his pain and longing and carefully read the letter. Suddenly, Suzanbang spat out a mouthful of old blood, staggered, and fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes widened, and he kept muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Somehow, he found the strength to get up and staggered out. He caught up with Suning, blocking her way, and said with hatred in his eyes, "Suning, you're too cruel. She has no grudges against you. Why do you slander her like this? You won't even spare a dead person. How can your heart be so cold?" Suning looked calm. Why bother deceiving yourself? You can accuse me falsely, but can you fool yourself? The handwriting, the tone of the words, you're not unfamiliar with them, right? Of course, if you just won't accept your fate, I have nothing more to say. After saying that, Suning moved past Suzanbang and continued forward. This bad news was like a thunderbolt to Suzanbang. But Suning believed Suzanbang was too stubborn to be defeated. Thinking about the letter, Suning could only sigh. People of low character will always find their own way to suffer. She spent a lot of time and effort to visit the Chin family, but the only thing she gained was this letter. However, it was enough to deal a to Su Jinbang. Suning, surrounded by others looking at her with strange and jealous eyes, nonchalantly followed the information on her ticket to find her seat. Then she forcefully pushed her luggage into the overhead compartment. Sitting in her seat, Suning turned to look out the window at the people outside, tearfully saying goodbye. She felt no special emotion and no resonance with the farewell. In the end of the world, technology babies have no parents or relatives. To boost their fighting ability and prevent emotional burdens, their training and upbringing eliminate the risks of emotional attachment. Therefore, among the ability users, except for specially trained teams with good teamwork, everyone is a cold and emotionless individual. Her flawed technology baby is an exception. Abilities are considered useless and even forbidden, but she has a tiny bit of one. Soon, the carriage became noisy and crowded. After the family members who saw her off put their luggage down and got off, the entire carriage was filled with sobbing and crying, along with noisy reminders from outside the train. The train slowly started moving, and the crying grew louder. Opposite Suning sat two girls with red, tearful eyes, their bodies trembling. She then looked at the man sitting in the same row as her. He was even more handsome than the girls. What surprised Suning was that this man was also crying, trembling like the girls. Suning thought, "Did I get on the wrong train?" Deep in her thoughts about the farewell, Chi Seo noticed her gaze and glared irritably. Unexpectedly, the other person not only didn't feel embarrassed, but also chuckled softly. It was no wonder Suning couldn't help but laugh. In the end of the world, she had seen many strong, cold, and powerful steel straight men full of strength. In this world, the men she encountered were not as muscular as in the end of the world, but they still had normal builds. This was the first time since she had memories that she saw a man who looked more beautiful and charming than a woman, more delicate than a woman. Although Chi Seo was angry at Suning's rudeness, he saw that her eyes only held curiosity and surprise, without any insulting expression or bad attitude. His face softened a little. Chi Seo turned his head to the side, leaving Suning with the back of his head. Suning thought, "Oh, not only is he beautiful and charming, but he's also quite proud." Suning looked away, curious, but only for a moment. The girl sitting opposite Suning saw that he was not crying and even smiled. She sniffed and asked, "Comrade, are you not sad to leave your family, facing the unknown future and new people? How can he still smile?" Suning smiled slightly and said, "It's just a temporary goodbye, not forever. Besides, without parting, there's no joy in reunion. Of course, I want to face it with the best attitude and a happy heart." The girl listening to Suning's words was speechless. Her eyes on Suning looked like she was seeing a big fool. It seemed she was still too naive, not understanding what going to the countryside really meant, or maybe she hadn't even asked about the lives of those who had gone before. Chi Seo also looked at Suning with a blank expression, then gazed out the window. The scenery passing by steadily seemed to remind him that he was leaving home further and further away. "Turns out you're also a young person going to the countryside. My name is Tang Xiaoyu, and I am also heading to the southern province for work. I heard it takes 5 days to reach the destination by train. I hope we can get along well during these days. My name is Suning. I look forward to a good time together." As the train clattered along the tracks for 5 days, it finally reached the provincial capital of the southern province. Suning and Tang Xiaoyu talked happily, becoming more familiar over the 5 days. At first, Suning's straightforward talk made Tang Xiaoyu think he was just a simple, naive person. Along the way, she also explained some rural customs, which were not as simple as she imagined. She subtly reminded him to stay alert. Suning listened humbly, understanding that as an outsider, his knowledge was limited. Learning more was beneficial and harmless for him. Although they got off at the same station, they headed to different places. Before parting, they exchanged addresses and agreed to write letters. It's worth mentioning that Chi Seo, who had been quiet all along, was picked up by a car right after they left the train station. The group of travelers, carrying large bags and sweating profusely, all envied each other. Suning, with her 4 big bags, found the person in charge at the station who was waiting to pick up the young people heading to the city. After checking their personal information, she was redirected to another team to wait. Suning put down her things and sat down heavily on one of her big bags, quietly waiting without complaints or talking much. This left a good impression on the person in charge. In May, the weather was hot, and because of the special location of the southern province and the poorly ventilated station, Suning felt very stuffy. She then took out a large fan from one of her bags and leisurely fanned herself. The person in charge, who brings a big fan when traveling, one after another, young people arrived at the meeting point. Seeing them sweaty, out of breath, and looking a bit disheveled, the person in charge's gaze unconsciously drifted to Suning and her 4 large bags. Suddenly, she wondered why there was such a big difference between people. Look at her, carrying so much luggage, arriving first. She had already been fanning herself with the big fan for half an hour. "Comrades, welcome you from afar. But this is not the final destination. We still need to go further. Everyone stay alert, take your luggage, and follow me. Let's head to the next stop." As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, complaints started to rise again. The staff responsible for receiving the young people were very eloquent. In just a few words, they made a group of inexperienced young people full of energy, forcing their tired bodies to keep moving. After a long journey by car and tractor, over 10 hours, they finally arrived at the commune at dawn, when the sun was just rising warmly. A group of young people, increasingly uncertain about their future and coming from all over the country, waited moodily for the team leaders of each brigade to take over. The journey not only tested their physical strength, but also smoothed out many of the young people's rough edges, who had never left their parents' protection. Whether they were arrogant or domineering, Now they looked like wilted eggplants after a frost. The commune didn't care about breakfast. Those with food continued to eat, while those without food but with money could buy some snacks at the supply and marketing store to get by. Suning also went to the local supply and marketing cooperative sales points to look around, trying to understand the situation in the countryside. But since the commune couldn't even afford a proper meal, the rural conditions were probably worse. After browsing the items at the sales points, she roughly understood the situation. So she bought some basic supplies like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, a kerosene lamp, and kerosene. Although she had some space, she still needed to buy these as a cover. Some people, seeing Suning's naive actions, rolled their eyes in disdain. They were here to support rural development as visitors from afar, and it was unlikely that the villagers hadn't prepared these basic items for them. Others, after a brief thought, also bought a few supplies. The commune leaders watched the young people's actions closely. Half of them admired, and the other half felt helpless. But everyone has their own fate. Difficult living conditions would make them face reality. Around 11 o'clock, the leaders of the 12 brigades arrived one after another. From the transportation used to pick up the educated youths, it was clear that there were differences between the brigades. Only 2 brigade leaders arrived on tractors. The others came in ox carts, but there were differences among the ox carts. Some brigades had several ox carts, while 2 brigades only had one. And this group of nearly 80 people, where would they all go? It all depended on the luck of the brigade leaders drawing lots. While waiting, a small car sped through the dust and stopped suddenly at the entrance of the commune. The first to get out was a tall, mature man dressed in a Lenin-style suit, with a straight posture. Next came a familiar face who had sat with Suning for 5 days, quiet and reserved, Chi-seo. So, is this person a young educated youth? Suning just took a quick glance out of curiosity and then looked away. Many people's eyes lit up excitedly at the sight of the small car. The results of the lot drawing by the brigade leaders were soon announced. Those with tractors were excited, and even a few ox carts were better than nothing. Suning's luck was not so good. She was assigned to a brigade led by one of the 2, with only 1 ox cart. 7 people stared bitterly at the single ox cart, where the pulling ox was restless, moving its hooves and flicking its tail. The captain also felt nervous, as did the 7 people with their sad looks. He was a bit overwhelmed. They were unlucky to be chosen by chance, but he couldn't blame himself. And how bad was their team? At least they had a cart. These young people didn't know that some teams didn't even have a cart. Cough, cough. Comrades, on behalf of our Dahyuan team, I welcome you all. I am Captain Lu Dailai. Because our team has limited resources, today we only have 1 cart. There isn't much space, and the oxen are not very strong. Please put your luggage on the cart and walk with me back to the team. Each person had quite a lot of luggage. Just 7 people's belongings filled the cart. Seeing the full load, Captain Lu silently felt a bit sad. His favorite ox, Da Huang, was ready to start. Secretary Wu from Hongxing Commune came over with a friendly smile.
Dalai.
Weren't you just complaining that your team has fewer male youth than female youth? Well, here's a new male youth for you. Seeing Secretary Wu's mischievous smile, Lu Dailai had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after Wu finished speaking and moved aside, Lu was surprised to see the man with a playful look. Is that really a man? Secretary Wu, I may be honest, but I'm not stupid. The 7 young people assigned to the Dahyuan team, except Suning, had never seen such a handsome, fair, tender, and charming man up close before. It was quite shocking. The female youth felt a bit ashamed, and the male youth looked at him with mixed feelings. Secretary Wu cleared his throat and said, Dailai, I leave this young man, Chi-seo, to you. Last year, your team was close to being named an outstanding model team. After a year of hard work and growth, I believe your team still has great potential this year. If you have any difficulties, report them to the commune. We will try to help if we can. If the commune can't solve it, we will find a way. Lu Dailai felt bitter inside. He knew this old fox had bad intentions. Don't worry, Secretary. Our team's villagers are very friendly. The honor of being called an Model Worker Advance Team is a goal that our team has worked hard to achieve together, from the oldest to the youngest. We are determined to do our best. Good, good, good. All of you are very dedicated comrades. On the bumpy mountain road, Lu Dalai, with deep frustration, led the yellow ox forward. 8 young workers, 4 men and 4 women, followed the ox cart. Under the blazing sun, after walking for about half an hour, everyone was very thirsty. Song Jejia, panting heavily, said, "Team leader, we've been walking for so long. How much farther is it?" "It's so hot. I feel like I might get heat stroke," Lu Dalai replied. "We're only a little way in. We haven't even reached 1/3 of the distance yet. At this pace, it will take at least another hour and a half." Song Jejia sighed, bent over, and sat down on a rock, wiping sweat from her forehead and feeling dizzy. "I can't walk anymore. I feel so dizzy." One after another, several others sat down as well. The team leader sighed. "Hold on a little longer. Here, under the hot sun, we can't rest well and we might even get sunstroke. Look, just around that bend, there's shade and a mountain spring. We can rest when we get there. I can't go any further. I can't take another step. I might as well just give up," Song Jejia said, giving up. Apart from Chi Seo, the other 3 male young workers looked a bit disheveled but were still in decent shape. The 4 female young workers, except for Su Ning, looked exhausted, as if they had run a long race. Su Ning was carrying a shoulder bag. She took out a military-style water bottle, took a few sips, the cap back on, and was about to put it back in her bag when she noticed several intense gazes fixed on her. Looking over, she realized the gazes were focused on her water bottle. "Su Ning fronet. Don't you all have water?" Everyone except the team leader shook their heads. Song Jejia said, "Who knew the conditions here would be so bad? No carts to sit on, and we have to walk under the blazing sun." The team leader, looking a bit annoyed, said, "Bah, as if we're eager for you to come here. Our countryside has these conditions. If you don't like it, you can go back home." "No one will stop you," Song Jejia angrily said. "If I could go back, why would I still be foolishly suffering here?" Shen Qingning worried that they might offend the team leader before even reaching the team, so she quickly said, "Comrade, may I borrow some water to drink?" "Suning sait, borrowing son sto formal." "The water bottle is used, so if you don't mind, let's exchange it for 1 yuan per cup." She then took out a small ceramic cup from her crossbody bag. Song Jejia widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Why don't you just go and grab some?" Su Ning put the water bottle into her bag and said, "Exchanging isn't about just taking. Why are you so angry, comrade? In the future, we'll see each other often, so it's better to keep the peace." After saying that, Su Ning took out a fan from her bag and leisurely fanned herself, looking very comfortable. "Everyone, now we're even more thirsty. What should we do?" The team leader. "Oh no, here comes a tricky person." Song Jejia couldn't hold back anymore, took out a yuan, and walked up to Su Ning. "I want a cup too." Su Ning took the money, put it in her pocket, and then poured a full cup of water from her bottle into the small ceramic cup for Song Jejia. Song Jejia eagerly took the cup and drank a big sip, sighing happily, "I've never tasted plain water this good. Everyone really want to try it too." Shen Qingning also couldn't resist anymore. Faced with the choice between heatstroke and a yuan, she happily decided to pay. Su Ning also poured her a full cup. After drinking the water, Shen Qingning returned the cup to Su Ning, and a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, making Su Ning slightly smile. "TSK. There's some potential here." Su Ning shook her water bottle. "There's still plenty left. Does anyone else want some?" Chi Seo pursed his lips. Between heatstroke and cleanliness, he chose to save his life. "Pour me a cup too." Su Ning looked at the distance between them and then at Chi Seo sitting still. "What does that mean? You want me to bring it to you? Haven't the 2 beautiful women already come over on their own?" Right now, there's no customer service rule that says the customer is always right. Buying things at the supply and marketing cooperative means the customer has to consider the seller's attitude. Acting tough and aggressive doesn't work here. Perhaps because Su Ning's gaze was too straightforward, Chi Seo understood that some people feel defeated when they have to bow their heads under pressure. She awkwardly approached to exchange a drink. Gradually, 2 more people exchanged water, and 1 pot of water was sold out. They easily earned 5 yuan. The team leader carried some bamboo tube water. Not much, just enough for himself, but seeing how easily Suning earned a few yuan, he was very surprised. And she was just exchanging, not selling, so she didn't lose any advantage. It's not that he was reluctant to share with everyone, but his previous experience with young workers told him that sharing often led to rejection. If they didn't appreciate it, he wouldn't share anymore. Thanks to the water provided by Suning, everyone finally managed to walk to the shady spot the team leader mentioned. The first to sit down was Song Jejia. Team leader, how much longer until we arrive? Lu Dailai, I can't remember how many times you've asked. Almost there, everyone rest a bit now, and we'll try to push through to the team later. Song Jejia, Chi Seo, and Shin Qingning were all wearing leather shoes, and their feet were already sore, each step feeling like punishment. After resting for a while and catching her breath, Song Jejia looked around and said, "We've walked this far, but I still don't know everyone's names." "I'm Song Jejia." "What's yours?" Suning smiled faintly and said, "I'm Suning. I'm Shin Qingning. I'm Wei Xiaochun." The young men also introduced themselves one by one. The 8 people from all over the country, united by their identity as young workers, started a simple conversation. Song Jejia looked around and suddenly said, "I just realized something. Suning, why do you not seem to sweat at all? Could greedy people not get tired?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Indeed, the other's hair was soaked with sweat. Only Suning looked fresh and clean. Shin Qingning's eyes flickered as she said, "I heard before that there is a rare condition where people don't sweat no matter how hot it is." I didn't believe it. Now, seeing Suning, I think I believe it a little. Suning put her water bottle filled with mountain spring water into her bag and took out her large fan. Everyone, including Lu Dailai, couldn't help but make a face. Suning was swinging a large fan and said leisurely, "There's nothing good about sweating so much. If I really had the illness that Shin Jiqing mentioned, I would wish I could have it, but just thinking about it, it's only a daydream and won't become real. I'm still able to do things and haven't exhausted my energy, so naturally I won't sweat." Lu Dailai finally showed his first smile today, finally feeling some relief. After Suning finished speaking, Song Jejia looked at him with mixed feelings. "I'm not only physically weaker, but also less prepared. Suning, you prepare things more thoughtfully than my mom. My mom packed me many bags, but didn't think to give me a water bottle or a fan. On the train, I drink water from a lunchbox. What? I must write to my mom and tell her to learn more. Next time, I can suffer less. Everyone. This girl not only has a strange way of thinking, but also hasn't fully grown up." Fu Guodong handed a cigarette to the team leader and asked about the village. "Uncle Lu, were there any educated youths in our village before?" Lu Dailai thought this kid was clever. A group came last year, including 2 boys and 2 girls. Thinking about the trouble caused by those 4 youths and looking at the 8 people in front of him, he just hoped they wouldn't cause any problems that could affect the team's work. Fu Guodong asked again, "Do you know if these educated youths are living with local families or staying together?" "When they first arrived, our team didn't have collective housing, so they stayed with local families. But, you see, life in the countryside is very different from the city. This caused conflicts between the youths and the villagers. That's why the team built collective houses to settle the youths." Fu Guodong praised. "It's clear that your leadership is excellent, team leader. You identified the problems and solved them quickly, making the youths and villagers feel like family. Who doesn't like to hear good words?" Lu Dailai felt happy inside. He couldn't help but start talking about the village. "Our Dawawan team, although located in a remote area with poor land conditions, is a big village. There are over 130 households, with about 800 people of all ages living together. Despite the large population, the villagers of Dahuan are very united. When one family has a problem, the whole village helps. For example, 2 years ago, a pregnant woman fell in the fields. She was about 10 days from giving birth, and the fall was very dangerous. Seeing that both mother and baby might be in danger, the men of our village carried her on a door panel and rushed to the hospital, racing against time. In the end, both mother and child were safe. If this had happened in another village, they might have argued for hours, and by the time they sorted it out, the moment would have passed.
Sigh.
Our village has never won the title of model worker. It's not because our villagers don't work hard or aren't talented. It's because of our location, poor land, and limited fertilizer supplies from above. Fu Guodong said, Captain, there's a saying, people can beat nature. With your leadership and everyone working together, we will surely earn the honor of being model workers someday. Ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to that day. Silently listening was Shin Qingning, with her eyes unfocused, lost in her thoughts. It's getting late. If anyone needs water, hurry and drink.
We need to leave now.
3 men in leather shoes muttered quietly. The captain looked around and said, Our road is full of potholes, not like the smooth city streets. If you have more comfortable shoes, it's best to change into them. Otherwise, when we reach the village, your feet might be sore for days. The weather is hot, and it hasn't rained for nearly a month. The sun is blazing every day. Everyone is working hard to fetch water and irrigate the crops. If you don't work the land, you won't earn any work points. Without work points, you won't get grain next year. Also, don't think that having a good family background or subsidies means you can ignore work points. Work points are vital for every member and are also used to evaluate the performance of young people sent to the countryside. Those who perform well and have recommendations from agricultural or military colleges will be given priority for opportunities. Song Jejia. Mom, you might not know, but wearing leather shoes on rough roads is very uncomfortable. Shin Qingning was prepared and changed into new, comfortable shoes. Chi Seo didn't have proper shoes for working outside, so he had a quick idea. He tore some cotton from his quilt and stuffed it into his shoes. After moving his feet a bit, he felt much more comfortable. Lu Dala really wanted to hit Chi Seo on the head with a stick. What a waste. Such a good quilt, and he just took out the cotton to stuff his shoes. That soft, white cotton was now being stepped on under his feet. What a waste. He really doesn't know how to live carefully. Song Jejia looked around but couldn't do anything. She only had a thin blanket and couldn't take out any cotton. Her mother hadn't sent her a winter quilt yet. Wei Xiaochun took out a pair of cloth shoes, planning to lend them to Song Jejia, but they were too small. Suning looked up at the sun. If they kept arguing like this, when would they arrive? It was taking too long. Suning went to the ox cart and took down her biggest bag. Captain, I'll carry this bag. Let's leave an empty spot so that those who need it can take turns sitting.
This should save us some time.
Is that okay? Lu Dala felt pleased. These kids were a bit delicate, but they had kind hearts. They had only known each other a short time, but they already helped each other. That's good. Okay, that's great. It really will save a lot of time. Song Jejia almost wanted to bow to Suning. Can you really carry it? Suning said it should be fine. Money is my biggest motivation. If anyone needs that seat, they can pay 1 yuan to swap with me so I can carry the bag and free up a spot. The captain thought I was too naive. I was so happy too early. And why does it feel like something's wrong? The ox cart belongs to our team, right? How did she make money from it? Song Jejia, why money again? Are you obsessed with money? Suning, what's wrong with money? Isn't life about earning money? She continued whether to sit or not. If not, I'll put the bag on the cart. The soles of their feet hurt badly. Song Jejia, Shin Qingning, and Chi Seo all chose to share the pain and pay 1 yuan to take turns sitting in the empty spot. The captain thought, what a clever girl, but also 3 troublemakers. Along the way, Suning carried a large bag, kept up with everyone, and still looked calm and steady. This made the 3 men with empty hands feel very ashamed. Chi Seo ignored the complicated look in Captain Lu's eyes. One main idea was, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, others will. After Song Jejia asked several times how much longer until they reached, they finally arrived at the entrance of Dehuan village. The name Dehuan truly lives up to its meaning. A big river winds down, and the whole village is built on a sharp bend. Looking around, there are only mountains, and irregular patches of land scattered on steep slopes. The crops along the road were dried out by the sun, with leaves curled up. Song Jejia looked around and saw that the entire village was made of uneven, old mud walls and thatched roof houses. She also glanced at a group of curious little kids, all dull-colored and patched-up clothes. Song Jejia pouted, her eyes full of sadness. She missed her mom. She wanted to go home. She didn't want to stay here. Not only Song Jejia, but the other 7 young workers besides Suning looked anxious and uncertain about the future. Suning looked at the endless mountains in the distance, her whole body filled with excitement, her eyes shining. It was as if she saw many delicious treats flying toward her. The captain led Suning and the others through the village to a large yard on the west side. This is our village, the collective house built for you young workers. That's all for today. You can settle in now, no need to go to work. Tomorrow morning at 3 o'clock, be ready to gather at the drying field. Song Jejia exclaimed, 3 o'clock in the morning? Are you sure, Captain? It'll still be dark then, right? The captain, with a worried look, said, no rain for nearly a month, and it's been very hot every day. You saw when you arrived, the crops are almost dying from the heat. This is after everyone has been watering and caring for them daily. Everyone is racing against time to save the crops. The sun is at its peak, and the ground is hot. Watering the crops now would burn the seedlings. So, we need to water before the land gets too hot. That's why we want you to gather at 3 in the morning, to give you time to settle in. Otherwise, I will make you start working at 6 p.m. today. Jejia, this is terrible. Fu Guodong, Captain, are we watering the fields all night? As you can see, most of our land is on the mountain. Carrying water from the river to water the crops is very time-consuming and tiring. But we have to do it. Saving even a little is important. Otherwise, the days ahead will be even harder. The captain didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood that food is life. If we can't grow crops, it's not just about hunger, people's lives could be at risk. The captain gave a few instructions and hurriedly left. Suning and the others looked at the row of mud brick houses. There are 6 rooms, with a small extension on the left side, surrounded by a wall about waist-high, offering good privacy. Fu Guodong said, I wonder how the previous young workers stayed here? They're not here now, but time is short. We should quickly settle into the empty rooms. We all need rest to regain strength, or the workload ahead might be too much for us. They chose 2 unlocked rooms and pushed the doors open. A strong, strange smell hit them immediately. Inside, they saw a row of large sleeping mats. Each room could fit at least 6 people. Jejia said, it's already hot outside, but inside it's even hotter, and the smell is so strong. How can anyone live here? Look at the ceiling, it's so low I think I could reach it with my hand. And such a small window. What's it for? Wei Xiaochun said, maybe that's why it's so hot inside. The ceiling is low, the window is small, and the door was closed, so there's no ventilation. That's why the smell is so bad. Shen Qingning said, even though the conditions here are poor, I think it's better than staying at a fellow worker's house. Also, since we entered the village, we've seen mostly these kinds of houses, probably a bit taller but similar. Suning said, we don't have much time. Complaining won't solve anything. Why bother wasting energy? Wei Xiaochun said, since we 4 are familiar with each other, why don't we all stay in one room? Everyone knows deep down that new people will keep arriving, and they probably won't be able to live alone. It's okay, but the room is very messy. We should open the door to let in some fresh air. Let's clean it thoroughly and wipe everything down before moving in. Song Jejia and Shen Qingning come from wealthy families. Song Jejia is terrible at chores and often makes things worse. Shen Qingning, on the other hand, is quick and efficient, with clear plans and organized steps. She is very experienced. Suning was surprised to see her so capable and looked at her several times. She noticed Shen Qingning's soft, white hands, which didn't seem like they often did housework. So, how did she learn to do things so skillfully? Suning kept working and smiled slightly, thinking maybe she was someone with a special story too. Wei Xiaochun worked quickly and was the kind of person who did more and talked less. The 4 of them worked together for about half an hour, and the room looked completely different. Su Ning, Shen Qingning, and Wei Xiaoqun made their beds and watched silently as Song Jejia and her sheets got all messy. Song Jejia kept cursing. I don't believe I can't fix this today. A broken sheet, and she's fighting with me. I told you to listen to me, but you went against me. Do you believe I won't tear you apart? Shen Qingning rubbed her forehead, as if she saw her past self. It was strange to see such a funny scene from an outsider's view. To stop those old memories from coming back and causing trouble, Shen Qingning went over and took the sheet from Song Jejia. Let me show you. Hold the two corners of the sheet tightly, shake it hard, then pull it onto the bed. Song Jejia listened carefully and tried to learn, but when she practiced, it seemed like her brain and hands didn't work together. Shen Qingning gave up trying to help her. Forget it. I'll make the bed for you first. You can practice when you have more time. Song Jejia looked sad, staring at her young white hands and sighed. You guys are just not made for chores. It's really tough for you. Wei Xiaoqun chuckled. Comrade Song, what kind of shock did you get that made you decide to go to the countryside and become a young worker? Song Jejia pouted, tears of regret streaming down her face. The other three. 1 second it was clear skies, the next it was dark clouds. Is this girl learning to change faces? Song Jejia wiped away her crocodile tears and looked at the three people pitifully. If I tell you I was tricked into coming here, do you believe me? Shen Qingning and Wei Xiaoqun nodded in unison and almost at the same time said, We believe you, Song Jejia. Don't I care about my pride? You should at least hesitate a little. Shen Qingning said, If I'm not mistaken, you were probably tricked by your best friend, maybe even involved in some emotional drama. Song Jejia excitedly patted her thigh. Yes, you're so clever. You guessed it right. Shen Qingning smiled. It's not that she was especially clever or a prophet, but that the current Song Jejia was a mirror image of her in a past life. In her past life, she was betrayed by her fiancé and her close friend. Naively, she didn't realize there were two wolves hiding around her. She brought the wolves into her home, hurting her parents and family, and she herself fell into a state where she was easily bullied and humiliated. It was her deep hatred that kept her going through one hardship after another. Even with her body and mind scarred, she stubbornly fought back to avenge herself, thinking that life was just like that. But heaven was kind to her. In her final moments, she experienced the greatest happiness in the world. Sadly, they met when life was at its lowest, and that happiness was too brief. So she decided to start over, plan early, and deal with the two wolves to protect her family. She resolutely returned to his hometown. In her past life, he warmed her last days. In this life, she would spend her whole life with him. Seeing Song Jejia's face full of admiration, Shen Qingning said, I also have a friend with bad intentions, but I saw through her tricks and didn't let her succeed. Song Jejia asked confused, Then why are you here? Oh, could it be the same as me? Let me tell you, I am the biggest fool in the world. I was tricked into signing up for rural work, and they said we would go together to start a business in the countryside. I was so excited by their tricks, and I was played with, stunned and confused. They spent my money and played with my partner. Until the day of departure was near, those two disgusting people wanted to shock me one last time. They revealed their true faces, and I finally saw their real intentions. It turned out I was the only one foolish enough to sign up. It also became clear that they had been secretly working together for a while. Fortunately, my dad and my brother were strong and made sure I saw the miserable end of those two troublemakers before I got on the train. Otherwise, I might have been so angry I would have made myself sick. But looking at the current situation, even if I can't be angry enough to die, I am probably exhausted from the stress.
Oh.
Such a lovely and beautiful me. I might never come back. Shen Qingning smiled. Song Jejia was lucky. Even if she was tricked for a moment, her family was safe. I wasn't tricked into signing up to go to the countryside. I came here willingly. Song Jejia nodded clearly. I see. You're here to pursue your dreams. Shen Qingning. No, I am here to find someone. We get along pretty well, except for few who are a bit greedy. Don't call me Shen Jejia or Shen Jiqing anymore. Just call me Jejia. I am 17 years old. And you? Shen Qingning said, I think I am the oldest of us four. I am 20. You can just call me Qingning. Greedy Suning said, I am 18. As for how to address me, just call me whatever you like, as long as I know you're talking to me. Everyone laughed at her words. Greed is bad, but she doesn't seem that annoying. Wei Xiaochun said, I am 19. You can call me Xiaochun or Xiaokunshan. Song Jejia's eyes sparkled as she said, we're all sisters. That's so great. Let me tell you, our family is like a temple. I have 12 cousins and 4 brothers, but none of them are gentle sisters. Even worse, my married cousins and brothers haven't given me a soft, sweet little niece. Now, 2 beautiful, gentle, and 1 greedy sister have arrived. It's wonderful. I love it so much. Shen Qingning smiled but didn't say anything. Suning said, I am greedy, but I earn honestly. Don't get too excited. Let's think about what to have for dinner tonight. Have you finished packing? If you're ready, come out first, so we can discuss how to handle dinner. Suning and the others heard the shouting outside and came out of the dormitory. Fu Guodong said, the old educated youth haven't come back yet, and I don't know how they plan to handle the meals. I just took a walk around the house. There are 2 outdoor toilets, but only 1 kitchen. There are 8 of us, plus the old educated youth. It's not practical for us to cook separately, so let's discuss whether we should cook together or form small groups. Jejia Song raised her small, fair hands confidently and said, I can't cook, but I want to be with you all. The male educated youth looked at the 3 girls with complicated expressions, unsure of what to think. Suning and the other 2 suddenly remembered the scene where Jejia Song fought with the bedsheet. If she learns to cook, will she burn down the kitchen? Suning said, I'm a girl, but I have a bit more strength and energy, so I eat a lot. But even if I eat a lot, I only eat my own food and won't take anyone else's. If you all don't mind my big appetite, I will follow everyone's decision. Shen Qingning and Wei Xiaoqun both said they would go along with the group. No one on the male youth side had any objections either. Fu Guodong continued, since we came together and no one has any special requests, let's stick together and cook as a group. To keep things organized and not delay work, we have 8 people so we can pair up and take turns. What do you all think? Suning said she had no preference and was fine with anything. Wei Xiaochun agreed too. Shen Qingning suggested, cooking isn't just about preparing food. It also involves gathering firewood and fetching water. Since men and women have different strengths, I suggest each group should have 1 male and 1 female. That sounds good. Anyone who can't cook, please stand on the left. Suddenly, 2 girls and 2 boys stood on the left. Suning glanced at Chi Xiao, who was fair, beautiful, and delicate, and was surprised to see she could cook. Suning said she could cook, but she didn't want to. Instead of burning herself in the kitchen, she would rather do some physical work. Alongside Song Jejia and Suning, the 2 young male educated youths standing to the left, Zhang Qianjin and Zheng Zhengwo, also unexpectedly glanced at Chi Xiao. The teams were assigned as follows: Fu Guodong and Song Jejia together, Suning and Chi Xiao together, Shen Qingning and Zheng Zhengwo together, Wei Xiaochun and Zhang Qianjin together. After the groups were formed, Fu Guodong said, each of us has weaknesses. When we team up, there will probably be some disagreements. But we are all here for the same goal. I believe we can overcome any difficulties. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and 4 tired young people entered. The leading man spoke. These are new arrivals. Welcome, comrades. Today, there's a lot to do, so we didn't have time to greet everyone properly. My name is Sun Hongbing. On behalf of the team leader, I am temporarily in charge of the youth dormitory. Let me introduce you. This is Comrade Qian Mingwei, this is Comrade Li Hong, and this is Comrade Qi Mei. The other 8 people, including Suning, also introduced themselves. Sun Hongbing said, normally, the first meal after arriving should be prepared by us old youths. But honestly, we are a bit short on resources, so we might not be able to host a proper dinner. You might have to handle it yourselves. Qi Mei, who went to fetch water and wash her hands, said unhappily, no one asked you, and you used so much water right away. There's not enough left for dinner, Suning had indeed fetched a basin of water to clean the beds, and he apologized. Sorry. It was wrong of me to take water, without asking. Since we just arrived and don't know the area well, I didn't know where to get water. Please, comrade Sun, let us know where you usually fetch water, and I'll go get more and return it. Shen Qingning, Wei Xiaochun, and Song Jiejie also used a basin of water and apologized, saying they would go fetch more and return it soon. Qi Mei's face remained unhappy. You guys are so picky and fussing over small things. We just arrived too. Why do the male youths seem to be able to handle things better than you? Song Jiejie, angry, said, We didn't steal water. We apologized and will return it after fetching more. We cleaned the room. Why are you calling us pretentious or fussing over nothing? You're not being reasonable. Qi Mei snorted coldly. You talk so easily. Do you know how far it is to fetch water? How much time does it take to go back and forth? Do you think we will come back today and finish everything? After eating, we still have to go to the field. How much time will you waste by dawdling and taking water? Will you compensate for the lost work points? Suning said, I will go fetch water right away. If I delay your cooking time, I will compensate for the lost work points. Song Jiejie, Shen Qingning, and Wei Xiaochun all said they would compensate if their work was delayed because of water issues. Suning looked at Sun Hongbing and said, Please tell me where to fetch water, Sun Jiqing. Also, may I borrow your water bucket? Sun Hongbing pointed in a direction and agreed to lend the bucket. Suning took the bucket and went outside. The other 3 young women followed, but Suning stopped them, saying, You don't need to come. We'll use at most 2 buckets of water today. I'll carry it myself. I won't mind this small loss. You don't need to exchange anything. Stay here and, while Sun Hongbing has time, ask him about how to buy basic daily items and the process for starting work. Qi Mei sneered coldly, her nose not quite a nose, her eyes not quite eyes. Suning didn't bother to respond. Today, she was in the right, and she wouldn't argue with her. The older workers thought Suning was just pretending, since her small frame might not even carry a bucket of water. Moreover, she had to walk over 10 minutes on a bumpy road each way. But they didn't expect such a quick comeback. It was only about 5 or 6 minutes later that Suning returned, carrying a full bucket of water without breaking a sweat or turning red. Qi Mei was first a bit surprised, then looked suspicious and said, You didn't go get river water to pretend it's mountain spring water, did you? Suning studied the bucket and said, How long have you been here? Qi Mei impatiently replied, How long I've been here doesn't matter. What does that have to do with you trying to pass off river water as spring water? If you've only been here a day or 2 and can't tell the difference, I understand. But if you've been here longer and still can't tell, then there are only 2 possibilities. Either you're blind, or you're deliberately causing trouble. I've brought back the water. You haven't even started a fire yet. If your work was delayed, it's not because of the water, but because of your own problems. Don't try to blame us and make us pay. Comrade Sun Hongbing, do you agree with this reasoning? Sun Hongbing looked at the water in the bucket. Although he didn't understand how the young woman knew how to do it so quickly, the water was very clear, truly mountain spring water. He cleared his throat. We are all comrades, so there's no need for misunderstandings over small matters. Comrade Qi Mei, you can go ahead and start cooking. I will tell the new young comrades some basic information. Suning was unhappy with this vague attitude. Comrade Sun Hongbing, I don't read much, so I find complex problems hard to understand. I prefer simple and straightforward explanations. Just tell me directly, if you delay the work today, do we need to compensate you? Song Jiejie also said, Yes, you should be clear, do we need to pay or not? Shen Qingning added, I also want to know if we need to pay. Wei Xiaochun said, It's just a simple question, whether to pay or not. Comrades Sun Hongbing and Qi Mei, please give us a clear answer. Fu Guodong said, Although we are all brothers and sisters from different places, even brothers need to settle accounts. It's better to be clear about everything. Sun Hongbing looked unhappy for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Since it wasn't because of water shortage that we were delayed, there's no need for anyone to pay. Actually, Comrade Qi Mei was joking. We can't be serious over such a small matter. Everyone doesn't know her personality, so it was a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about this anymore. I want to give you a basic overview so that we don't have any unpleasant surprises when working with the team. Chimei chimed in again. Young comrade son, don't forget to mention the village situation, especially about our youth team. The pots, bowls, water jars, buckets, and dustpans in the kitchen, those were all bought with our own money. The 8 newcomers confirmed that the so-called youth team leader was quite petty. He claimed to be explaining the basic situation but actually didn't cover what was necessary. The main point he emphasized was that the kitchen utensils and shared items were bought with their own money. They could use them, but the costs should be shared. After saying this, he waved and left, claiming he was going to be late. Song Jejia spat and said, "Late? What late?" "He's just lingering around." Fu Guodong frowned and, taking advantage of the open kitchen door, went inside to take a look. There was a pot on the stove, 2 small wooden basins by the wall, 2 woven baskets hanging on the wall, and not even a simple shelf for storage. At the kitchen entrance, there was a small wooden water tank, and next to it was the water bucket that Suning borrowed to fetch water. There were only 4 old educated youths, so the supplies were barely enough. But there were 8 people in total, and these utensils clearly weren't enough. Sharing these tools among everyone would make the schedule tighter. After sharing his thoughts with the other 7, Fu Guodong spoke. Shin Qingning remembered that when Suning gave her a peachwood hairpin, he mentioned that he had some carpentry skills. He learned them by being bold and persistent, relying on his face and stubbornness to stick with the village's old carpenter. So Shin Qingning said, sharing one set of tools is really too tight. Right now, everyone should be at home. Let's go for a walk around the village. See if there's a carpenter or someone with extra tools, and we can exchange with them. If we can buy a set ourselves, that would be even better. It's just a pity that the road to town is too far, so we can't buy a cast iron pot. Suning said, I brought a small iron pot. It's not big, but it should be enough for now. As for water tanks, buckets, basins, as long as there's a carpenter, they should be able to get those. You even brought a pot. The other 7 people were stunned. Suning replied, although I'm full of enthusiasm and want to make a difference in the countryside, we don't really know what the situation is there, so it's better to be prepared. When I was in the commune, I even bought oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar in advance. The 7 new educated youths admired Suning and gave him 7 thumbs up. For now, it seemed that besides his love of money, there was hardly anything else to criticize about him. Even Shin Qingning, who had been reborn, couldn't help but admire how thoughtful Suning was. Suning happily accepted their praise, took out a list from his pocket, and said, I still have my shopping list. I can share the seasoning and iron pot with everyone, but besides the value of these items, since I've traveled so far to bring them here, I'd appreciate some compensation for the effort. I think you'd feel embarrassed or uncomfortable if I didn't. This situation requires us to work together. If negative feelings affect our unity, it won't be good. Everyone can just pretend to be polite. After all, none of you are the type to take advantage of others. Everyone. Could it be that someone is overthinking? Song Jejia suddenly looks excited, pulls out a big white rabbit candy from her pocket, carefully unwraps it, and happily offers it to Suning. Senior sister Ning, have a piece of candy. Suning wants to refuse, but as she opens her mouth, Song Jejia quickly puts the candy in her mouth. Song Jejia then takes out a few more candies from her pocket. Do you want some? The other 6 shake their heads politely, but before they can speak, Song Jejia stuffs the candies into Suning's pocket. Senior sister Ning, you just carried a big bucket of water for us. You must be hungry. Eat up, I have plenty. Suning. Your eyes tell me you're up to something. Shin Qingning turns her head away, feeling more disappointed the more she looks at Song Jejia. Suning puts the candies back into Song Jejia's hand. Just one is enough. Be grateful. Keep some for yourself. Life here isn't like the city. Song Jejia. Why not take it? Senior sister Ning, this candy I gave you comes from. Before Song Jejia finishes, Suning takes out a perfect white rabbit candy and hands it to her. I know the candy I gave you has a story, but this one has a story too.
Take it.
No need to be polite. Since we live under the same roof, this friendship is worth it. Song Jejia. Suning, trying to trick me out of money? No way, not even the door or the window. In the end, the 7 of them pooled together 3.50 yuan for Suning. 8 people split into 2 teams to gather information in the village. They finally met at the carpenter's house, which luckily had supplies. They bought water tanks, buckets, wooden basins, and shelves in one go. From the carpenter, they learned that his neighbor next door is a bamboo weaving expert. They went again to buy a dustpan, a basket, and a bamboo basket. All shared tools, including the pot and seasonings brought by Suning, were paid for equally by all 8. Each person bought their own small wooden basin for washing. Yes, now it's not about buying, but about exchanging. The old educated youth saw that the new arrivals were very efficient and united, and they all seemed well off. Their expressions were a bit complicated, especially Chi Mei and Sun Hongbing, who slammed the gate loudly when leaving to show their displeasure. Song Jijia. Huh. What's wrong with them? The stove has 2 burners, one with the old educated youth's pot, and the other is empty. But the burner is a bit big, and Suning's pot isn't large enough, so the burner needs to be modified. 8 people worked together to have hot food for dinner tonight. They divided into groups as planned. Some fetched water, some gathered firewood, and some fixed the stove. Suning carried a new wooden bucket, walking quickly. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around.
Wow.
The beautiful, fair-skinned lady is following. But her footsteps seem a bit strange. Her eyes are red. What does that mean? Could she be crying again? Qi Jiqing, you only have a water bucket. There's no need for you to come along. Once I've fetched the water, you can take your turn. Qi Xiao, even with cotton padding inside his leather shoes, had his feet sore and bleeding, and every step was painful. Sweat kept trying to escape from his eyes. He wasn't crying, his eyes are just too small to hold all that water. Suning, I want to follow and find the way. His voice was a little hoarse, with a soft, sweet tone. Suning once again doubted. This person must have been born in the wrong body. Just his looks, his voice, and his soft, charming manner, each one could easily win a man's heart. If his gender were switched, he'd definitely be a rough man's treasure. Oh, okay. Even though Suning slowed down, Qi Xiao still struggled to keep up. She heard his heavy breathing and panting behind her, grinding her teeth. Having to work with this person felt like a big trap. Finally reaching the water-fetching spot, Suning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This little troublemaker is too exhausting. She quickly filled her bucket with water, looked at Qi Xiao, and said, "You know the way, so I won't wait for you." Then she carried a heavy load of water steadily and left quickly, as if walking on flat ground. Qi Xiao took off his leather shoes, and his white socks were already stained red with blood. The socks were still stuck to his wound. Qi Xiao frowned and struggled to move himself closer to the water source. He poured some water on his socks to clean them before slowly taking them off. When Suning returned carrying a water bucket, he saw the handsome young man sitting by the water ditch, full of loneliness and sadness, hugging his feet. He wondered what he was thinking.
Huh.
Was he crying too? Suning thought to himself, who says women are made of water? If a man cries, his tears flow just as much as a woman's. He deliberately made his footsteps louder but slowed down his pace. Qi Xiao quickly turned his head away and wiped his tears. Suning approached, and Qi Xiao was hurriedly putting his socks on. Qi Jiqing, earlier when you went to the village to ask for news, I heard an aunt from the 3rd household in the west part of the village makes straw or cloth shoes and trades them for things. It's not far from our youth station. If you need, you might go see if there are any suitable for you. Okay, thank you. I will go take a look. You've already carried a load. Let me carry this one. Suning glanced at his foot. No, I should carry it. Your foot injury seems serious. My strength doesn't cost anything extra. Water costs only 50 cents. Caring first, then bargaining, this made Qi Jiqing feel embarrassed to even ask for a discount. With many people working together, the water tank was filled quickly, firewood was enough, the stove was fixed, and Suning's pocket gained an extra $1. The team leader also arranged for them to receive a month's rations, though it was in advance, to be repaid when distributing the supplies. Song Jejia knew she was the least capable at work, but appreciated everyone's acceptance. She proactively provided ingredients for 3 dishes, some dried meat, a can of luncheon meat, and a handful of vermicelli. Shen Qingning brought out 10 eggs exchanged with villagers. Wei Xiaochun contributed pickled peppers, pickled radish, and preserved vegetables from home. Qi Siyu provided a can of luncheon meat. Fu Guodong offered half a bag of dried noodles, about a pound. Zhang Qianjin contributed a pound of peach cookies. Zheng Zhengwo brought a handful of dried seaweed and dried squid. Suning supplied 8 small steamed buns. Wei Xiaochun smiled and said, "It's still Su Jiqing who thought ahead. If you hadn't prepared in advance, we would have had a boring first meal tonight." Although it seemed like they indirectly let Su Ning earn some money, we have to admit that her prepared iron pot and seasonings really helped us out in a pinch. Fu Guodong nodded and said, "That's true. This shows the importance of teamwork. No one is perfect, everyone has their weaknesses. But when we work together, our strength is not to be underestimated." To make good use of these precious ingredients and to start our life as young educated youths well, I suggest those who are good at cooking take on more responsibility. Let's all work together to prepare this dinner. As night fell, Su Ning and the others finally sat down to their first meal at the Dawawan Brigade. They had dried meat with potatoes, pickled vegetables with vermicelli, egg custard, kelp soup, and stir-fried dried squid. They didn't have bowls. Each dish was served in a lunchbox. Those with extra lunchboxes used them, and those without used the lids of their lunchboxes. Villagers passing by the dorms could smell the delicious aroma and couldn't help but swallow, looking at the young educated youths with envy. Some were jealous and greedily sniffed the food, while also grumbling under their breath. They didn't know what others thought, but the 8 people eating were having a great time. Song Jejia mumbled, "This is the most comfortable meal I've had since I left home." The food on the train was so expensive and tasted terrible. Shen Qingning swallowed her food and said, "I once bought a bowl of noodles on the train. Forget about the taste. It didn't even have salt. I haven't bought any since then, just not on dry rations all the way." Suning also ate with a big appetite. She didn't expect that this beautiful girl's cooking skills were just as good as those from state-run restaurants. Even with limited seasonings, she managed to make such delicious food. I wonder how amazing it would taste if she had plenty of seasonings. For a moment, only the sounds of dishes being picked up, chewing, and chopsticks clinking filled the table. No one was talking, everyone was busy eating, until Su Ning and the others finished, washed up, and the old educated youths hadn't come back yet. Song Jejia looked sad and said, "I never thought we'd have to work again tonight." Shen Qingning glanced at Song Jejia, who was lively while eating but looked very tired when it was time to work. Maybe it's just a special situation, so she's like that now. Let's rest quickly. Don't forget we need to gather at 3 o'clock. When the flashlight was turned off, the room instantly became pitch dark. Even though the moonlight outside was good, the small window couldn't let much light in. But among the 4 girls in the dorm, only Su Ning could fall asleep instantly. Wei Xiaochun and Song Jejia were worried about tomorrow's work. Shen Qingning was thinking about the person who warmed her small moments. When she went to buy supplies, she looked around but didn't see him. She only knew his name, not his family background. She was new here and didn't want to ask about him directly. She could only hold back her feelings and search slowly. The male youth dorm was also very dark. Several people were breathing evenly, but only Qi Siyu, lying on his bed, couldn't sleep with his eyes open. His foot hurt a lot. In Jingshi City, a well-dressed, elegant woman looked out the window at the night, her face full of worry. A strong man in military uniform sighed and went to her side. "Mom, it's late. Let's go back to rest." It was better if no one responded, but when someone spoke, the woman immediately started to cry. She cried, "Silly, your father is too harsh. You know what happened to Xiaolu, right?" Qi Silu put his coat over his mother and said, "Mom, my little brother and Dad are just angry. But I believe Dad might regret it now. He's just pretending to be tough and won't admit it. Maybe he's already contacted someone to take care of Xiaolu." The woman snorted. Your dad has a stubborn temper. He wouldn't use connections lightly. It's just that poor Xiaolu. I don't know how much he's suffered. Does he have a bed to sleep on?
Food to eat.
Is he hurt? Chi Silla thought about his fragile little brother and was worried. But in front of his mother, he still tried to comfort her. Mom, Xiaolu went to be a youth worker to support rural development. He's not going to war. He must have a bed to sleep on. He won't go hungry, and he can't be hurt. And when Xiaolu left, didn't you also pack him a lot of food? He won't go hungry. Mom, if you're really worried, you can send more things to Xiaolu tomorrow. That should be enough. You don't need to tell me. I already sent them today. Oh, I feel sorry for little Lu. He probably doesn't even realize how sad he is right now. Chi-Si thought about his delicate younger brother, who was always crying, and felt both speechless and worried. Dad is talented both in studies and martial arts, and even Mom isn't a fragile person. All four of their daughters are strong and capable, working in the military. I wonder who Xiaolu takes after? He's fairer, younger-looking, and more beautiful than most girls, but he often has red eyes and tears in his eyes. During this trip to the countryside, although Dad was a bit stubborn, most of it was probably to help train Xiaolu. After all, even if he's handsome, he's still a man. He might not be able to carry heavy loads, but he should at least be useful. By the way, Mom, if Lu's family asks about Xiaolu's whereabouts, don't tell them. How could I possibly say? I know what they're up to. Their daughter isn't a good match for Xiaolu. It's not that I care about social status, but both their parents are like that, and their daughter's values are questionable. Xiaolu is gentle by nature, and I can't let her be taken advantage of. Lu Mingzhu really isn't suitable for Xiaolu, nor for our family. I'm worried they might find out where Xiaolu is and do anything to get to him. Humph. Only our family knows where Xiaolu is. Where would they even find out? You should remind your wife not to tell anyone outside. Yes, I will. Mom, I'll take you upstairs to rest. At 2:30 a.m., Suning opened her eyes. The moonlight shone through the narrow window, casting a faint glow inside. The dorm wasn't pitch dark. She could hear the steady breathing of the other three people. Suning sat up and reached for a flashlight beside her pillow, turning it on. Ladies, it's time to get up. There was no response at all. TSK. Did they not even notice if someone took them away? Little cuties, wake up now. She heard two soft groans. Suning dressed quickly and looked at the time. Already 2:40. Suning cleared her throat, crossed her hands on her hips, and took a deep breath. It's on fire. The three who were sleeping soundly immediately sat up. Before opening their eyes, they hurriedly asked, "Where's the fire?" Suning said, "Ladies, if you don't get up soon, you'll be in big trouble. We're going to be late." After a few seconds of confusion, they realized where they were and slowly opened their eyes. Seeing Suning already dressed neatly, they quickly got out of bed, even if it went against their better judgment. Although everyone looked a bit sleepy, at least they had left the bed. Suning took a basin and some toiletries and went outside. The moonlight was very bright outside, so they didn't need flashlights to see clearly. They saw Chi Seo fetching water by the water jar. Suning smiled and greeted him. "Good morning." Seeing that Chi Seo was wearing cloth shoes, Suning asked casually, "Are your foot injuries better?" Chi Seo replied, "They're a bit better." Chi Seo thought to himself, "Why do I sense a hint of regret?" All 8 people had gathered, and they set out together to the drying field. Song Jejia kept yawning along the way. She was still half asleep and almost fell into a ditch if Su Qingning hadn't pulled her back. Before reaching the drying field, they met many villagers rushing by. They quickened their steps. When they arrived at the drying field, most villagers had already left. The team leader was a bit surprised to see them arrive. The previous year's young workers had slept until late on their first day of work. Fu Guodong, representing the 8 people, asked, "Team leader, what are we supposed to do today?" The team leader liked hardworking new workers, so he gave these 8 a good attitude. Right now, the main task is to fetch water and irrigate the crops. Since it's your first day, and you're not very experienced, we'll assign you a plot close to the river, and the workload will be halved. You 8 will work as a team. Before the sun heats the land, you must finish irrigating those 8 acres. Otherwise, you won't earn any work points. If you irrigate on time and properly, each person will earn 5 work points. Go to the warehouse to get tools. Later, I'll have a villager teach you how to water the crops. A group of people who had never farmed before didn't know how wide 8 acres really was. Thinking about the captain's words to cut the workload in half, plus the fact that they had just arrived and were unfamiliar with everything, they thought the tasks assigned by the captain were not too heavy. But when they picked up the tools and arrived at the destination with the villagers who came to teach them, they realized they had been naive. Everyone stood stunned on the roadside, looking at the nearly endless 8 acres of land, then at the distance from the field to the riverbank, at least half an hour round trip. Is this still considered having the workload? The villager teaching them was named Chendaniu, a woman in her 30s. Seeing the clearly frightened young city students, she said with some emotion, "You city kids, used to good food and nice clothes, now you should experience what our farmers go through. Otherwise, do you think that delicious-smelling food on your plates just appears? No, it's all grown with our sweat, one grain at a time. Hurry up, don't waste my time. If I keep waiting here, my work isn't done yet." Chendania's water-carrying tool was a high wooden bucket shaped a bit like an oval, with straps attached so it could be carried on the back. One such bucket could hold 3 or 4 loads of water. 6 of the villagers, including Su Ning, also used this kind of tool. Chendaniu taught them how to fetch water, explaining how to walk properly to keep their upper bodies balanced so the water in the bucket wouldn't spill. Fu Guodong filled the bucket with 2 loads of water, planning to get used to it first, then carry 3 loads on the second trip. He squatted down, put on the straps, and before he could stand up straight, the large opening of the bucket tilted forward, spilling a lot of water over his head, making him feel very cold. Chendania laughed loudly. "Ha! I told you earlier, don't lean your upper body forward when you stand up. Keep your back straight and move carefully." Fu Guodong wiped the water off his face. No matter how much water was left in the bucket on his back, he didn't plan to add more. He decided to go for another round to get a better feel. But reality hit hard. As he moved, the water in the bucket swung wildly, throwing him off balance and causing him to sway unevenly. Chendania laughed and said, "Even my 9-year-old son can carry 2 buckets of water. You, young man, are wasting your tall body. With that bucket on your back, you probably only have 1 bucket of water left." Fu Guodong said, "Ma'am, I just don't know the area well, but I am not lacking strength." The lady snorted and rolled her eyes. When Fu Guodong stepped onto the next step, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. All the remaining water was spilled. This also drew another round of teasing from Chendaniu. Zhang Qianjin and Zheng Jiangwo also finished filling their buckets and followed Fu Guodong's example. Before they even started, they experienced a sudden chill. As everyone kept trying and working hard, a lot of water was spilled on the road. The muddy path became very slippery, making the water transporting task much harder. Chendaniu watched the jokes and then used a wooden scoop to show everyone how much water to pour. Look carefully. 1 scoop of water can only water 5 corn plants. If you cheat and pour 7 or 8 or even 10 plants with 1 scoop, it won't last through the whole day under the sun. If the corn seedlings die from the sun, you will have to pay for the loss of the land you watered. That's all I have to say. I've taught you what I need to. Now I have to get back to my work." After speaking, Chendania squatted down and carried her water back. Not a single drop spilled from the big bucket. As she moved, no water splashed out. Fu Guodong and the others suddenly froze. They felt it was fair to be teased by this lady. Why was the water in their buckets so mischievous, splashing left and right, but in Chendania's bucket, it was so obedient? Suning tried, and when she carried the first bucket, she also got soaked. On the second trip, she managed to control it a little better and less water splashed. By the third trip, she reached Chendania's level. Meanwhile, the other 7 people were still stumbling, their underwear wet, knees and elbows scraped, covered in mud, and feeling very envious. Song Jiejia couldn't carry or lift the buckets properly. She kept falling down. Even with a flashlight, her clothes were no longer clean. Her face was covered in mud, looking like a muddy monkey. Holding half a bucket of water, Song Jiejie struggled to walk. Suddenly, she slipped and fell again, knocking over the wooden bucket. Seeing the broken wooden bucket, Song Jiejie sat down on the road and burst into tears. Behind her, Fu Guodong wiped the water from his face and gasped, "Song Jiqing, don't cry yet. Did you fall somewhere? Try stretching your legs and arms to see if you're hurt badly," he added. Song Jiejie cried, "I didn't fall, but I broke the bucket." Fu Guodong said, "It's good you're okay. The bucket can probably be fixed. First, gather all the parts of the bucket. Later, ask the team leader how to repair it. Don't help with carrying water now. Qi Jiqing has an injury on her foot, so she shouldn't carry water either. You and Qi Jiqing stay in the field and water the plants. Just follow what Anshin said. 1 ladle for 5 plants." As she cried, Song Jiejie picked up the bucket parts and walked to the edge of the field, tears streaming down her face. Although she stumbled at first and complained a lot, she kept going with tears in her eyes. Maybe influenced by other spirits or because she understood what she would face here, she was trying to find her own way to survive. Wei Xiaochun can now carry 2 buckets of water, and Shen Qingning can carry about half a large bucket. Fu Guodong, Zhang Qianjin, and Zheng Jiangwo can carry 3 buckets. Su Ning has been in control of the technique since her 3rd trip, but she also kept her water load at the same level as everyone else. The 6 of them kept running back and forth, their wet clothes sticking to their skin. Now, it was hard to tell if they were wet from water or sweat. Dawn broke, and the sun rose in the east. After several hours of work, everyone looked exhausted. Fu Guodong wanted everyone to rest for a while. Shen Qingning wiped the sweat or water from her forehead and said, "We can't rest now. The morning temperature isn't high, and our clothes are all wet. If we keep moving, it's okay, but if we stop, our body heat will drop and we'll get cold. It's easy to get sick. We've done most of the work. Just a little more and we'll finish before the sun heats up the land. Then let's keep going." Shen Qingning looked at Su Ning, who had only carried 2.5 buckets of water, and said, "Jiqing Su, didn't you say you're strong? Now it seems you're no different from everyone else." Su Ning smiled and said, "Everyone's work points are the same, so naturally, the work is the same. Shen Jiqing, if you want to be different, that's also possible. Labor can also be exchanged. She is just strong but not a fool, nor a stubborn mule." Shen Qingning smiled quietly. Everyone needs some exercise. It's good to have a chance to work out. In this era, it's rare to see people openly greedy for money. Qi Xiao, who was watering the fields, listened to Song Jiejie's 5 hours of crying. From loud wails at first to now soft sobs, her crying accompanied by Song Jiejie made his frequent tendency to run away from home seem less impressive. He felt embarrassed to leave home now. By 10:30, they finally finished watering the last seedling. Su Ning was okay, but the other 7 people gritted their teeth and persisted until now. Once the task was done, they relaxed completely, sitting or lying down without caring about appearances. Wei Xiaochun gently moved her shoulders, feeling pain, and gasped, "My shoulders must be swollen." Shen Qingning couldn't carry the high wooden bucket. She had to use a water bucket instead. She could only lift with her right shoulder. Her left shoulder was useless. Shen Qingning also looked grim. She felt her right shoulder didn't seem like hers anymore. It was sore and numb. During the water carrying, she had to hold the bucket's rope with both hands, and her palms were rubbed raw, forming several blisters. Song Jiejie sniffled and reached out her little hands, which had been grabbing the water scoop all morning. Her fingers were now stiff and swollen, with blisters on her knuckles and palms, some even broken skin. Qi Xiao moved his right hand. From his trembling fingers, it was clear he wasn't much better than Song Jiejie. Fu Guodong, Zhang Qianjin, and Zheng Jiangwo also felt numbness in their shoulders, along with back pain and burning soles. But they showed no signs of weakness. They believed they had to be strong men and not appear fragile in front of women. Shen Qingning said, "Although we're all very tired, luckily, we completed our first task successfully. It seems everyone is doing this kind of work for the first time. We pushed our limits and overcame all difficulties on our first try. Let's give ourselves a round of applause and cheer for our strong will." That's true. Today was tough, but we took a big step forward, Song Jejia said excitedly. Even though I'm exhausted and want to sleep right here, I feel like there's a special atmosphere. It feels like a special kind of strength, very contagious. At home, I wouldn't even help when the soy sauce bottle fell. I can't believe I actually worked for several hours. The 8 people who were exhausted, Suning pretending to be tired, suddenly felt physically tired but mentally refreshed. These hours of work tested everyone's character and teamwork, making it very meaningful. When the team leader rolled up his pant legs and walked briskly in straw sandals, he saw the new young workers sitting and chatting in the field. Have you finished the work? And now you're just chatting. A few of them struggled to stand up, and Fu Guodong became the spokesperson for the small group.
Team leader, you're just in time.
We were worried about what to do now. The team leader frowned and said firmly, the work must be done, no discussion. Fu Guodong quickly said, No, you misunderstood. We came to support rural development. How could we avoid work? What I mean is, we've completed the tasks assigned to us. We don't know what to do next. We were about to have a small meeting to discuss it. We didn't expect you to arrive just now, which saves us from wasting time thinking. We'll just follow your instructions. Suning muttered to herself. This comrade Fu is good at flattering others. And he does it subtly, without making people feel uncomfortable, making others feel at ease. TSK. I have to say, this is a very skilled art of speaking. Suning then shook her head. Her straightforward personality suits her better. Overly elaborate talk can confuse her and make her hard to understand. Is it all poured? The team leader looked at them with suspicion, as if wondering if they'd cut corners. Fu Guodong said, We followed Aunt Lu's method. We poured water on 5 plants with each scoop, and we did it all. Of course, it was their first time doing this kind of work. Crops are very important for everyone's livelihood. Just to be safe, if there are any mistakes, please check, team leader. We will fix anything that's not done properly. Overall, the team leader was very pleased with these 8 new young workers. The quality of the work doesn't matter right now. What stands out is their attitude and politeness, which makes a good impression. Unlike the previous group of educated youth, who were so proud that some might think they were celestial beings. Whenever he went to talk to them, he just started, and a few people would immediately share their opinions loudly, making a lot of noise. Food is everyone's lifeline, so we can't be careless. I'll go check it first. Fu Guodong looked at the other 7 and they all looked confused, not moving. He had no choice but to follow the team leader to check. After about 10 minutes, they came out of the cornfield. The team leader smiled happily. Very good. You did a great job. Your performance exceeded my expectations. I also see the spirit of supporting rural development in you. Since you're new here, you need some time to adjust. Today, I won't assign you any tasks. Just gather at the drying yard at 6 in the evening. Fu Guodong looked at the 7 standing in a row. No one wanted to speak, so he had to step forward again. Your praise, team leader, is our goal to work hard for. However, we had a small accident during training and accidentally broke a bucket. Do we have a repair worker in the team? The team leader liked talking to Fu Guodong. Although he was practical, he also enjoyed hearing compliments. Our wooden tools mostly come from an old carpenter. Just tell him I said so, and he won't charge you this time. I need to visit other mountain areas, so from now until 6 o'clock, you are free to do as you like. Just be sure to gather on time at 6. Okay, team leader. We won't keep you. You go ahead and do your work. After the team leader left, Song Jejia sat back down on the ground. Thinking about this morning when they went to gather, Fu Guodong and Shen Qingning both emphasized being humble to the team leader. They said, a powerful dragon can't beat a local snake. Song Jejia muttered, I've never listened so carefully to what my dad says. The others heard her but just smiled and said nothing. Actually, the group consists of 8 people. Chi Xiao, although having a unique and eye-catching appearance, is also very graceful and reserved. He speaks little and does not flatter others. Zhang Qianjin and Zheng Zhengwo are both quiet and reserved. They prefer not to speak unless necessary, and when they do, their tone is stiff. Wei Xiaochun can chat freely with familiar people, but when facing strangers, he becomes nervous and can't say anything, showing signs of social anxiety. Song Jejia talks a lot and isn't socially anxious, but she thinks she is the most clumsy at work. She often speaks without thinking, but everyone is quite tolerant of her. She worries about saying the wrong thing and causing trouble, so she stays silent in front of the team leader. Shin Qingming has lived through many experiences, and her sharp edges have been smoothed out. Her tough past has taught her to do more and talk less, observing carefully. If it weren't for this small group, things would be fine. Suning, although fond of money, isn't annoying to others. She doesn't want to be alone, so she often speaks up in the group. Suning believes in the idea. As long as no one asks her to do something, she won't cause trouble. She isn't good at communicating, so when someone else takes on a task, she is happy to stay out of it. This small group of 8 has quietly gained a spokesperson, Fu Guodong. Fu Guodong has ambitions and is willing to be the frontrunner, trying to build a good relationship with the team leader. After returning the tools, everyone, exhausted, finally arrived back at the youth station. Today was the first day of work. During the lottery to determine the order, Suning and Chi Seo drew the first group, so they were on duty today. Each person had an advance ration for a month, including 30 jin of corn kernels, 5 jin of dried sweet potatoes, 2 jin of dried radishes, 2 jin of dried vegetables, and 10 jin of sprouted, shriveled potatoes. The corn kernels needed to be ground into flour or grains at the communal mill before they could be used for steaming rice or making porridge. Everyone took a short break, and then each carried about 10 jin of corn to the communal mill. Fortunately, no one was inside the mill, which had 4 large stone grinders. The grinding was quick. Less than an hour later, everyone returned to the youth station. Each person took out their daily quota and handed it to the person on duty. If anyone wanted to prepare a special meal, they had to do it themselves. It wasn't part of the duty for that day. Suning glanced at the 8 different types of cornmeal, dried sweet potatoes, dried radishes, and dried vegetables on the stove. She asked Chi Siyu, Chi Si Ching, what do you think about these ingredients? Suning estimated she was about 1.65 meters tall, while Chi Siyu was at least 1.8 meters. If it weren't for his height, she might have thought he was a girl at first glance, not because she doubted he was the right person, but because she might have mistaken him for a girl. Chi Siyu looked down briefly, then looked up at Suning. Although he quickly looked away, she could still see from his eyes that he disliked cooking. However, she was surprised to realize that a girl, especially one who loved money, could have such bright, lively eyes, as deep and vast as the stars and the sea. This was quite new to her. After a brief eye contact, Suning felt like she had discovered a new world. She wondered how a man's eyes could be so shiny and full of life. Could it be that because his eyes are so moist, he's more likely to cry? Chi Siyu said, although I believe I'm good at cooking, even a clever man can't cook without ingredients. With these ingredients, it's unlikely I can make a delicious meal. I can only try to fill our stomachs. Let's cook porridge with sweet potato dried slices and cornmeal. Soak the dried vegetables. Boil them to make a soup. Soak the dried radishes, then make a cold salad. Suning and Chi Siyu had taken a train together, sitting next to each other. Despite the rocking of the train over several days and the time it took to reach the youth station, this was the first time Suning heard Chi Siyu speak so much. His voice was like a mountain spring, fresh and clear, with a charm that couldn't be ignored. It was crisp, pleasant, soft, and smooth, giving a natural sense of comfort. If Suning knew there was a word called voice control in later times, she would probably be it. Chi Si Ching, we've known each other for several days since we met on the train. This is the first time I've heard you speak so long. Before, you only said a few words here and there and I didn't notice. Now I see that not only are you good-looking, but your voice is also amazing. It's a pity you usually speak so little, like you're hiding a treasure chest inside you that you don't want to show. Chi Si looked at Suning in surprise. She was the first person to praise his voice. And her praise was genuine, with no hint of any unpleasant expression in her eyes. His appearance does not match the usual standards of male beauty, and worse, his voice lacks the strong, masculine quality everyone expects. As more people looked at him strangely, he didn't know when he started talking less. Suning glanced at the time and said, I'm not good at cooking, so I'll leave the kitchen work to you. I'll gather firewood and fetch water. The water in the basin should be enough for this meal. I'm going to collect firewood now. Seeing Su Ning about to leave the kitchen, Chi Seo instinctively said, I'm pretty good at cooking. If you have ingredients, I can make something for you. After speaking, Chi Seo hesitated for a moment and bit his lip. He didn't understand why he asked that. He's not a nosy person. Then he found a reason for himself. They are partners, and Su Ning is clearly taking care of him. He was just trying to show gratitude. Su Ning replied, You're overthinking. I just don't want to cook. I want to go to the mountains. But having a good cook as a partner isn't bad. I can always cook a special meal. All right then. Thank you. I'll go back and get the ingredients. Su Ning returned to the dormitory to gather enough instant noodles and a small piece of sausage. These were stolen from the Su family kitchen, making the meal taste even better. Song Jieje watched Su Ning prepare to cook and immediately sat up from her lying position. Ningjie, can you make one for me too? Su Ning, walking out, said, The head chef is cheese-eking. I can't decide that. You need to ask him. Song Jieje sighed and then lay back down again. Cheese-eking looks more beautiful than a woman, but his temper probably isn't better than a woman's. We watered the fields together for so long, and he didn't say a word. Asking him for help might just get me rejected. Forget it. Being rejected would be embarrassing. She completely forgot that Su Ning had just refused her. Song Jieje muttered to herself, then nonchalantly reached under her pillow and pulled out a bag of dried meat, roughly opened it, and chewed on a piece. She turned to the other two and asked, Do you want some? Wei Xiaoqun shook his head, indicating he wouldn't eat. It's a joke. It's dried meat. She knows exactly how much she has at home. If she eats theirs, how can she return the favor? Shen Qingning brought plenty of food herself, so there was no need to eat other supplies. Carrying her new basket, she reached Su Ning on the mountain, feeling like a fish swimming into the sea. She happily ran through the mountains, and at this moment, she could fully release all her energy without holding back anymore. When she was working, she only showed a small part of her controllability, less than 1/10. Su Ning moved swiftly over the rugged mountain, her eyes shining like stars, her face full of joy, weaving through the trees like a mountain sprite. Her small body held great energy. It usually took others 2 hours to reach the deep mountain, but she did it in just over half an hour. Her goal was to explore the deep mountain itself. The outer areas had been searched many times, and there was nothing new there. Of course, when she first came up the mountain, she didn't plan to do anything big. She just wanted to have fun and release all her pent-up energy. While playing happily, Su Ning also kept an eye and ear out for her surroundings. She learned about the small animals in the forest from their droppings and footprints. Right now, she wasn't craving meat, and since time was tight, she didn't plan to hunt today. But when something automatically came to her, she would miss it. So, she hurriedly ran back and collected over 30 wild eggs, 2 wild chickens, and 2 fat rabbits. The wild chickens and rabbits still had a breath left, and she stored them in her space. The space was completely still. Whatever went in remained the same when taken out. For things inside her space, time was paused. Su Ning returned to the youth commune with enough firewood to last all day. Chi Seo had already cooked the big pot of rice. He was now boiling noodles for Su Ning and also making a bowl for himself. After the noodles were ready, he sliced her small sausage into thin pieces and laid them on top of the noodles. He also cut 2 slices from his canned luncheon meat and added them to her dish. Su Ning placed the firewood down and, before entering the kitchen, caught the delicious aroma. She quickened her steps, just like a kitten smelling dried fish, eager to get inside. So fragrant. Chi Seo had just finished garnishing the noodles when he heard Su Ning's voice. You came back just in time. The noodles should be eaten hot, or the flavor will spoil later. While Chi Seo was speaking, he also pushed the lunchbox of Su Ning's noodles toward her. Aluminum lunchboxes heat up quickly and can be hot to hold, so just eat by the stove. Chi Jiqing, your cooking skills are amazing. Even when things are scarce, you can still make food that looks and smells so good. Su Ning saw slices of sausage and canned luncheon meat on her noodles. Before starting to eat with her chopsticks, she took a few slices of sausage and placed them on Chi Sio's noodles. Try this. The sausage tastes pretty good. Chi Sio knew Suning was returning a favor for the 2 slices of luncheon meat. She's greedy, but wouldn't take advantage without reason. Maybe that's why everyone knows she loves money, but still likes her. Understanding this, Chi Sio didn't refuse. Refusing now would make him seem rude or unaware of social manners.
Eat first.
I'll go tell them it's time to eat. Oh, and I've set aside your cornmeal and dried sweet potatoes. When you go back to your room later, remember to take them. Since he prepared his own food separately and didn't eat from the big pot, his share of supplies had to be divided. Suning didn't expect this. Okay, I forgot. Thanks, no problem. Hurry up and eat. The noodles are about to get mushy. Song Jejia carried a bowl of cornmeal and dried sweet potato porridge, glaring bitterly at the dried vegetable soup and cold radish salad on the table. She asked desperately, "Is this all we're eating?" Fu Guodong took a sip of porridge, frowned, then casually ate a second spoonful. After swallowing, he said, "This is probably normal for villagers. We need to adapt to local customs. Otherwise, it's hard to survive. Although her family could help a bit, it wouldn't solve immediate problems. Plus, everyone eating from the same pot with limited conditions meant the food couldn't be fancy." Song Jejia swallowed hard, looked at Suning and Chi Sio's white noodles, fragrant sausage, and luncheon meat, and her eyes filled with envy. Then her eyes lit up. Tomorrow, she and Fu Jiqing would be on duty. Maybe she could cook a special meal too. At this moment, Song Jejia, drooling with hunger, completely forgot that she was clumsy at work and not good at cooking. She needed her partner's help to cook a special meal. She hadn't thought about whether her partner would refuse. "I just hope tomorrow comes quickly. Such simple food feels like punishment every time I eat a bite." Li Hong, watching all of Song Jejia's expressions, said sharply, "Everyone has gone to the countryside. Why are you so picky? Do you realize that the food you dislike so much is what villagers dream of having to fill their stomachs? Do you know what most people eat? They take a handful of cornmeal and cook a big pot of porridge, so thin it can be drunk like water. Look at what's in your bowl, either rural porridge or plain noodles, and yet you're still not satisfied? If you want to be a princess, stay in your castle. Since you're in the countryside, don't act so spoiled, or it will hurt the reputation of the youth program. It's really embarrassing. You're an adult, yet you're crying loudly. You're not even weaned yet. Stay in your mother's arms and stop causing trouble here. You're just making things worse for us, and people are talking about us." Li Hong clearly shows her dislike for Song Jejia in her words. Although Song Jejia is delicate, she's not made of clay. "My mother is still alive and well. Why are you so eager to be my stepmother and start interfering in my affairs? Look at yourself. Do you think you're fit? I can decide how I want to eat my own food. Who are you to tell me? My family's history goes back 18 generations, and I'm not related to you at all. How I live my life is none of your business. Which law says I can't cry? Who isn't born crying into this world? If you're being pointed at and judged, it just shows you're not a good person. Don't blame me for any dirt or bad things." Li Hong was so scolded by Song Jejia's blunt words that she blushed with anger. Her eyes filled with resentment as she stared at Song Jejia, wondering why life was so unfair. They were all born human, but why was her life so hard? Looking at those who were lazy and spoiled, yet living comfortably, she felt so jealous. She only gets to eat such thick porridge during New Year, and she's still not satisfied, still showing disgust. Heaven is so unfair. Seeing Li Hong glaring at her with anger, Song Jejia didn't back down and glared back.
Huh.
It's just a glare. She's not afraid. Lu Miao Miao Suning took a bite of noodles and said, "Comrade Li Hong, we haven't avoided work, we haven't taken shared resources, and we haven't affected the team's efficiency. Whether you're being overly sensitive or delicate, that's none of your business. As long as we have the ability and conditions, what we eat and how we feel when eating it are not your concern. I don't know what has happened to you, but you seem full of resentment. But we don't know each other well, and we have no obligation to bear your anger. So, Comrade Li Hong, please calm down. I'm not always this easy to talk to. After speaking, Suning didn't even glance at Li Hong, who looked full of resentment and anger. Getting emotional over minor things is really not good. It's not just about eating noodles. Even if she were eating something special, it wouldn't matter to Li Hong. It's really frustrating. There are always odd people who affect your mood. Chi Mei glared at the new 8 young people and pulled Li Hong back to the dormitory. Li Hong lay on her bed, crying sadly. We are all human, so why is there such a big difference between people? What did I do wrong? Why does heaven treat me so unfairly? Chi Mei and Li Hong are 2 young women from the same batch of educated youth. They come from similar backgrounds, both from families that favor boys over girls. They were sent to the countryside because they signed up and received a relocation fee. In their families, if they kept a dog, they would still be ranked below the dog. After they got to know each other, they felt a kind of kinship, both being lost souls far from home. But once they arrived in the countryside, facing simple villagers, even if they were unhappy at home, they still felt a sense of superiority as city-educated youth. However, this sense of superiority based on inferiority only lasted less than a year. The new 8 young people were handsome men and beautiful women, and they carried themselves with confidence. Living under the same roof, the contrast was stark. Any sense of superiority built on false pride and insecurity was shattered instantly. Even if those newcomers did nothing wrong, they made Li Hong and Chi Mei look like clowns. Especially when they heard villagers gossiping, saying they were ugly and causing trouble. They were already considered rough and unrefined, yet they still wanted to dress themselves up as something special. Looking at the confidence of the new educated youth, one can see what true knowledge and city life are like. Li Hong, who has been pretending and feeling superior for nearly a year, cannot stand this kind of. Already on the verge of breaking down emotionally, she sees Song Jiejie eating the thick porridge she longed for but couldn't get, with a look of dislike on her face. Suning is eating white noodles with meat. The villager's words keep echoing in Li Hong's mind. Her feelings of frustration burst out, leading to the scene just now. As for why Chi Seo is also eating noodles with luncheon meat on top, Li Hong doesn't want to use him as a target. The idea of valuing boys over girls is harmful. Long-term exposure to this distorted way of thinking makes them subconsciously believe that men should eat better. Women, on the other hand, are not entitled to good food or good treatment. Or, as women, they haven't eaten well, so why should other women eat so well? This twisted mindset breeds jealousy and resentment. Hearing Li Hong's words, Chi Mei also feels that the world isn't fair. Li Hong, calm down. They are many and united. If we fight them, we won't get a good result. Wasn't I just a living example yesterday? Li Hong cried and said, but I just can't accept it. Chi Mei's eyes twitched. What can we do if we can't accept it? We have no money and no power, so we can only lower ourselves. When I was little, my grandma told me that a bad family background can be endured. Girls will grow up and get married. Getting married is like a second rebirth. If you marry well, your parents will be proud. Ha! Now I think about it, those words are so ironic. I'm poor and powerless. How can I meet someone wealthy? How can I achieve a second rebirth? Fate is predetermined at birth. Since we can't reincarnate, maybe this is how it will be for our whole lives. Li Hong's crying lessened. If she were at home, in their chaotic family, she really wouldn't have a chance to meet wealthy people. But now, maybe things are different? Fate is predetermined? No, she refuses to accept that. She doesn't want to be inferior for the rest of her life. Chi Mei looked at her. Although she didn't hear what Li Hong said, she knew Li Hong had taken it in. Chi Mei smiled slightly, thinking to herself, let's see if they can stay united when a troublemaker joins them. Can they still be so loyal? As for trying to find a wealthy husband, Chi Mei didn't like the 4 new young men who came to work there. They were too overly feminine, too bossy, or too scheming. None of them suited her well. Are you all eating? Sorry, I came at a bad time. Suning and the others looked up. A girl, about 18 or 19, with 2 braids and wearing a floral dress, stood shyly at the gate. Suning glanced at her, but didn't recognize her. It wasn't her business, so she lowered her head and kept eating. Yu also looked up and caught her gaze.
It was Lu Miao Miao.
She blushed quickly and lowered her head. Yu thought, humph. Another flirt. Such bad luck. He looked away and continued eating his noodles. Lu Miao Miao's heart was pounding, and her face felt hot. When she looked again, the handsome man was no longer looking at her, which made her feel disappointed. Song Jiejie noticed that Lu Miao Miao's outfit didn't look like someone from the countryside. She asked, "Are you also a young person sent here to work?" Hearing this, Lu Miao Miao felt a little less awkward. She shook her head and waved her hand. "No, I'm from the Dawawan Brigade, Song Jiejie. No, I was just asking. Why do you call her sister?" "Hello, my name is Lu Miao Miao," she introduced herself. Shen Qingning tightened her grip on her chopsticks and her heart beat faster. Song Jiejie raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her father had said her name was very creative. It didn't sound like a typical countryside name like flower or grass. TSK. Such a clever name. Humph. She was fooled again by her old man. Song Jiejie silently scolded her father in her mind, not noticing the quiet atmosphere. Lu Miao Miao was feeling very embarrassed now. Shen Qingning suppressed her excitement and smiled. "Hello, Miss Lu. Is there something you need at the youth station?" Lu Miao Miao exhaled subtly. "No need to be polite.
Just call me Miao Miao."
I don't have much to do. I heard from my dad that new young workers have arrived in the village. I'm one of the village's record keepers. To avoid mistakes in my work later, I came to meet the new arrivals. Shen Qingning smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. My name is Shen Qingning. These are Suning, Song Jiejie, Wei Xiaochun, Fu Guodong, Zheng Zhengwo, Zhang Qianjin, and Qisio." Luo Miao Miao was happily thinking to herself, so his name is Qisio. This morning, when she passed by the farm road, a casual turn of her head made her unable to look away. Looking around, all the background seemed meaningless. Her eyes only saw him. Luo Miao Miao smiled innocently and said, "You are really impressive. On your first day working, you completed the task assigned by the team leader. You don't know, the villagers in our village are very curious about you. Your skills have broken the villagers' usual ideas about city people." "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Luo. Have you eaten yet?" Shen Qingning asked with a smile.
Eve eaten.
The weather is too hot now, and everyone has been working overnight, so most of us have already eaten and are resting at home. By the way, our village has allowed you, the educated youth, to open up 3 acres of land for vegetable gardens to help you focus on rural development. I am responsible for registering this matter. Once you get it done, I need to check on it. Suning raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Miao Miao. Is this girl really innocent, or is she pretending? They only arrived yesterday afternoon, and by early morning, they were already working nonstop. They haven't had much time to open land. They really don't have the time for that. Fu Guodong showed interest and asked, "Miss Luo, where exactly is this land? Are there any rules?" Luo Miao Miao replied, "As far as I know, any wasteland should do." Wei Xiaochun looked hopeful and asked, "Can we raise chickens?" The rule is that each household can only keep up to 2 chickens. You are educated youths with independent household registration, so technically you can raise chickens. But I'm not sure. I need to ask the team leader and my dad. Let me come back tomorrow at this time with an answer. Wei Xiaochun gratefully said thank you, secretly praying that they would be allowed to raise chickens. Even 1 chicken would be good. It's unlikely to get enough meat for nutrition, but eggs are almost as nutritious as meat. The group asked Luo Miao Miao more about the rules of Dawawan, and the atmosphere was quite friendly. Once again, Li Hong and Qi Mei were very angry in the dormitory. Li Hong spat angrily and said, "A sycophantic, lowly person, even a country bumpkin dreams of climbing higher. It's like a frog wanting to eat swan meat." Qi Mei calmly replied, "That's the power of money. When Lu Miao Miao first met us, she was very proud. But now, isn't she acting like a lapdog, wagging her tail and licking the boots of those people?" Li Hong once had feelings for Lu Miao Miao's older brother, Lu Chuan. Although Lu Chuan was from the countryside, he looked quite handsome in the village, and his father was the village secretary. To avoid farm work, she was willing to marry into the Lu family. But after convincing herself to marry him, Lu Chuan looked down on her as if she were trash. And Lu Miao Miao also looked down on her, treating her with disdain. No wonder she refused to associate with her from afar. She was just trying to climb higher. A family of country folks. Do they even consider if they are suitable? Li Hong reached out to fix her hair, wiped her face with her sleeve, straightened her collar, then opened the dorm door and left. Wow, our youth station has a distinguished guest today. Isn't that the daughter of the village secretary? We've been here for over half a year and haven't seen you step outside. Today, you're quite active. The new girl just moved in, and you're already here. Are you trying to find a wealthy husband? But then she thought, she just called me sister earlier? Lu Miao Miao's eyes turned red, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She trembled with anger, looking small and helpless, yet she showed a stubborn spirit. Li Zicheng, love is about mutual feelings. I'm not refusing to help you, but my older brother has already made it clear he doesn't want to pursue this. I can't do anything about it. I have no grudge against you, and I've tried my best to help. Even if things don't work out, I've done my part. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Shen Qingning saw Li Hong's expression change. This unreasonable, sharp-tongued woman, she even had thoughts about Lu Chuan. When things didn't go her way, she took her anger out on her sister. Shen Qingning walked over to Lu Miao Miao and gently put her arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Shen Qingning looked at Li Hong and said, Li Jiqing, we are all women. Don't you know that reputation is more important for women than life itself? You come here to find a wealthy husband, and then you get anxious? It's embarrassing for you, a young girl, to say these things. We feel uncomfortable just listening. Moreover, in terms of age, you're not much younger than Miss Lu, right? Her parents are still alive, so it's not your place to worry about her marriage. You should worry about yourself instead. After all, you're so old that your child could be in kindergarten. It's about time you got worried. Li Hong sneered at Shen Qingning and said, so you're pretending to be pure and noble. Your fancy clothes probably aren't real either, just for show, right? And now you're pretending to be the good person while stepping on me. You're really clever. TSK. Lu Miao Miao, you're just easy to fool. You really think she cares about you? She's just after your father, the village secretary. Bah, how boring. After saying this, Li Hong flipped her hair and turned back to her dorm. Shen Qingning patted Lu Miao Miao's shoulder and said kindly, just ignore her like a barking dog. Don't take it to heart. After all, if a dog bites us, we shouldn't argue with an animal. Li Hong was so angry she almost stormed out, but Qimei stopped her.
Calm down.
I think you're really losing your mind today. Do you realize that offending Lu Miao Miao is like offending the village secretary? We don't know how long we'll stay in this place, and just a small mistake could cause you big trouble. Calm down. There's still a long way ahead. As Shen Qingning said, if a dog bites you, you can't bite back. We don't argue with animals. I just can't stand Lu Miao Miao's attitude, Li Hong snapped. Actually, she was worried that Lu Miao Miao's presence might ruin her carefully laid plans. Outside, Shen Qingning and Lu Miao Miao were crying sadly and being comforted gently. Somehow, Shen Qingning personally saw Lu Miao Miao home. As Lu Miao Miao was about to leave, she secretly looked back at Qi Xiao, but unfortunately, he wasn't looking at her. Lu Miao Miao left feeling disappointed. Su Ning was eating delicious noodles, her eyes shining with mysterious light. It seemed that her life as a young intellectual would be quite lively in the future. Song Jiejie looked confused. She didn't understand how clever Shen Qingning personally went to see someone off. They had just met, so they weren't close yet. She didn't even know what the other person's family was like. If the family had a pervert or something, wouldn't it be dangerous to send someone there? Song Jiejie remembered that her mother had always warned her since she was young. Even if she saw someone in need on the street, she could help, but she must never agree to send them home. If she encountered someone with bad intentions who kept her at home to bully her, it would be a disaster. Ning Jia, should we go and see what's happening? Su Ning, don't invite me. I don't want to get involved in these love and hate conflicts. You can go if you want. Don't forget, today Qi Jiqing and I are on duty, and there are many things to do later. Song Jieje hesitated, but decided to follow. This time, she brought Wei Xiaochun along. Wei Xiaochun. Hey, you should at least ask me if I want to go. Why are you dragging me along? I haven't finished my meal yet. Jieje, let go. I haven't finished eating, and I'm still hungry, she said. Song Jieje replied, that meal isn't even good. Why are you thinking about it? Let's go quickly. If we fall behind, we'll get lost, she urged. Wei Xiaochun broke free from Song Jieje's hand. That was the difference between them. She didn't care about a meal because she had snacks to fill her stomach. But she couldn't do that. Still, she wasn't self-abased. She believed she could support herself and maybe even earn some extra money to send home. I've been working all morning. I'm already hungry and can't skip eating. Besides, I already did the work, so I shouldn't waste it. Since that girl was the daughter of the village secretary and Shen Jiqing is a careful person, there shouldn't be any danger. If you want to join the fun, go ahead.
I still need to eat, she said.
Song Jieje stomped her foot and ran out, but within 2 minutes, she came back looking dejected. She complained, really, why did you walk so fast? We just lost track after a short while. On the way back after Shen Qingning sent Lu Miao Miao home, she was smiling and chatting with her as if they got along well. But no one knew that her heart was getting more excited the further they walked. In her previous life, when she met him, she was 52 years old, and he was 54. She struggled in the mud for years and worked hard to seek revenge. When she met him, her body was already weak and exhausted. They went from knowing each other to falling in love, and then to parting forever. All within just 8 years. But those 8 years were also the happiest time since her parents' accident. When she loved him most, she closed her eyes forever. When she opened her eyes again, no one knew how much she longed to run into his arms once more. Shen Qingning kept imagining what Lu Chuan looked like when he was young. She pictured many different versions, but was never satisfied. Lu Miao Miao pointed to a simple earthen house ahead and said, Sister Qingning, that's my home. Lu Miao Miao seemed to be friendly with everyone, calling everyone sister, whether they liked it or not. But Shen Qingning was happy to get close to her. In her past life, she heard many times from Lu Chuan that he had a kind and smart sister. Sadly, she died during childbirth at her best age. They couldn't save her in time, and that became a lifelong pain for Lu Chuan. In this life, she would protect Lu Chuan's sister. As the big gate grew closer, Shen Qingning felt nervous instead of excited. Lu Miao Miao looked at Shen Qingning, whose step slowed, and asked, Sister Qingning, what's wrong? Shen Qingning smiled gently, hiding her nervousness.
I've fine.
I just came suddenly and don't want to disturb you. I'm a little nervous. Now Shen Qingning realized she regretted not bringing a small gift. Walking in empty-handed, especially for the first visit, might leave a bad impression, which she didn't want. Lu Miao Miao smiled playfully. Sister Qingning, we don't have many strict rules here in the countryside. Everyone is pretty casual, so don't be nervous. After saying that, she pushed open the door. The yard was quiet, with only a lively woman under the eaves picking beans. Mom, I'm back. Why aren't you resting? Lu Ying didn't look up and said, You're back, so what? Why are you making noise? Your brother and the others worked all night. They finally have a little free time. Lu Miao Miao bit her lip, looking sad. Mom, there's a guest. Lu Ying finally looked up. Though she looked unfamiliar, she probably guessed who she was. Li Ying said as she stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and casually took a small stool to place under the eaves. Are you the new educated youth here? Come and sit. Miao Miao's father just went to the brigade office. He might be back in a while. Li Ying thought the new educated youth was here to see her husband. Shen Qingning smiled politely and said, Auntie, you have good judgment. Yes, I am the new educated youth. My name is Shen Qingning. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. Please forgive me. Seeing Shen Qingning's confident and natural manner, without any pretentiousness or arrogance, and noticing she didn't look down on others, Li Ying felt quite pleased. Our countryside isn't so particular about manners. You don't need to be so formal. Come, sit down. It's pretty hot outside.
Shao.
Miao Miao, go pour a glass of water for Shen Qingning. There was a slight pause after that address, and Ling felt a bit uncomfortable, but Shen Qingning didn't notice anything unusual. Lu Miao Miao lowered her eyes, a flash of mockery and humiliation crossing her face. They had been apart for over a year. Even though she tried to please and act obedient, could they still not forget her? Shen Qingning, who didn't see the person she wanted to meet, felt a sense of emptiness and disappointment. Since it was her first visit, she didn't want to cause trouble or leave a bad impression. Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourself. Miss Lu is very clever. I got to know her quickly and just happened to bring her back. I should head back to the educated youth camp now, so I won't disturb your rest. I'll visit again another day. Liang politely saw Shen Qingning off. Turning around, Liang looked at Lu Miao Miao with a puzzled expression. Where did you go? Why did someone have to bring you back? Lu Miao Miao pouted and said, I heard Dad say that 8 new educated youths came to our village, some from Beijing. That's the capital city. People raised in such a blessed place should be special. I couldn't help but be curious, so I went to take a look. I didn't expect to meet Li Hong. She used to cling to third brother and begged but couldn't get what she wanted. She took her frustration out on me. I couldn't argue with her, but Shen Qingning stood up for me and helped me out. She kindly chatted with me all the way and brought me back. Ling looked very displeased. That Li Hong, if she wants to marry into our family, not to mention that third brother wouldn't agree, even I wouldn't approve, with a proud and superior attitude, as if marrying into our family is the greatest blessing ever. I'm marrying a daughter-in-law, not seeking an ancestor. All right, I need to find time to talk to Li Hong and tell her to stay away from the youth station in the future. You're not young anymore. You should watch your reputation, or you'll only hurt yourself. You should also pay more attention to your work. Look at the mistakes in your last month's accounts. How many errors are there? Everyone works hard, and no one is unaware of their efforts. If your father hadn't been cautious and had your third brother help with some preparations, you might be in worse trouble now. The whole village's gossip could drown you. Lu Miao Miao's eyes filled with tears as she said sadly, I understand. I will do better. Lu Ying sighed. Who would have thought that, at middle age, life would play such a big joke on her? Her daughter, whom she almost risked her life to have, was mistakenly swapped at the hospital. If it weren't for both children going to high school at the same time, in the same class, and both mothers going to pick them up, she might never have known. Their similar looks made everyone suspicious. The Chu family is somewhat important in the county. After investigation, they confirmed that during childbirth, a careless nurse caused the mix-up, swapping the 2 babies. After each girl returned to her own family, Lu Ying felt very attached to her adopted daughter, but also felt a strange mix of feelings about this unfamiliar, yet her own daughter. Lu Ying sighed again. Meow meow. Our family's conditions are not as good as the Chu family. You've been living in the city for 18 years, and returning to the countryside is hard to get used to. I understand that. But once the mistake was corrected, we need to face this new life positively. Being a scorekeeper is one of the easiest jobs. If you can't do even this well, how can you stand firm? Our village plans to build a primary school, and your father wants you to become a teacher with dignity. But who knows when that school will actually be built? For your reputation, and to make it easier to compete for a teaching position in the future, you must do well as a scorekeeper. Do you understand? Lu Miao Miao nodded, hugging Lu Ying's arm and acting cute, saying she understood. Lu Ying looked at her daughter, who was over 19 but still childish in heart and mind, filled with worries. What Lu Ying didn't know was that the person hugging her arm and acting cute was also full of resentment. If that mistake hadn't been discovered, she would still be the cherished daughter of the Chu family. After graduating high school, she wouldn't need to think much. Her father would arrange a good job for her. She would go to work cleanly, decently, and easily, earning the envy of others. But now? The good job in their eyes has her running up and down the mountains under the blazing sun. She has only been back for a little over a year, and her skin has darkened by a few shades. Her once smooth, tender hands have become rough. Since she made a mistake, why not go all the way and make it a big one? Why does heaven have to play such a big joke on her? Her own mother, who claims to care for her, only cares about her comfort at home. If not for that, she wouldn't bother with her. Her face is full of wrinkles and dark spots, her hair greasy and smelly, and she smells of sweat from afar. She talks with spit flying everywhere, with yellow teeth and bad breath. No one knows how hard it is for her to endure her disgust and flatter such a person. Her heart is full of resentment, and her grievances have nowhere to go. How can we watch the Lin family's only child suffer right under our noses? Lu Fugue narrowed his eyes and tapped the tip of his cigarette. Our team is in a remote and poor area, so they can't get much benefit here. I don't believe those people who hide behind masks and don't do honest work have the time to run around every day. When they came, we cooperated a little. When they left, things went back to how they were before. Most of the villagers in Dehuan Village have benefited from old Master Lin. We also need to inform the older folks so they can take care of their younger family members. We must prevent ungrateful people from appearing. The team leader sighed again. For now, this is all we can do. It's a pity about Boyan. He hasn't enjoyed much happiness, and instead, he faces endless hardships. There is no eternal darkness. The sun will rise again. Let's do our best to protect these old folks. The village secretary thought of something else. Why did 8 young workers suddenly come this time? The team leader rolled his eyes. How should I know? The commune secretary only told us to pick people up. Who knew they would send 8 at once? But it's not just our team. Other teams are the same, the village secretary said irritably. Can it really be the same? Look at the other teams' locations. Their land is rich and fertile, and they can support more people easily. Our team already has many people, and the land is poor. Now more people are coming to fight for food. This just makes things worse. The team leader sheepishly touched his nose. I understand, but the higher-ups arranged it, and I can't refuse. Old Lu, you're clever. Next time something like this happens, you go. The village secretary just grumbled privately to his old partner. It's impossible to argue with the commune leaders directly. He's not an old immortal hanging himself. He doesn't want his life to be too long. The village secretary looked at the team leader with disdain. It's because your mind is slow that this job is suitable for you. The team leader was annoyed. If I show you some color, you'll start a dye shop. Who are you insulting? Who's the slow one here? Back in the day, when old Master Lin was teaching us to read, you were far worse than me. This is called laying a solid foundation and building up strength gradually. Go away, get lost. When I say you're fat, you really start to pant. Getting back to the main point, among these new educated youths, there is one person whom the commune secretary personally brought to me. He also hinted that I should take good care of him, so he might be someone important. Now, in this troublesome time, if we're not careful, it could cause a lot of problems. But there is some good news. This group of educated youths works a bit better than the last batch. At least they haven't caused any trouble and have honestly completed the tasks assigned to them. The village party secretary said, You're getting older, but you're becoming more naive. Old Lu, you're too happy too soon. Just wait and see. The youth camp will be lively. Sai, when it rains, we'll have to start clearing land again. I just don't know when the rain will come. If it doesn't rain soon, it will seriously affect the crop yields. At the youth camp, Chi Seo tidied up the kitchen, and Suning fetched water. Cleaning the kitchen was simple, just washing the pots, and everyone washed their own lunch boxes. When Suning came back with water, she saw Chi Seo sitting under the eaves. Suning asked, Chi, aren't you resting? It seemed he had hurt his foot. During the meal, she noticed he wasn't very dexterous with chopsticks. Maybe his palm was hurt too. It's so hot outside. Why is he just sitting here? Does he have a cleanliness obsession? Can't he share a dorm with others? Chi Seo said, We are partners. The idea of our team is that men do heavy physical work. Honestly, I feel guilty. Most of the heavy work falls on you. You can't be working while I go take a long nap. Suning smiled and said, It's okay. We each do what we're good at. There's no need for you to sit here, wasting time. Go rest quickly. I'll fetch another load of water, and the water jar will be full. Suning thought that since she said so, Chi Seo should go rest. But when she returned with water, he was still sitting under the eaves. Wow. This handsome guy is quite stubborn. After finishing her work, Suning saw him stand up and go back to the dorm. She watched how stiff his walk was. Probably after working all day, his injury had worsened. As Suning turned to go back to the dorm, she couldn't help but ask, "Chi, have you applied medicine to your foot injury?" Chi Seo stopped walking and turned his head. "I don't have much experience going out, so I didn't prepare very well. It's fine, it'll get better soon." Was it just his nature, or was this beautiful person really feeling wronged? Either way, when Suning looked into his watery eyes, she felt he might cry at any moment. Wait a second. I brought some ointment. Do you want to trade for it?" "Chi Seo, I was feeling touched, and you're talking about money. Then I'll trouble you, Comrade Su. I'll trade for some." For some reason, when he met those eyes that looked like a starry sky, he didn't want to see disappointment in them. Suning went into the dorm, and Chi Seo waited outside. Soon, Suning came out with a small jar of ointment. "Before applying it, you need to clean the wound first." Then she held out her hand, fingers spread. Chi Seo quickly handed her 5 yuan. He thought to himself, luckily, he hadn't forgotten to bring enough money when he left home in anger. Suning smiled, pocketed the money, yawned, and turned to leave. Chi Seo held the ointment tightly. This was the first time, apart from his family, that someone cared about him not because of his looks, but simply because they liked money. "Suning, are you sure it's not because of your looks, beautiful one?" Back in her bed, Suning lay down and quickly fell asleep. She didn't see Song Jiejia's hesitant expression, nor did she notice Shen Qingning's disappointed eyes. Suning was sleeping soundly when someone shook her awake. Still half asleep, she heard Wei Xiaochun say, "Suning, get up. It's almost time to eat. We have to gather in 40 minutes." Suning was awake, but her mind hadn't caught up yet. She looked at the small window and mumbled, "It's morning already?" Wei Xiaochun laughed. "It's not morning, it's almost evening." Suning's memory returned, and she finally remembered what time it was. She thanked Wei Xiaochun, got up quickly, and washed up. She had overslept and forgotten to prepare her own meal. But when she sat down at the table, there was a box of rice in front of her, topped with thick, fragrant sauce and plenty of small pieces of meat. Song Jieja looked at it with envy, and the others lowered their eyes, their expressions unreadable. But Suning's attention was on something else entirely. She thought about this person, who looked delicate and often cried, and wondered how they could cause so much trouble. Had they been working in the kitchen without resting? Chi Seo said, "Su Jiqing, your ointment works really well." "Thank you," Suning replied. "I've already paid, so there's no need to thank me so much." It made me feel a bit embarrassed. Song Jieja pouted and said, "Ningjie, you're being a bit too friendly. I'm jealous." "You can't just soothe me easily, Song Jieja. You're greedy for money, but I don't lack it. Why don't we exchange? I also have a hurt hand. At least we still share a dorm room, right?" I didn't expect her to think of outsiders, but not me. While eating, Suning said, "We're comrades, so there's no need to divide inside and outside. Hot days like this, feeling jealous is good for health. I'm still a little cutie, and I don't have a habit of fussing over kids, so don't come to me, Song Jieja." Can it be understood like that? Chi Seo looked serious while eating, but the corners of his mouth were already curling up. Wei Xiaochun's sense of humor was a bit low. Just seeing her shoulders shake told you she was forcing a laugh. Shen Qingning was distracted the whole time. Song Jieja poked at the porridge with corn and sweet potatoes in her bowl, pouting as she watched Suning, who was eating with a mouthful of oil, and smelled the tempting aroma. Her stomach was growling nonstop, but she just didn't want to eat the food in her bowl. "Ningjie, this meal looks quite big. Do you need help finishing it?" Suning shook her head. "If I can handle it, I won't trouble others, Song Jieja. Actually, I don't mind being helped. When I don't want exchange, I want everything to stay the same. When I do, you ignore me." They finished their meal peacefully. While Chi Seo was washing dishes in the kitchen, Suning brought in 10 wild eggs. "Kaziking, I overslept this afternoon and forgot to bring the materials. Thanks for preparing dinner for me. I found these wild eggs while gathering firewood in the mountains. Try a few." It wasn't about thanks or reciprocation, just sharing, and it was hard to refuse. Chi Seo accepted them. "Thank you." Suning smiled silently and turned to leave the kitchen. After gathering at the drying area, their assigned workers still went back to water the fields. The first time was to give them time to get used to everything so the land was close to the water source. This time, they weren't so lucky. The land they received was not flat and was twice as far from the water source. The conditions were tougher, but the workload was just as heavy. The team leader said, "You haven't fully adapted yet, so for now, work together as a group. I hope you can still help each other and complete the tasks well. Once you're more skilled and familiar with farm work, we will assign individual tasks." After saying this, the team leader was very pleased with his decision. He thought it was good to have the stronger workers help the weaker ones. Although the work might be a bit slower overall, it was better than leaving the weaker ones alone, crying and causing trouble. Song Jejia still wanted to do the morning work, which was watering the fields. Fu Guodong said, "We rested for a whole afternoon, so we should be refreshed now. We're feeling energetic. Song Jiqing, you should stay with everyone and carry water a few more times. That way, you won't have to work alone later and still be learning." Seeing that no one else said anything, Song Jejia nodded silently and responded with a quiet, "Okay." She looked at Suning with some other feelings in her eyes. Suning felt confused. She wondered why she was being singled out when she wasn't the one who suggested it. Why was she being looked at so specially? Suning kept her water-carrying load similar to everyone else's. On the steep dirt paths, she walked steadily without spilling water. The villagers she met along the way praised her. "They're a good girl, not spoiled like city kids. She's a hard worker." One woman watering her fields sincerely praised Suning. Another woman nearby added, "Most of the young people here are okay, except for two, who don't look right. Haha, the two you're talking about are probably that handsome boy and a girl who's still a bit young. TSK. Honestly, that boy is really good looking. I've never seen anyone so handsome at my age. Old sister-in-law, if you look at other men like that, be careful your husband might get upset when he comes home tonight. Uft. Your mouth is so sharp, you're shameless." The teasing older sister-in-law, although she responded with a simple reply, was actually thinking that she wished her husband would go back and work hard. But she could only keep that thought to herself. With his weak arms, he couldn't even stand properly, so it was better for him to wash up and go to bed early. Otherwise, she would suffer without gaining anything. As the sky darkened, everyone continued working diligently under the faint moonlight. Although Song Jejia was no longer crying loudly like the first time she worked, she was still sniffling and sobbing. This time, her work was slower than before, and by dawn, there was still a small patch left to water. While fetching water, Song Jejia sat heavily on a stone bench and said in a tearful voice, "Ningjia, it's been a whole night. I really can't do it anymore. Can you help me with this part?" Su Ning, filling a bucket with water, replied, "I only have 2 shoulders. Do you think I can carry 2 big buckets at once?" Immediately, Song Jejia cheered up and said, "I just thought of something. Ningjia, you're strong. Carrying 1 bucket of water is easy for you. You could probably carry 2, 1 on each shoulder. And if you can't keep them steady, I can help hold them for you. Ningjia, give it a try. I'm sure you can do it. This is a good chance to show your strength." Hearing this, Wei Xiaochun, who had just arrived, looked at Song Jejia with a complicated expression and then went to find a place to fetch water. Su Ning chuckled and said, "Well, I'll give you this chance. I don't need to prove my strength. I just want to finish my own work." Song Jejia pouted and said, "Then let's trade." "I'll pay you to do my work," Su Ning replied. "I'm not in the mood today. I don't want to trade. Just do your own work." After saying this, she was about to squat down and carry water when she heard someone shout from the mountain, "The wild boar herd is coming down the mountain." This shout interrupted Song Jejia's words. Hundreds of people were working, and that loud call made the quiet mornings suddenly lively. Women shouted loudly to call their children, and mothers hurriedly warned their sons to stay safe. There was also a rough male voice telling women and children to retreat back to the village. The mountain echoed with these shouts, as if the mountain itself was responding. The team leader quickly called people to help guard the area and scare the wild boars back into the mountain, because the crops couldn't withstand their damage. Song Jejia was stunned. After reacting, She immediately jumped behind Suning, grabbing her sleeve. Sister Ning, whose strength is bigger, yours or a wild boar? Suning replied speechlessly. First answer me. Whose head is bigger, yours or a wild boar's? Song Jejia stomped her foot. Sister Ning, don't joke. I'm asking seriously. I don't have eggs, so I don't feel pain. I'm not free right now. Do you think I would joke at this moment? Song Jejia's eyes turned red, and she almost cried. Sister Ning is so fierce. Wei Xiaochun poured out the half-filled water. Wasn't someone just shouting for women and children to hurry back to the village? We're in a strange place. Staying here will only cause trouble. Let's leave. She wondered where Qingning was now. Fu Jiqing was cautious and would probably have taken the other 3 young men back. Suning also poured out her prepared water. That bucket was also property of the team, and if damaged, she would have to pay for it. The team leader, something bad has happened. A group of wild boars has rushed into the crops. Everyone, gather and drive them away. Don't hurt them or provoke them. Otherwise, not only will this cornfield be wasted, but it might also harm people. Wild boars come in groups, with strong revenge instincts. When they go wild, they cause great destruction. Each wild boar weighs hundreds of jin, a Chinese weight unit. They are tempting, but no one has the ability to catch them. Suning's brows furrowed tightly. No one who has experienced unfamiliar situations would not feel distressed about the food. She controlled her strength within a safe range and worked honestly, mainly to save as many corn seedlings as possible. Both of you go back to the village first. I'll go see what's happening. After speaking, Suning quickly ran up the mountain. Song Jejia was again stunned. She turned away Xiaochun and asked, No, Xiaochun, what do you think Sister Ning is thinking? She just left us here alone. Shouldn't she have sent us back to the village first? We're helpless. What if we encounter wild boars? She's greedy for money, and I can pay if needed. Wei Xiaochun didn't answer but asked back, Does she have an obligation to send you? Song Jejia exclaimed, But I call her sister. I didn't say I disagree with exchanging. Wei Xiaochun lowered her eyes and said, An exchange requires mutual consent. It's not just one side wanting it. From now on, just call me Little Spring. The word, sister, feels too heavy. Let's go back to the village. Jia saw Wei Xiaochun leave quickly and hurried to catch up, muttering, What's so hard to understand? Do I speak in a way that's confusing? Why does everyone always misunderstand me? Shen Qingning was walking toward the village when she saw Lu Miao Miao rushing over from another path. Miao Miao, where are you going? That place is too dangerous. We need to head back to the village. Miao Miao looked worried and said, I saw on the mountain that a herd of wild boars rushed into the farmland. That's where your task was. I don't know if the young workers have evacuated yet. I want to check. I'm worried. Shen Qingning grabbed Miao Miao's arm to stop her. Miao Miao, listen to me. That place is too dangerous. And since we haven't heard any bad news, it probably means no one is there anymore. Plus, there are militia teams helping with the rescue. If you go there, you won't be able to help and might get into trouble. Miao Miao looked anxious but couldn't break free from Shen Qingning's grip. She felt upset and thought, why is this woman acting so crazy? Whether I'm in danger or not, it's none of her business. If I go now, I might even save someone. Isn't that what saving lives is about? Besides, my older brother is in the militia. Would he let me get hurt? So annoying. Just let go. With tears in her eyes, Miao Miao said, Let go of me. My third brother is in the militia. He's impulsive. I need to watch over him. Your third brother is in the militia? Miao Miao nodded with tears. Yes. Please, let me go. I need to keep an eye on him. Shen Qingning suppressed her mixed feelings of happiness and worry. You're going alone?
I don't feel good about that.
I'll go with you. Miao Miao nodded in agreement, but inside she was thinking, so annoying. I don't know you well, and you're sticking to me. Don't interfere with my chance to save someone or mess up my plans for a good marriage. Meanwhile, Fu Guodong found Zhang Qianjin and asked, Did you see Qixio? Zhang Qianjin shook his head. Zheng Jiangwo said, When I carried water earlier, I saw him twist his ankle. Maybe he hasn't come out yet. Fu Guodong immediately ran to find the team leader. Team leader, we have another comrade, Qixio, who sprained his ankle. He should still be in that cornfield. What? My goodness, this could be life-threatening, the team leader exclaimed. He quickly shouted loudly, Old Third Lu, there might still be a young worker in the area you're surrounding. Hurry and find someone. The wild boar herd, trapped and blocked, was starting to get agitated. According to the original plan, they would drive the boars out through the open gap and then herd them back into the mountains. But today, the usual effective method had unexpectedly failed. Now that the boars were furious, they might attack indiscriminately. It was clear how dangerous it was for anyone inside the encirclement. These freeloaders are really good at causing trouble and making things worse. Why aren't they running out? Are they asking to get killed inside? Third brother, what should we do now? Lu Chuan was asked and almost clenched his teeth in frustration. He shouted loudly, Everyone stay quiet. No one is allowed to make a sound for now. Hey, is anyone inside still breathing? If you can breathe, make a sound quickly. Chi Xiao had only twisted his right ankle at first, but during the retreat, he fell again, and now his right foot couldn't touch the ground. He called out for help, but the chaos of the mountain ignored him. He was leaning on a dry branch, hopping on one foot, struggling to move. The noise caused by the boars was getting closer and closer. When Chi Xiao heard the shouts, he responded immediately. I'm here. I'm here. Apart from the noise made by the boars, there were no more loud shouts or screams. Lu Chuan and the others pinpointed his location. On the opposite mountain, as the boars moved, the corn stalks fell. Sharp-eyed people noticed that the young worker was about to be surrounded by the boars. They immediately shouted, That young worker is surrounded by boars. The team leader and the village secretary were sweating nervously. Lu Chuan made a quick decision, instructing the militia to scatter the boar herd. They tried to drive away as many as possible. He himself carried A and rushed toward Chi Xiao's position. His friends, determined, gritted their teeth and also grabbed hose to follow him. The corn stalks were taller than people, limiting their view inside. But from the opposite mountain, they could see more clearly. Look, someone ran inside again. Are these young workers all fools? Someone who's in danger wouldn't run, but now they're running toward danger. I hope they don't come onto our land. Team leader, another young worker, just went in. The team leader, old and angry, almost wanted to curse. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and focused all his energy on shouting. Young worker, who just went in, please leave immediately. I'm telling you again, leave now. Su Ning heard the team leader shout and didn't stop. She pushed forward with all her strength. Her special power had already sensed that the wild boar was going crazy. Her strength could help a little. On the mountain across, someone kept shouting, Team leader, she didn't leave. She's still going forward, and she's running faster. The team leader slapped his thigh and said some harsh words. Su Ning and Lu Chuan arrived almost at the same time. They saw the 9 wild boars still there, their eyes red and threatening grunts coming from their mouths. The boars were digging at the ground, blocking Chi Xiao at the high bank. It looked like they were about to attack. Lu Chuan didn't even have time to scold the woman who suddenly appeared. His eyes blurred, and someone grabbed his from his hand. Then he heard the wild boars squeal loudly. While Su Ning was knocking down one boar after another, she casually threw Chi Xiao onto the high bank. After a dizzy spin, Chi Xiao quickly climbed to the edge and reached out to try to pull Su Ning up. But the high bank was twice his height, and he couldn't reach her. Before he could think of a way, he saw Su Ning wielding her fiercely, knocking down one boar after another. There were no fancy moves, just pure strength. With each strike, the large boars had burst open, brains spilling out. In just a few breaths, the wild boars, which had left the villagers helpless, lay scattered on the ground, badly injured and dead. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the stench from the boars' bodies. Because of the close combat, Su Ning's clothes were also stained with blood. Now, she stood there covered in blood, her stuck in the ground, giving off a commanding presence like a hero guarding a pass. She also radiated a fierce, intimidating aura, like a demon lord descending. Lu Chuan and the others who came with him felt their legs go weak. Is she a woman? Or a demon lord? The people on the opposite mountain were so shocked they stood frozen like wooden statues. They kept their distance, and Su Ning, covered in blood and looking fierce like a warrior, couldn't see clearly. Besides being stunned, they felt no fear. Once they realized what was happening, cheers erupted from the other mountain. People threw down their tools and ran downhill as fast as they could, wishing they had wings to fly over and bite into the big, fat prey. The team leader heard the wild boar's screams and felt cold inside. The village secretary almost lost his balance. Seeing the situation on the other mountain, the team leader shouted, "What's going on now? There's meat to eat. There's meat to eat," came the cheers from the other side. The team leader sighed, thinking maybe no one was hurt. "Lao Lu helped me up because my legs were weak and I couldn't walk." The village secretary was worried about his young son. Ignoring his own weakness, he dragged the team leader toward the mountain. Su Ning heard crying and turned to see Chi Seo leaning on a high bank, crying sadly. His usually bright eyes were red, tears flowing like a flood, and he was blowing big bubbles from his nose and mouth. Honestly, Su Ning wanted to laugh. But, after surviving a disaster and crying tears of joy, it felt wrong to laugh now. Still, holding back a laugh was really hard. Su Ning turned around, shoulders trembling, and cleared his throat. He threw the to Lu Chuan and said, "Comrade, thank you for the—" Lu Chuan was stunned and reached out to take the, speaking stiffly, No need to thank me." No, we should be thanking you," Su Ning quickly corrected. "If it weren't for your brave act, we might not have escaped today." Before he finished, a panicked cry for help came from the other side. "Run. The wild boar has gone mad," Su Ning cursed silently. The wild boar's screams earlier probably caused some of them to panic and the boars to go berserk. Lu Chuan suddenly saw a blur and felt his being pulled away again. Su Ning, covered in blood and looking fierce, charged forward with his, scary to see. He swung his and took down one boar immediately. Someone shouted to stop him. "You can't kill them. Wild boars remember revenge. They'll come back for us," Su Ning coldly replied. "Then I'll kill them all." The person was about to say, "Are you joking?" Seeing Su Ning kill pigs was almost as easy as cutting a pumpkin. Actually, the pigs being driven away were just 6 wild boars, along with a dozen piglets weighing about 70 to 80 kg each. Su Ning didn't kill the piglets, only broke 1 or 2 legs so they couldn't run away. Lu Chuan arrived with his people, but Su Ning had already finished the job. Seeing the squealing piglets on the ground and the large boar with its brains splattered, standing there, he almost forgot his own name. Su Ning wiped the pig blood off her face. It was too unpleasant. "I probably won't need to be here for now. I'll go wash my face. I don't like blood on my face." Lu Chuan nodded blankly. "Ah. Oh, okay." A few steps after Su Ning left, the village secretary and the team leader finally arrived. Seeing Su Ning covered in blood, he almost sat down on the ground. Seeing the stunned people behind him, the team leader hurriedly shouted, "Lu Lao Sen, what are you standing there for? Quickly take Su Ning to old Su's place. If old Su can't help, then get a cart ready to take her to the hospital. Time is critical, or someone might get hurt worse." Su Ning quickly interrupted, knowing the team leader was about to add more. "Team leader, I'm not hurt. The blood on me is from the wild boars. I was just about to wash up." "Don't argue. If you're hurt, you need to—" "What are you saying?" Su Ning emphasized again. "I really am not hurt. The injury is on the boars. Ask them if you don't believe me." "I'll go wash up now." Lu Chuan, stunned by her calmness, finally regained his senses. "Team leader, all the wild boars were taken down by this young woman. None escaped. Let her go wash up first. Once she's clean, we'll see if she's hurt." Su Ning looked at the dazed team leader and village secretary, nodded to Lu Chuan, and strode down the mountain. She was covered in blood as she descended, and many villagers rushing up the mountain saw her and hurriedly avoided her out of fear. Su Ning didn't care about their expressions or thoughts. Instead, she wondered what benefits she could ask the team for after killing so many wild boars. With no ideas yet, she ran to the river, stepped into the water, and washed herself thoroughly. Since she was wearing a coat, even if her clothes got wet, she wasn't worried about exposing herself. Wet all over, Suning walked along the small path back to the youth station. The yard was empty. After changing into clean, dry clothes, I used a towel to dry my hair. I also filled a basin with water, washed the clothes I took off, and hung them to dry. I rubbed my stomach, which was making gurgling sounds, and returned to the dorm. I took 2 big buns from my bag and ate them, and then my hunger disappeared. Meanwhile, Lu Miao Miao and Shin Qingning, heading up the mountain, had not yet reached the area disturbed by wild boars. They encountered some militia members carrying Chi Xiao down the mountain. Lu Miao Miao saw that Chi Xiao, who used to look as noble and pure as a snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, now had messy hair and several scratches on her face. She was lying awkwardly on a militia member's back. Lu Miao Miao quickly pulled away from Shin Qingning's hand and ran forward to stop the militia member. Since they were from the same village, the strong young man carrying Chi Xiao thought Lu Miao Miao was worried about her brother. To prevent her from worrying, he said before she could speak, "Miao Miao, your 3rd brother." But before he finished, Lu Miao Miao, with tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, asked him about Chi Xiao on his back. "Qi Jiqing, how are you? Are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Shin Qingning just wanted to know about Lu Chuan's condition. She asked, "Comrade, are there any other injured people?" "I didn't carry anyone else, but there are wild boars causing trouble on the other side, so I don't know the full situation." Lu Miao Miao's heart was pounding with worry. Just as she was about to ask more, a lively group of people rushed down the mountain, carrying several large wild boars. The strong young man hurriedly carried Chi Xiao down the mountain. Lu Miao Miao wanted to follow, but Shin Qingning held her back. Lu Miao Miao thought to herself, "This woman is really sick, always causing trouble for her. Don't pull me, Miao Miao, it's okay. Don't worry. Your brother will be fine. Things will turn out well. Don't worry, we're going to check on him now." Lu Miao Miao was speechless. The entire Dahaowen village was in an uproar, more exciting than New Year's celebrations. At the clearing, 15 wild boars, badly injured and looking terrible, piled up like a small mountain. The villagers' eyes sparkled with excitement. The piglets with broken legs were tied together, whimpering as they called out. The village secretary and the team leader are discussing whether to hand over the wild pigs or keep them for themselves. The team leader says, "Although it's not spring planting now, everyone is working late into the night, and it's not much easier than spring planting. This year's weather will definitely reduce the crop yield. With these 15 pigs, life will be a bit better for everyone." The village secretary is also worried. "In the past, we wouldn't have to discuss. We would keep all the pigs. But times are different now. We are in a difficult period, and if we don't handle this well, our entire team could suffer. Let's split them. Have to be handed over, half kept." He adds, "Apart from some leg injuries, the piglets are fine. We should report to the commune and raise them. If we hand over these wild pigs, maybe this year we can earn some recognition. Perhaps our team will get an honor title. We also have such talented people here who are already making big contributions. We should at least get a commendation letter. That would be our team's honor." The team leader feels heartbroken about the pigs. It's all meat. Last year during the new year, the whole team slaughtered a pig weighing over 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. After processing, only about 100 jin of meat remained. Families with more work points received over a jin or 2 of meat, while those with fewer points got just a few ounces. It's been more than half a year, and everyone is still hungry. The team leader hesitates. Maybe giving half is too much? How about 5 pigs? It's not greed. Everyone is having a hard time. With this meat, we won't lack oil in our stomachs. Won't we work better? The weather is uncertain, no rain, working day and night watering the fields. Without enough food, how long can we last? The village secretary sighs. Let's persuade everyone to keep quiet and agree to hand over 6 pigs, and we'll keep 9. All right, I'll make arrangements, says the team leader, quickly leaving with a sense of urgency, thinking about choosing smaller pigs to send. People are greedy. After last year's slaughter, everyone was excited. Now, even if the wild pigs form a small mountain, hearing that they need to hand over 6 pigs, everyone groans. The team leader endures the pain of losing the pigs. using emotion and reason to explain to everyone, talking about policies and the seriousness of the matter. It is also about convincing oneself. Then the team leader, with half of the militia, carried the smallest of the 15 pigs they had selected and confidently headed towards a commune. The village secretary stayed behind to host the pig slaughter feast. Dear villagers, today we are grateful to Suning and the young people from Su for their help, so we can eat heartily. Let's get moving quickly. It's very hot, and we need to prepare the wild boar. The team leader and I have discussed it. Everyone has worked hard lately, so today we're taking a half-day break to hold a pig slaughter feast and let everyone enjoy themselves. Just bring the tools and help out. The food for the feast will come from the village warehouse. Hurry up, don't let the meat go to waste. As soon as the village secretary finished speaking, the lively cheers from the crowd soared into the sky. Among the crowd, Suning was lifted high by the enthusiastic women, all working together. Suning felt very happy inside. In the end-of-the-world scenario, she was the most unnoticed person and considered useless by others. Unless necessary, no one bothered to talk to her. Since arriving in this different world, she was also not well-liked at home. Now, she was constantly thinking about how to deal with her enemies. Facing some tricky people, she was always tense, afraid of being tricked herself. But in the countryside, she felt very relaxed. Being treated so warmly by others was a first for her in 2 lifetimes. She knew their kindness might have some hidden motives, but at this moment, she didn't want to think about that. Even if it was just to boost her vanity or to make up for regrets, she just wanted to be happy now. Suning, being tossed into the air, wore a genuine smile from inside out. Her eyes were pure and bright, lively and innocent. Compared to her fierce and ruthless expression when facing the wild boar, she seemed like a completely different person. Lu Chuan's gaze was naturally drawn to Suning. Her lively, fierce, and pure appearance was very attractive. Li Hong and Chi Mei, among the crowd, although smiling, couldn't hide the jealousy and dissatisfaction in their eyes. Sun Hongbing's eyes flashed with a deep look, and a slight smile played on his lips. No one knew what he was thinking. There was also an old young intellectual, Qian Mingwei, who hadn't spoken a word to Suning. He looked calmly at everything around him, as if nothing concerned him. Shen Qingning finally saw the person she had thought about, missed, and looked forward to for so long. It turned out that young Lu Chuan was so strong and handsome, with hopeful eyes and a proud, rebellious spirit. In her past life, when she first met him, his eyes were deep, and he had a gentle, warm aura. Now, he looked completely different. But what could she do? Whether it was the Lu Chuan of this moment or the Lu Chuan she loved before, both were very attractive to her. Shen Qingning let out a soft breath, lowered her head, and gently patted her warm cheeks. She kept calming her emotions, feeling her heart almost jump out of her chest. Lost in the joy of meeting an old friend, Shen Qingning didn't notice Lu Chuan's gaze on Suning. Song Jejia saw Shen Qingning's face turn red and cheerfully said, "Qingning, do you also want to be lifted high like Sister Ning?" "Hey, actually, I do want to. Let's just quietly think about it. What's so embarrassing? Why are you blushing?" Song Jejia spoke loudly, not lowering her voice. The villagers around looked at them as if they were fools. Wei Xiaochun quietly moved a few steps to the side. She thought she wasn't shy, but compared to Song Jejia, she felt she was still shy. Shen Qingning turned to look at Song Jejia, noticing the strange looks from others. She felt awkward and wished she could dig a hole to hide in. "Jejia, I didn't think that way. You shouldn't think that way either. Suning's contributions deserve respectful treatment. I'm blushing because I got sunburned," she added quickly. "Don't talk nonsense." Song Jejia responded with an "oh," thinking to herself, "I wasn't talking nonsense. I was just saying what I thought. I told the truth, didn't I? Isn't that right?" Fu Guodong smiled as he watched. With today's events, they should have been accepted by the villagers. Zhang Qianjin and Zheng Jiangwo still looked confused, their eyes often falling on Suning. They really couldn't understand how such a small body could hold such great strength. One person fighting 15 wild boars, and she's just a girl. If people who didn't know the truth heard this, they might think they were bragging. Shirji, sturdy and strong, helped Chiseo to the drying field. The villagers' faces were full of happiness, and they were busy starting to process the wild boars. Even the children, not caring about the heat, were playing and chasing each other on the drying field. Several elderly women with gray hair, stooped backs, and limping steps were laughing happily, though they were talking about something. Lu Miao Miao, who had been following Chiseo like a tail, pointed to a large tree next to the sunny dam. Chi Jiqing, it's too hot here. Let me help you over there to rest and cool down. When the food is ready, I'll bring it to you. Chiseo immediately refused. Thank you, Comrade Lu, for your kindness, but men and women should keep their distance. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, I won't trouble you. Comrade Nyo, thank you for your help today. I'll visit another time to thank you properly. She carried him down the mountain and then took him to see the old doctor to reset his joint. It was indeed quite troublesome for him. Nyo Zhuangshi was a big, rough man with a carefree attitude. He smiled honestly and said, "No need to thank me. It's just a little help. You find a place to rest, I'll go help with the wild boar." After saying that, he quickly ran off to join the team gathering the wild boar. Lu Miao Miao bit her lower lip softly, her eyes full of grievance, standing stubbornly beside Chiseo. Chiseo frowned. What did that mean? Did she not understand what people were saying? In front of everyone, standing so close to him, and looking like that, was she trying to cling to him? His alarm immediately went off. He tiptoed hurriedly toward Zhang Qianjin. Lu Miao Miao reached out to help, but Chiseo jumped on his toes even faster. Zhang Qianjin noticed and quickly stepped over to support Chiseo, looking at his right ankle, which was on tiptoe. He asked with concern, "How is it? Is the injury serious?" "Sprained the joint. It should be reset now. I might need a few days to recover." "That's good. Your health is the most important. Take a break if you need to." While speaking, Zhang Qianjin also glanced at Lu Miao Miao behind him. Then he looked at Chiseo, as if asking about the situation. Chiseo, almost instinctively, understood the look in a man's eyes. Well-meaning villagers who insist on helping, and you just can't refuse, he emphasized the words well-meaning heavily. Zhang Qianjin looked at Chiseo's androgynous face. Although it was scratched now, it didn't ruin his attractiveness. In fact, it gave him a unique charm. Zhang Qianjin quickly looked away and shook his head. Even he, a straightforward man, couldn't help but glance twice, let alone a girl just beginning to fall in love. If Zhang Qianjin had lived in later generations, he would definitely say he was a troublemaker. Lu Miao Miao's eyes turned red, and she was about to cry in the next second. "Little sister-in-law, where did you just run off to?" "Mother is still looking for you everywhere," said Lin Xinger, the eldest sister-in-law, holding a bundle of firewood and sweating profusely. Her sudden voice made Lu Miao Miao shiver, and tears fell suddenly. Lin Xinger frowned, wondering if this little sister-in-law had gone a bit crazy, always crying from her eyes. She was either crying or on her way to cry all day long. It felt like the whole family was bullying her, as if she had grown up in a place full of sorrow. She still preferred her original little sister-in-law. Why wasn't she born of her mother? Lu Miao Miao looked at Chiseo, then turned to her eldest sister-in-law. She sniffed, forced a smile, and spoke as if she had been badly bullied but was trying to be strong. "Big sister-in-law, I didn't do anything. I just did something I willingly wanted to do. Please don't misunderstand, and don't blame Chi Jiqing. He really didn't bully me. I did it voluntarily." Chiseo had been impatient with Lu Miao Miao earlier, but now his eyes showed disgust. He thought about setting him up, but he didn't bother to see if he was happy about it. "Comrade Lu, please don't say such ambiguous words that can easily be misunderstood. You may not care about your reputation, but I value mine more than my life." Comrade Nyo Zhuangshi accompanied me down the mountain and took me to see the barefoot doctor for my injury. He never left my side the whole time. I don't understand why Comrade Lu can't understand human words. I have clearly refused your help, and yet you stubbornly follow me. But I am always keeping my distance from you. The barefoot doctor and Comrade Nyo can testify. Don't deliberately create misunderstandings and cling to me. My standards are high. I don't fall for just any fish or shrimp. Chisio's words were quite harsh for a young woman, but he was determined to be blunt. He knew gentle words wouldn't be understood by her. Lu Miao Miao cried so hard she was gasping for breath, tears flowing non-stop, looking like she had been badly bullied. Lin Xinger furrowed her brows tightly, about to say something. Lu Miao Miao first said, "You are too much. I helped you kindly and you twisted into something shameful. My third brother just saved you on the mountain, and now you insult his sister when you get down. Do you have any conscience?" After speaking, she ran away. Chi Xiao didn't even look at Lu Miao Miao, who had run off, and said to Lin Xinger, "Sister-in-law, I may have spoken a bit harshly earlier, and it wasn't very nice. But I was just trying to clarify the facts. I just want to keep my reputation clear and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. If I said anything wrong, I hope you can forgive me." Lin Xinger, "Well, you've said everything good and bad. What can I say?" But she realized that her new young sister-in-law, who always aimed high but lacked ability, probably had her eye on this educated youth. Lin Xinger looked at Chi Xiao and felt her heart jump when she saw his face. She also clenched her hands, holding the firewood tighter. Could he be an angel sent from heaven? How can someone look so handsome? Even with a scar, it doesn't affect his beauty at all. Whether it should be said or not, her young sister-in-law's taste is really high. Suddenly, Lin Xinger felt that her young sister-in-law was like a frog trying to eat a swan, dreaming of something impossible. But even if she didn't like her sister-in-law much, she was family. How could she let outsiders bully her? Cough, cough. Do you realize your words were too harsh? My sister-in-law was kind-hearted. If you didn't appreciate it, that's fine, but how could you insult her with your words? Your innocence is your own, but isn't my sister-in-law's innocence important too, since you're an educated youth, a scholar? How come you seem to have read all the principles into a dog's stomach? If there is a next time, our Lu family won't be easy to bully. After saying this, Lin Xinger snorted and turned around confidently. But after turning, she secretly glanced at the sky. Seeing the clear sky, bright sun, and no sign of thunder, she let out a small breath of relief. She was afraid of being struck by lightning after insulting someone who looked like a divine being. Relaxing, she suddenly felt proud. She thought she had become impressive, able to make someone who looked like a divine being speechless. Zhang Qianjin also remained silent throughout and sighed maturely, saying, "Ancient people were honest. Indeed, only women and villains are hard to raise. However, you only attracted trouble through your own strength. And I'm afraid there will be more of this kind of thing in the future." Chi Xiao, "I was born with good looks. I can't just ruin my face because of trouble. By the way, is Su Jiqing hurt? If she hadn't arrived just in time to save me today, what we were about to eat wouldn't be a pig slaughter feast, but my funeral." Zhang Qianjin was speechless. That comrade, Lu, really can talk nonsense. His act of saving me was misattributed. Don't worry, Su Jiqing isn't hurt. She's still full of energy. She's over there now, busy with everyone. Thanks to her, we're no longer rejected by the villagers. A few older women just now kept asking me questions from all sides. I almost couldn't handle it. Chi Xiao looked at Zhang Qianjin with confusion. Zhang asked, "Why are you looking at me? What's wrong? You talked a lot today." Zhang Qianjin, "I finally said a few words, and you say I talk too much? Oh, maybe I talk more when I'm happy. Just joking. If I could eat meat freely and openly, I wouldn't be happy or excited. That would mean I'm sick in the head." Meanwhile, the barefoot doctor, Old Su, who recently reset Chi Xiao's joint, is now setting the bones of a wild boar. The village secretary watched nearby. After inspecting Old Su, he asked, "How is it? Can these piglets still stand?" Old Su nodded in amazement. His technique and strength are just right. The way he applied force and the placement of the bones are perfect. It ensures these pigs won't get up easily but also won't be hindered in future care. This girl is definitely thoughtful and kind. She's a good candidate to learn traditional Chinese medicine. The village secretary said, "Old Su, you're getting carried away again. Stop, stop. Don't be so careless with your words. And aren't there plenty of good candidates you've trained? You've been working at this for half your life. Have you ever truly trained a disciple? Old Sue was annoyed and glared. The village secretary said, "Leave the injuries on these pigs to you. You need to be careful. If they fatten up, it'll be a big fortune for our village. We have a good chance of winning this year's advanced honor." Old Sue rolled his eyes. When have I ever been careless about patience? Looking angrily at the pigs lying scattered on the ground, he said irritably, "Even if the patient is a pig, it doesn't affect my professional integrity. Old Mr. Sue, I'm really having a hard time. Who would have thought that my excellent medical skills would be used on pigs? I wonder if my master's coffin lid can still hold up." By around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the entire drying yard was filled with the smell of meat. 7 or 8 large pots were filled to the brim, kept warm over low heat, bubbling gently. Seeing the tempting food and smelling the fragrant aroma, both children and adults couldn't help but swallow hard. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the team leader and his group to return. The team leader sat on a bullock cart, sneezing one after another. As for why he was sitting on the cart, it was because a group of young men thought he was too slow on his feet. One man ran ahead with a bunch of grass, and the bull followed along, trotting loudly. The others ran to catch up. Why not ride the cart? Come on, if the bull pulls too much weight, it won't run fast. If they return late, and the meat is cooked, they'd have no way to complain. It was tough for the team leader, sitting on the bouncing cart, his backside almost getting jostled apart. He didn't care about his own discomfort, his eyes full of concern for the yellow ox. "Take it easy, everyone. If you tire out the ox, just see how I'll deal with you when I get back." A young man with a mischievous smile said, "Captain, this ox just turned adult. It's quite sturdy. I'm sure everyone misses you more than ever right now. We can't let everyone's longing go to waste. We need to hurry." The captain rubbed his itchy nose and said irritably, "Cut it out. Do you think I miss you?
Slow down.
Even if the ox is young and strong, I'm an old man. I can't handle your roughhousing. Captain, you're just being modest. You're still in good shape. Maybe next spring, Manhwa can give little Chrysanthemum a little brother or a sister." The captain scowled and said, "Go away, no manners at all." He was also feeling quite embarrassed. Who would have thought that he and his wife, both of their ages, had grandchildren running all over the place? His wife even managed to have a little girl last autumn, who is now over half a year old. Because of this, he had been teased a lot by the village elders and youngsters alike. Although the team leader said he was annoyed, his expression showed how proud he was. He felt shy, but he also couldn't deny that he was quite capable. While everyone eagerly waited, a figure finally appeared at the village entrance. Someone immediately cheered, "He's back. The team leader is back." The team leader said, "You might not believe it, but I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've been so warmly welcomed. Oh, he's back. Now we can finally start eating. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Just looking and smelling isn't enough. It's too torturous. I've lived so long, and I've never seen so much meat. I'm so hungry I could eat it all." The team leader loudly read the commendation letter from the commune to Suning, then announced that the team would award Suning a big credit and compensate him with 2 months' worth of work points. Suning thought, that seems a bit unfair. Although everyone was encouraged to eat heartily, not everything was meat. The large pot contained bones, pig's head meat, scraps, pig's trotters, and pig offal, all cooked together with dried vegetables, dried beans, dried radish, and dried mushrooms. But for villagers who usually lacked oil and water in their diet, it was already very good. Should I say it? The big pot dishes really smelled wonderful. While lining up for food, Suning held 2 bowls and stood in the middle of the line. The team leader weighed his large spoon and loudly called for Suning to come forward. Hearing the call, Suning quickly approached the big pot, holding 2 bowls. The team leader said loudly, "Today we can have meat because Suning has made great contributions. So, the first scoop of food will be given to Suning. Everyone okay with that? Team leader, don't shake your hand too much. Make sure to give Suning some good meat." The team leader wanted to shake his hand a lot and give this young man a big scoop. But does that sound reasonable? Suning smiled and said loudly, "As the saying goes, one tree doesn't make a forest. Without everyone's help today, I couldn't have achieved such a big thing. Although I've only been here 2 days, everyone's honesty, hard work, and enthusiasm have made me feel very connected to this place. It feels like I was born to be part of Dawawan. Our Dawawan team is so excellent, thanks to everyone's efforts and also because of the good leadership of the team leader and the village party secretary." This dish was served, and everyone asked whether the captain and the village secretary should be given some.
Yes.
Yes, they should. Everyone agreed. The captain and the village secretary smiled so much that their faces wrinkled. This child's words were surprisingly touching. Suning made a gesture inviting them. "Captain, village secretary, this is what everyone hopes for." Knowing that everyone was eager, the captain and the village secretary looked at each other, stopped hesitating, and served themselves first. Each of them scooped a big portion for Suning. Both lunchboxes were filled to the brim. Jia Song pounded her forehead in regret. "Why didn't I bring 2 lunchboxes? Honestly, Sister Ning is quick-witted at crucial moments. No wonder she is so greedy for wealth." Wei Xiaochun, who was in front of Jia Song, twitched the corner of his mouth. Suning is a hero, bringing 2 lunchboxes so no one would say anything. If you, who did nothing, bring 2 lunchboxes, villagers would surely be annoyed and scold you. Wei Xiaochun thought it was strange. Maybe Jia Song's brain development is different from others. Otherwise, how could she have such unique and surprising ideas? Actually, Suning wasn't greedy. She brought 2 lunchboxes, one for her partner. Thinking about his injured leg, it would be inconvenient for him to queue for food, so she brought an extra portion for him. She wouldn't fight with villagers over food. Everyone finish eating first.
Don't leave yet.
After everyone is done, clean up the mess. Then we'll calculate the total work points for the past half year and divide the meat proportionally. Although this was expected, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Suning quickly brought her lunchbox to the side and handed one to Chi Seo. Hurry, it's hot." Chi Seo quickly took it, surprised, and asked, "You brought 2 lunchboxes just to help me get a portion." Suning casually sat on a flat stone and replied, "What else? I may be strong, but I'm not a fool. Your leg is injured, so queuing is inconvenient. We're partners helping each other out." At that moment, Chi Seo felt a warm feeling inside. He turned to look at Suning, who was a little distance away, eating happily and grimacing from the heat. The scene replayed in his mind, the wild boar charging at him and Suning rushing to help. At that moment, he would never forget it. He still hadn't figured out how to thank her for saving his life. Suning panted and turned around, only to see Chi Seo lost in thought. "What's wrong with this guy? Although my cooking isn't as good as yours, it's still pretty tasty. Would you like to try some?" "Just helping out, no need to exchange favors," she said casually, meaning it's free, so why worry? Chi Seo looked up and met Suning's gaze, her eyes so clear and bright. Suddenly, Chi Seo smiled, giving Suning a stunning look. His lips slightly curved, and his voice was pure and clear like a mountain stream. "Suning, thank you." Seeing Suning staring in awe, Chi Seo didn't mind at all. In fact, he found her adorable. Suning blinked twice, snapped out of her daze, and almost knocked over her bowl of rice. She quickly looked away, reminding herself, is like a sword at the head. Desire is emptiness, and emptiness is desire. Caught up in his good looks, Chi Seo accidentally revealed his true feelings. He chuckled softly, and Suning shot him a sharp look. Chi Seo straightened up, acting serious, but his shoulders kept trembling, hinting he was trying not to laugh. "Su Jiqing, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about the Heart Sutra," he said. Suning retorted, "I don't know anything about that." Chi Seo asked again, "Can I ask what you think about the phrase desire is emptiness? Emptiness is desire?" Suning blurted out, "If you have free time, you might as well indulge." Suddenly, loud coughing erupted, and Chi Seo's face turned bright red from coughing. Suning also realized what she had just said. But she was thick-skinned. So long as she wasn't embarrassed, others would be. She argued, humans are naturally drawn to beauty, so desire is part of our nature. But when we're starving or busy earning a living, we don't have the luxury to admire beauty. Of course, only when we have free time can we indulge. Chi Seo thought her words made some sense. He realized he had been thinking the wrong way and suddenly felt a bit unclean. But something still felt off. Meanwhile, Lu Miao Miao was chewing on the meat everyone longed for, her face full of envy as she watched Su Ning and Chi Seo chatting happily. Lin Xinger carried a big bowl, eating and feeding her child in her arms. She accidentally noticed her sister-in-law's gaze and suddenly felt that their family might not stay peaceful in the future. She wondered whether she should tell her mother-in-law about this. While she was thinking, suddenly a large piece of pig's trotter appeared in her bowl. "What are you thinking? Eating meat shouldn't distract you." Lu He looked at his wife with confusion and asked. Lin Xinger smiled and said, "Just thinking of something. I'll tell you later." She was about to put the pig's trotter back into her bowl. "I've already eaten quite a bit. You do physical work, so you need to eat more." Lu He avoided her bowl. "If I give you food, just eat." "Why are you fussing?" Lin Xinger thought. He's a good person, but he has an unlikable mouth. Finally, the team leader finished serving food. He carried his portion over to his wife, Feng Chunhua, and fed their little girl the soft, tender meat. Feng Chunhua quickly swallowed her food and moved her hand away from the team leader. She has already eaten a lot. If she eats more, her stomach might get upset. Hurry up and eat yours. The children are under my care. Do you think I could go hungry? The team leader smiled at his daughter and then started eating heartily.
This is really satisfying.
I don't remember ever eating such big bites of meat before. Feng Chunhua also smiled and said, "Neither do I. Every year, these pests come down from the mountain, and I don't know how much damage they've done to our crops. Now the tide has turned, and it's our turn to eat them. Haha, it smells so good." The team leader was in a good mood. Today, he received high praise from the local officials. They only needed to decide and tell him that their harvest was secure this year. Not only is it delicious, but it also feels good to be rid of those pests. Finally, they're gone. He just discussed with Lu about giving Suning 60 jin of meat. Feng Chunhua said, "That's right. Without her, we wouldn't even be able to eat meat, let alone ensure everyone's safety returning home. Last year, Zhang Lao even broke a leg because of them. In my opinion, not just 60 jin but 100 or more jin would be fair." A wild boar weighing around 300 to 400 jin, after removing the bones and offal, still has over 2,000 jin of meat. The weather is too hot. If we give her too much, she won't be able to hold it. Don't we still have a dozen piglets? When they grow fat, and it's time to divide the meat, we can give her a little more. During the meat division, Suning was the first to receive her share. She let her choose for herself, picking whatever she liked. Sun Ning selected a large piece of meat, some fatty, some lean. It weighed 65 pounds. The team leader waved his hand and decided she could take it all. No one objected, since without this strong girl, they wouldn't have gotten any meat at all. Last year, the old educated youth's work points were reset to 0. This year, after working for 4 or 5 months, Sun Hongbing and Qian Mingwei, who earned more points, each received a little over 3 pounds of meat. Li Hong and Qi Mei had similar work points, and each got a little over 2 pounds. The new educated youth had only worked for 2 days. Out of kindness, the team leader gave each of them a pound of meat. On the way back to the youth station, Song Jejia looked at her small piece of meat with disgust. Such a tiny piece, who's it for? It's not worth dividing at all. Anyway, with Sister Ning's 60 pounds of meat and a little bit of effort money for this small piece, we can eat well for many days. Suddenly, a sneering laugh sounded. No one expected Chi Seo to speak at this moment. Song youth, you should have finished high school, right? Of course. If there were college exams now, I'd already be a college student. Chi Seo said, with your high school diploma, you probably dozed your way through school. Otherwise, how could a high school student not understand the meaning of personal and collective property? Does the reward for your own labor have anything to do with us? Where do you get the nerve to decide for everyone? Song Jejia snapped. Who are you mocking? We've formed a team now. Wild boar come from the mountain, so they belong to everyone. Sharing things is normal. Besides, we're giving a little effort money. Chi Seo replied, then I'll thank you in advance, Song Youth. By the way, when will you share what you brought with us? We're all one big family. Your stuff also belongs to everyone. We can also pool together a little effort money to give you. Song Jejia was angry. I know you're injured, so I won't argue with you. But you're being rude now. Do you think you're someone special? Are you crazy? Why should I share my things with you? He chuckled.
Haha.
You finally said something reasonable. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, understand? Don't take what isn't yours, understand? You know that only someone who is unwell can make such unreasonable demands. Your belongings are yours. So why do Su Jiqing's things belong to everyone? Is it because of your big face? Or because you're just foolish? Song Jejia finally realized that this person was setting a trap and insulting her indirectly. Being a gender-neutral, effeminate person, worrying about trivial matters, this is none of our business and none of yours either. Ning Jia hasn't even spoken yet. Do you have the right to speak? And the things I brought and Ning Jia's meat, are they the same thing? Su Ning's face turned cold. Song Jiqing, when the team leader divides the meat, even if there's little, it goes to each person individually, not shared among everyone. This is the difference between personal and collective property. The meat I receive belongs to me personally. How I use it is up to me. It's not your place to decide. Whether I want to share some or exchange with you, you're not qualified to speak. If I choose to share a little, that's out of kindness. Don't take it for granted. I don't owe anyone anything. I was even thinking that if you wanted to exchange, I might give you a little more. But now, no way. Song Jejia suddenly burst into tears. If you won't share, then just don't. Why are you so fierce? Having meat is no big deal. I keep my money for cleaning, and I won't trade a single cent with you. Su Ning rolled her eyes at her. Having meat is a big deal? So what? Shen Qingning, who was distracted and not paying much attention to what everyone was saying, was brought back to reality by Song Jejia's sudden crying. She looked around and saw many villagers watching them, while a few other young people looked awkward. Shen Qingning didn't understand what was happening, but she didn't want to be treated like a monkey anymore. She patted Song Jejia's shoulder gently and said softly, Jejia, don't cry. We just formed this group, so some friction is normal. As long as we can communicate, there's a way to solve it. Stop crying, okay? Look, most villagers are watching us. Let's go back first. Song Jejia sniffed and said, still Sister Qingning is better. Unlike some people who are always so fierce and only care about money, sisters are meant to be loved, not scolded. Who is a good person that treats my sister well and still expects her to pay? Song Jejia also glanced at Su Ning, snorted softly, and happily linked her arm with Shen Qingning's, leading the way toward the youth commune. Su Ning really wanted to give Song Jejia a big slap. I'm not your father, and I don't have to spoil you. Shen Qingning, who was being affectionately linked to Song Jejia's arm, looked at her with confusion, feeling something was off. But then she thought, as long as she doesn't cry or get stared at like a monkey by the villagers, everything can be sorted out later. Zhang Qianjin, supporting Chi Seo as they continued walking, suddenly said, You're talking a lot today. Chi Seo replied calmly, Oh, maybe I just talk more when I'm happy. Zhang Qianjin thought, Why does that sound so familiar? Fu Guodong spoke up, Su Jiqing, no matter how much meat you get, it's yours. I believe most of our team members still have normal thoughts. We eat from the same pot. If something happens, don't take it to heart. Su Ning thought to herself, Time reveals a horse's strength, and time will show a person's true nature. Whether someone is good or bad, time will tell. She said calmly, Fu Jiqing, you're overthinking. There's no shortage of troublemakers. No one would turn over a boat just because of a few bad apples. She wouldn't foolishly take things to heart, causing internal strife and making herself unhappy. If you have a grudge, just settle it on the spot. Isn't that better? A woman around 30, smiling happily, ran over. Su Jiqing, wait a moment. Su Ning stopped and turned to look. The woman carried a small basket and came up to her. Auntie called me over. Is there something you need? The woman smiled and said, My name is Wu Xiaoya. I'm the eldest daughter-in-law of the team leader's family. This is what my mother-in-law asked me to bring you. It's not anything valuable, just some chili powder and Sichuan pepper for seasoning. My mother-in-law said that since the weather is so hot now, if you don't marinate the meat, it won't keep. Su Ning smiled and took the small basket. I really need these things right now. I won't be polite. Please also thank your mother-in-law for me. Wu Xiao smiled politely and quickly left. Honestly, being so close to someone who fought 15 wild boars was a bit intimidating. When they returned to the youth commune, Su Ning had already decided how to prepare her 60 pounds of meat. Chi Xiao tiptoed over, hopping toward the kitchen. Do you need my help? Su Ning looked at his feet. Do you think you can?
Chi Xiao showed he could buy action.
What do you plan to do? Render the fat for oil, marinate the lean meat, then dry it. Chi Xiao asked. You still have dried mushrooms in your supplies, right? Su Ning nodded. A little, Chi Xiao suggested. I have an idea, though it's not perfect. Can I tell you? Dry meat can only be a snack, and chewing too much can hurt your mouth. With the seasonings others gave you, I suggest making mushroom meat sauce. The oil residue from rendering can also be added to the sauce. It's easy to serve with rice or noodles. What do you think? Su Ning's eyes lit up, and she kept nodding. That sounds good. But I don't know how to make it. I can cut and chop meat, fetch water, chop wood, but cooking is tricky. I'd need your help. I'd be happy to help. First, go soak the dried mushrooms. Helping with this small task felt insignificant compared to saving a life. After more than an hour of work, the delicious mushroom meat sauce was ready. With a splash of chili oil. It looked very tempting. The whole youth commune was filled with the smell of the sauce. Su Ning brought out 2 new ceramic bowls, filled to the brim. There was some left in the pot, so she stored it in can jars. It was too much to hold, so Chi Xiao opened 2 cans and used 2 bottles to store the sauce. These 2 bottles are a gift. Thanks for helping me so much. Chi Xiao didn't refuse, but took only 1 bottle. My small effort isn't worth such a big gift. But I do really want the sauce. I'll take a bottle and trade it later for some luncheon meat. Su Ning pushed the remaining bottle toward him. No need to trade. Just a thank you. Keep it. I might regret it later. Seeing Su Ning eagerly swallowing her saliva, Chi Xiao smiled and asked, Want me to cook you a bowl of noodles to go with the sauce? Su Ning rubbed her stomach. My mouth tells me it wants to eat, but my stomach says it's too full. Forget it. I don't want to force my stomach, so I'll eat tomorrow instead. You've had quite an exciting day today. Rest early. Yes, I can't thank you enough for saving me today. If you need my help in the future, just let me know, and I'll be there immediately. Su Ning made 2 trips before finally bringing back the mushroom meat sauce to her dorm. After washing the pot in the kitchen and carrying the extracted oil back to her room, she saw Song Jiejie using a spoon to dig into the meat sauce in a ceramic bowl. She was covered in oil and looked very satisfied. There was already a big hole dug into the edge of the bowl. Seeing Su Ning return, Song Jiejie, with a mouthful of oil and a big smile, said, Ningjie, this meat sauce is so delicious. It's the best I've ever had. Su Ning put the oil down and ground her molars. She really couldn't figure out what kind of person Song Jiejie was. On the way back to the youth camp, there had been some trouble, and less than 2 hours had passed. Yet, nothing seemed to have happened. Was she just very lucky, or? Su Ning didn't want to think about it. She decided to focus on herself. Song Jiqing, thank you for your high praise. But if I haven't lost my memory, this should be mine, right? Before you eat it, should you have told me first? Did I agree for you to eat it? You already ate so much without asking me. Honestly, it was frustrating. She hadn't even had a bite yet. Song Jiejie nodded and said, Yes, this is yours. When I wanted to eat, Ningjie, you weren't around. I couldn't ask you. Now that you're here and saw me eating, there's no need to say anything more, right? It was supposed to be a simple matter, but she made it so complicated. Su Ning had never felt so speechless. She really wanted to open Song Jiejie's head to see what was inside, and how she was different from others. Casually, she turned her head and saw Wei Xiaochun and Shen Qingning also looking helpless and speechless. It seems most people are normal. Although she didn't know what Song Jiejie was thinking, Su Ning decided not to indulge her quirks. Since you also know that the things belong to me, I have already seen you eat them, and said there's no need to mention it. But you understand the concept of fair exchange, right? Song Jieja pouted her little mouth and wrinkled her nose. Ning Jia, I graduated from high school, so please don't insult my intelligence, okay? I know about fair exchange. Then she said nothing more. Suning, I know, but you should just take out the things. All right, since you understand, I won't waste time explaining. I estimated that you ate at least half a pound of my meat sauce. What are you planning to exchange with me? What about the part of the meat sauce you ate? Song Jieja looked at Su Ning, and then at the hole she dug out of the ceramic basin. Ningjia, are you really that serious? Su Ning chuckled twice. Do you think I'm joking? Suddenly, Song Jieja looked unhappy. No, Ningjia, we weren't close before. I drank a whole jar of water from you, and you took money. You took money for everything else, and I didn't say anything. But now that we're so familiar, I call you sister so many times, and you're still so serious with me. Isn't that a bit too formal? I eat things from my brother, cousin, and other relatives, and no one makes me exchange things. They all say we're family, so being polite is just normal. Suning felt that her and Song Jieja's thinking were on completely different wavelengths. No matter how much they talked, they wouldn't understand each other. Then you can be a bit more particular with me. Have you decided? What will you exchange with me? Song Jieja muttered. It looks like Ning Jia still likes this kind of attitude. Hearing what Song Jieja muttered, Suning suddenly had a bad feeling. The next second, she saw Song Jieja move in a snake-like way, pouting her voice, winking flirtatiously, and calling out, Ning Jia. Wei Xiaoqun covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing out loud. Shin Qingming shivered and rubbed her arms to get rid of the goosebumps. Does this girl have some misunderstanding about being flirtatious?
Suning رو بهتر فرهد.
What kind of creature is Song Jieja? After her performance, Song Jieja looked at Su Ning with sparkling eyes. How was that? Was I very good at being flirtatious? It doesn't quite suit my personality, but if Ning Jia likes it, I can also satisfy you. Saving money and being a bit flirtatious. What's the big deal? Suning, you are very sensitive, so you don't need to be sensitive anymore. But I must make it clear, anything that belongs to me, with my label on it, is off-limits unless I am present or have given permission. If you touch it without permission, I will punish you. I could even open the pig's head and see what's inside. If you don't want trouble, just follow my instructions. After speaking, Suning made a fist and made a cracking sound. Song Jieja shivered in place but still forced herself to say, Is it normal for an older sister to hit her younger sister? Suning, I'm not your sister and I don't have a younger sister. You call me Sister Ning, but that's just a nickname. To avoid confusion, don't call me Sister Ning anymore. Just call me Suning. Remember, if you touch my things without my permission, I will punish you so badly that your parents won't recognize you. Song Jieja. Again, she failed. This person is a bit hard to deal with. You ate at least half a pound of jam. Either you give me 2 yuan or 1 white rabbit milk candy. In the end, Song Jieja took out 2 yuan carefully and handed it to Suning. Suning accepted the money and warned her again. When Suning finished washing up and came back, she saw Song Jieja sneaking into Shin Qingning's bed. Shin Qingning looked helpless. Suning glanced at Wei Xiaoqun, who shrugged and smiled, indicating he didn't understand either. Su Zhenbong returned home in a daze, looking lost and exhausted. He could still hold himself together outside, but once he closed the door, he collapsed onto the ground. This scared the old lady, Su Laopa, who was weak and trying to take care of the family. She hurried over, trying to help Su Zhenbong up, but despite all her strength, she couldn't lift the limp Su Zhenbong. The old lady's eyes were full of tears, and she asked anxiously with a crying voice, Son, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Tell me, don't scare me, okay? I'm old now and can't handle shocks. Tears fell from Su Lapa's eyes onto Su Zhenbong's face. Maybe it was the warmth of her tears or her heartbreaking voice that brought Su Zhenbong back to a faint awareness. He opened his eyes, looking somewhat vacant, at his pale, tired mother and raised his hand to wipe her tears. Mom. Old Mrs. Su nodded quickly. Yes, I'm here, son. Don't be afraid. Mom is here? Tell me, where does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital. I still have strength and can carry you there. Old Mrs. Su tried to help Su Jinbong up, but unexpectedly, Su Jinbong turned around, hugged her waist, buried his head in her embrace, and cried like a child. She gently patted his back, just like when he was a little boy, and carefully tidied his hair with her hand. Mom, I only have you now. I have nothing else, only you. I'm just a fool, the biggest fool in the world. Mom, am I the biggest fool in the world? Old Mrs. Su spoke softly. Son, don't worry. Take your time and tell me what happened. Su Jinbong, crying and laughing, said, We were tricked. We were deceived by that shameless woman, Chen Wanting. I loved her so much, tolerated her, and everything in the family was decided by her. I was so humble, like a grandson, still loving and caring for her. But she betrayed me. She made me the biggest joke in the world. Mom, she secretly found other men outside. Su Xianghua, Su Xiangdong, Su Muqing, they're all illegitimate children, all illegitimate children. Not only did I become the biggest fool, but I also cherished and raised these illegitimate children like treasures. Mom, do you think I am the biggest joke in the world?
Ha ha ha.
A joke, the biggest joke. Old Mrs. Su was stunned in place for a long time before she regained her senses. Son, could there be some misunderstanding? Wanting doesn't seem like that kind of person. Maybe she was framed by someone. Old Mrs. Su preferred to believe she was framed rather than that it was true. She couldn't imagine that if all this was real, the Su family would be finished. Su Jinbong, crying and laughing, said, Mom, you don't believe it either, right? That's the clever trick of that shameless woman Wanting. We've been fools all our lives. Mrs. Su recalled and said, If I remember correctly, Feng Shuli seems to be a friend of Uncle Mu Qing, right? I remember back then when we were still servants in the Qin family, he came very often. Didn't he go abroad? Does he have anything to do with this? The word, servant, seemed to upset Su Jinbong. Besides my humble background, what am I lacking compared to Feng Shuli? These playboys who don't understand the hardships of the world, how could they know about love? I admired her for 10 years. When she agreed to marry me, I thought I finally saw hope. I pampered her and loved her, treating her carefully, afraid she would suffer even a little wrong. Mother, you even treated her like a lady, and the children she bore were treasured like jewels. Even my proud brother-in-law, I treated like a grandson.
Ha ha.
But what about them? They toyed with us mother and son at will. Not only did they use us as a stepping stone to avoid trouble, but they also turned the lush green fields above my head into a racecourse. If Su Ning were here, she would definitely spit in disgust. Lowly people have their own ways of suffering. Your deep feelings are worthless. If you truly knew how to love and cherish someone, why would you be flirting with Wan Xiao? Mrs. Su finally understood what was going on. Wait, son. When you married Chen Wanting, Feng Shuli had already gone abroad, right? Su Jinbong's eyes flashed with hatred. Mother, do you know? Before Chen Wanting agreed to marry me, she was already involved with Feng Shuli, even got pregnant with his child. But suddenly, the Feng family announced they were going abroad. Chen Wanting felt abandoned. First, to get revenge on Feng Shuli. Second, to change her social status. And third, to find a legitimate father for her child. That's why she agreed to marry me. I was foolish enough to think it was my sincerity and loyalty that moved her. When the Feng family left the country, Feng Shuli was busy fooling around outside and delayed boarding the ship. Later, he was hidden in Jing City by Chen Xinghua and started an affair with Chen Wanting. Not long after Chen Wanting had her second child, Feng Shuli took the opportunity to go abroad. Chen Wanting, who was physically damaged from childbirth, couldn't accept being abandoned by Feng Shuli again, and she couldn't bear to see the end. That's why she didn't survive to see the king of... Old Mrs. Su still couldn't believe all of this was real. Son, this doesn't make sense. If Chen Wanting was already a troublemaker, how could you not notice on your wedding night? Su Jinbong sneered. Mom, don't forget. That night, Chen Xinghua caught me drinking for a long time. I was happy then, thinking I finally went from being his helper and servant to his brother-in-law. He accepted me, so he drank with me.
Haha.
Looking back, it's funny. Getting me drunk was just his way of hiding his sister's shame. When Su Xianghua was born, he was 2 months early, but do you think he looked like a premature baby? We were both so naive, fooled by them over and over. Old Mrs. Su remembered how Su Xianghua looked when he was born. He wasn't chubby, but he weighed over 6 pounds. She was proud then, taking good care of her daughter-in-law. Even before the due date, the baby didn't look weak. She didn't want to accept such a cruel, disgusting truth. But all the signs were in front of her, and she had to admit it. Old Mrs. Su gritted her teeth and said, "Son, what do we do now? I don't want to see those wild children anymore." Su Zhenbong's eyes darkened. "I was hoping just a little that it wasn't true. But now I want to kill them all." Mrs. Su was anxious. "Zhenbong, don't be impulsive. They've already hurt us so much. We can't risk losing everything because of those shameless kids. I heard there are many ways to get revenge. We don't need to put ourselves in danger. Even if we have to get rid of those troublemakers, it should be me, buried in the ground up to my neck. We can't let you get involved again. Son, listen to your mother. You're still young. As for your wife and children, everything will fall into place naturally. As long as you behave well, our Su family still has hope. You know, when our hometown was in trouble, only your mother and I escaped. If something happens to you, our family will be gone forever. Promise me, don't act impulsively. Don't dirty your hands with those troublemakers or ruin your future, okay?" In Su Zhenbong's eyes, a murderous hatred burst forth.
There's no hope left.
"It's already over." Old Mrs. Su asked in disbelief. "You're still so young. How is that possible? For all these years, Wan Xiaoro and I haven't been short of being a couple. I thought she would stay with me for life. To make up for things, I also had my own selfish reasons. I thought about giving her a child. But over the years, she didn't try to hide it, and I never received any good news. I always thought it was her health problem or that she had other thoughts and didn't want a child. But actually, it was my health that was the issue. After I married Jiang Xuemei, that cunning old fox Chen Xinghua, afraid I would have other children, ignored those illegitimate kids. He drugged me and ruined my health. If I hadn't been drunk and made a mistake before my second marriage, forcing Jiang Xuemei, Suning wouldn't even have had a chance to come into this world. Now, the old Mrs. Su collapsed to the ground, trembling and muttering, "How could they do this? How could they be so cruel? What kind of punishment is this for our mother and son? Why did we meet such wicked people? They've doomed the Su family to extinction. They will definitely not have a good death, definitely not." From inside the room, the sound of something falling to the ground was heard. The old Mrs. Su looked up, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She quickly got up, crawling and rushing into the room. She saw a frightened Su Muxing. She grabbed Su Muxing's hair and slapped her repeatedly, slapping her countless times. Feeling unresolved anger, she pushed the unconscious Su Muxing toward the corner of the table. Su Zhenbong, who had arrived to stop her, said, "If you want to vent, go ahead, but don't hurt her. This wicked girl, she deserves to die. Mother, we've raised so many illegitimate children for others all these years. Shouldn't we get our losses back from the debt collectors? Chen Xinghua isn't fond of this shameless girl, is he? Then let's send her to him. And that person in the hospital who is dying, let's send her too." The old Mrs. Su narrowed her eyes, calming down quickly, and her mind started working fast. "No, we must get our losses back, but we can't send her back. All these years, I've treated them like ancestors, feeding and caring for them well. She treats Chen Wanting as if she were her own daughter, caring for her wholeheartedly. Whenever I think about these clear memories, I feel terrible, like I've eaten something bad. We should not return the money. It's too little for them. It won't ease my deep anger. That woman, even though her body is completely broken, still has a decent face. There are many old bachelors or widowers in the countryside. It's a good idea to do a kind deed and send them a wife. Even the living dead, like Su Xiangdong, should stay at home. Not only do we want to torment him, but we also control him. This can also keep Chen Xinghua in check, so he continues to support you in your career. Asking Qinxingbua for compensation is a warning to him, showing we're not fools. But if we want to take him down, we should either do nothing or strike hard, leaving no chance for him to fight back. We need to plan this carefully. We want not only revenge, but also to free ourselves. Do you understand?
Son.
Su Zhenbang calmed down, thought for a moment, and agreed that his mother's idea was good. All right, let's do as you say. Tomorrow, we'll go with the evidence to demand our money back. Then we'll deal with those illegitimate children. Seeing her son calm, Su's wife felt a little relieved. Zhenbang, you haven't doubted all these years. How come you suddenly discovered the truth now? Before Su Ning was sent to the countryside, she gave me a letter. It was written by Chen Wanning to Feng Shuli. The date on the signature shows it was written 2 days before Chen Wanting went to see the king of. It was probably meant for Qinxingbua to send to Feng Shuli. I don't know why, but this letter stayed in Beijing and later ended up in Su Ning's hands. Su's wife was so angry, she wished she could dig up Chen Wanting's grave. Then, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Su Zhenbang's arm. Zhenbang, you still have blood in your veins. Our Su family isn't completely finished. Su Ning, yes, you still have Su Ning, our daughter. Su Zhenbang also found this irony striking. He raised a wild child, as if she were a treasure. The transparent person he never cared about or paid attention to was actually his only bloodline. And for those illegitimate children, he and his only daughter became enemies. But Su Ning now only hates us. Mrs. Su casually said, blood ties and family bonds don't hold grudges overnight. For those wild children, we were unfair to her before. It's natural for her to feel resentful. Since no one ever cared for her, it's easier to win her heart now. People who have never known warmth will shine brightly when given a little sunshine. In the countryside, conditions are tough, so we send her some supplies each month. That's why she naturally grew closer to us. But young women tend to want to do their own thing. After she married and had a son, we planned to bring the child back to the Su family to raise. He would carry the Su family name and continue the family line. The mother and son discussed this, thinking they had resolved the issue of blood ties. Their feelings of despair lessened, but their hatred grew stronger. At 2:30 a.m. the next day, Fu Guodong filled the water jars, but only Lao Jiqing Li Hong was busy in the kitchen. She was almost finished with breakfast. Their stove was still cold, and the entire kitchen had not seen even a shadow of Song Jiejia. Fu Guodong looked at his watch. Only 30 minutes until the meeting. The Jiqing had already started to wake up and wash. But he still hadn't seen Song Jiejia. Fu Guodong asked Shen Qingning, Shen Jiqing, have you seen Song Jiqing? Shen Qingning shook the water off her hands and said, when I left the dorm, she wasn't awake yet. She should still be in bed. Please help call her. Today's our turn on duty, and if she oversleeps, it will delay everyone. Shen Qingning replied, okay, I'll call her right now. Fu Guodong went back to the kitchen to start a fire and cook porridge. The cornmeal porridge was quick, water boiled, then a handful of cornmeal was added, stirred a few times, and it was ready. At this point, that was all they could do. In the dorm, Shen Qingning called out several times, but Song Jiejia didn't respond. She pushed her gently, and only then did Song Jiejia grunt a little. Jiejia, it's time to get up. Today's your turn on duty. Song Jiejia ignored her, turning over and continuing to sleep loudly. Shen Qingning shook her again. Jiejia, wake up. Stop bothering me, I'm so annoyed. Shen Qingning was speechless. Jiejia, it's your turn today. Wake up. Seeing Song Jiejia was about to fall asleep again, Shen Qinglin pushed her once more. Get up quickly, or you'll be late for work. Song Jiejia was so annoyed by the noise she couldn't sleep. She sat up, looking impatient, and irritably rubbed her hair. I'm so sleepy. Can I sleep a little longer? Shen Qingning, your partner, Fu Jiqing, asked me to wake you up. I've delivered the message, so you can handle it yourself. Song Jiejia, still annoyed, tugged at her hair a few times and muttered a lot of complaints. After her bad mood passed, she finally got up slowly. Once she finished getting ready and stepped out of the dorm, Su Ning and the others had already finished breakfast. You've all finished eating? That's so unkind. You didn't wait for me. Having such a partner made Fu Guodong very angry too. Fu Jiqing, let's forget about it this time. But if next time we are on duty and you're still so careless about time, I don't want to be your partner anymore. I'd rather work alone, Song Jiejie said. I understand. I'll be more careful next time, but it's not entirely my fault. Ningjie made the mushroom meat sauce so salty. I kept drinking water all night because of it. I overslept, but I didn't do it on purpose. Su Ning, who can sneak and eat almost half a kilogram of meat sauce? It's not that salty, and I was lenient with the amount of meat sauce. Song Jiejie, I didn't steal food. I ate openly, and Xiao Chun and Qingning saw me, and we even exchanged things later. Yes, someone is making excuses and trying to avoid responsibility. I argued my case, and we exchanged fairly. Su Ning didn't want others to think she was biased, so she didn't bother to respond to that. Song Jiejie's eyes turned red, and she was about to cry. She felt so wronged inside. The methods she used at home to get her way didn't work on Su Ning at all. If she wanted to cry, she could. No one stepped forward to comfort her. People from all over the world come together because they need each other. No one is obligated to indulge anyone, and since they haven't known each other long, their feelings are limited. Seeing no response, Song Jiejie, about to leave, quickly pinched her nose and drank the porridge like medicine. After drinking, her face scrunched up, looking like she had just drunk strong liquor. Before leaving, Fu Guodong looked at Qi Xiao and said, Qi Jiqing, you don't need to go to work these days. Just rest your foot and I will ask for leave for you. After the joint was reset, Qi Xiao's foot didn't hurt much anymore. But he didn't want to waste the chance to rest legally. Whether he earned work points or not, he wanted to get used to the countryside first. Okay, then please help me ask the team leader for leave, Fu Jiqing. Song Jiejie's eyes twitched, and she suddenly sat down on the ground. Qingning, I have a bad stomach ache. Can you also ask the team leader for leave for me? She was so silly. Why didn't she think of this excuse a few days ago? Everyone knew her disguise was fake, but she didn't care about work points, so no one said anything. Shun Qingning said, I'll pass on your words, but whether the team leader approves or not, that's not something I can decide. Once the workers left, Song Jiejie quickly got up and happily went back to sleep. Sun Ning and the others worked at night and watered the crops for over half a month. Finally, the sun was no longer shining brightly, hidden behind clouds. The sound of rain was like the most beautiful music to everyone. It rained all night, and it didn't stop the next day. The team leader and the village secretary's wrinkled faces finally showed smiles. It's finally raining. If it didn't rain, we wouldn't survive this year. Because of the rain, everyone got a rare day off. They had worked for over half a month without a break, and now they finally had some free time. Everyone lay in bed, not wanting to move. The door was knocked loudly. Everyone thought it wasn't for them, so no one responded. The knocking continued. As the person in charge of the youth station, Sun Hongbing worried it was the team leader coming to make an announcement. He dragged his tired body, wearing a straw hat, reluctantly went to open the door. But outside was not the team leader or the village secretary, but Lu Miao Miao, one of the scoring clerks. Lu Miao Miao stood outside with a straw hat and a raincoat, finally waiting for someone to open the door. Comrade Lu, it's such heavy rain. Why did you come here? Come in quickly. Lu Miao Miao is both a scoring clerk and the daughter of the village secretary. With a different kind of thought in mind, Sun Hongbing immediately warmly invited the person inside. Under the eaves, after removing the straw hat and raincoat, Lu Miao Miao tidied up her hair. Jiqing Sun, why is your youth station so quiet? Sun Hongbing smiled and said, it's hard to have a day off. Everyone is tired and resting. Lu Miao Miao felt a bit disappointed but kept a smile and said, you are all talented young people. I thought, since it's a rare day off, you might sit down and discuss your goals and dreams passionately. I was hoping to listen in and learn. Looks like I won't have the chance today. Sun Hongbing. We are knowledgeable youth, yes, but we're not made of steel. Who can do such heavy physical work for so long and still have the leisure to sit and talk about ideals and ambitions? No matter how much he was thinking inside, Sun Hongbing kept a smile that seemed warm and friendly on his face. Comrade Lu, your awareness and attitude are really high. You never forget to learn. Not seeing the person she wanted to meet, Lu Miao didn't want to stay and chat with this man who was smiling falsely. Just as she was about to leave, Shen Qingning came out of her room upon hearing Lu Miao's voice. Miao, it's pouring rain. Why did you come out? Look at your shoes, they're all wet. Come in. I'll find my shoes to change with you, or you might get sick. Lu Miao immediately went along with her and entered the girls' youth dorm. Sun Hongbing looked unhappy as he returned to his room. The 8 new youth there were all his rivals. Su Ning and Wei Xiaochun were sleeping, and Su Jejia was eating chocolate. When Lu Miao entered, her gaze quickly swept over the chocolate in Song Jejia's hand. She thought that Song Jejia's family background was probably even more well-off than she had imagined. Chocolate was rare enough that even the county town didn't sell it. She was lucky to have tasted it once, brought back by her older brother when he visited home before her background was discovered. Miao, quickly change out of your wet shoes. Lu Miao obediently changed into Shen Qingning's shoes. She moved her feet involuntarily. They were more comfortable than her previous shoes, and she guessed they were probably more expensive too. Qingning, thank you. It's just a bit troublesome. Shen Qingning took Lu Miao by the hand, sat on her bed, and smiled gently, saying, We're good friends. There's no need to be formal about it. By the way, how come you came to the youth station in the heavy rain? Lu Miao shyly replied, Qingning's sister, I didn't have anything to do. I was just wandering around. But her restless eyes and uncomfortable expression clearly showed she was hiding something. Shen Qingning had a very kind view of Lu Miao and found her quite adorable. As his beloved sister, she was truly charming. Miao, come closer and tell me, have you talked to your family about this? Lu Miao suddenly looked sad. I did, but right now they probably don't care where I am. They're worried about our third brother. Shen Qingning felt nervous, but didn't show it outwardly. Your third brother? Yes. Last winter, my parents arranged a marriage for him. What? Your third brother is already engaged. Lu Miao hadn't finished speaking when Shen Qingning interrupted, surprised. Lu Miao looked at Shen Qingning strangely. My third brother is already 22. Isn't it normal for him to be engaged? Qingning's sister, why are you so surprised? Shen Qingning realized she had overreacted and forced a shy smile, though she was actually quite anxious inside. It's nothing. I was just surprised to hear you mention it for the first time. But since he's engaged, what is there for your family to worry about? Shen Qingning's palms were sweating. She had never thought he belonged to someone else. Now she wanted to know, but also feared knowing. Lu Miao sighed and said, Sigh, my third brother's love life has been full of troubles. When he was 16, he was engaged once, but it lasted only half a year. The girl he was supposed to marry drowned. When he was 18, he got engaged again, but that didn't last long either. The girl had an accident. Since then, my third brother has been labeled as unlucky in love. This rumor spread through 10 villages. Families that valued daughters didn't want to marry into our family. Families that didn't care about daughters, as long as the bride price was high, were willing to marry us. But my mother didn't want my third brother to marry someone from a family full of vampires, meaning greedy relatives. So, my third brother's marriage was delayed. Until last winter, my mother finally found a suitable match for him, and the engagement was arranged smoothly. A few days ago, that girl injured her leg while gathering pigweed and dislocated her knee. She blamed my third brother for the accident, demanding compensation, and even sending a letter to break off the engagement. Shen Qingning didn't expect Lu Chuan to have such an experience. He had never mentioned it before in his life. How does your third brother feel about this? Would he agree to break the engagement? Luo Miao shook her head and said, My third brother hasn't said anything yet, but my mom told me that when they first agreed to the match, they also explained my third brother's situation. They said they didn't mind, and only agreed because they liked my third brother. Now that he's changing his mind, my mom is very angry. Song Jejia interrupted, That's your third brother's fault. He knows he's unlucky with women, so he should just stay single. Why hurt an innocent girl? No wonder they want compensation. If I were in their place, I would want it too. Luo Miao immediately got angry and retorted, Song Jiqing, You're also an educated youth. How can you believe in superstitions? Things like bad luck with wives or incompatible horoscopes are just old-fashioned nonsense. People eat grains and accidents happen sometimes, that's normal. My third brother is just unlucky. He happened to have bad luck this time. Rural folks aren't very enlightened, and my third brother already has a tough reputation. He hasn't done anything to hurt you, so why are you criticizing him? Song Jejia said. It's just a coincidence, and it's an accident. But what about the third one? You all know what kind of situation this is, yet you still insist on the engagement. Isn't that just hurting people? Am I wrong to say this? Why are you so angry? Luo Miao Miao suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at Song Jejia. She was trembling with rage, but couldn't say a word. Shen Qingning looked at Song Jejia with a bad expression and said, Jejia you. Before she could finish, Song Jejia cut her off. Qingning, I know you and Luo Miao Miao are close, and some truths are hard to say. It's okay. We are good friends, and I can help you speak up. Don't feel embarrassed. We're just being honest, no exaggerations. And I'm the one who said it, so it won't affect your relationship with Luo Miao Miao. You can keep talking. I'll just listen. You don't feel comfortable talking about it, so I will help you say it. Shen Qingning sensed the suspicious look from Lu Miao Miao and felt a jolt in her heart. She immediately scolded Song Jejia. What do you mean, helping me say it? That's just your own opinion. You're not a mind reader. You can't know what I'm thinking. And I have a mouth of my own. I will say what I want to say. Shen Qingning has always been gentle, but suddenly being so fierce and shouting at Song Jejia stunned her. You're shouting at me? Song Jejia asked with red eyes. Shen Qingning has always been tolerant of Song Jejia, but Lu Chuan is her sore spot. Jejia, even if we are close, you can't represent me. Please respect my boundaries, Song Jejia angrily said. You just don't like me because you have Lu Miao Miao now, right? If you don't want me, I don't care about you either. After saying that, Song Jejia angrily ran out. Shen Qingning looked outside. It was still raining heavily. She thought Song Jejia would at most stay under the eaves. Thinking about Lu Chuan, she didn't feel like comforting Song Jejia. She stayed inside, asking Lu Miao Miao about Lu Chuan. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Sun Ning opened her eyes, sat up, and stretched lazily, moving her body. Strange. Why do I feel more tired after sleeping than not sleeping? She kept dreaming, and there was a quarrel in her dream. Wei Xiaochun also woke up, rubbed her temples, feeling a dull headache. Qingning, this is lipstick? It looks so pretty on you. Can I try it? The sound of talking came, and Sun Ning and Wei Xiaochun both turned to look. Shen Qingning met their gazes and said apologetically, Did we disturb you? Sun Ning nodded. Yeah, a little. Sun Ning was so direct that Shen Qingning was momentarily at a loss. Sorry, we'll keep our voices down. Sun Ning got up and said, I'm already awake. You see if Xiaochun is still sleeping. Her mood wasn't great. Being woken up from a good sleep made anyone unhappy. Sun Ning went outside and saw that the rain had stopped. She then found 2 bundles of cloth from her luggage, which she had taken from Grandma Su's room. Lu Miao Miao looked at the cloth and said with some surprise, Su Jiqing, how do you have so much cloth, whose cloth coupons aren't used sparingly? Su Ning, while organizing the cloth, said, They're all defective pieces. I got them as benefits from the textile factory when I was working there before going to the countryside. I saved them little by little. Even Wei Xiaochun was no longer calm. Why go to the countryside when you have work to do? Isn't this like losing a big melon and picking up some sesame seeds? Su Ning finished organizing the cloth and was about to leave. Shen Qingning asked, Where are you going? Su Ning, as she walked, replied, To Sister S' house. A few days ago, we agreed I'd ask her to make a few pairs of shoes. As she finished speaking, she left the house. Lu Miao Miao said with envy, Most people in the countryside wear straw sandals. Even if they have a pair of cloth shoes, they're usually patched together from old cloth. Only Su Jiqing probably makes new shoes with new cloth in the entire De Hongwan brigade. Wei Xiaochun's gaze unintentionally fell on the wet cloth shoes beside the big bed. These shoes looked unfamiliar. She hadn't seen anyone in the dorm wear them. They probably belonged to Lu Miao Miao, but she wasn't sure what fabric the soles were made of. The upper part of the shoes, however, wasn't patched together. But Wei Xiaochun isn't someone who talks much. Since she couldn't sleep, she decided to find something to do. She took out a needle and thread to mend the clothes that had been torn a few days ago. Meanwhile, Shen Qingning and Lu Miao Miao continued discussing lipstick. Wei Xiaochun finished sewing the clothes, looked up, and saw that Song Jiejia's bed was still empty. She couldn't have been gone that long just to go to the bathroom, right? Qingning, do you know where Jiejia went? Shen Qingning's expression paused as she recalled, looked at her watch, and realized quite some time had passed. She hurried out of the dorm to check, but there was no sign of Song Jiejia under the eaves. Then she wondered if Song Jiejia had gone out with Su Ning. But that hope didn't last long. Su Ning came back soon. Su Ning, did you see Jiejia when you went out? Su Ning shook her head. No, I didn't. What's wrong? Shen Qingning started to feel anxious. Jiejia and I had a small argument. She ran out of the dorm. It was pouring rain then. I thought she was just getting some fresh air under the eaves. I was also angry and didn't pay attention to her. I really didn't expect her to run away from the youth settlement.
I don't know where she might have gone now.
Now both the new and old youth have left their dorms. They look at me and I look at them. Lu Miao Miao finally saw the person she wanted to see. She thought that annoying Song Jiejia actually did something good. Wei Xiaochun frowned. From what she knew during this time, Song Jiejia is a spoiled girl who has no sense of responsibility. She can't handle any hardship or tiredness without crying. She hasn't come back for so long. Could something have happened? Although everyone often had small disagreements, when it came to people's safety, they all paid close attention. Fu Guodong asked exactly when Song Jiejia ran out, and he also frowned. Everyone, put down what you're doing and go look for her. An hour later, everyone who went out to search returned, but there was still no news about Song Jiejia. Fu Guodong said, we can't wait any longer. Keep looking, I will go find the team leader. The team leader, upon hearing Fu Guodong, was very angry, puffing his cheeks and glaring. This Song Jiejia is good at nothing, the laziest person. And now she's caused such a big problem. What if something serious happens? Not only will our honor title for this year be lost, but we might also face punishment. The team leader hurriedly rang the bell and loudly announced with a loudspeaker. Dear villagers, everyone, put down your work and listen to me. Song Jiejia from the youth settlement has been missing for nearly 4 hours. Although she is a youth, her household registration is registered with our team, so she is one of us. She may not be very likable, but close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Please, everyone, just help me out and go look for her. Since the team leader asked, everyone was happy to help and went out to join the search. At Lin Xinger's house, the atmosphere was heavy because of Lu Chuan's marriage troubles. When they heard about this trouble, the village head was also very angry. This Song Jiejia really can't do anything right, always causing trouble. Old first, second, and third, go and check it out quickly. Oh, and Miao Miao, where is she? Lin Xing'er said. She left very early for the youth settlement. Lin Xing'er thought, I really hope this missing person case doesn't involve my sister-in-law. The village secretary also frowned deeply. Such heavy rain. And she's not staying at home? Why did she go to the youth station? Lin Xing'er looked at her mother-in-law, then hesitated before speaking. I don't know if my observation is correct. But we're only talking about this inside the house. If I'm wrong, it won't get out. I think my sister-in-law might have taken a liking to the youth station. The village secretary's wife, Lu Ying, who is also Lu Miao Miao's biological mother, frowned tightly. Nothing is certain yet. Don't talk nonsense outside. Third son, you go look for her first. Oldest son, check the youth station. If Miao Miao is there, bring her back to me. The village secretary also left, leaving only Lu Ying at home. Her face was full of worry. Her third son's marriage had been difficult, and she didn't know how to handle this new trouble. When Miao Miao returned home, her foster parents told her she had arranged a marriage in the city. It had been over a year since then, but they still didn't know what the Chu family's rules were about the marriage. Was the person who was supposed to marry her now with Xiao Feng? Or was Miao Miao supposed to continue with the marriage? They hadn't given a clear answer yet. Luing thought it was time to go to the city. Whether it succeeded or not, she needed a definite answer. Miao Miao was 19 now, and it was time to settle the marriage matter. Last night, it rained all night, and today it rained heavily for most of the day. The river's water became very muddy, the water level rose quite a bit, and the current grew stronger. From far away, the noise was very clear. Many people in the village were out searching for Song Jejia, calling out everywhere. During the search, Lu Chuan also checked how much the water level had risen. As deputy leader of the militia team, he had the duty to protect the villagers' safety. Checking the riverbank and monitoring the water level was part of his job. Lu Chuan climbed up the riverbank and saw that the water level had risen by 30 centimeters. The water was getting muddier, indicating heavy rain upstream. He looked up at the dark, cloudy sky, where 2 large raindrops fell on his forehead. The weather briefly cleared, then it started raining again. Approximately 1 kilometer downstream from Luochuan, Song Jejia clung tightly to a large rock that barely protruded above the water surface. Only her head was visible, with pale skin and colorless lips. The rushing water hit obstacles, creating waves of different sizes that made her eyes dizzy and hard to keep open. In the blur, she saw a person standing on the riverbank. Song Jejia mustered all her strength and shouted desperately. However, her voice was drowned out by the loud floodwaters and did not reach Luochuan's ears. She was too exhausted to shout anymore, her voice growing softer and softer. She watched the blurry figure turn and walk down the riverbank. The rain started pouring again, and Song Jejia felt hopeless. Ugh ugh ugh.
I don't want to die.
Someone save me. She had heard that people who drown often look very ugly. The rain grew heavier. Luochuan walked partway up the mountain, then turned back to the riverbank. He held a thick wooden stick and moved along the river, tapping and checking the waterway as he went. The rain was like a bucket pouring down, accompanied by strong winds. Layers of rain curtains formed in the air, making visibility very low. The sound of the rain and the floodwaters completely covered Song Jejia's cries for help. The force of the floodwaters on her grew stronger, while her strength to hold on weakened. Her lips trembled, her vision blurred, and she looked very desperate. But her will to survive kept her calling out, "Help me." When Luochuan was only a few dozen meters away from Song Jejia, a thunderclap cracked the sky, and a jagged lightning bolt lit up the dark sky with immense power. In that moment, Luochuan's sharp eyes caught a ball in the water. He observed that it was floating and sinking in place, not moving with the current. This piqued his curiosity. He wiped the rain from his face and moved closer along the river. At this time, Song Jejia also noticed a shadow in the water. She wasn't sure if it was a person or if her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Help me," but her cry was still drowned out by the rain and flood sounds. Fortunately, Luochuan's curiosity was strong. He reached the part of the river parallel to where Song Jejia was. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. To his surprise, what he thought was a ball was actually a head. Song Jejia was desperately shouting, "Help me." Lu Chuan placed his hand over his mouth to make a megaphone shape and shouted, "I see you. Don't shout anymore. Gather your strength, stay steady, and don't be swept away." Song Jejia was in the middle of the river, which was at least 30 meters wide. This means Lu Chuan would need to swim about 10 meters through the rushing water to reach her. Moreover, floodwaters are not clear. They may contain logs, dry branches, and rolling stones washed down from upstream. If someone gets hit by a stone or tangled in branches, the rescuer might become the one needing rescue. But no one knows how long she has been struggling in the flood. Lu Chuan faced the village and shouted loudly from his diaphragm, "Someone has fallen into the water." There was no response. As the water level rose, Song Jejia's head was about to be submerged. Lu Chuan ran upstream while taking off his coat. After about 100 meters, he took off his shoes and leapt into the river. As soon as he hit the water, he was swept away a distance. Using all his swimming experience and strong body, after several dangerous moments, he finally reached Song Jejia. Fortunately, Lu Chuan arrived just in time and grabbed her. If he had been a second later, she would have been carried away. Now Lu Chuan was feeling around and holding onto a large rock's groove, one hand also gripping Song Jejia. Her eyelids were almost closing, and she had swallowed so much water that her stomach was about to burst. Song Jiqing, stay strong. Turn around and hold my hand. Just as Song Jejia was about to speak, she was suddenly gulped by a big wave of floodwater, making her cough and roll her eyes. Lu Chuan's mind was racing, trying to think of how to get back. He considered many plans, but none were practical or ready to use. The rain hadn't lessened, and the water's force was growing stronger and more murky. Lu Chuan searched his mind desperately but couldn't find a safe way for both of them to reach the shore. Fortunately, his loud shouts, though muffled by the floodwaters, did get some response. He was standing on the riverbank, but he couldn't hear it clearly. A team of a village leader, a village secretary, and several strong men, all tall and sturdy, hurried over carrying thick grass ropes. The water level rose about 10 centimeters again. Listening to the loud roaring sounds and watching the rushing floodwaters, even strong men felt scared. Tie the rope around her waist with a secure knot and tie 2 more ropes. A tall, strong man tied 3 ropes around his waist. Another 10 or so people steadied themselves, holding the other ends of the ropes. The strong man jumped into the water, and it looked like he would reach Lu Chuan in just a few meters. Suddenly, he got caught on a branch hidden in the water and was pulled downstream. Fortunately, he was still tied to the rope, so he wasn't swept away, but he was farther from Lu Chuan. Struggling in the fast-moving flood was exhausting. After a few tries, the strong man was completely tired out. There was no choice but to pull him back first. To save time, 2 more people went in this time. During the rescue, one was hit in the lower abdomen by a rolling stone in the flood and was in great pain, almost risking his life. Another person's leg cramped, and he was carried away by the current. Both rescue attempts failed. The team leader and village official were very anxious. Fortunately, on the 3rd try, the rescuers finally reached Lu Chuan safely. Lu Chuan said, "Fourth uncle, the young person is already unconscious. I'm almost out of strength and can't bring her back. Give me a rope. You take her and go first." Liu Bei grabbed a hollow in a large rock with one hand and untied the ropes from his waist with the other. He had tied 3 ropes around his waist. They were secured with knots, but he could only untie one with one hand. It took some time to untie it in the water. With great effort, they managed to tie the rope to Lu Chuan. Song Jejia was already unconscious. Liu Bei, strong and muscular, held her waist tightly and pulled on the rope twice to signal the people on the shore to pull harder. Halfway there, Liu Bei noticed that Song Jejia's pants had disappeared somehow. Now she was just sitting there without any clothes. Liu Bei thought, "I was just adjusting my angle. I didn't mean to take advantage." He looked up at the men in the river and tried to keep Song Jejia's lower body hidden in the floodwaters. Su Ning and the others finally arrived at the riverbank. The team leader immediately scolded, "Go back. Do not go onto the riverbank. Rescuing one person is already difficult enough. If another falls, it could be deadly." At this moment, a man pulling the rope fell from the riverbank, still tightly holding the rope, but it was slack, indicating there was no weight on the other end. "Something's wrong. Lu Chuan has been swept away." The village secretary nearly fainted, almost falling into the river, but luckily someone nearby quickly caught him. Shin Qingning ignored everything and rushed onto the riverbank, but the team leader swiftly kicked her back, saying, "Go back, you're causing trouble." Suning quickly stepped onto the riverbank, snatching the rope from the strong man's hands, and started tying knots while running along the river. Under the floodwaters, Lu Chuan's had occasionally surfaced, and his hand reached out, showing his will to survive, trying to grab something. Seizing the moment, Suning threw the knotted rope, catching Lu Chuan's hand as it emerged from the water. He pulled hard, tightening the knot instantly. Lu Chuan reacted quickly, grabbing the rope with his other hand. The danger on Lu Chuan's side drew everyone's attention. Liu Bei and Song Jejia were also pulled down to the riverbank. Liu Bei looked up and shouted loudly, "Get a piece of clothing down here." The man pulling the rope didn't understand but still took off his coat and lowered it along the rope. Seeing Song Jiejia only wearing a piece of clothing around her waist, everyone immediately understood. But at this moment, Lu Chuan was still in danger, and no one had the mood for jokes. The village secretary, through the rain, faintly saw Suning no longer running. It was likely that the rope Suning threw had caught the third person. The village secretary was overjoyed, almost crying with relief. He had almost lost a loved one. Others involved in the rescue also sighed in relief. They were all from the same village, childhood friends who could even in the same hole. No one wanted to see anyone die young. But their happiness lasted only 2 seconds before huge logs, carried by the rushing river, came crashing toward them. If hit, they wouldn't survive or would be seriously injured. Shin Qingning was so scared she couldn't make a sound with her mouth open. Suning no longer cared about hiding his strength. With a sudden burst of force, one moment Lu Chuan felt like he was flying in the water, and the next, Suning had lifted him up. The good news was he was rescued. The bad news was that the speed of the running pants couldn't keep up with him, and Suning had to lift Lu Chuan up while he was bare-bottomed. Suning was also stunned. He quickly threw Lu Chuan, who was still bare-bottomed, into a nearby cornfield. Lu Chuan said, "You might not believe it, but the bird I kept locked up experienced the feeling of flying freely." After more than a minute, the person behind Suning finally caught up. Suning didn't wait for them to speak and said, "I pulled him up too fast and couldn't stop in time," so Lu Chuan already flew over to the other side of the field. Everyone. "We only saw something flying past." Lu He was very grateful and said, "Comrade Suning, thank you. Thank you for saving my brother." After saying that, he crossed his arms and bowed deeply to Suning. Suning felt a bit strange. He reached out to gently support Lu He and said, "Comrade Lu, there's no need for that. We are all from the same village. When someone encounters such a situation and has the ability to help, they will lend a hand." Suning added, "Of course, if you want to repay us, I can accept that too." At this moment, the team leader hurried over, panting. "This is a life-saving favor, and you should be thanked. But the river is too dangerous right now, and with the heavy rain, we should quickly move to a safer place." Lu Hai had already found his bare-bottomed, blushing brother in the cornfield, looking lost and unsure where to look. After surviving the ordeal, Lu Hai didn't care about teasing his brother anymore. He was just glad they were alive. Lu Hai took off his coat and handed it to Lu Chuan, then loudly told the others, "Dad, my little brother is still alive. You all should leave quickly. I'll take him to see Uncle Su." Lu Chuan said, "I'm indeed still alive, but I feel like I have no face left." After escaping danger, Shin Qingning suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the ground. Wei Xiaochun, who was trying to wake Song Jiejia, quickly had Lu Miaomiao press Shin Qingning's pressure point to wake her up. They had to wake her quickly, or the heavy rain might suffocate her. Song Jiejia's lower body was covered with an unknown person's coat, reaching down to her knees. Wei Xiaochun adjusted the coat to cover her better, trying to make sure Song Jiejia was less exposed. Although some people wore skirts in this era, most skirts reached below the knees. The team leader waved his hand, telling everyone not to gossip, as a girl's reputation is more important than her life. He gave a few instructions, emphasizing that everyone should uphold the good reputation of the Dehuan Brigade. Whether they were members or young workers accompanying them, no one was allowed to spread rumors. Anyone who did would face punishment. Then, everyone went back to their homes. The village secretary, very kind and friendly, said to Su Ning, "Girl, this time it's really thanks to you." Su Ning didn't want to stand in the cold rain exchanging pleasantries and showing gratitude. The team leader and the village secretary, "The rain is really heavy. Let's not talk about thanks or gratitude now. You two are soaked. Go home first." Wei Xiaochun and Lu Miaomiao helped support Shin Qingning as they carried her into the dorm. Su Ning carried Song Jiejia in a princess-style hold. "Go back to the young workers' camp first. I'll immediately ask Lao Su Tu to check on Song Jiqing." Back at the camp, Su Ning undressed Song Jiejia and put her back on her own bed. While Wei Xiaochun and Lu Miaomiao were a step behind, Su Ning quickly changed out of her wet clothes. Wei Xiaochun and Lu Miaomiao supported the still weak but waking Shen Qingning into the dorm. Su Ning had already put on dry clothes. Under the watch of Wei Xiaochun, Lu Miaomiao, and Su Ning, Lao Su too found a set of clothes from Song Jiejia's luggage for her to wear. Soon, a doctor would arrive, and they didn't want any embarrassing incidents. It wouldn't just ruin Song Jiejia's reputation, but also the reputation of all the young women workers. After feeling afraid, Shen Qingning leaned weakly against the wall, looking at Song Jiejia with coldness in her eyes, no longer showing her usual tolerance. Lu Chuan almost didn't make it back. And the main culprit was this arrogant, spoiled, and rude Song Jiejia. The team leader and the village secretary didn't even bother to change clothes at home. They hurriedly took Lao Su Tu to the young workers' camp. Lao Su Tu stood at the door of the female dormitory, guiding the people inside, tapping on several acupoints on Song Jiejia's body. Suddenly, Song Jiejia vomited a large amount of muddy water. When she opened her eyes, she saw the thatched roof she had previously despised. But now, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The hard bed and the walls that still shed mud were things she deeply missed during her time in the floodwaters. As she truly felt and experienced everything happening around her, she suddenly realized she had been saved. Song Jiejia curled up and cried loudly, as if she wanted to release all her fear and lingering worries. Old Su touched his non-existent beard confidently and said, "Although your crying isn't very strong, it's still powerful. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you won't die for now. I have 2 herbal pills here. Take them and go to the bathroom often to flush out the bad stuff. Eat light food and take some medicine to keep warm." The team leader and the village secretary also relaxed, happy that no one was hurt. The village secretary raised his voice slightly and said, "Su girl, you've also been in the rain. Come out and let old Su take a look. Maybe you should take some medicine to prevent catching a cold." Wei Xiaochun thought to herself, "I think I also got wet in the rain." Shen Qingning's heart tightened. The village secretary's attitude towards Su Ning seemed a bit too kind now. It looks like they have taken a liking to her. Shen Qingning silently clenched her fists. She wouldn't allow anyone to ruin her relationship with Lu Chuan. Su Ning left the dormitory. The village secretary and the team leader smiled very kindly at her. "Girl, extend your hand so old Su can check it." Old Su looked at Su Ning's face and was momentarily stunned. But he quickly recovered, acting normal so no one would notice anything unusual. Su Ning raised her wrist. Old Su placed on it and frowned, saying, "Why is the loss so serious? Although your body is full of wounds, it seems there is a strong force supporting you, keeping your body parts functioning normally. How does this hidden, automatic process work?" The village secretary and the team leader also looked at Su Ning with concern. No one noticed Chi Xio standing at the kitchen door, his eyes full of care and worry. Su Ning smiled but didn't explain. She simply asked the doctor, "Can my body be healed?" Old Su withdrew his pulse-checking hand, looking deep and thoughtful, as if pondering something. The team leader whispered to Su Ning, "Don't worry, girl. This old man may act fancy sometimes, but when it comes to medicine, he really knows his stuff. He can definitely help you recover. Just relax." The village secretary also whispered, "Don't be scared by his appearance. He's just pretending." "Old Su, my ears are sharp, you know. What's the fuss with these 2 old men causing trouble? Go on, do whatever you want. You're just an old man, still acting like you're young, running around in wet clothes, not afraid you won't get out of bed tomorrow." The village secretary and the team leader said in unison, "What are you afraid of with him around?" Old Su. Old Su rolled his eyes, temporarily unable to understand how this conflicting situation inside Su Ning's body was formed. After all, given her health, she shouldn't be so lively, let alone fight off 15 wild boars alone or rescue someone in a flood. The pulse and what he saw didn't match, so old Su couldn't quite figure it out. But just considering her physical condition, it wouldn't be easy to recover quickly. Old Su told Su Ning, "It's a long-term deficiency, and the root of the illness was left during her growth period. Restoring it won't be difficult for me, but it will be a bit hard for you." Su Ning blinked in confusion, and old Su's eyes flickered when he saw her. Suning asked, "Old doctor, can you explain more clearly?" Old Su looked away and said, "Prescribing medicine isn't hard. The hard part is sticking with it. With your body full of wounds, herbal treatments need to be taken daily, and it will take at least 2 years to see improvement. To fully recover, it will take at least 3 years. Is it that serious? And it takes so long for you to act?" "Old Su, has your cooking skills declined?" The team leader, with a doubtful tone, made Old Su roll his eyes. "Why don't you try?" The team leader chuckled. "If I had those skills, would I be so miserable?" Old Su snorted. "Everyone has their specialty. If you don't understand, don't interfere. Step aside." The team leader said, "We've shared drinks under the moonlight before. Why are you so dismissive?" The village secretary looked away, holding back his laughter. Suning looked back and forth between the team leader and Old Su, as if sensing some tension between them, which made Old Su's face darken. The team leader didn't mind. Old Su was so angry, he puffed out his cheeks and glared. "If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. Why are you talking nonsense? Shameless. Who did you spend the evening with under the moonlight? If you want a romantic night, go home and find your wife." The team leader finally connected the broken nerve at his mind and realized he probably used the wrong idiom. But didn't he care about losing face? "I say, Old Su, you should get yourself some medicine. Your memory is really bad. Last August, under the osmanthus tree full of fragrance, you, Old Lu, and we were drinking under the moonlight. Isn't that a romantic night? Stop arguing and get to the point." The village secretary. "What? Am I involved in this romantic night too?" Old Su glared at the shameless team leader. "Old Lu, hurry up and take this old man away. He's too embarrassing." The village secretary quickly helped him leave. The team leader's stubbornness had been known for decades. No one understood him better. Old Su carefully explained some health tips to Suning. As for the medicine to improve her health, he needed to think carefully and prepare it before telling her to pick it up. After giving instructions, Old Su put on his straw hat and raincoat and left. Li Hong and Chi Mei whispered in the dormitory, "Is Old Su being a bit too kind to Suning?" They heard that Old Su wasn't a native of the Big River Bay team. He only settled here 8 years ago. In this remote place, there isn't even a barefoot doctor, and the town clinic is too far away. With his medical skills, Old Su became a respected figure in the Big River Bay team. Although he was patient, he was never impatient or overly kind. Chi Mei's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. After helping catch wild boars and saving Lu Chuan, Suning has really established herself in Big River Bay. Unlike us, we've been here for over a year and still face rejection from the villagers. Chi Mei looked at Li Hong and said, "If some official position came down from above, we probably wouldn't have a chance." Li Hong snorted coldly. "It's just a lucky break for her." Seeing the envy in her eyes, Chi Mei felt a little better and then turned over to sleep. Inside the house, Song Jejo was still crying. Suning didn't want to go into the dormitory, so she sat on a wooden block under the eaves, resting her chin and enjoying the rain. Chi Seo brought over a lunchbox. "I'm weak and afraid of catching a cold in the rain, so I made some red sugar soup to prevent it. I accidentally made too much, so there's some left in this box. If you don't mind, you can have some to stay warm." "Hee hee. I don't mind at all. Later, I'll exchange 2 eggs with you." "Okay, then I'll make you a steamed egg for breakfast tomorrow." After drinking most of it, Suning started to feel warm. "Chi Jiqing, I'm not surprised you brought red sugar. But not many people would think to bring slices." Chi Seo said, "I like cooking and make my own seasonings to store. Dried slices are one of them. When I came here, I only brought a bottle of dried slices." "Oh, I see." Lu Miao Miao, who was watching everything, leaned against the wall, her nails digging into the dirt wall. Chi Seo saw her like she was seeing a pest and looked at her with icy cold eyes, wishing to stay far away. But why could Suning make him treat her differently? Why did he eagerly go to serve her? What leftover soup? So many people got soaked in the rain, but why didn't he give any to others? What hurt Lu Miao Miao even more was that, even though Chi Seo and Suning didn't talk much, Chi Seo was very gentle with her, an inner warmth that others didn't have. Even when he spoke to others, his eyes were cold and distant. But only when facing Suning did his eyes show warmth. Lu Miao Miao stared at Suning. Isn't this rough woman just a little stronger? In appearance, figure, talent, and social skills, what does she lack compared to this woman? Why can't Chi Seo see her and instead dislike her so much? The strong jealousy and hatred in her heart were hard to ignore. Comrade Lu, if looks could kill, I might already be torn apart by you now. TSK. I find it strange. I haven't dug up your ancestors' graves, I haven't stolen your parents, and I haven't played with your feelings. I'm smart and capable, so it's normal for others to be jealous. But where does this hatred in your eyes come from? Lu Miao Miao was about to speak when she looked up and met Chi Seo's cold and disgusted gaze. Suddenly, Lu Miao Miao felt wronged and started to cry. Suning, just a moment ago, you were jealous and hateful toward me. The next you try to frame me? Comrade Lu, your tears are quite dramatic and interesting to watch. But I am not the head wife, you are not the concubine, and there are no caring men here. Your performance is a bit of a waste. Shen Qingning heard the voices outside her dorm, but didn't plan to go out to defend Lu Miao Miao. She was happy to see Suning and Lu Miao Miao argue. After all, Lu Chuan loves his sister very much, and might also dislike Suning. Lu Miao Miao, crying and tearful, said, Suning, you're so mean you. Stop talking, Miao. Lu Ying, wearing a straw hat and raincoat, arrived at the youth commune and heard her daughter scolding the hero who saved her third brother. Lu Ying glared at Lu Miao Miao, then immediately turned friendly towards Suning. Suning, Miao has been spoiled by me and her father. If she did anything wrong, I apologize to you on her behalf. And thank you for risking yourself to save my son. If you ever need anything from us, just ask. I heard from my husband that you're not feeling well, so I brought a hen and 20 eggs to help you recover. They're not expensive, so please don't refuse and accept our thanks. Suning smiled politely. Although I only wanted to help when I saved someone, I didn't think of anything else. But since you're so kind, I won't refuse. I don't want to hurt your feelings because of my ignorance. As for the argument with Comrade Lu, there's no need to take it seriously. Lu is still young, and it's normal for him to speak without thinking. Just teach him a little. Lu Ying understood Suning's implied meaning but admired her even more. Sigh, it's a shame our family isn't luckier. If only we had a clever daughter-in-law like her. How could the Lu family not prosper? Good girl, your parents are truly lucky. Sun Jinbang. Haha, if this luck is yours, do you want it? Good child, you've been in the rain for so long. Rest for a while. Auntie will go back first. When the rain stops, I will invite you to my house to play. Okay, thank you. Take care, Auntie. Lu Ying ignored Lu Miao Miao's struggles and pulled her out the door. Before leaving, Lu Ying deliberately glanced at Chi Siu a few times. Alarm bells ringing loudly in Chi Siu's mind. Could it be that both mother and daughter are just eyeing my looks? Shen Qingning in the dormitory secretly regrets not going out earlier. If she had known Lu Ying was coming, she should have gone out to help Lu Miao Miao earlier. But she missed the chance, and going out now would seem too obvious. She lost an opportunity to impress her future mother-in-law. Wei Xiaochun, who finally had free time, accidentally saw Shen Qingning's changing expressions. Suddenly, she remembered something and her body trembled uncontrollably. She heard that there are many water spirits in the river. Since Shen Jiqing returned from the riverbank, she has been acting strangely. She fainted again by the river. Could it be that the water spirits took advantage of her? Is Shen Jiqing possessed by a ghost? Thinking about this possibility, Wei Xiaochun suddenly felt a chill in the room. Wei Xiaochun. Boo-hoo. Suning, come back quickly. I can't hold on. Outside the dormitory, Suning weighed the old hen in her hands, feeling its weight. She hadn't decided whether to kill or raise it yet. Chi Siyu's melodious yet sinister voice came through. Do you prefer plain stewing or braising? Seeing that Suning didn't respond, Chi Siyu smirked and said, adding some ingredients makes plain stewing nourishing, and braised chicken is very tasty. Suning looked at the struggling hen and said, well, the end of life is death. I want to be a good person and send you on your way. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reborn. Chi Siyu. Suning glanced at Chi Siyu and said, Making choices is hard. I usually don't like to make things difficult for myself. Can I have both the plain stew and the braised chicken? Let's not let you do all the work. You bring the rice, I'll kill the chicken. You cook, I'll do the killing. We can split the flavors, 70% for you, 30% for me. How about that? Okay, that's fair. Chifu, you wicked child, I gave you 30 yuan to make me a soup and you just said, who do you look down on? Without your real father protecting you, look at how much you've fallen. Just a little over a third of a chicken is enough to make you obedient. Old Su didn't go home after leaving the youth education station. Instead, he went to the team leader's house. The team leader asked with doubt, where did Suning come from? How can she still influence your treatment of her? Old Su said, traditional Chinese medicine focuses on 4 things: looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Different places have different terrain and climate, which can have a big impact. A young girl like Suning, with her poor health and complicated symptoms, needs careful attention. I need to understand her better. The files about young people going to the countryside are handled by the team leader or the village secretary at the commune. The team leader is bold and can act tough when needed, so he usually goes to the commune for matters. He knows a little about Suning's basic situation. Since it's not a secret, he casually mentioned some details. What he didn't notice was that when old Su heard Suning was from a district in Beijing and just turned 18, his hands trembled slightly. Old Su wanted to ask for her exact birth date, but held back his curiosity. Back at his own home, old Su didn't rush to make a medicine recipe. Instead, he took out paper and a pen. He wrote a half-page letter, then put it into an envelope. After thinking for a moment, he tore it up. He sat alone at the table, lost in a memory. Then he sighed, reopened the paper, and wrote 3 short lines before stopping. He took a new envelope, wrote a different address from the previous one, and finally sealed the letter, placing it in a drawer for now. He then began to consider Suning's health and what medicines could be prepared based on current supplies. He carefully pondered and revised his plan repeatedly, spending 2 hours before finally coming up with a prescription he was somewhat satisfied with. At the village secretary's house, as soon as Luing entered, she made Lu Miao Miao kneel. Lu Miao Miao looked at her father, who turned his head away and refused to look at her. Tears in her eyes, Lu Miao Miao stubbornly refused to kneel. I knew from the bottom of my heart that you never really saw me as your own daughter. If it had been Chu Xiaofang here, would you still make her kneel? Luing slapped the table angrily, her chest rising and falling with her emotions. After calming down a bit, she said, I won't let Xiaofang kneel because she won't get involved in the youth's affairs, and she won't do things recklessly like you. Luo Miao Miao cried loudly and asked, did I do something like murder or arson? Or did I break some big rule? You favor some people, but there's no need to hide it or pretend to be noble. Chu Xiaofang may be good in your eyes, but she's not your real daughter. Born from the same parents, but you're just mice digging in the fields. Do you really think a phoenix can come from you? Luing felt her chest hurt with anger. She clutched her chest, her face pale, almost unable to breathe. The village secretary hurriedly helped Luing steady her breath. Luo Miao Miao sniffed and snorted, turning her head away. It's really hard for you. To teach me a lesson, you even used a trick that hurts yourself. Luing took a deep breath and, once she recovered, looked at Luo Miao Miao with great disappointment. But even disappointment was just part of herself. She knew she had to teach her. The village secretary almost lost his temper, but Luing tugged at his hand, calming him down. Luing took a few deep breaths and said, Luo Miao Miao, since you don't know what you did wrong, listen carefully. Whether your third brother's marriage succeeds or not, or what others say about him, you are his family. You shouldn't take family matters and spread them to outsiders. Today, that young woman got into trouble in the water. The process was dangerous, but luckily she was rescued. If she hadn't been saved, could you, Luo Miao Miao, be free of responsibility? And if your third brother lost his life because of it, could your conscience be at peace? Luo Miao Miao replied, everyone in the village knows about my third brother's mess. Do I need to say anything? Song Jiejie ran out on her own. Her legs are hers. Where she goes, I can't control. Even if she had died, it wouldn't have anything to do with me. Your third brother was reckless. If something really happened, it was because he didn't understand his own strength. Why should I be involved? Things that have nothing to do with me shouldn't be blamed on me. You look down on me and dislike me. Do you think I wanted to be in your family? If anyone asked, I would rather be a beggar than stay in this family. Your hearts are truly beyond measure. Lu Ying, who is always strong and takes care of everything at home and outside, is now crying. The village secretary looks at Lu Miao Miao with disappointment, as if she has aged several years in an instant. Since you returned home, have anyone said a harsh word to you besides today? To protect your feelings, your mother has been accommodating your sister-in-law and others. To prevent big changes in your life, the family always puts your needs first in food, clothing, and daily items. Are there things you refuse to do? Have we forced you to do anything? Even now, your mother washes your clothes and tidies your bed. You constantly order her around and depend on her. Do you think she isn't tired? Is she made of iron? But no matter how tired she is or how much she complains, she does everything she should. And what do we get in return? Harsh words and cold accusations from you, our daughter. Lu Miao Miao, by a twist of fate, we never raised you to be ungrateful, nor did we expect anything from you. But at least, you should have the ability to tell right from wrong and a conscience to be a good person. Today's events involve other factors, but you are the main cause of the trouble. You almost caused 2 lives to be lost, one of whom is your very kind older brother. Yet, you have no awareness of your own problems, nor do you feel any guilt. Go back and pack your things. We have poured our hearts out for you, but you still think we favor some and mistreat you, making you suffer. If you dislike this home, I will let you go. Tomorrow, I will personally send you back to the Chu family. I can no longer accept you as my daughter. Lu Miao Miao, feeling rejected and ignored by Qi Xiu, hurt her pride. When she returned, she immediately became a contrast to Chu Xiaofeng. Now, being despised by her parents who work hard in the fields, her fragile self-esteem completely shattered. Fine, I'll leave. I don't want to stay here anymore. Crying, Lu Miao Miao ran back to her room and slammed the door shut. The village secretary and Lu Ying sighed together. Lu Ying wiped her tears and stood up to leave. The village secretary asked, "Where are you going? Tomorrow, aren't you supposed to take her to the Chu family? I'll prepare some food for her to take along. Whether they want it or not is their business, but we must do what we can." The village secretary said, "As expected of my wife, you understand my thoughts now." Lu Ying replied irritably, "We've shared a bed for over 30 years. Don't I know you well? When you lift your hips, I know you're about to do something. It's time to visit the Chu family. What was the marriage arrangement they talked about? We need to get a clear answer. No matter if that marriage goes through or not, Qi Jiqing isn't a good match. Since there's still some time to get to know each other, even if Miao Miao has feelings, they aren't deep yet. After being apart for a while, she will probably forget everything." Lu Ying also has some thoughts. She feels that Lu Miao Miao can't settle down to live a good life because her dream of the Chu family hasn't broken yet. Although the biological daughter and adopted daughter live under the same roof, their relationship is like the palm and the back of the hand. Both parts are flesh, but the palm is thicker. Moreover, with Miao Miao's proud and jealous personality, she wouldn't cause trouble without reason. Maybe the Chu family might tolerate her once or twice because of past feelings. But if it happens repeatedly, how long will they keep tolerating her? No matter what they say, nothing compares to what she personally feels. She just hopes that once her self-made dreams shatter, she can settle down and live a good life. The village secretary said, "Prepare enough food for her for half a month." In the main house, in the 3rd room, Lu Chuan was making pancakes on the bed. He felt ashamed to go out, couldn't sleep, and kept tossing and turning in bed. Was that awkward scene him offending Su Jiqing? Or did Su Jiqing take advantage of him? Did he embarrass her or damage her reputation? He wondered if he scared her. She probably was frightened, right? Even if he was strong, she was just a girl in her teens. Was he being ungrateful? She helped him when he was in trouble, and now he caused such a mess. Did he scare her? And how should he repay her kindness? Maybe he's not suitable to appear in her sight again. A series of questions kept popping up in Lu Chuan's mind. They made him dizzy, and he couldn't figure out the answers. Suddenly, Lu Chuan sniffed and sat up quickly. Why does it smell so burnt? Lu Chuan jumped out of bed, put on his shoes, and rushed outside immediately. As he reached the yard, Lu He and Lu Hai also arrived. They saw thick smoke coming out from the side room where Lu Miao Miao was staying, seeping through the door and window cracks. Lu Chuan ran over and kicked the door open. The smoke hit him in the face. Lu Miao Miao, where are you? Lu Miao Miao was hiding in the corner, looking scared. She didn't want to die. She just wanted to scare them. She didn't expect the room to catch fire so easily. I'm here, cough. Cough, I'm here. The room was small, filled with smoke, and visibility was very low. When Lu Miao Miao made a sound, Lu Chuan quickly found her position. Holding his breath, Lu Chuan rushed inside, grabbed Lu Miao Miao, and carried her out to the yard before taking a few deep breaths. The neighbors on either side of the village secretary's house also came to help. Soon, they put out the fire. Fortunately, it was raining heavily. The thatched roof was wet, so the fire didn't spread. It only burned the belongings inside Lu Miao Miao's room. When Lu Miao Miao returned home, she disliked the dirt on the mud walls, which would fall off. To help her feel better, the village secretary took his sons and wove mats from rattan and bamboo strips, covering the interior walls completely. They even made a ceiling for the house. More than a year had passed, and the rattan and bamboo strips had dried out. They caught fire easily when exposed to a source of flame. The team leader and Lu Ying repeatedly thanked the neighbors and saw them off. After closing the door, Lu Ying could no longer hold back her anger. She slapped Lu Miao Miao across the face in front of the whole family. The slap sounded loudly in the yard. Unlike Lu Miao Miao, who was shocked, others thought she truly deserved it. The slap was well-earned. How much hatred and resentment must there be to set the house on fire? If she was given a little more punishment, would she even dare to kill someone? Lu Miao Miao covered her face with one hand, her eyes full of shock as she looked at Lu Ying. Did you hit me? Lu Ying's eyes filled with disappointment and tears, and she said painfully, Lu Miao Miao, do you still have a conscience? Even if you didn't grow up in this family, you've been back for over a year. Even if I raised a dog for over a year, it would have feelings for this home. How serious does your heart have to be to do something like setting a house on fire? Do you know? Our area is full of thatched houses. Do you realize how big a disaster it would be if the fire spreads? Do you understand what human life really means? What kind of bad karma did I create in my past life to have a child like you? Before Lu Ying finished speaking, her eyes rolled back. She gasped for breath and suddenly collapsed forward. Lu Chuan rushed to catch his mother, and the village secretary quickly helped Lu Ying breathe. But this time, it wasn't as lucky as before. Lu Ying couldn't catch her breath, and her body twitched. Lu Chuan's eyes turned red. He picked up his mother and hurried to Mr. Su's house. Lu He was a step behind Lu Chuan and also ran out. Lu Hai was a little slower. He saw his father's body sway a few times, then stepped back to steady him. Relax, Dad. Don't worry. Mom will be fine. Please don't let anything happen to you. The village secretary steadied himself and weakly said, I'm fine. I need to check on your mother. After confirming the village secretary was okay, Lu Hai turned around and ran out, saying, Sister-in-law, wife, stay home and take good care of Dad. Lin Xing'er handed her baby girl, who was less than a year old, to her eldest son, telling him to take the little girl and the second son back inside. Lu Hai's wife, Yang Liqiu, had waited 5 years after marriage to get pregnant. Although she was only 8 months along, she was carrying twins. Now she was heavily pregnant, and Lin Xing'er was worried she might have a miscarriage, so she wanted her to rest in her room. But sometimes, things happen so suddenly. When Lu Ying's symptoms frightened Lu Miao Miao, she finally reacted. Panicked and reckless, she ran outside without looking, tripping over a water bucket and falling forward. Lin Xing'er just happened to see this scene. Sister-in-law, be careful. Yang Liqiu saw she couldn't avoid it and could only try to protect her belly. As expected, Lu Miao Miao knocked Yang Liqiu to the ground. Lin Xing'er quickly rushed over, pushed Lu Miao Miao off Yang Liqiu, and helped her sit up. leaning on her. Seeing Yang Liqiu's face turn pale, Lin Xinger felt a jolt in her heart. She hurriedly helped her sit up and hold her close. "Sister-in-law, how are you?" "Big. Big sister-in-law, it hurts. My belly hurts so much." The village secretary staggered a few steps before steadying himself. "Old boss, watch out. I'll go call someone." Lin Xinger reached out and checked her younger sister-in-law's pants. They were wet, but there was no blood, so her water had broken. At 8 months pregnant, the saying, 7 alive, 8 not alive, kept echoing in Lin Xinger's mind. "Dad, go next door and ask little Tiger to bring Grandma Chen here. Also, ask Auntie to come quickly and help." The village secretary's vision blurred, and he felt dizzy. Instinctively, he ran to his older brother's house. Fortunately, everyone was home, because it was a day off. Tian Shi quickly arrived with her daughter-in-law, and together they helped carry Yang Liqiu back to bed. "Xinger, go boil some water. See if there's anything to eat. Make a bowl for the second child. Even if they don't want to eat, they need to eat something. Otherwise, they won't have the strength to give birth." Lu Chuan held his mother with all his strength. Even at his fastest run to Old Su's house, Lu Ying's face was turning purple. Old Su used all his skills to help her, barely saving her from a crisis. He looked serious as he told the 3 brothers she was saved, but she's too emotionally upset. It triggered a heart attack and signs of a. "You need to be prepared." "How is that possible? My mother has always been healthy. How could it be so serious?" Old Su explained, "A person's body is like a machine. Over time, its functions weaken. When problems happen, they affect the whole system. That's why I keep telling your father to avoid stress, anger, and rushing. I don't know what caused this, but she must not be further upset. Otherwise, I might not be able to save her. She shouldn't be moved now. Leave someone here to watch her. The others should go and send word. If not, your father might have another sudden problem." At that moment, Lu Xiaoxue hurried over. "Second older brother, go back quickly. Second sister-in-law is having labor pains." Lu Ha ran outside immediately. Old Su frowned, looked at Lu Ying's condition, and said to Lu Chuan, "Take care of your mother. I'll go check on her." He grabbed his medical bag, thought for a moment, and carefully cut a few precious pieces from his treasured supplies, blood dripping from his hands, then headed out. Lu Chuan told his older brother, "Big brother, I will stay here to watch over Mom. You go prepare the stretcher and call our cousin and the others. Just in case, get everything ready now so we won't waste time later. Uncle Su isn't very experienced with childbirth. Last year, when a woman had an accident, Uncle Su could only help keep her alive. I'm going now. Take good care of Mom." At the village secretary's house, they heard that there was a fire, and the village had quickly rushed over. As soon as he arrived at the yard, he heard a woman crying out in pain. On the right was a blackened side room that was burning. The village had patted the village secretary's shoulder. Although he didn't say anything, their many years of understanding made it clear what he meant. Grandma Chen came out of the house with her hands covered in blood and looked very serious. "It's not my due date, and she's having twins. Plus, the babies are in the wrong position. I don't feel confident." Old Mr. Su said, "I can give the woman acupuncture to help her stay awake and also help stop the bleeding." Sister Chen asked, "How confident are you about turning the babies' positions?" "Honestly, I've been delivering babies for decades and have helped turn many babies, but I've never dealt with twins before. No matter how good my skills are, the space in her belly is small, and with 2 babies crowded inside, it's hard to turn their positions from the outside. Even with Brother Su's help, I can't be sure. If we send her to the town clinic, how much better are the chances?" Old Mr. Su frowned and said, "Probably not much better than now." In such a serious situation, those with real skills either wait it out or are already in trouble. Not to mention the town clinic, even the county hospital probably doesn't have many capable doctors. The village had pulled the village secretary aside. "Old Lu, last time I took a wild boar to the commune," the secretary didn't say it directly, but he hinted that Qi Jiqing's family background isn't ordinary. "As long as the woman is safe, it doesn't matter if they work or not. We can turn a blind eye. His family is in Beijing, thousands of miles away, and even the commune leaders can speak for him. Why don't we go ask Qi Jiqing to see if he can help us find a better hospital? But, come on, this is a matter of life and death.
We can't just stand by.
Whether it works or not, let's try. There are many options, better than just waiting around. The two old men hurriedly and anxiously went to the Zichking residence. Qi Si was fully focused and very eager as he stir-fried chicken pieces. Suning was lighting the fire, sniffing the aroma constantly, and swallowing saliva. Seeing someone rush into the kitchen, Suning asked, "Village secretary, team leader, why are you here? Is something wrong?" They wouldn't come so hurriedly otherwise, and they were still catching their breath. Qi Si turned his head briefly, still stirring without stopping. The village secretary took a deep breath and prepared his words, saying, "Kaziking, I don't know if this will cause you trouble, but I really have no other choice. If you can help, please do me this favor, okay?" Qi Si frowned, looking directly at him. He had come straight to him, probably expecting him to help. "Village secretary, don't rush. I'm new here and unfamiliar with everything. I'm not sure I can help. Tell me what happened, and I'll see what I can do," the village secretary said. "My daughter-in-law is having a difficult labor. Old son said the local health clinic might not be able to handle it. Kaziking, I understand. You want me to help find a hospital?" "Yes, that's what we're thinking. My daughter-in-law is carrying twins, and her due date isn't here yet. The baby is in the wrong position. It could be a life and death situation." In desperation, the village secretary bent his knees, almost kneeling. "Qi Si, you helped him up. Village secretary, you don't need to do that. Saving lives is the most important thing.
I won't refuse to help if I can.
If I can't do something, even if you kneel, I can't promise. My father has some connections, but I'm not sure I can make them work. All I can do is call the commune and see if it's possible. Whether it works depends on more than just me." Qi Si kept stirring as he spoke. The village secretary almost burst into tears, thanking him incoherently. Before leaving, Qi Si told Suning, "I've added all the seasonings.
No need to add more fire.
Just stir-fry for another minute or two, and it's ready." Suning nodded. "Okay. Be careful on your way. Don't worry.
I'll save your share for you," Suning said.
Qi Si replied, "No need." Shun Qingning heard Wei Xiaochun say that the village secretary and the team leader had come. Just as she stepped out of the dormitory, she saw them hurriedly leaving with Qi Jiqing. Suning glanced at the kitchen door and then went back into the kitchen. When Shun Qingning arrived in the kitchen, Suning thought she was going to cook, so she said, "My food is almost ready. I can clear the pot soon." Shun Qingning replied, "Okay, no rush. Cooking a few minutes earlier or later doesn't matter. By the way, I just heard Xiaochun say that the village secretary and the team leader came. Why did they just exchange a quick greeting and leave so fast? Did they say anything? They came to see Qi Zhihong about something. They've already left." Suning felt that if it was a serious matter, the host should have said something. As an outsider, she wasn't involved and didn't think she should talk about it. Shun Qingning noticed that Suning didn't seem willing to say more and didn't ask further. She turned to look outside the door, eager to find out more herself. But today was her turn on duty, and it was almost mealtime. She had to hold back her impatience. Suning scooped up the braised chicken pieces, added a ladle of water to the big pot, and threw some firewood into the stove. The noodles were boiling, but there wasn't enough time to cook the rice that Qi Sio had brought out. However, the chicken soup was ready. After finishing her own tasks, Suning cleaned the pot and sat down to eat happily. The chicken was a bit old, so the pieces were chewy. The chicken bone broth was very flavorful, probably cooked with some special ingredients. Shun Qingning couldn't help but swallow her saliva and felt ashamed of herself. What hadn't she eaten in her past life? Now, just the smell of chicken made her mouth water. How embarrassing. Thinking about this, Shun Qingning decided that after she finished her meal and checked on the situation, she would also visit Lu Miao Miao. Everyone in the village loved meat. She smiled and asked Suning, "Suning, can I trade you some chicken? Or maybe a bowl of chicken soup?" Suning smiled back and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Shun Jihong. I won't trouble you to share. I can finish what I have, even in this hot weather. It won't go to waste. Plus, I really need to boost my health. Old hens are rare, so I'll take whatever I can get. Shun Qingning's smile froze. She didn't expect Suning to refuse, and was left speechless. Shun Qingning smiled awkwardly. I see. That's good. If you're not feeling well, you definitely need to rest and recover. Yes, yes. Seeing Suning eating so eagerly, Shun Qingning thought to herself, eating so much without worrying about being weak or not getting enough nourishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, 7 or 8 of Lu's cousins and some young men from the village, who had come to help voluntarily, took turns carrying 2 stretchers as they hurried toward the town. Why 2 stretchers? One of them was carried by Chi Seo. Although his foot had been sprained for over half a month, walking wasn't much affected, but running still hurt. He's a grown man, and he thinks he can endure this pain. But the team leader and the village secretary both insisted he sit on a stretcher. Since they were asking for help, how could they let someone go on a journey injured? And why not take a bullock cart? Because a bullock cart isn't as fast as they are running. Rescuing someone is like fighting a fire. By the time the cart wobbles to the commune, the opportunity might be lost. When he first sat on the cart, Chi Seo felt a bit embarrassed. But once he saw how fast everyone was running, his embarrassment disappeared completely. At the same time, he admired the strength and endurance of these young men very much. When they arrived at the commune, Chi Seo used the commune's phone. Instead of contacting his uncles and relatives here, he directly called his father. The call connected, and his father's deep, strong voice came through. Chi Seo said, "It's me, your son. Don't rush to scold me. There's something important involving 3 lives that I need your help with. Then stop wasting time and tell me quickly. A pregnant woman with twins is having a difficult labor and needs help." Before Chi Seo could finish, the phone beeped and disconnected. But Chi Seo didn't hang up. He waited by the phone. In about 3 minutes, the phone rang again. He picked it up, and a voice from the other end said, "Your 3rd sister-in-law has already been driven over from the Armed Forces Department in your district. Once she arrives, she will be sent immediately to the nearest military hospital, which will take about 3 hours. Now, get her to the health clinic and prepare for transfer." "Okay, thank you, Dad." The call beeped again. His father looked at the phone. "That kid calling me Dad sounds so much better." Father Chi immediately called his wife. "Lihua, I'll come home for dinner tonight." Xiao Lihua, who was looking at a photo of her younger son, heard her husband's cheerful voice and raised an eyebrow. What good news could this be? "Oh, just come home when you can." Father Chi thought, am I not showing enough? Why isn't she asking? Cough, cough. "That little brat called me Dad." Xiao Lihua immediately perked up. "Xiao Lu called you?
How is he?
Does he sound energetic? Did he mention how he's doing? Is he missing anything?" Father Chi thought, he ignores me but cares so much about that brat. Who's really the husband here? "He's probably doing well, has improved a lot," he said. "He can even call Dad now." Xiao Lihua suddenly got very upset. "What do you mean probably? That's your own son. Can't you be more attentive?" Father Chi sighed. "It's because he's my own son. If he weren't, with my temper, I wouldn't be able to tolerate him." "Lihua, don't worry too much. The 3rd son-in-law is out on a mission right now. We'll see him when he returns. Since time is tight and saving people is urgent, I didn't ask much." But from his voice, he seems to be in good spirits. Xiao Lihua suddenly stood up sharply. "Saving people? Who are they saving? Can you talk without sounding like you're straining? Do I have to ask before you tell me anything?" Father Chi wanted to rub his forehead. In front of others, his wife was elegant, well-spoken, and graceful. Only he knew that when she was anxious, she spoke very plainly. "Don't worry, Xiao Lu is fine and safe." He was helping with a difficult childbirth. Xiao Lihua sat back on the sofa with a motherly smile. "Xiao Lu is kind and helpful." "That's good." Meanwhile, Chi Seo found Lu Hailai and explained the situation. Tears welled up in Lu Hailai's eyes. He wanted to say thank you, but his throat felt sore, and he couldn't speak. Chi Seo patted his shoulder. "No need to say more. Saving people is the priority. Let's take him to the clinic first. The ambulance will arrive soon." Her father didn't even look at her or give her a single glance as he left the Lu family's house. Right now, only the village secretary's wife, who is the older sister-in-law, is helping to take care of Lin Xinger's 3 children at home. Because the mother-in-law is sick and her younger sister-in-law is having her first baby, and under such circumstances, Lin Xinger also went to the hospital with everyone. Taking care of the mother and newborn requires an experienced woman. Lu Miao Miao was hiding in the corner, looking blankly at the quiet yard. She didn't know if it was because of the cold or her fear, but her whole body was trembling. She just wanted to scare them a little. She never meant to set the house on fire. She didn't expect her mother to be so angry. She didn't know she would knock over the bucket. She didn't know she would push down her second sister-in-law. All of it was an accident. Why is everyone blaming her? Don't they have any responsibility? If they weren't so biased or unreasonable, she wouldn't have wanted to scare them. They also had a part in it. Why are all the mistakes being blamed on her alone? Lu Miao Miao remembered the 10+ years she spent at the Chu family. They lived in a building with whitewashed walls, a cement floor, electric lights, a radio, a bicycle, and a sewing machine. When she went out in leather shoes, she wouldn't come back with muddy feet. There were so many memories flooding her mind, rushing to the front. Lu Miao Miao stood up from the corner, still wearing Xin Qingning's leather shoes. Maybe she had crouched for too long, and when she stood up, her body wobbled a little. She heard the old woman inside soothing the children, looked up at the charred, blackened room, then turned and left through the door. The village secretary, exhausted, went to old Su's house. Seeing his unconscious wife, he didn't say a word. He sat by the bed, took Lu Ying's rough hand with his calloused hand, and gently squeezed it, as if trying to feel her palm's warmth more closely. He stayed silent, quietly accompanying her. Lu Chuan saw his father, who seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. He looked away, blinked, feeling a tightness in his chest.
Dad, you.
The village secretary raised his hand to stop Lu Chuan. It's been raining nonstop. The team leader had to leave for the town with a cart because of our family's issues. As a deputy team leader, you need to do your part. Make sure to check the water levels and make arrangements in time. Yes, I know what to do. Father can rest assured. Mother won't be in trouble, and the children and second sister-in-law will be safe. You are the main support of our family. You can't afford to have any more accidents. Village secretary, don't worry, go ahead with your work. Your father isn't that fragile. Of course, father is the backbone of our family. I'll go now. Lu Chuan hasn't reached home yet. His childhood friend, wearing a raincoat and a straw hat, runs over with muddy feet. Brother Chuan, wait, I have something to tell you. Huh? With this heavy rain, why aren't you wearing a raincoat? It's okay. Everything's wet anyway. What do you want to say, Jingzi? Brother Chuan, I just came back from my aunt's house. I found out some shocking news. You better be prepared. Lu Chuan nods. Go ahead. Your fiancée is saying she wants to break off the engagement. She even made up a reason that you're unlucky for her.
Bah.
That's just nonsense. Actually, she's been unfaithful and has her eyes on a young man from the village. She's blaming you for the breakup, which is so shameless. Brother Chuan, someone like her who flirts around isn't worth you. What are you going to do? Lu Chuan isn't in the mood to think about his own worries. If she wants to break up, then so be it. Hey, isn't that too easy on her? Maybe I can help you come up with a plan. Make her regret it. Put her in her place, and don't let her get away with it so easily. You're too kind. I don't want to think about this now. If she wants to break up, then fine. I'm going home. You should also go back quickly. Zhang Chong watches Lu Chuan's back. Does Brother Chuan seem a bit different today? Could something big have happened while I was away from the team? I need to ask Biaozi. Lu Chuan returns home. The house and yard are searched thoroughly, but Lu Miao Miao is nowhere to be seen. Auntie, have you seen Lu Miao Miao? Tian shakes her head. No, Xiaoyu is a bit shy. I had to coax her for a long time before she calmed down. I didn't notice the fourth girl. Recently, she's been close to Shun Jiqing from the youth team. Maybe she went to the youth team's place. I'll go take a look. I won't bring the children, and I need Big Annie to help watch them again. Mrs. Tian looked at Lu Chen, who was soaking wet. I'll take care of the children. It's so late now, there's no need for such politeness. First, go change your clothes. Don't ruin your health again. Your mother has been through a lot, and you'll need to take care of her in the future. At the youth camp, Suning had already eaten and was feeling full, while the other young people were still eating in the kitchen. Lu Chen hurried over and saw Suning sitting quietly under the eaves, resting her chin on her hand and daydreaming. His shout brought Suning back to reality. She looked at Lu Chen, wearing a straw hat, and her eyes accidentally glanced downward. Lu Chen instinctively clenched his legs and stiffened his body. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Suning looked away and said, "Ahem. Comrade Lu, is there something you need?" Normally, Lu Chen would be too embarrassed to speak. But now, with so many worries, he didn't care about feeling awkward. "Suning, I will remember your help and repay you someday. I came to ask if Lu Miao Miao has been here at the youth camp," Suning replied. "She hasn't come back since she was taken home by the older woman. All right, I'll go now. Rest well, Suning." After saying that, he hurried away again. Shen Qingning heard the noise and came out a moment later, only seeing a figure walking away. She spoke to Suning with a hint of resentment. "Suning, Comrade Lu came and you didn't say a word." Suning looked at her. "No one asked who wanted to see him or called out his name. Who would tell me? Who would I tell? Has anyone given me a few small gifts to be a messenger?" Shen Qingning muttered to herself. Although Song Jejia was unreliable, she was right about one thing. Suning seemed to care only about money, always talking about pay and benefits. "Suning, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything bad. I was just worried about Miao Miao, so I spoke a bit harshly." "Don't take it to heart," Suning replied calmly. "No, I won't." She wouldn't let things bother her. Her main principle was to settle scores immediately. She'd rather cause trouble for others than waste energy fighting herself. Shen Qingning asked again. Then, "Is Comrade Lu here for something?" "He's here to see Lu Miao Miao." Shen Qingning's heart tightened. "To see Miao Miao? Do you know why?" Suning glanced at her and said, "I told you Lu Miao Miao was taken away and hasn't come back. He just left." Shen Qingning's first thought was that it was good there was an urgent matter, so Lu Chuan didn't have time to interact much with Suning. However, Miao Miao probably was scolded after returning home, which made her angry and run outside. Shen Qingning hurried back to her dorm to get an umbrella, then rushed out quickly. The incident with Song Jejia running outside and falling into the water still made her nervous. She really hoped Miao Miao wouldn't do anything foolish again. Lu Chuan was also worried that Miao Miao might do something extreme, so he quickly asked his childhood friend for help to find her. An old man called out to the hurried Lu Chuan, "Chuan, wait a moment. I saw a girl heading toward the village entrance a while ago. I'm not sure if it's the person you're looking for." "Thank you, Grandpa. I'll go check now," Lu Chuan said and hurried toward the village entrance, running in the rain along the road toward the town. Shen Qingning held her umbrella and arrived at the Lu family's house. The gate wasn't closed tightly. She called out, but no one answered, so she went inside directly. Once in the yard, she smelled something burnt. There were several buckets and various-sized basins scattered around. The door and window of the side room where Miao Miao stayed were dark and blackened. Her heart tightened. She was about to go closer to check. Suddenly, the main door creaked open, and Mrs. Tian came out holding the child. She saw Shen Qingning standing in the yard with her umbrella. "Shen Jiqing, it's me." "Who are you, madam?" Shen Qingning replied. Mrs. Tian didn't like Miao Miao much, and she also didn't have a good impression of Shen Jiqing, who was close to Miao Miao. She had heard that her sister-in-law almost got angry to death after bringing Miao Miao back from the youth training station. Maybe it was this petty-minded girl stirring trouble. Mrs. Tian, at her age, had seen all kinds of people. Seeing her shifting her gaze around, she knew this girl was not simple and was quite scheming. Mrs. Tian, with a stern face, asked Shen Qingning, "It doesn't matter who I am. Why are you here?" Shen Qingning could tell the old lady was impatient with her, but she didn't know why. She had only been in Dawawan Brigade for a little over a month and hadn't had any conflicts with the villagers. Had she offended anyone? Since she can come and go freely at Lu Chuan's house, she must be a relative of the Lu family. Shen Qingning held back her anger and said kindly, "I heard Miao Miao is missing. I came to see if I can help." It was fine not to mention this, but once she did, Mrs. Tian's anger couldn't be contained. Do you city folks have nothing better to do than come to the countryside to cause trouble? Can't you have some self-awareness? Of course, except for Suning's youth from the city. Not only are you here to share our food, but you're also always causing trouble. Look at this family. What a mess you've made. You really think Lu Miao Miao is naive, but does that mean everyone in the Lu family is clueless? You're full of bad intentions, but Lu Miao Miao is blind to your true nature and still treats you like a fairy. But I am not Lu Miao Miao. Stop pretending to be kind and sympathetic. You're just a fox pretending to be a chicken. Get out, or I'll use the broom to chase you away. With such loud words, no one else from the Lu family came out. They must have gone out to look for someone. There was no point arguing with this poisonous old woman, so Shin Qingning's face darkened. She took a step out the door and heard the old woman spit loudly, a big spit flying out. Shin Qingning closed her eyes briefly and kept telling herself silently, "This is how the countryside is. Every family has a few mean aunts and uncles. Right now, I have no standing and haven't gained Lu Chuan's favor, so I can't offend the Lu relatives. Once I marry Lu Chuan, I won't have to tolerate them anymore. Old grudges and new ones can be settled together." Comforting herself, Shin Qingning didn't go back to the youth point but wandered around the village, hoping to find Miao Miao. If she could help the Lu family find Miao Miao now, and since Lu Chuan cares so much about his sister, she would surely gain his good impression. Meanwhile, on the way to the town, Lu Chuan was running and caught up with the stumbling Miao Miao. Lu Chuan was furious. "Miao Miao, what exactly do you want to do?" Miao Miao was walking through the heavy rain, her face pale and her expression a bit dazed. Seeing Lu Chuan blocking her way, she was initially touched that he came to find her. But he immediately started questioning and blaming her, without showing any concern. "I don't care if I die outside. It's none of your business. Go away, you good-for-nothing dog. Get out of the way." Lu Chuan thought about his unconscious mother, his missing second sister-in-law, and her baby, and in one night, he saw his father look 10 years older. Now, the main culprit showed no guilt and no sign of regret. Lu Chuan's concern for Lu Miao Miao's family ties had completely disappeared. Grinding his teeth, Lu Chuan said, "If your last name wasn't Lu, if you didn't carry the same blood as me, I wouldn't have come out in the heavy rain to find you. Stop trying to get yourself into trouble. Go back. Don't make me use a stick to make you leave." Lu Miao Miao also shouted back bravely, "You're just a country bumpkin, thinking you're some kind of big shot." Lu Chuan casually broke a branch from the roadside, and without wasting words, he swung it directly at Lu Miao Miao's leg. "This high school education was a waste. You've read so many books, but they went straight to your head. Since you haven't learned how to be a decent person, I'll teach you today." The branch wasn't very thick, so it wasn't too hard to swing. But hitting someone with it really hurt. Of course, since she was a girl, Lu Chuan controlled his strength, even if he was angry. Still, Lu Miao Miao screamed loudly and ran around in pain. But the thin branch in Lu Chuan's hand seemed to have eyes. No matter how Lu Miao Miao dodged, she couldn't escape. The branch kept hitting her legs. At first, Lu Miao Miao tried to dodge and curse at the same time. But after a while, the pain was too much, and she couldn't curse anymore. After about 20 hits, Lu Chuan stopped. Lu Miao Miao felt her legs go numb from the pain. Lu Chuan looked at her coldly and asked, "Still trying to be brave? Are you coming back or not?" Lu Miao Miao, with tears in her eyes and sniffling, looked at the branch in Lu Chuan's hand. Most of the leaves had fallen off, and the few remaining were broken. Afraid the branch might hit her again, she quickly nodded and said, "I'm coming back. I'll go now." Lu Miao Miao turned around and ran back, but it was raining, and the road was full of puddles and mud. She slipped and fell into a puddle. Normally, she would have whined and taken a long time to get up, but now she just lay there. Even though his bottom hurt badly and he slipped and stumbled, he quickly struggled to get up and ran back happily. Lu Chuan looked at Lu Miao Miao, who was staggering and wobbling, then looked down at the branch in his hand. "Really asking for a beating? After a good smack, you'll listen, right?" At a military hospital, Lu Hai and Lu He anxiously waited outside the operating room. Chi Seo was pulled into the corridor by his brother-in-law, Xie Changyan, who was serious and focused on completing the tough task assigned by his father-in-law. Chi Seo felt nervous under Xie Changyan's stare. "Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that?" Xie Changyan said seriously. "I'm just estimating if you've lost weight, how many pounds, and if your skin has darkened, how much darker." Chi Seo rolled his eyes and said annoyed, "Are you going to count how many hairs I have left? Did I lose some? Or how many?" Xie Changyan's eyes really did look at Chi Seo's hair. Chi Seo shivered and immediately stepped 2 steps away. A straightforward person who doesn't know how to be flexible is really scary. He wondered what his perceptive sister saw in this guy. Could it be that she liked his big, strong build? The name Xie Changyan doesn't match his personality at all. His name sounds a bit artistic, but he's more like a fierce bear, just not dark. "Brother-in-law, before you and my sister got together, how did you break through that barrier?" Xie Changyan's face was stern and fierce 1 second, then the next, he smiled sweetly, with gentle eyes that seemed to drip water. "Chi Seo. Brother-in-law, since my sister isn't here, can we not laugh? It's kind of creepy." Xie Changyan shot him a glance. "My valuable experience, you don't listen, and I don't want to tell it. Little brother-in-law, what's wrong with your foot?" "It's fine, all good." Xie Changyan looked at him again. "You probably forgot who brought you out here. What's his profession? Think about it. Should you tell me the truth, or should I have my mother-in-law cry and travel thousands of miles to come here?" Chi Seo. "Threaten me if you want, but the old man isn't here. Do you really need to flatter him? Who brought you out? Just an old man, that's all. Nothing serious. Is there no room for negotiation?" Xie Changyan looked at him with a firm, unrefusable gaze. Chi Seo leaned against the wall, looking a bit playful. "Hey, there's really nothing much. I just had bad luck and ran into a wild boar, and I also sprained my ankle, but I owe a life-saving favor, and I haven't figured out how to repay it yet." Before Chi Seo could finish speaking, Xie Changyan gently pulled him along. Hey, brother-in-law, where are you taking me?" "To check your health and see if there are any hidden injuries." Chi Seo. "I'm fine, just sprained my ankle. Nothing else." No matter how much Chi Seo insisted he was okay, Xie Changyan didn't listen. In the end, he was reluctantly dragged along. An elderly man in his 70s checked Chi Seo's pulse, and Chi Seo obediently cooperated. He thought his brother-in-law was taking him to see a Western doctor, but he didn't expect the military hospital to have an old Chinese medicine doctor too. After feeling his pulse, the old doctor stroked his beard and kindly said, "No major issues, just a bit of excessive liver fire. Looks like you're worried about getting married." Chi Seo's face stiffened. Just as he was about to speak, Xie Changyan spoke first. "Xiao Lu, let me introduce you. This is Chen Jingxian, a master in traditional Chinese medicine." "Master, this is..." "Ha ha ha, Changyan, no need to introduce. Hearing you call him Xiao Lu, I already know who he is. And such a handsome young man is rare. It's inherited from your mother-in-law. Your father-in-law doesn't have these genes." Chi's father. "I am also incredibly handsome, you know?" Chi Seo immediately showed a big smile, speaking smoothly and making Chen Jingxian laugh heartily. Xie Changyan watched Chi Seo flatter him with a look of suspicion. Is this still his proud little brother-in-law? After Chen Jingxian finished laughing, he said happily, "Young man, who do you want me to see today?" "Go ahead, I'm in a good mood today. I can agree to see your patient. But according to plan, I leave early tomorrow morning, so you need to bring the patient today." Chi Seo. Running back and forth. "Is there enough time?" He said, "Thank you, Master, but the schedule is tight, and I'm afraid it's too late." He asked, "Does Master have any nourishing pills or prescriptions? This patient has been weak since childhood and has lingering health issues." Chen Jingxian said, "Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observing, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Even if I have many remedies in my mind, I cannot prescribe medicine without seeing the patient. Here, I have a bottle of Yangrong pills. You can take it and use it first. About 3 months from now, I will need to come back. When the time comes, I will ask your father to notify you. Please bring the patient over in advance." "Thank you, uncle. Do you know how much I should pay for the Yangrong pills?" "Haha.
You don't need to pay.
I will ask your father for the cost. After saying goodbye to Qin Jingxian, Xia Changyan asked his younger brother-in-law curiously, "Who are you trying to get medicine and opportunities for?" "My lifesaver," Xia Changyan nodded. "Are the injuries serious?" "How are they now?" Chi Xiu looked serious and said, "Very serious." The old doctor from Dawawan village said she won't recover in less than 3 years. Since Uncle Chun is a master in traditional Chinese medicine, he must have a way to help her recover quickly. Unfortunately, time is tight. We have to wait 3 months before she can be examined again. Grateful for saving her life. When I go back, I will gather some health-boosting things and send them over. Third sister-in-law doesn't need you to spend money. She's pregnant now, and she also needs nutritious food. If anyone is going to spend money, it should be the old man. He saved his son, after all. Father Qi. I owe you. Xia Changyan didn't say much. Anyway, whatever he sent to his brother-in-law, his wife would wholeheartedly approve. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Yang Liqiu and her son were brought out of the operating room, both safe and sound. Lu Hai, a grown man, cried like a child. Lu He and his wife also had tears in their eyes. The three of them were very emotional and incoherent as they thanked the doctors. The current cesarean section wounds are quite large, and the success rate isn't as high as in later times. Fortunately, they were at a military hospital, where both the doctor's skills and equipment were better than in ordinary hospitals. The doctor said that if the condition stabilizes and the wound heals well in 5 days, she could be transferred to a regular hospital nearby for further treatment. After settling in the hospital, Xia Changyan gave some money and notes as a gift to Lu Hai. This is a small token of my appreciation. Consider it a meeting gift for the baby. No, I can't accept this. Your busy schedule helping us is already a great kindness. Chi Xiu took out a few tickets and handed them to Lu Hai. Comrade Lu, keep these. I know you might not need money, but when you're outside, it's not just about having money. You also need tickets to buy things. Lin Xing'a said, "Second brother, please take them." It's kind of others helping out, so refusing too much wouldn't be polite. Qi Jiqing is still in the village, so they might have a chance to repay this kindness later. Xia Changyan said, "Today, my brother and I will leave first. I've already made arrangements. You can stay here peacefully. I have work to do and need to stay here for a while. In 5 days, I will come back to take you home. If anyone needs to go back now, I can take them along." The Lu family discussed and decided that Lu Hai and Lin Xing'er would stay at the hospital to take care of Yang Liqiu. Lu He would go back first to inform the family, as their elderly mother was still ill and needed care. Shun Qingning wandered around for a long time, but couldn't find Lu Miao Miao. She also couldn't find the Lu family members, which made her very confused. Usually, when the Lu family went out looking for someone, she shouldn't have missed them after wandering so long. Her instincts told her something else must have happened to the Lu family. Shun Qingning patted her pocket and found a crumpled 3-foot cloth ticket. Luckily, she had the habit of putting some small items in her pocket. She took out the cloth ticket and knocked on a neighbor's door nearby, not too close or too far from the Lu family. In rural areas, when someone was home, the front door was usually open. But after what happened with the Lu family before, Shun Qingning was cautious and knocked first. Only if someone answered would she go inside. After knocking for a while, a woman came out and looked at her with squinted eyes, asking, "Who is it? Come in if you're here." "Why are you knocking?" Shun Qingning thought. So, knocking isn't right, but not knocking isn't either. She held her umbrella, smiled, and entered the yard.
Hello, Mum.
Sorry to bother you. I'm Xin Jiqing from the Youth Point. I want to exchange some things with you. Is that convenient? The villagers in the countryside often go through cycles of 3 years of new clothes, 3 years of old clothes, and patching them up for another 3 years. Shun Qingning thought that if she offered cloth coupons in exchange, the old lady would be a bit more friendly. But unexpectedly, the old lady looked indifferent and said, "I have about 10 eggs, but I don't want cloth coupons. If you have some brown sugar, let's trade half a gene of brown sugar for it." In the old lady's mind, brown sugar is a good thing to help the body, and only people with money and coupons can buy it. Although eggs are also considered a good source of nutrition in the countryside, chickens still lay eggs, right? If I can trade for some brown sugar, that's not bad. As for clothes, if they are torn, just sew them up. If there are holes, patch them. She's already this old and doesn't need to dress fancy like young girls. And having cloth coupons doesn't mean she can buy cloth easily. She questions why she should bother. Shin Qingning's smile stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned. She smiled and said, I do have some brown sugar, but it's at the youth commune. I need to go back and get it. It was raining heavily at the moment, so Shin Qingning took the chance to say she was seeking shelter from the rain and would go get the sugar when it stopped. The old lady didn't object. After all, it was just under a roof. If she wanted to stay, she could. Shin Qingning chatted with the old lady casually. Feeling that enough time had passed, Shin Qingning asked, By the way, when I just came from the village secretary's house, I felt something strange about the atmosphere there. I wonder if something has happened? I get along pretty well with Comrade Lu Miao Miao. If something serious happened, I don't know if I can help. What Shin Qingning didn't notice was that the old lady's eyes looked at her with a strange, meaningful expression. The old lady said, Oh, so you're the young worker who's close to the Lu family girl? Shin Qingning nodded with a smile. Yes, that's me. I don't know what happened at the village secretary's house. Miao Miao doesn't seem to be at home either. Suddenly, the old lady stood up quickly and pushed Shin Qingning out from under the eaves. Go on, go wherever you want. My family doesn't welcome you. What trouble have you caused yourself? Don't you even realize? You're still asking questions when you should know better. People are almost driven apart because of you. And you're still smiling like nothing's wrong. So shameless. Get out. Get lost from my land. Shin Qingning was pushed into the rain and heard the old lady's inexplicable, insulting words. Even with her good temper, she couldn't hold back her anger. Ma'am, if you don't want to trade, that's fine. But why are you scolding me? Don't think that just because you're old, you can act superior. The old woman threw her umbrella at Shin Qingning, placing one hand on her hip and pointing at her with a stern look, spitting as she spoke. Why am I scolding you? I'm telling you, you should behave. Instead of doing good, you choose to cause trouble. Go outside, or I'll take the broom and chase you away. Shin Qingning was unfairly scolded and angrily left the old woman's side, feeling upset and helpless. What Shin Qingning didn't know was that ever since the village secretary's family had trouble, rumors spread that Lu Ying almost died from anger, Yang Liqiu had a premature birth due to stress, and the main troublemaker was Lu Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao was influenced by a close friend from the youth team, which caused chaos at home. The village secretary is the second in command in the village. Lu Ying is kind and has good relationships with the women in the village. Now, after this trouble, everyone was gossiping and blaming Shin Qingning, which made people's opinions of her worse. Especially since Shin Qingning was pretending to be sad and sympathetic, asking about others' family matters, which made it even easier to get angry. Unaware of all this, Shin Qingning held back her anger, feeling sour and uncomfortable inside. If it weren't for wanting to keep her image and marry Lu Chuan smoothly, she wouldn't tolerate this nonsense. She would have already scolded back loudly. She took a deep breath and thought of the man who had once warmed her humble days, feeling much better. Not far ahead, she saw Lu Chuan and Lu Miao Miao walking into the village in the heavy rain. She noticed the branches Lu Chuan was holding, feeling a bit puzzled. What could such thin branches be used for? Shin Qingning held her umbrella and smiled as she approached. Miao Miao, Comrade Lu Chuan, where are you coming from? Why aren't you wearing any rain gear? She reached out to offer her umbrella, but before she could, Lu Miao Miao suddenly jumped behind her, looking at Lu Chuan with a wary expression. Shin Qingning was confused but sensed that something was off between the siblings. Lu Miao Miao held Shin Qingning's arm, tears in her eyes, and said sadly, Qingning, help me. He's about to hit me to death. Lu Miao Miao had been scared at first, but as they walked, Lu Chuan's temper flared again. After the first time he hit her, he didn't hold back anymore, and Lu Miao Miao was hit several times. The bark on that branch has all been stripped away, and the top of the branch is broken. Shin Qingning was very suspicious of Lu Miao Miao's words, but she still kindly said to Lu Chuan, Comrade Lu Chuan, Miao Miao is still young. Lu Chuan interrupted Shin Qingning. Shin Jijing, This is a matter between siblings. You don't need to interfere. Please stand firm in your own position. Lu Miao Miao, come here. Lu Chuan's cold and sharp gaze made Shin Qingning freeze on the spot, her heart aching intensely. In her memory, Lu Chuan's eyes always looked gentle and kind. Lu Miao Miao shrank back behind Shin Qingning again. Lu Chuan raised the thin branch in his hand and said, "This is the last warning. If you don't come out now, don't blame me for being harsh." Lu Miao Miao looked at Shin Qingning for help, but Shin Qingning was lost in her own sadness, looking confused and distracted. She didn't care about Lu Miao Miao at all. Lu Miao Miao pretended to be pitiful and aggrieved as she came out from behind Shin Qingning. But inside, she was cursing Shin Qingning silently. Shin Qingning watched the siblings' backs as they left, her head buzzing. She didn't even hear Lu Chuan tell her to go back, to not run around in the rain, and not to cause trouble. By around 9 o'clock at night, Xia Changyan's car finally arrived at the village entrance. But they could only reach the village entrance. They couldn't go inside. The three of them carried their bags and headed toward the youth station. Passing through the county town, Chi Seo didn't miss the chance. He swept through the supply and marketing cooperative, buying a variety of items like iron pots, soup pots, bowls, plates, kitchen knives, and other utensils. He also bought treats like green bean cakes, walnut cookies, sakama, and egg cakes. He purchased brown sugar, white sugar, rock sugar, milk candies, fruit candies, and malt extract. They bought as much staple food as they could. Most importantly, they bought various ingredients for nourishing soups, even going to the black market for items that couldn't be bought through official channels. When asked where the money came from, it was fortunate that Xia Changyan had many comrades, and he borrowed from almost everyone to buy everything his brother-in-law wanted. Lu He, who had been following behind them, was shocked the whole way. For the first time, he truly understood what a gap in status meant. In the yard, Su Ning was washing up when she heard a knock on the door. "Who's there?" "Su Ning, it's me. I'm back." Chi Siyu's pleasant voice sounded outside the door. Su Ning went to open the door and saw 3 people carrying many things. 2 people he knew, 1 he didn't. "Third brother-in-law, this is my lifesaver, Su Ning. Su Ning, this is my third brother-in-law, Xia Changyan. Hello, comrade Xia." Su Ning moved aside to let them in. "Hello, comrade Su Ning." After putting down the things, Lu He was worried about his family. "Comrade Xia, it's late tonight. Would you like to stay at my house for the night?" Xia Changyan didn't plan to leave immediately. He wanted to observe his little brother-in-law's life and report back later. "No need to trouble yourself. Just stay with my brother-in-law tonight. Comrade Lu, you should go back and report. Your family might be waiting anxiously." After thanking him several times, Lu He left the youth station. Su Ning poured out the water from the basin and was about to go into the dormitory when Chi Siyu called her. "Su Ning, wait a moment." Su Ning thought he was asking about the chicken meat he was promised, so she stopped and said, "Chi Sure Youth, the chicken and chicken soup I promised you are still warm in the pot, right?" "Chi Siyu, I really don't care about those few pieces of chicken." "No, I wasn't asking about that. I just brought you some things. You can take them back to the dorm." "Su Ning, I don't think I asked him to bring anything." Chi Siyu, while speaking, handed over green bean cakes, peach crisps, sakama, egg cakes, milk candies, fruit candies, and malt extract. "Romyang pills haven't been given yet. I need to ask Dr. Su if they conflict with his medicine." Having experienced hard times, Su Ning, now in this world, had become quite the foodie. Before she could reach out, she already smelled the aroma. Su Ning happily took the items and quickly went back to the dorm. Chi Siyu was very pleased, finally not refusing anymore. But happiness lasted only a minute. Su Ning left the dorm again. She smiled and shoved the money and tickets into Chi Siyu's hand. "Chi Sure Youth, you're such a thoughtful partner. Thank you." After saying that, she nodded to Xia Changyan as a greeting and then gracefully turned back to her dorm. Chi Siyu held the money and tickets, feeling empty inside and a bit disappointed on his face. Seeing his little brother-in-law's expression, as someone experienced, Xia Changyan understood clearly what was going on. His younger brother-in-law, known as the most beautiful person in the capital, is starting to feel romantic interest. But he seems unaware of it. He is only focused on showing gratitude. The woman from earlier could be considered a hero saving a beauty. However, now it looks like the hero was unaware and the lady feels disappointed. 6. Take the things back and put them away. Leaving them here isn't good. It's better if he discovers his feelings himself. Revealing them would be boring. Xie Changyan definitely won't admit it, but he finds his younger brother-in-law's disappointed expression quite pleasing. Yes, okay, third brother-in-law. When returning the items, Xie Changyan wanted to help, but Chi Xiao didn't let him. But there are still 3 others in the dorm chatting. Any ambitious young person has a patriotic heart, right? Fu Guodong and the others got their first close look at a strong, intelligent soldier. They looked at him with admiration and awe, full of curiosity, and talked with Xie Changyan. Xie Changyan didn't disappoint these bright-eyed young men, sharing some stories and chatting with them. But he kept glancing at his younger brother-in-law from time to time. For someone used to rough outdoor living, having a shelter to block the wind and rain was already good. But his younger brother-in-law is different. This ancestor is the family's treasure, never suffered much hardship since childhood. Though a man, he has delicate skin and is more fragile than a girl. He also has some strange cleanliness habits. But now, seeing him neatly organizing his things without impatience or dislike for the environment, Xie Changyan feels both proud and a little heartache. He probably has grown stronger, but without his family knowing, this little ancestor has endured many hardships. He has also faced life and death moments, like surviving a wild boar attack. People have improved, but they paid a price. His mother-in-law and the 4 sisters-in-law know about this, and they must feel very worried. After Chi Xiao finished organizing, he said, "Third brother-in-law, I'll go get some noodles. You can guess when to eat." Xie Changyan didn't plan to chat more with Fu Guodong and the others. "Come along, I'll help you." "Okay, you start the fire." In the female youth dormitory, Su Ning was happily eating a big piece of egg cake. Xin Qingning was feeling very tired and lost her spirit, sitting on the bed in a daze. Song Jejia had a fever. Wei Xiaochun was looking for clothes for her when she found medicine in her bag. Under the witness of Su Ning and Xin Qingning, she opened Song Jejia's bag again. She took out the medicine and, following the instructions written on the package, woke Song Jejia to take the medicine. Su Ning was eating a cake and watching Wei Xiaochun busy around. She thought this girl was very kind. If Wei Xiaochun knew what Su Ning was thinking, she would definitely roll her eyes. She didn't want to be kind for no reason. There are only 4 people in this dorm. One is carefree and indifferent, not caring about anything. Another just went out and came back, but her mind seemed to have wandered off somewhere. Isn't she just driven by her conscience? Forced to step in? She couldn't just stand by and watch Song Jejia become confused and silly. At the village secretary's house, everyone except those at the hospital and Lu Miao Miao was gathered in the main hall. Even Lu Ying, who just woke up at night and had just returned home, was in the hall. Originally, the whole family agreed to hide from Lu Ying that young Likukyu was having a difficult labor and might not make it. But unfortunately, Lu Ying returned home and hadn't been there for half an hour before she noticed something was wrong. The village secretary was worried she might overthink or guess wrong, which could make her condition worse. After giving her some reassurance, he decided to tell her the truth. Lu Ying was very angry, but luckily she didn't faint from the anger. After comfort and guidance from the village secretary, Lu Chuan, and the Tians, her anger eased, and her emotions weren't as intense. Lu Ying showed signs of Although her mouth wasn't crooked and her eyes weren't skewed, her trembling and stiff hands, along with her stiff gait, made everyone in the Lu family feel very heavy-hearted. Of course, this didn't include Lu Miao Miao. The Lu family was worried that her wandering mind might upset Lu Ying again, so no one went to call her out. The atmosphere in the Lu family was tense and heavy until Lu He returned. When he heard that mother and son were safe, everyone finally relaxed and let out a big breath. Lu He briefly shared his experience on the way back and said with emotion, "Father, Mother, Qi Jiqing really helped our family a lot this time. She can be called the lifesaver for my second brother's wife and their child. If it weren't for him connecting everything, Comrade Xie came with a car and delivered the second sister-in-law and her child to the military district hospital in time. Their mother and child might have been in danger otherwise. Mrs. Tian sighed and said, "I've lived a happy life, but this is the first time I've heard of a cesarean section." Cutting open the belly and pulling out the baby, it's amazing that people can still live well after that. The village secretary and Lu Ying also couldn't help but marvel. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. They also felt even more grateful to Qi Xiu. Everyone understood that without his help in making connections, they wouldn't have had the chance to go to the military hospital. Lu He said, "Parents, Comrade Xie is now staying at the youth station. He's helped us so much. We should invite him to our home for a meal." The village secretary nodded and said, "That's right, it's necessary. Big brother, get up early tomorrow and kill that hen to stew. Third brother, go to Jiang Mijiang's house. He's always fishing in the river. See if he caught any fish. And also stop by Li Dehan's place to see if he found anything good in the mountains." "Okay, Dad. I'll go now." The next day, it was still raining. The work bell hadn't rung, and the loudspeaker announced that everyone could rest for the day. Sun Ning and the others didn't mind. If they could rest, they would rest. But villagers with many family members worried about losing a day's work points if they took too many days off. Even so, they didn't stay idle. Some wore straw hats and raincoats to tend their gardens, while others stayed at home fixing things. Lu's family was worried that Xie Changyan might leave quietly, so early in the morning, the village secretary and Lu He went to the youth station to invite Xie Changyan, Qi Xiu, and Sun Ning to visit their home. They were all lifesavers and deserved a warm invitation. The three of them couldn't refuse, so they agreed to go to Lu's house for breakfast. Even after the village secretary confirmed several times that they would come home, they only left after taking their eldest son and with more than an hour before mealtime. They asked Lu He to come pick them up. Thinking that the lady of the house was still unwell, Sun Ning brought half a jean of brown sugar and a fruit can as a gift. Seeing how warmly the Lu family received Sun Ning, Shen Qingning almost felt jealous and sour. Li Hong sarcastically said at the door of the kitchen, "Some people, can't they just get along and wear the same pants? Her family is well off and doesn't invite her over." Hot face pressed against a cold. Maybe she didn't get the cold shoulder, but instead ended up on the floor. Shen Qingning immediately retorted, "Some people just aren't lucky, but they still get jealous. They have a mouth, but they try to do crazy things like a mad dog, and even when they eat dirt, they can't shut up." Chi Mei, who heard everything clearly, knew Li Hong couldn't argue with Shen Qingning, so she quickly came inside from outside. "Are you two still arguing?" "We have big trouble at the youth station," Sun Hongbing added. "What happened?" Chi Mei said, "Everyone in the village is saying that the trouble at the village secretary's house was caused by Xin Jiqing, who provoked Lu Miao Miao to come home and cause chaos. Now, the villagers are very angry with us at the youth station. They say we are troublemakers." Shen Qingning focused on the main point. "Trouble at the village secretary's house? What kind of trouble?" Chi Mei looked suspicious and asked, "Are you really unaware or pretending not to know?" Shen Qingning anxiously asked, "What do I know? What trouble? Explain clearly." Chi Mei said, "After Aunt Lu took Lu Miao Miao back from the youth station yesterday, Lu Miao Miao set fire to the house and even made Aunt Lu sick and faint. I heard she not only triggered her heart condition, but also showed signs of A. Lu Miao Miao even crazily pushed her pregnant sister-in-law, who was 8 months along. She caused a miscarriage, and Dr. Su said the hospitals in the city couldn't save her. The village secretary and the team leader personally asked Xin Jiqing for help and sent her to a good hospital. Everyone in the village is saying that Lu Miao Miao was provoked by Xin Jiqing, which caused all these crazy things. Because of you alone, our entire youth station has become a troublemaker." Shen Qingning was in disbelief, her body unsteady, swaying a few times. She quickly snapped out of it and ran outside. She hadn't done anything. How could she have provoked Lu Miao Miao to harm the Lu family? Who is so malicious? Who spread these rumors? Chi Mei looked at everyone at the youth station and said, "There's an even more ridiculous rumor, that Song Jiejie was found in the river, being carried out by someone. You don't know. The filthy words from those old women are just disgusting and foul. Our group of young women sent to the countryside has also been looked down upon and made fun of by others. It makes me so angry. I try to be careful in everything I do, always sticking to my principles, but still, my reputation gets ruined. Wei Xiaoqun frowned as she looked at the rain falling heavily outside. Who has the time or mood to gossip in this terrible weather? We just had an incident yesterday, and from yesterday to now, the rain has come and gone only briefly, but mostly it keeps falling. Which comrades are so eager that they ignore their health and spread rumors in the pouring rain. I also went out this morning, but I didn't hear anything. Yet, after Qi went out and came back, she heard everything. Fu Guodong continued. It's normal for people to know about the Lu family's affairs, neighbors, relatives, and friends. After all, they needed many hands to help send the woman to town. But when did Lu Miao Miao leave the youth station? Did Shen influence her? How would outsiders know? And what about the rumors about Song? Who would bother to spread such gossip in the rain? Everything seems strange. I suspect someone is spreading false information on purpose. When Fu Guodong finished speaking, Li Hong subtly glanced at Qi Mei. If she remembered correctly, shortly after Lu Miao Miao was taken away yesterday, Qi Mei left. Hearing Fu Guodong and Wei Xiaoqun's analysis, Qi Mei's hands moved involuntarily, and she sharply said, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying?" Everyone heard what happened. If you don't believe it, go and listen for yourselves. I've been falsely accused and my reputation damaged. I haven't even had a chance to explain. After saying this, she stormed back to her room in anger. Sun Hongbing's eyes flickered. Then he played the peacemaker and tried to smooth things over. At the village party secretary's house, Suning handed the gift she brought to Luing. "Auntie, this is a small token of my kindness. I wish you a speedy recovery." Luing didn't want to accept it. Inviting someone over for a meal is just a way to show gratitude. Why should she let others spend money? "Auntie, this gift is simple but heartfelt. It's my deep wish for your quick recovery. You can't refuse. Otherwise, I won't eat this meal." Luing, with red eyes, took it and said, all right, I'll accept it. Thank you for your good wishes. I believe I'll recover soon." Of course, Xia Changyan and Qi Xiao also brought gifts and offered their blessings. Luing had no choice but to accept them. The Lu family gathered all the good food they had and managed to prepare a decent meal. There were 3 main dishes: chicken stewed with dried mushrooms, 2 golden roasted fish, and stir-fried rabbit. This roasted fish is crispy outside and tender inside, so delicious, Luing said with a smile. She used her less agile hand to serve Suning a piece.
Eat more.
This is Uncle Lu's special skill. I was so enchanted by his cooking that I thought he would roast fish for me forever, she added. Suning smiled and said, "Today, we're lucky to have this meal thanks to Annie. It's a rare chance, so I'll eat more. Yes, eat slowly. Don't choke on the bones," Luing replied. The village secretary also smiled and greeted Xia Changyan and Qi Xiao. Unlike the lively and happy atmosphere at the Lu family dinner, Shen Qingning was shivering and searching for answers in the village. At the village secretary's house, everyone was enjoying the meal and chatting happily. Suddenly, Shen Qingning, soaked from the rain with her messy hair sticking to her face, burst in looking very disheveled. Everyone at the table looked at her in surprise. Suning looked confused, Qi Xiao didn't seem to care, and Xia Changyan simply glanced away. The Lu family members were naturally unhappy. The village secretary kept his emotions in check and asked, "Shen Jiqing, what's going on?" After rushing in and seeing the scene, Shen Qingning's scattered reason returned. But she had already done something inappropriate and could only try to fix it. "Sorry, I didn't realize I was coming at the wrong time. But I have something very important to explain to everyone. Uncle Lu, Auntie Miao Miao, and I are close. I like her innocent and cheerful personality. I truly treat her like a little sister. Honestly, I never encouraged her to disrespect her parents or disturb the peace at home. I don't know how to make you believe me, but I really didn't do anything like that," Shen Qingning said, focusing on Lu Chuan's expression. Seeing his calm face made her feel very sad inside. Everyone was confused. The village secretary asked, Shun Jiqing, what exactly are you talking about? Or, what did you hear? Shun Qingning also sensed something was wrong, so she told everything about the rumors in the village. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, I just found out about the trouble you experienced today. How could I be the one encouraging Meow Meow to do wrong? I truly see Meow Meow as a friend and a little sister. Would I make her hurt her parents' feelings or cause trouble at home? Would I push her pregnant sister-in-law or set fire to the house? The rumors are so detailed and vivid, but I can't speak openly about it. The village secretary and Lu Ying looked at each other. Lu Ying said, Shen Jiqing, if you hadn't spoken now, we wouldn't have known about these ridiculous rumors spreading in the village. We don't know who is maliciously spreading lies and misleading everyone. Shen Jiqing isn't the kind of person to stir up trouble. My daughter Meow Meow might not always act carefully, but she's not a heartless girl. How could she make her mother sick or push her pregnant sister-in-law? She wouldn't even dare to set fire to the house. It's all just a coincidence. The people spreading these rumors are so hateful. Later, we will clarify everything. Once everyone knows the truth, they won't have any more opinions about you. And those spreading rumors won't succeed in their plans. The truth will come out clearly. Shen Jiqing, don't worry. You should go home and change your clothes. Wearing wet clothes for a long time can make you sick. Shen Qingning finally felt the heavy weight in her heart lift. It was good that the Lu family didn't think she was the troublemaker or someone causing chaos and gossip. She even felt grateful that her future mother-in-law was reasonable, unlike some stubborn, unreasonable old women in the countryside. Since it's just a misunderstanding, it's better to clear it up. I'm sorry for bothering everyone today. I'll come back another day to apologize properly. After saying this, Shen Qingning felt relaxed and left. The village secretary told everyone to continue eating. Thank you, Comrade Xia, for your understanding. Please enjoy the food. Xia Changyan smiled and said, No problem, no problem. It's all the same everywhere. While eating, Suning was still thinking. The people involved in the rumors didn't know what was really happening. So, who spread these rumors? Was there a common enemy among Lu Miao Miao, Shen Qingning, and Song Jiejie? After all, once these rumors spread, the reputations of these three women were almost ruined. Disobedience to parents and elders, daring to set fire to the house, causing illness to parents, pushing down a pregnant sister-in-law. These serious crimes mean Lu Miao Miao will never lift her head in her life. Even if these facts are true and Lu Miao Miao really did such things, the Lu family wouldn't want outsiders to know, and they wouldn't tarnish their own reputation. The rumors that Shen Qingning deliberately provoked trouble might make her a social outcast in Dehuan village. As for Song Jiejie, although the accusations are true, few people know about them. Who could be trying to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? After a meal was interrupted and hastily ended, the village secretary and his 2 sons warmly and gratefully saw the 3 guests off. Suning looked at Xia Changyan. Comrade Xia, may I trouble you to help me with something? Xia Changyan has always been polite to Suning, since he is her brother-in-law's benefactor, which makes him a benefactor to the whole family. He smiled and said, Comrade Suning, there's no need to be so formal. If I can help with anything, just tell me. Suning took out the letter she wrote last night. I want to send a letter home, but the trip to the town from the village is far, and I haven't had time until now. Could you help me send it? Thank you so much. She handed the sealed letter and the postage fee to Xia Changyan. He only took the letter, not the money. It's a small favor, Comrade Suning. No need to be so polite. I can't accept that. The stamps are also bought with your money. Helping me send the letter is enough, thanks. I can't let you spend more. Xia Changyan shook his head with a smile and took the money. All right, I'll take it. If I don't, I worry you'll run straight to the town to send it. Suning also smiled. Haha, that might really happen. After saying goodbye, Suning happily returned to the youth commune. She had been away from the Su family for over 20 days. With the old letter from Chen Wanting she left behind, Su Zhenbang's obsession with Chen Wanting's love might be shattered into pieces. The depth of that obsessive love becomes clear when facing the truth. Hatred can be just as deep. But Chun Wanning's bones are already rattling, and she can't be dug up and punished again. Her lover is abroad, and there's nothing she can do. Doesn't this cycle of karma and retribution mean that the three siblings and Chen Xinghua will have to bear the consequences? Her only remaining bloodline naturally becomes the hope for Su Zhenbang to continue the family line. Sometimes she acts like a drama queen. Doesn't that mean her automatic teller machine is ready to go? She doesn't expect him to send her anything valuable. She just needs a visible source of income that can justify using the items from her space. With so much evidence, she didn't send Su Zhenbang to jail. First, she doesn't want her own reputation to be damaged, so she can live freely. She has seen enough cold and disdain in her past life. She wants to stay away from that now. Second, she needs a visible source of money. Third, she wants Su Zhenbang to keep the Chun and Zhao families in check, so they won't bother her. Fourth, she wants the three siblings to face the consequences of their actions. Revenge from the so-called caring father, which not only harms the body, but also hurts the heart. She wants them to truly feel the pain the original owner once experienced. Fifth, she wants Su Zhenbang to live in constant fear, feeling the insecurity and anxiety that the original owner endured daily. Qi Xiao takes the third brother-in-law to the village entrance. Unexpectedly, the villagers are so energetic. Even in the rain, many people gather around the car, and their chatter can be heard from afar. Qi Xiao hands some money to Xia Changyan, but Xia Changyan refuses to take it. How could he accept money from his brother-in-law? Qi Xiao says, "Third brother-in-law, take this. Repay the money you borrowed in the county. If you truly care about me and don't want to take my money, then after you go back, talk more with the old man, then I will have money. I am physically weak and need some nourishing things. Father Qi, far away, still cares about his little family. I'm also poor, you know? I'm waiting for my pocket money too." Xia Changyan understands and smiles as he accepts the money. "All right, I won't let you down. I will visit my father-in-law more often and emphasize your weakness." Xia Changyan walks toward the car, and the villagers around him automatically make way. He greets everyone with a smile and then drives off. In a mud brick house yard, a woman wearing patched clothes and hunched over hurriedly comes back from outside. Fourth, come out. Liu Bei, who is repairing the stove, comes out from the kitchen covered in dust. "Mother, what's wrong?" Mrs. Wu anxiously asked. "Was that young worker really pulled out of the river with his pants off?" "No, mother. That's not true. Don't believe such rumors. You can't just say anything." Seeing her son's uncomfortable expression, Mrs. Wu understood what was going on. It seemed the village's gossip was true. "It's not just me saying this. Everyone in the village is talking about it. Now, from the 80-year-old grandma to the 3-year-old children, who doesn't know? When I went out, many people congratulated me, saying I might marry a young worker's daughter-in-law." Liu Bei looked at his mother's smiling face and decided to interrupt her daydreams. "Mother, don't believe everything you hear. Do you know what kind of person she is? Do you know our family situation?"
Stop thinking about it.
The team leader already warned us not to spread rumors, but the gossip still got out. Who has so much free time to make up stories? Mrs. Wu looked at her only son, then at their two simple mud brick houses and the two obedient children picking beans under the eaves. Her smile faded, replaced by worry. She had given birth to over 10 children, but only 4 survived. A few years ago, her oldest, second, and third children all had accidents. The second and third children left no descendants. Only the oldest left 2 children, and all 3 daughters-in-law had remarried. People said her old house might be haunted, which was why her family kept having misfortunes. To protect her only son, she sold everything and built a small yard for him. But someone was so mean-spirited as to spread rumors that her son would die young. This cruel rumor, combined with the fact that her oldest son's 2 children still needed care, meant her son still hadn't found a wife. He was almost 23, and if he kept waiting, he might not only fail to marry but might even scare away potential widows. Liu Bei was quite relaxed about it. Whether he married or not didn't matter much to him. He still had the 2 children left by his older brother, so their family line wouldn't end. "Mother, don't think too much. Don't listen to others' foolish advice. Those people are just bored and like to stir up trouble. Don't get caught up in their nonsense. When it came to marriage, he was very easygoing. Even if he remained single, it didn't bother him. Song Jiqing's character was somewhat known to her. He had to raise 2 children and take care of his mother, which was already enough work. He didn't have the energy to support another ancestor. Wu Shi sighed helplessly, looking worried as she went to pick beans with her grandson. At the Jiqing point, Su Ning hadn't yet entered the dormitory when Wei Xiaoqun pulled her aside. Su Ning asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Wei Xiaoqun tilted her chin, signaling Su Ning to look at her neck. Su Ning glanced and gave an honest comment. "It's slender, not very fair, and has 3 necklines, Wei Xiaoqun." "I didn't ask you to look at that. I want you to see the bruise on the side." Su Ning slightly tilted her head and saw a small bruise. She asked seriously, "What did you do? Did you bump your neck?" Wei Xiaoqun. "How blind am I to bump my neck? This isn't a bump. It's a pinch from Song Jiejie. I was just trying to feel her forehead's temperature when she suddenly opened her eyes wide. I hadn't reacted yet, and she pressed me down, grabbing my neck. In her eyes, I saw anger, and her hand on my neck was quite strong. For a moment, I felt like I was in a freezing cold cellar, as if I could see my great-grandmother right away. But Song Jiejie didn't have such a fierce look or strength. Do you think she's possessed? What kind of ghost is so powerful? Su Ning frowned. Are you okay? Wei Xiaoqun shook her head in fear. No serious injuries, but I don't know where my soul has gone. Song Jiejie was acting very strangely. What should I do now? I don't even dare to go back to the dorm. Su Ning looked back at the dorm door, then at Wei Xiaoqun, who looked scared, and asked, "Where's Jiqing?" She came back to change clothes and then went out again. Su Ning felt the world was very mysterious. She had her from another world, and Jiqing might be a local reborn. She wondered who was inside the room. Su Ning stepped toward the dorm, saying, "Who cares about ghosts? Let's go see." Wei Xiaoqun was surprised at Su Ning's boldness, but her eyes also sparkled with curiosity. She followed honestly. Walking behind Su Ning, she felt very safe. The 2 of them entered the dormitory one after the other. They saw Song Jiejie leaning against the wall, hugging her knees, looking full of loneliness and sadness, tears streaming down her face. Su Ning glanced at Wei Xiaoqun, blinked twice as if to say, "Is this the fierce look you mentioned?" Wei Xiaoqun also blinked twice in confusion. If her neck didn't still hurt slightly, she might have doubted herself. While Su Ning and Wei Xiaoqun were exchanging silent signals, a voice suddenly came from nearby. "You're back." Startled by the sudden sound, Wei Xiaoqun jumped up and directly clung to Su Ning. She tightly held onto Su Ning's neck with both hands, her legs wrapped around Su Ning's waist, hanging on her, trembling all over. Su Ning thought to herself, "Luckily, this girl is strong and steady. Otherwise, she might have knocked me over." Su Ning reached out and gently patted Wei Xiaoqun's bottom. She looked at Song Jiejie and said, "You scared her." Song Jiejie wiped her tears and sincerely apologized. "Sorry, I was confused and felt very insecure when I just woke up, and I did something inappropriate that scared Sister Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun, I'm sorry. I know you've been taking care of me all this time. I didn't even get a chance to thank you before I scared you again." The more Song Jiejie spoke, the more Wei Xiaoqun was afraid to let go of Su Ning. After all, Song Jiejie wouldn't normally be so sincere in thanking or apologizing. It was as if she was possessed. Su Ning said, "Song Jiqing, you really are a different person now. If it weren't for your voice and face remaining the same, I would think you were someone else." Song Jiejie pressed her lips and said, "Sorry, I apologize for my past ignorance. Facing life and death, going through such a big ordeal, if I don't grow up now, I would be letting down the comrades who risked their lives to save me and your care." Su Ning said meaningfully, "I see. People often teach others many lessons, but sometimes one lesson is enough to learn. Congratulations to Song Jiqing for surviving the danger and successfully transforming. No matter where that ghost came from, as long as it doesn't bother me, I don't care what it does." Wei Xiaoqun still felt something was wrong. When Song Jiejie woke up, Her eyes were filled with a fierce, commanding aura, and her movements and strength were almost instinctive. No matter how much a person's nature changes, it couldn't be that extreme, right? Wei Xiaochun quietly looked at Song Jiejia and then quickly turned a glance at her, just in time to make eye contact. Wei Xiaochun immediately turned her head, burying her face in Su Ning's neck, her body trembling even more. She was sure that this was definitely not the real Song Jiejia. It must be a ghost possessing her. The real Song Jiejia didn't have that calm, oppressive feeling, and her eyes were clear and bright. But now, her eyes looked deep and startling. Su Ning patted Wei Xiaochun's back and said to Song Jiejia, "We didn't expect you to be so skilled. You seem to be hiding your talents. People shouldn't judge others by their appearance. However, no matter what you've been through, Xiaochun has been very caring for you. You shouldn't have scared her. Just look at how much that scared her and how much it will affect her later." Song Jiejia hurriedly continued, "When I left home, my parents warned me many times not to show off my skills, worried I might cause trouble. I was so overwhelmed that I accidentally revealed myself and scared Xiaochun. Xiaochun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, please forgive me." Wei Xiaochun felt bitter inside. How could Su Ning be so clever and easily fooled? She wanted to believe, but she couldn't convince herself. Now, feeling like she was the only one sober among everyone else, Wei Xiaochun's heart was filled with tears. Feeling Su Ning's arm around her waist and her hand patting her back, Wei Xiaochun felt warm inside, and her fears lessened a little. She made a decision in her heart. Since only she knew the truth, she must stay close to Su Ning, always reminding her not to be deceived. She also couldn't let that ghost suspect she knew the truth, or it would target her first. Wei Xiaochun prepared herself mentally and gathered her courage before stepping away from Su Ning. They were very close, and Wei Xiaochun could feel Su Ning's warmth, which gave her the courage to speak. "Jiejia, don't need to keep apologizing. Since it was unintentional, I won't blame you. You've been through so much, suffered in the river, and burned all night. You must be very tired. Please rest a bit more. Hurry up and cover yourself with the blanket and go to sleep. I'm feeling nervous inside." Song Jiejia was afraid of saying too much and making mistakes, so she simply lay down to rest. Wei Xiaochun let out a heavy sigh, without making it obvious. Su Ning watched this and couldn't help but smile. This person is clever, but not so easy to fool. It seems the rain has stopped outside. I want to go to the village to find someone to make a raincoat. Do you want to come? Wei Xiaochun nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, definitely. I have to go." Cough. Cough. Well, I don't have a raincoat either. She didn't have the courage to stay alone here. Wei Xiaochun had always been quiet and hardworking before. Now, seeing her lively and changing expressions, Su Ning's lips curled slightly, trying not to laugh. Just as they were about to leave the dormitory, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait." Wei Xiaochun shivered and almost reflexively jumped onto Su Ning's back. Fortunately, Su Ning quickly grabbed her hand. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Wei Xiaochun calmed down. She was afraid her reaction might reveal something, so she quickly turned her head and said annoyed, "Jiejia, I was so scared earlier that my soul hasn't come back. Can you not suddenly speak like that? I'm timid and can't handle being scared." "What's the matter with you?" she asked. Only Su Ning knew how tightly Wei Xiaochun was holding her hand and how she was trembling. Song Jiejia smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I scared you again. I just want to ask for a favor. I'm not feeling well and don't want to go out. Could you help me order a raincoat too?" "Sure, no problem. Rest assured and go to sleep. Don't cause trouble again, or you'll scare people to death." After leaving the youth commune, Wei Xiaochun's tense body finally relaxed. Seeing Su Ning acting carefree, Wei Xiaochun hesitated but still asked, "Su Ning, don't you think Jiejia is acting strange after waking up? This isn't her usual personality." "Maybe she really is," Su Ning interrupted her. "That's outside. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to give anyone a reason to hold something against you. I heard that after going through a big ordeal, a person's personality can change." Song Jiejia almost died in the river. That's a life and death experience, so some change is normal. If you're uncomfortable with her change, just stay away from her. Wei Xiaoqun thought to herself. Everyone else is drunk, but I'm the only one awake. Suning also wondered that since she arrived in this world, from an outsider's point of view, the original owner must have changed a lot. Would others think she was possessed by a ghost? Su Zhenbang, you just realized that now. Old Lady Su, if I hadn't been careful in checking, I would have already poured black dog blood on you. In the dormitory, Song Jiejie was lying on her bed, full of confusion. She had clearly avenged her big enemy and perished with her ruthless and unfeeling father, yet she was surprised to wake up again. It's just that she woke up in someone else's body, but she could still remember everything that happened before her death. She was originally a princess's daughter. Her mother gave birth to her, but she was weak and often bedridden. She was deliberately spoiled by her scheming princess stepfather, who refused to let her learn what girls should learn. Instead, he encouraged her to practice swordplay and tricks, but she never learned real skills. He made her proud and unable to tell right from wrong. He pushed away everyone who cared for her, leaving her isolated and helpless. When the new emperor ascended the throne, her ruthless father gained power and status, finally revealing his true nature. It turned out her mother wasn't naturally weak, but was poisoned. She was also deliberately spoiled. That ruthless father already had children and a loving wife outside. To make room for the new ruler, he staged an accident, making her and her mother appear dead. They held a grand funeral to create a loving image for himself. But in reality, she watched helplessly as her ruthless father personally murdered her dying mother and then insulted her by throwing her to beggars. Fortunately, heaven was watching. Her master, passing by the mass grave, found her still alive and saved her, teaching her real martial arts. Sadly, she couldn't let go of her hatred. In the end, she betrayed her master's teachings and fought her enemies to the death. Suning and Wei Xiaoqun took a walk outside and returned. The youth training camp was quiet, with only Qi Xiu tinkering under the eaves of the kitchen. Suning asked suspiciously, "Qi youth, what are you doing? I'm planning to make a small stove here. It will be convenient for me to cook sometimes without disturbing everyone else's meal times." Thinking of Qi Xiu's cooking skills, Suning's eyes lit up. "Do you need help? I won't charge." Qi Xiu nodded. "I've been worried I can't handle it alone. Come stand here and help me check if it's crooked." Suning stood at the position pointed out by Qi Xiu, gestured with her hand, and looked carefully. "That's good. Keep watching for me. This is my first time doing it, so it might get crooked at any moment." Suning watched carefully. When she saw Qi Xiu go to pick up a stone, Suning planned to help, but Qi Xiu stopped her hand. "This is heavy. I'll do it." Suning blinked twice. Because it was heavy, she wanted to help. "Let me do it. I have more strength." Qi Xiu said, "You're not feeling well. Don't overexert yourself." Suning saw the veins on Qi Xiu's neck bulge when he lifted the stone, and she looked at the stone in his arms again. Suning thought that even if she wasn't feeling well, she was still stronger than Qi Xiu. The original owner's body was indeed very bad, full of wounds. But after she arrived, her supernatural power came with her. This power is a kind of energy that can support all body functions and quietly nourish her body. However, since it's not a healing power or a lively wood-type power, the effects wouldn't be immediate. Seeing the bucket was empty, Suning said, "I'll go fetch some water." Qi Xiu took the bucket back. "You're not feeling well." "I'll do it. Then I'll mix the mud." "You're not feeling well." "I'll do it. Let me pass you the mud." "You're not feeling well." "I'll do it." Suning was speechless.
What can I do then?
"Just stand there and watch if I've crooked the stones. This is a very important step. Will the finished product be okay? Do we need to redo it?" "It all depends on how well you do this job." Suning looked doubtful. "Is that really how it is? Is it so hard to make a stove? I'm someone who cooks all the time. I definitely understand the stove better than you. Who doesn't like cooking? Don't space out. Watch carefully. If it's crooked, we might have to redo it." "Oh, okay.
I'll watch."
"You go ahead." Wei Xiaoqun rolled her eyes. The stove model Qi Xiu made Even her 8-year-old brother could do better. It's nothing special, and it even made Suning stare in confusion. Chi-si, you only made that stove. When lighting the fire, it's definitely hard to burn, and the smoke might get into people's eyes. Wei Xiaoqun couldn't stand it anymore. He walked over and said, Qi Jiqing, the stove you have at home for making charcoal might be a little different from this wood-burning stove. If you don't make a vent hole here, the firewood you put in won't burn properly. Also, if you don't seal this part, when you're cooking here, the smoke will right into your face. You could also make this wider so you can put a bowl or some spices here, which would make cooking easier. This is how a typical wood-burning stove is made, and it's a bit different from your charcoal stove. But for your first time making one, it looks quite good. No wonder you're such a good cook. Chi Seo knew Wei Xiaoqun was giving him advice and was trying to be kind. He suddenly understood and said, Oh, I see now. I was wondering why something fell off. Thanks for pointing it out, Wei Jiqing. I now understand that wood stoves and charcoal stoves are different. Wei Xiaoqun replied, That might just be a local difference. Don't worry about it, Qi Jiqing. Suning looked at the stove in the kitchen and then at what Chi Seo was doing. It seemed different. Seeing the doubt and suspicion in Suning's eyes, Chi Seo's face turned a little red. He realized he might have exaggerated a bit. Wei Xiaoqun watched the quiet, attentive Jiqing and knew she was afraid to go into the dorm alone. So he asked Chi Seo, Qi Jiqing, where did the others go? He replied, After the rain stopped, the old Jiqing probably went to take care of their own plots. Fuziking and the others went together to see which piece of wasteland would be good for their own land. They've been gone for a while. Having a small piece of land, about 3 mu, made Wei Xiaoqun very excited. That's about 200 square meters, enough to grow many things. If managed well, it could bring in a good income. Take your time. I'll go look for them. Since there's no work now, you can prepare your land. Even if you can't plant corn anymore, you can still grow sweet potatoes, radishes, green onions, cilantro, garlic sprouts, and cabbage, seasonal crops. Wei Xiaoqun said all this as a subtle reminder to the two in front of him. Suning also became interested. Then you go ahead and check. I'll come back later. Wei Xiaoqun left, and Chi Seo continued working while asking, Suning, what do you plan to plant in your land? Suning looked at the unfinished stove and said, I don't know. Let's just plant whatever everyone is planting. Having a small vegetable plot like this is a real blessing. We shouldn't waste it. I heard some places only have a tiny 1-foot plot. We're lucky to have 3 feet of land already. Chi Seo was about to speak when the half-finished stove suddenly collapsed with a loud crash. Luckily, he jumped back quickly and wasn't hit by any stones. Seeing Suning's wide-eyed stare, Chi Seo's face turned even redder. It wasn't the stove that collapsed, it was his confidence. Suning accidentally saw Chi Seo's flushed, awkward face and couldn't help but smile. He was so confident earlier, turns out he was just bluffing. Suning cleared her throat and said, Let's switch. You watch and I'll try. Don't say I'm weak. I'm feeling pretty strong now. She started working without waiting for a reply. She still cared about her vegetable plot and didn't want to waste time here. Within less than an hour, Chi Seo watched Suning build the stove from scratch. She even made some big changes, added a chimney pipe and built 2 stove openings, one big and one small. The small opening could hold a clay pot for boiling water, making soup, or cooking rice. This way they could save firewood and time. Chi Seo remembered how confident he had been earlier and almost boasted about building a 3-bedroom house. He was just showing off in front of the wrong people. He felt so embarrassed he wanted to hide. Okay, I think it's ready. Let it dry a bit, then light a fire to see if it leaks smoke. After finishing the stove, Suning couldn't wait to go find Wei Xiaoqun and the others. Chi Seo wasn't really interested in the vegetable plot, but since he thought they could grow some vegetables to add to their meals, he happily went along. Since it was in used land, it was probably not close to the village, and it had been left untouched, not taken by others, so it wasn't considered very promising. Suning stood at the edge of the land, looking out at the rough stones, poor soil, and weeds that barely grew. Suning picked up a stick and prodded the soil. The soil was hard and compacted, and the layers were very thin. In some places just a finger deep, there was only rock. With this kind of land, digging with it would make my arm numb, Can crops really grow in such thin soil? The young people, who had been happy about having a small private plot, no longer felt excited. Suning looked into the distance. Maybe we should go a bit farther. The team didn't say we have to start our plots right here. Shen Qingning said, it takes over half an hour to walk from here to the youth station. Everywhere around is collective farmland. If we look further, even if we find a good spot, it would take over an hour just to pick vegetables for cooking. Plus, managing private plots is usually done during free time when people aren't working. It's too far away, so it's not convenient. Fu Guodong said, private plots belong to each person, so we don't have to be right next to each other. There's plenty of rough land here. Each of us can only use about 200 square meters, so everyone can find their own spot. No one wanted to go farther because it would take over an hour just to pick vegetables, and managing the land would be even more difficult.
Suning looked at the terrain.
Several acres of wasteland were below the road, at about a 45-degree angle. On both sides of there were fields, so this piece of wasteland was probably ignored by the collective farm. Above the road was a small forest with short trees. Suning didn't rush to choose a spot. Instead, she entered the woods. She wandered around inside. The forest floor was rich with decayed leaves, which could be useful. After leaving the forest, Suning saw that everyone had mostly chosen their spots and was already picking up stones. She observed that everyone's plots were scattered, each person working alone, not close to each other. Suning chose a spot in the middle. She had already decided to bring in decayed leaves from the forest to cover the ground, so it didn't matter if the soil there was thin. Chi Xiao asked Suning, your spot looks similar to those by the road. Isn't it more convenient to be closer? Suning smiled and said, this is a private plot. Of course, I want to grow fruits and vegetables. If I plant near the road, it's more convenient for me, but others can easily pick the produce too. Just joking, if she planted some cucumbers or eggplants by the roadside, they would probably be picked before they even grew up. This is a busy road with many people passing by.
Who could she argue with?
Chi Xiao thought for a moment and said, that's true. You are very thoughtful. Then my little plot of land can be right next to yours, Suning asked. Is there really a connection between the two? Such a large piece of wasteland. Who is planting where doesn't matter. But it's not her land, so she can't control where others plant. Where you plant is your choice, I don't mind. Once she decided, Suning started pulling weeds and picking up stones. She didn't plan to carry the stones elsewhere. Instead, she stacked them along the edge of the land to mark the boundary, saving effort and time. Suning was strong and worked quickly. She easily pulled out weeds that others struggled with, like picking beans. Not only Wei Xiaochun and Shen Qingning, even the young men working there admired her. They had started earlier, but it looked like she was almost finished while they had only worked on one corner. Suning finished pulling weeds and stacked the stones on the surface. She checked the time and saw only a little over an hour had passed. She told everyone she was going back to the village. She wanted to borrow from the team leader and then go to the youth camp to get a basket. On the way, she met Lu Chuan. Comrade Suning, where are you headed? Since today is a day off, I'm clearing some land to make a small farm and going to the team leader's house to borrow some tools. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I have some at my house. You can come get them. No need to go far. Let's go together. I'll also do some registration. Since it was just borrowing, it didn't matter who she borrowed from. Suning said, then I won't refuse. They went together and both carried baskets and tools. Shen Qingning saw her crush coming and was very happy. She tidied her hair and clothes. But after glancing around, she noticed Lu Chuan didn't give her a proper look, which made her feel jealous and upset. After Lu Chuan finished registering, Shen Qingning naturally went to help Suning with the work, but she was so jealous, she felt like she was going crazy. He reached out and touched the thorny vine without feeling any pain. Suning thought Lu Chuan was just here to take notes and then go back to his own work. Unexpectedly, after he wrote and drew in an old notebook, he put it away and then carried A to work on her land. Comrade Lu, I can handle this small task. You should go to your own work. If I delay you, I'll feel embarrassed. Lu Chuan kept working on the land without stopping and said, I have nothing else to do right now. The land is hard to dig because it's full of stones, roots, and grass. It's easy to hurt myself if I'm not careful. You saved my life, and I, a simple farmer, don't have much to thank you with. I can only do some work to show my gratitude. Comrade Su Ning, if you refuse even this, I really don't know how to thank you. Su Ning replied, it's just a small favor, but to me it's a life-saving kindness. Alright, if I keep refusing, it seems I'm making things difficult for you. While digging the land, Lu Chuan also said to Qi Xiao, Qi Jiqing, you should rest for a while. I'll do the rest later. He was also their family's great benefactor and shouldn't be treated unfairly. Lu Chuan didn't think twice about why, even though they were all benefactors, his first instinct was to help Su Ning. Qi Xiao felt a strange, uncomfortable emotion when he saw Lu Chuan helping Su Ning. He became restless. He even wondered, why is Su Ning so kind-hearted? Going around saving people. Not everyone is as self-aware as him. What if someone insists on repaying kindness with more trouble, or tries to get close? That would just cause problems. If Su Ning could hear Qi Xiao's thoughts, he would probably roll his eyes and say, if I weren't kind-hearted, you would have been trampled by wild boars long ago. There'd be no chance for you to complain now. Qi Xiao was already feeling annoyed, and hearing Lu Chuan speak to him, his mood showed in his tone. No need, I have hands. I can do it. Lu Chuan paused his work and thought, could it be that he's upset because he helped Su Ning first? At this moment, Lu He also came over with A and went straight to Qi Xiao's land. Jiqing, don't pull the weeds so hard. You might cut your hand. Rest for a bit. I'll handle the rest. Qi Xiao refused Lu He's help, but it's clear that Lu Chuan and Lu He are true brothers. They have the same reasons for speaking. The countryside man works very quickly. Su Ning is strong but lacks skill. When he hits a stone in the ground, his arm trembles from the impact. Sometimes, the strikes a stone so hard it shatters and sparks fly. He quickly checks if he is damaged. Seeing how strong Su Ning is, Lu Chuan can't help but smile. It's just a small thing to break a stone. He's seen bigger, like when Su Ning broke a wild boar's head. Every time he hits the stone, Lu He can't help but turn his head to watch. He's really worried Su Ning might get hurt. After all, their two brothers came to help their benefactor, and if Su Ning gets hurt, their father will definitely scold them both when they go home. Shen Qingning is at another part of the field, feeling sour. She looks at the thorns on her hand. They say 10 fingers are connected to the heart, but right now, her hand hurts less than her heart. When Su Ning's work on the field is almost done, Lu He's eldest son runs over, panting, and says, Third uncle, the Zhou family has come to break off the engagement. Grandpa told you to go back first and handle it. As expected, Lu Chuan remains calm. Lu He's face darkens, and he looks worriedly at Lu Chuan. Shen Qingning is the happiest. When she first arrived, she wanted to wait and see. Then she suddenly found out he was engaged, and soon after, she learned there was a problem. She had to suppress her anxious feelings and wait patiently. Despite all the setbacks, she considered directly confessing her feelings and openly pursuing Lu Chuan. But at a critical moment, she held back her impulse. He hasn't regained his freedom yet. If she acted now, both of them would be ruined. Su Ning says, Comrade Lu, thank you for your help. You should go handle your own matters now. Lu Chuan thinks about the engagement break, and he really needs to be there. It's me who should be thanking you. I'll go back first. Qi Xiao also says, Comrade Lu He, your family has matters to attend to. You should go handle them. Thanks for your help today. As the eldest brother, Lu He, along with Lu Yingsheng's illness, is genuinely worried. Kaziking, compared to what you've done for our family, my little effort is nothing. You don't need to thank me. It's about my younger brother, so I really need to go back. You can leave these tasks for now. I can finish them when I have some free time. After the two brothers left, Su Ning threw a stone and accidentally saw Shen Qingning's face full of happiness. He wondered, why is she so excited about having a small piece of land? Wait! On the day they rescued someone from the river, who shouted loudly, causing Lu Chuan to be swept away? Shen Qingning seems. What was the news just now? Oh, right. Lu Chuan was rejected by his fiancée. Shen Qingning looked very happy about it.
Wow, case solved.
Shun Qingning likes Lu Chuan. Shun Qingning is reborn. What was her relationship with Lu Chuan in the past? TSK. Judging by Shun Qingning's clothes and family background, she must come from a good family. Being able to live again is such a precious experience. She gave up city life in Yuo, or better opportunities, to come to the countryside and work as a farm girl, facing the dirt every day. It seems she loves deeply. Honestly, if it weren't for the troubles of the Su family and if her special abilities hadn't come along, Suning would prefer to stay in the city and not come to the countryside. TSK. Will this love story end happily, or will they go their separate ways? What Suning doesn't know is that her eyes, shining with curiosity, were mistaken by Shun Qingning as interest in Lu Chuan. When Lu Chuan was rejected, she got so excited. There's also someone feeling sour inside, Chi Siu, who is angrily swinging his. With a bang, the hit a stone, making his arm go numb and his head buzz. He almost cried from the water in his eyes, but luckily, with experience, he held back. He wanted to repay kindness and needed to look like a real man. After imagining a big scene in his mind, Chi Siu turned to look at Suning.
Well.
She didn't even give him a glance. Chi Siu, with such a loud noise, it didn't bother you? You must be so excited. Strangely, today she wasn't jealous, but her heart kept feeling sour. Didn't she hear that noise? She did, but when she was digging the land and her hit a stone, wasn't that normal? She only dug for a little while and she couldn't remember how many times her hat hit stones. Finally, Suning finished digging her 200 square meter piece of land. He shook his slightly numb arm and looked back at everyone. Oh, except for Chi Siu. Everyone else was still picking stones and pulling weeds. Suning carried a basket on her back and over her shoulder, walking quickly into the forest. Wei Xiaochun felt sad inside. They are all people, so why is the gap so big? Look at Suning. She had already cleared the land. She hadn't even finished the initial work. Soon, Suning came out of the forest carrying a full basket of rotten soil on her back and laid it on her plot. Everyone's eyes brightened when they saw what Suning was doing. Yes, if the soil isn't rich, you can use rotten forest soil to fertilize the land. It turns out Suning had already thought of this. No wonder she chose the land so casually. But when they tried to copy Suning's idea, reality quickly shattered their hopes. They didn't have Suning's strength. Even though the land was only about 200 square meters, carrying basket after basket of soil by hand would be exhausting for anyone. Seo looked worried when he saw Suning carrying such a big basket, full to the brim. Suning, enriching the soil isn't something you do overnight. Don't forget what Dr. Su said. You're not in good health. You should rest more. Seo wanted to say, you're not so poor that you need to rely on this small piece of land to get rich. Do you really need to push yourself so hard with your weak body? Even if you're truly starving, isn't there still the favor I owe you? Would I let my benefactor starve to death? Suning replied, it's okay, this isn't heavy. Anyway, I have free time now. Once work starts properly, I won't have time for this. Actually, for Suning, carrying such a small amount of soil was less than 1/10 of her strength. It was like resting. Seo watched Suning ignore his advice and keep running back and forth, feeling so angry he almost lost his temper. But he had no right to force her. What could he do? He could only hold in his frustration. He couldn't vent it, and it was eating him up inside. It made him miserable. Back at the village secretary's house, the matchmaker brought the Zhou family mother and daughter to withdraw the marriage proposal. After talking for a while, they decided to cancel the engagement, but the $6, 6 feet of cloth, and 6 taels of red sugar that the Liu family had previously sent as a betrothal gift would not be returned. Instead, they said that because Lu Chuan's bad luck in marriage caused the Zhou girl to fall and hurt her foot, the Liu family should pay $80 in compensation. This ugly scene made everyone from the Liu family look very unhappy. Lu Chuan was worried that his mother might become too upset, so he stepped forward and said, things that have been given out should stay given out. We find it uncomfortable to take them back. If you want to return them, just do so. We didn't mean to make things difficult for you. But your behavior is really shameful. Our family believes in friendship over marriage. When you said you wanted to back out, we agreed. But now you are shamelessly trying to blackmail us. Do you think we Lu family are soft? That we will be pushed around? We are generous and do not argue over small things, but you think that makes us weak and easy to bully. You were unkind first, so don't blame us for being unfair later. Comrade Zhou Xiaoxi, you still have a marriage engagement, yet you are causing gossip in your village with the local youth. If I say I will report your conduct, what do you think?